Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 210, You Just Couldn't Win Against Yourself. In a daze, Kokusabu recalled an event that happened a long, long time ago. It was about 60 years after he had become a demon, abandoned his name and human identity, and betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps. He remembered it was a night like tonight, with the moon dyed red as if by blood. At that time, he had witnessed something unbelievable while passing by a 7-story pagoda in the countryside. He saw a person. An old man, over 80 years old, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He wore a kimono that felt extremely familiar to Kokusabu and carried a sword. Despite his aged appearance, Kokusabu recognized him immediately. It was none other than his younger brother, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. After about 60 years, he saw his younger brother again, the sun swordsman who had made him jealous, disgusted, and resentful for a lifetime. At that time, he truly couldn't believe his eyes. All those who bore the Demon Slayer mark were supposed to die before the age of 25. As a result, Kokusabu had always thought that his younger brother, who had always overshadowed him, was long dead. Yet, not only was his younger brother alive, but he had also lived to be over 80, which was simply unbelievable. However, as he doubted his eyes, his younger brother, now an old man with white hair, shed tears. How sad. Brother. With tears in his eyes, his younger brother said those words and instantly took a stance, a flawless stance that exuded such strong pressure that Kokusabu almost couldn't breathe. In the blink of an eye, his younger brother moved. At that moment, he had no idea what had happened. At that moment, he didn't even feel pain. Even though his transparent world was always active and he was much stronger than before after becoming a demon, he lost track of his younger brother and watched him disappear right before his eyes. When he came to his senses, he realized that his younger brother had delivered the final slash of his life, landing behind him. Unbeknownst to him, he now sported a fresh cut on his neck, nearly beheading him on the spot. At that moment, he had to admit that he truly trembled in fear. What terrified him was that after 60 years, his younger brother, now an old man with white hair, could still deliver a strike with the same power and speed as in his prime, leaving him unable to react. He understood that on that night, he almost died at the hands of his most hated younger brother. However, his younger brother was exhausted after delivering that strike and died on the spot. His younger brother's death allowed him to survive. His younger brother's death also gave him a defeat that could never be recovered. With his life as the price, his younger brother told him that even though he had become a demon and much stronger than before, he still couldn't block a single strike from his aged younger brother. Humiliation. Resentment. Anger. All these emotions surged in Kokusabu's heart that night, making him unable to forget the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, for the rest of his life. Because of this, he vowed never to lose to anyone other than Yoriichi in his lifetime and to assist Musen in eliminating anyone who knew about sun breathing. Now, as several hundred years had passed, he always thought he had forgotten the past and no longer felt humiliated by that unbearable memory. Yet, he realized he had never truly let it go. Clearly, the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, had brought him too much jealousy, too much hatred, too much anger, and too many memories. In such a situation, when Riezel appeared bearing the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, Kokusabu lost all rationality and calmness, with only one thought left in his mind, to defeat him, to defeat the man named Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Whether it was to prove that he had surpassed his younger brother or for some other reason, perhaps not even he himself knew. He only knew one thing: even after hundreds of years, he still had to live in his younger brother's shadow. However, despite all that, he ultimately lost to Tsujikuni Yoriichi once again. Still with just one strike. One strike, and he was defeated. Defeated so miserably, so thoroughly. Are you satisfied? Riezel's voice slowly reached Kokusabu's ears. Kokusabu was silent for a long, long time before finally, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Why? Just why can't I win against you? Thud. With these words, Kokusabu's head slid off his neck and fell to the ground. At the same time, his body was cut in half at the waist, one part falling to the ground while the other part slid against the moonlit wall, facing the desolate, lonely full moon and gradually losing its aura. With the sun mural behind him still dazzling, Riezel calmly turned around, looking at Kokusabu, who was gradually turning to ashes. It was not Tsujikuni Yoriichi that you couldn't win against. Riezel murmured slowly. You just couldn't win against yourself. With these words, he turned around, intending to leave. Wait. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. Riezel stopped, turned around, and as he looked at the voice's owner, his calm expression soon shifted to surprise. What are you two doing here? As he asked, he saw two figures appear out of thin air in a corner of the ruined, altar-like palace, approaching him. He had seen this method of appearing once near the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps 2 months ago. Yes, these two were none other than Tamayo and Yashiro. We infiltrated using the blood demon art. Tamayo answered Riezel's question, watching Kokuzibu gradually turn to ashes and disappear, her expression complex. I didn't expect that even the upper one wasn't a match for you. You're far stronger than I imagined. Tamayo naturally knew Kokuzibu. After all, she was a demon who had survived from the Sengoku period to the present, had seen Yoriichi, witnessed Musen's pitiful condition, and, of course, had also encountered Michikatsu, Yoriichi's elder brother who had once betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps. Because of this, she understood very well how powerful Kokuzibu was. In this world, the upper ranks were powerful beings, existing on a completely different level from other demons, including the lower ranks, who were regarded as ants by them. Even the Hashira were helpless and no match for the upper ranks, as most of them who had bravely sacrificed themselves so far had died at the hands of the upper ranks. Yet, even such upper ranks were nothing more than ants before Kokuzibu. Like how the upper ranks and the lower ranks were not on the same level, Kokuzibu was also not on the same level as the other upper ranks. Given this, Tamayo always thought that the only one capable of overpowering Kokuzibu was Musen, which meant that even if Riezel wanted to defeat Kokuzibu, he wouldn't find it easy. However, who would have thought that Riezel would surprise her so much? He had proven with his strength that even the upper one, second only to the Demon King, could not withstand his sword. Are you looking for the throne? Tamayo asked solemnly. I'll show you the way. Oh. Riezel raised an eyebrow. You know where this throne is? In response to his question, Tamayo replied with just one sentence. I haven't lived in vain for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, besides researching drugs to counter Musen and to turn demons back into humans, Tamayo had tirelessly investigated him, seeking every possible means to obtain information related to him. Her blood demon art involved injuring herself to generate illusions that could confuse anyone who smelled her blood, making it very useful for extracting and investigating information. Yashiro, who had always followed her, possessed a blood demon art related to vision, capable of obscuring others' sight or revealing things that were usually invisible, creating visual illusions that also greatly assisted her in her endeavors. For this reason, Tamayo and Yashiro were able to infiltrate the Infinity Castle and map out its terrain. Follow me. Tamayo closed her eyes, murmuring as she suppressed certain emotions. Let everything end tonight. She felt that perhaps this was her purpose for surviving until now. Riezel looked at Tamayo silently and nodded a moment later. And so, the three of them immediately left and headed toward the location where Musen was. At the same time, Kasugai Crows quickly spread the news of what had just happened at the altar-like palace. Head Instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi has defeated the upper one. Head Instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi has defeated the upper one. Upper one. Defeated. Casualties are 0. As this news reached the ears of every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, they were instantly filled with vigor. Yosha. We defeated the upper one. Long live Lord Head Instructor. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps erupted in cheers. Ho-how. How is this possible? On the other hand, the demons, including the upper ranks currently in battle, couldn't believe their ears. Kokuzibu, defeated. So quickly. No. It can't be. How could that Kokuzibu be so easily beaten? Not a single demon was without shock, nor dared to believe it. Especially Kaigaku, who was currently fighting Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, was unwilling to accept this reality. How could he lose? How could he be beaten by a human? Kaigaku felt as if his faith had been shattered. After all, the reason he became a demon was because of encountering Kokuzibu, nearly being killed by him, and only surviving by begging for his life. He drank Musen's blood out of a desire for immense power like Kokushibu's. He knew very well how terrifying and powerful Kokuzibu was, and yet, those crows said that Kokuzibu had been defeated. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. As Kaigaku yelled in disbelief, Zenitsu staggered to his feet and shouted at Kaigaku. Lord Head Instructor's strength is beyond anything you can imagine. How does it feel? The human you've looked down upon is now going to cut off your king's head. Zenitsu's shout sent an inexplicable panic through Kaigaku's heart. Are we really going to lose? Chapter 211, A Natural Disaster. How ridiculous. Infinity Castle, Throne. It was located at the deepest part of the Infinity Castle, perched atop the peak of a cliff-like massive structure. It was extremely vast and spacious that it was difficult to see the edges at a glance, giving the impression of having reached the world's end. Only a solitary throne stood there, exuding regal majesty. Musen sat on it, eyes closed, as if in a light slumber. Until a moment when he suddenly opened his eyes, pupils akin to a serpent's, fixed forward, radiating an intense coldness. It was indifference that symbolized his aloofness. It was indifference that symbolized his ruthlessness. To anyone who saw his cold eyes, it was immediately clear, this man, though appearing human in form, was undeniably a monster apart from humanity. Such a monster now awaited another monster's arrival. Come. Musen remarked coldly. Faster than I expected. It seems Nakeim has indeed been held up by those pesky Hashira. Step. In response to his remark came the sound of footsteps. Step, 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 step. Unabashedly approaching the throne, came powerful and resolute footsteps. Riezel advanced step by step toward the throne, gazing at Musen seated upon it, without hesitation drawing his sword. Boom. Flames engulfed, crashing upon the throne and shattering it into fragments. Yet, in the split second before Riezel drew his sword, Musen had already left the throne, leaping up and landing before him. Musen's demeanor remained indifferent as if no longer governed by emotion, sneering at Riezel. What's this for? Unwilling to hear someone speak above you? Or perhaps you don't want to look up at me from below? Riezel did not reply to Musen's words, just calmly sheathing his sword. At the same time, by Riezel's side, Tamayo appeared with Yushiro. Kibutsuji. Musen. Seeing her sworn enemy, whom she had dreamed of killing, Tamayo could no longer maintain her former elegance as her expression turned slightly ferocious and filled with hatred. So it's you, after all. Tamayo. Musen turned his gaze toward Tamayo, his face taking on a slightly ferocious expression. I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity, you damn traitor. I've waited for this day for centuries, Musen. Tamayo shouted with anger. For hundreds of years, I have fantasized about this day arriving. Now, your end has finally come, you damned monster. If I'm a monster, then you're no different. Musen shook his head, regaining his composure. I really don't get it. You were the one who killed your own husband and children, yet you come seeking revenge from me. It just doesn't make any sense. With that, Musen turned to Riezel, ignoring Tamayo's anger. And of course, the Demon Slayer Corps too. Everyone's out for revenge against me, ready to throw away their precious lives for it. I really can't understand such foolishness. Why throw away your life for the sake of avenging others? What exactly do they think life is? For someone like Musen, his own survival was always the most important thing. As long as he could live, he would spare no sacrifice. He cherished his life and loved his life greatly, but only his own. He could never understand why members of the Demon Slayer Corps would be willing to sacrifice themselves for those who had already died and been eaten by demons. Because they were close relatives. Because they were family. So what? All of those dead people were dead, once dead, everything was gone. In that case, why not be thankful that they were still alive, embrace this luck, and live on forever, instead of seeking revenge on him? Just because those people died because of him. However, what did that signify? In this world, accidents happen all the time. Sometimes, natural disasters strike and can kill thousands in an instant. Even so, do humans ever seek revenge on them? Musen pondered aloud. Not only has my life lasted longer than any natural disaster, but those I've killed are no different from those who perish in natural disasters. Given this, why do they seek revenge on me? Especially those Abuyashikis, they keep chasing me and even formed the so-called Demon Slayer Corps, which is nothing more than a group of lunatics, like an evil cult. Of course, you too. Musen pointed at Riezel. I don't know where you learned sun breathing or why you claim to be Tsujikuni Yoriichi, but from what I can tell, it seems you haven't lost any family or friends to demons. I couldn't even investigate your background and past, you seem to have sprung out of nowhere. I can't find anyone, whether family or friend, connected to you. Why would someone like you help those lunatics from the Demon Slayer Corps to kill me for no reason? It makes no sense. Each word and statement from Musen filled Tamayo's mind with rage, nearly driving her to lose control. However, just as Tamayo was about to rush forward, Riezel reached out his hand and stopped her. It's true. When you think about it, I don't hold a grudge against you or your kind. As Riezel said this with an indifferent tone, it caused Tamayo to look at him with incredulity while Musen paused before finally smiling. That's right, we have no grudge against each other. We don't need to fight to the death like this. Rarely offering advice, Musen spoke in an advising tone to Riezel. Why bother with mere humans and those lunatics? With your power, you could become an immortal and noble being like me. I can give you half of my blood, making you a demon king equal to me. Once I create a drug from the blue spider lily that can overcome sunlight, we can share it and become perfect beings, immortal together. Don't think of me as a tyrant who doesn't let others exist on the same level as me. What I've always wanted is a perfect life, to be immortal. As long as that wish can be fulfilled, nothing else matters to me. What Musen said was indeed true. All this time, he had only desired immortality, to become a perfect being. Whether there was another like him in this world was something he could choose to ignore. As a result, come, join me in becoming the perfect being, the perfect demon. Whether it's day or night, we will rule over all. Musen extended his hand toward Riezel, his tone filled with a seductive allure. Your Excellency. Tamayo immediately became anxious. However, she didn't notice that Riezel's expression remained calm throughout, unaffected by Musen's infuriatingly innocent declarations or his logically persuasive attempts. It seems you've misunderstood something here, Musen. Riezel shook his head lightly. Sure, I have no personal grudge against you, but there are plenty of people you have no grudge against who were killed by you, aren't there? Upon hearing this, Musen's smile froze. You've killed many people, some you consumed as food, some you killed because they were threats, and others just because they annoyed you. How many have died simply because you acted on impulse or were in a bad mood? When you killed those people, was it because they had harmed your loved ones? Weren't those people innocent victims too? Yet, you killed them without reason, just like you said, it makes no sense. Riezel raised his gaze, fixing it upon Musen's eyes. If that's the case, why do I need a personal grudge against you to want to kill you? Can't I just see you as food to make myself stronger and want to kill you? Can't I just see you as a threat and decide to kill you? Or maybe I just find you annoying, so I act on impulse and want to kill you. Compared to your logic, doesn't this actually make more sense? Riezel's half-mocking reasoning caused Musen's face to darken, veins started to bulge on his forehead. Despite this, Riezel continued. In your opinion, it might seem pointless and foolish for the Demon Slayer Corps to seek revenge on you since you see yourself as a natural disaster. But to me, calling yourself a natural disaster is just as foolish. You're right, humans don't seek revenge against natural disasters because no one believes they can actually defeat them. But you. Surely, you don't really think of yourself as terrifying and invincible like a natural disaster. With his voice turning cold, Riezel calmly looked at Musen, whose forehead veins were bulging. You're nothing more than a rat that can only exist in the darkness. Compared to the Ubuyashiki family, you're just an undead who has managed to survive for centuries. No one sees you as invincible. Even if you're powerful, humanity still sees hope in killing you, as Tsujikuni Yorichi's appearance proves. In the presence of absolute strength, you only qualify to flee in embarrassment. Yet, you dare compare yourself to a natural disaster. How ridiculous. Whoosh. As Riezel's voice fell, a whip-like bladed flesh suddenly slashed through the air, crashing heavily toward him. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the ground shattered under the impact of the whip, sending countless shards and debris flying, turning Riezel's position into a deep hole. Luckily, Riezel, holding Tamayo and Yushiro, lightly floated back, evading the attack. Musen retracted his whip, his entire appearance transforming. His hair turned white, his clothes vanished, and his body was covered in swamp-like darkness, with mouths growing on various parts of his body. From his back, thin, tendril-like whips emerged and flailed wildly. On his face, a ferocious expression emerged. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Like an enraged beast, Musen roared loudly. No need for you to tell me twice. Riezel replied casually before dropping Tamayo and Yushiro, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. At the same time, several Kasugai crows circled in the sky, observing and relaying the current unfolding event. At this moment, the final battle between humans and demons, deciding the future of this world, had begun in full swing. Chapter 212, We Must Win. Outside the Infinity Castle, in the Swordsmith Village. As the crimson moon in the night sky grew brighter, a man sleeping in a room suddenly sat up, unable to move at all. Trembling all over, he struggled to put on his clothes and slowly made his way to the veranda that led to the courtyard. Despite his body being near death, he persisted in sitting there instead of lying down, gazing at the moon while coughing. Master Kagaya. Happening to enter the room with medicine, Kagaya's wife, Amain, hurried forward to support him. You can't do this, Master, you can't get out of bed right now. Amain's voice was anxious and concerned. Don't worry about me, it will be over soon. Kagaya calmly patted his wife's hand and spoke in his usual gentle tone. Amain understood what he meant by those words. I can feel it, Kibutsuji Musen is in battle. Like a last burst of light, Kagaya's voice returned to normal, no longer as strained or pained, but filled with indescribable calm and gentleness. I suppose His Excellency has already found him and is currently fighting him. Kagaya didn't know the outcome of this battle, but he knew this would be the last time he sat here like this. If Riezel defeated Musen, the curse on the Ubuyashiki family would be lifted, and he might overcome his illness and return to being a normal person. If Riezel couldn't defeat Musen and the demons achieved ultimate victory, with his current physical condition, he would likely die immediately. Even if Musen escaped and the curse remained, this would still be his last time sitting here. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Musen wasn't eradicated before dawn, this might also be the end for him. If that were the case, in this final moment, he preferred to sit here like this, instead of lying in bed, watching the moon until it was replaced by the sun of the following day. It's really frustrating. Kagaya murmured to himself. At a time like this, I can't fight like those children, picking up a sword and fighting alongside them. I can only sit here quietly, waiting for the outcome. Ubuyashiki is a cursed family from any perspective. Please don't worry too much. Amain said gently, supporting her husband. Thanks to Lord Tsujikuni, everyone has changed. If it's them now, they can surely prevail against the upper ranks. I believe in that too. Kagaya nodded with a gentle expression. They will definitely defeat the demons, overcome this 1,000-year tragedy, and set everything right. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, his appearance is a sign, a proof. Whether it's the one from the Sengoku era or this one from our Taisho era, it's the same. Kagaya turned to his wife. Thank you for all these years of hard work, Amain. Upon hearing this, Amain almost couldn't hold back her tears for a moment, but fortunately, she managed to. Don't worry, master. Amain said slowly. The curse will definitely be broken in our generation. Whether it's us or our children, we won't suffer like this again in the future. I believe that. Kagaya said with a faint smile. I've always believed. At this moment, the couple embraced each other, sitting under the full moon, quietly awaiting the final outcome. Before long, their children also came in, surrounding their parents and embracing them silently, waiting for Riezel's victory. Not only the Ubuyashiki family but everyone paying attention to this final battle was the same, each in their own way, awaiting the final outcome. Including the members of the Demon Slayer Corps currently trapped in the Infinity Castle, they were all the same. We must win. Gyumiai and Shinobu, who were fighting Upper Two Doma, silently prayed in their hearts. We must win. Kyujiro, locked in a fierce battle with Upper Three Akaza, exclaimed firmly in his heart. We must win. Sanemi and Ju, entangled with the clones of Upper Four Hantengu while searching for his main body, shouted in their hearts as they wielded their swords. We must win. Abanai and Tingen, trapped by Nakeim's demon blood art and constantly struggling through changing terrain, also prayed. We must win. Mitsuri, who had beheaded countless tigers and pushed Upper Six Torosei to the brink, along with Muichiro, prayed to the heavens. We must win. Shouting together, Zenitsu and Inosuke, though covered in wounds, refused to give up as they continued to charge toward Upper Seven Kaigaku. Whoosh! Tanjiro transformed into flames, but these were no longer the destructive ones from before. They radiated high temperatures and a reddish hue like the sun, akin to sun flames that purified everything. At this moment, Tanjiro finally unleashed Hinokami Kagura, sun-breathing, passed down through generations of the Kamado family from Yoriichi. We must win. Tanjiro's voice, carried by the sun's flames, echoed into the sky. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire cliff-like structure to tremble. At the pinnacle, a shockwave exploded, sweeping outwards like a storm, as if capable of rending heaven and earth. Atop the place called the throne, Riezel and Muzan clashed relentlessly. Boom, 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 boom. One enveloped in flames, the other wielding bladed flesh whips with frenzied ferocity, they collided, unleashing a staggering impact. In the process, the ground ruptured beneath their feet, sending shards of rock and debris soaring into the air. Lady Tamayo. Yashiro shielded Tamayo, shouting over the tumultuous winds and shock waves. It's too dangerous here. We need to retreat. Yashiro grabbed Tamayo, preparing to pull her away, but unfortunately, she shook off his grasp, bravely resisting the storm. No. I must stay and watch. Tamayo yelled, her gaze never left the battlefield. Yes, how could she leave now? Kibutsuji Muzan, the abomination who had altered her own existence, a monstrous being who had wrought unforgettable sorrow upon herself and others, was now being brought to justice. He had slaughtered too many lives. He had created too many tragedies. His very existence was the world's greatest sin. Now, a man bearing the name, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, prepared to defeat him, to annihilate him, to exact vengeance upon this demon. How could she leave at such a pivotal moment? She had dreamed of this moment every day. She believed that every human fighting tonight, everyone aware of this event, and everyone keeping track of the unfolding battle was awaiting Muzan's demise. As the closest witness, how could she walk away and miss it all? I must witness it. Tamayo clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms until they drew blood, letting it flow freely. I must see that monster die here, before my eyes. For her, it was a right and an honor reserved for her alone. Centuries ago, she had nearly witnessed Yoriichi's sword end Muzan's life. Centuries later, here she stood, ready to witness it truly happen. With this resolve, Tamayo refused to retreat even a single step and braved the storm, her body exposed to the onslaught. Even if struck in the forehead by flying debris, even if her thighs were slashed by rubble, and drenched in blood from head to toe, she would not retreat. Lady Tamayo. Yashiro watched as Tamayo gritted her teeth and endured everything, deeply moved. No longer advising or stopping her, he stood with her against the raging wind, silently persevering. Boom. Suddenly, another rumbling sound erupted, unleashing an even more violent shockwave that blew away the two who had persevered so bitterly. Amid the shockwave, Riezel and Muzin's figures appeared in a flash. Die! Shouting with anger, Muzin swung his thin, tendril-like whips wildly at Riezel. Muzin's primary means of attack consisted of two methods. One was transforming his physical body, turning his two arms into versatile, rock-solid defensive and offensive whips. Not only was their attack range extremely wide, but the bladed protrusions on them could also change position and shape at will, swinging at incredible speeds. Normally, even those who had used the transparent world would find it difficult to react, as their destructive power and speed were astonishing, capable of easily destroying a house with a single strike. In fact, the attack power and speed were such that even Yuriichi in his prime would shiver upon first encountering them, indicating the sheer power of these whips. Moreover, since these whips carried Muzin's blood, they were capable of destroying their target's cells at his will and, in theory, would cause instant death to anyone struck by them. Not to mention the numerous mouths on the whips that generated immense suction during attacks, creating whirlpools in the air, immobilizing those nearby, and tearing everything apart, making them even more deadly. Given this, Muzin's arms were clearly his deadliest weapons, and no human with flesh and blood would dare to be hit by them, not even to sustain a graze. Despite this, his second method of attack was equally formidable. It was what Muzin was doing at the moment, wildly swinging several thin, tendril-like, bladed whips that extended from his body toward his opponent. Not only did each of these thin whips move at astonishing speeds, imperceptible even to the transparent world, but, like his arm whips, they also carried his blood, so that a single hit would destroy cells and lead to death. Muzin's body boasted a total of 17 such thin whips, 9 on the upper body and 8 on the lower body. Even more so, the speed of the thin whips from the lower body surpassed that of those from the upper body, generating sonic booms capable of easily fracturing the earth during attacks, clearly demonstrating their terrifying power. Currently, Muzin controlled these 17 thin whips, ruthlessly attacking Riezel with maximum force. Caught in the sudden whirlpools and sonic booms caused by Muzin's whips, Riezel found his movements slowing and himself subjected to attacks from all directions. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed once again. Chapter 213, Final Battle, Riezel vs Muzin, I. Amidst the storm of impacts, Riezel was directly blasted to pieces by Muzin's 17 whips, capable of destroying terrain and buildings alike, leaving no trace behind. However, a figure suddenly appeared silently like flickering sun flames behind Muzin. Sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Riezel drew his sword that radiated intense heat, slicing through the void straight toward Muzin's back. However, his slash ended up cutting through empty air. With astonishing speed, Muzin evaded Riezel's slash aimed at his back, darting away like a bullet, his 17 whips still in motion. Riezel raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. His surprise was not without reason. After all, this was the first time his slash had been avoided by someone in this world. Previously, whether facing Akaza, Hentengu, Gyako, Gyutara, Daki, or even Kokuzubu, whenever he drew his sword and launched a slashing attack, none of them could react in time or evade effectively. Truthfully, it really couldn't be helped. Not only did Riezel's strength surpass them by too much, but even when he wasn't in fast attack mode, his speed wasn't something these so-called upper ranks could react to. Even when Riezel first arrived in this world, before he had evolved sun-breathing and during his encounter with Akaza, he already possessed strength equivalent to level 6, which was 2 levels higher than Akaza's level 4, making it effortless to defeat him. And now, having successfully evolved sun-breathing and possessing strength equivalent to lower middle level 7 in strong attack mode, the upper ranks were even further below him, 3 levels in difference. Even upper 1 Kokuzubu was 2 levels lower than him, making it very easy to defeat him. However, Muzin was undoubtedly different. It seems your strength has indeed grown considerably compared to when you faced Tsujikuni Yoriichi back then, huh? Riezel remarked calmly. Do you think I am still the me from over 300 years ago? Muzin said coldly. Since then, I've consumed countless humans, far beyond your imagination. Even if he ate only one human every few days over 300 years, the number of humans he consumed was still astonishing. Not to mention, for this battle, he had slaughtered an entire town, capturing thousands of humans to nourish himself, significantly enhancing his strength once again. As a result, the current him was indeed much stronger than when he first encountered Yoriichi. Otherwise, if Yoriichi could defeat him in an instant, Riezel should have been able to as well. In this situation, Riezel could already be certain. Muzin undoubtedly possessed strength equivalent to level 6, and not just any level 6, but at least on the higher end of level 6. In the original work, even weakened by Tamayo's drug, Muzin could handle Tanjiro, Gyumei, Sanemi, Abanai, Juo, and Mitsuri with ease, displaying strength surpassing that of Kokuzubu, who was equivalent to level 5. All of this made Riezel suspect that Muzin might have been level 6 in his prime. Whether Muzin was truly level 6 before, Riezel wasn't sure, but at this moment, Muzin definitely had the strength of level 6, or else Muzin wouldn't have been able to dodge his slash. However, even if you get stronger, so what? Riezel raised his sword. Dodging one strike is one thing, but how will you dodge the next? With these words, flames erupted beneath Riezel's feet, engulfing his entire body and transforming him into a blazing figure, charging toward Musen. Sun breathing, 7th form, sunflower thrust. Originally, this sword form was designed to launch a thrust attack toward an opponent above oneself, enveloping the sword with a ring of flames that inflicted multiple piercing wounds and burns on the opponent. However, after mastering all the sword forms of sun breathing, Riezel could now launch this sword form against an opponent in a horizontal position. Soon, the flames swirling around Riezel twisted into a cone shape, piercing toward Musen. Seeing this, Musen's pupils contracted before he immediately raised both hands, transforming his arms into flesh whips to meet the attack. Poochie! As the cone-like thrust struck the whips, it pierced them directly and skewered them on the spot. Ugh! Musen groaned, then swung another whip, booming toward Riezel, who transformed into a cone of fire. Boom! Dust and smoke accompanied the roar, generating a fierce airflow that tore up the ground. However, Riezel had already leaped high into the air, evading Musen's counterattack. Without delay, Riezel spun his sword, reigniting the flames. Sun breathing, 10th form, beneficent radiance. In midair, Riezel swung his sword directly at Musen, unleashing a spiral slash from top to bottom that unfolded like a red lotus flower, entwined with intense flames like the sun. It not only severed Musen's other whips but also cut through and incinerated several hastily raised thin whips that he used to defend himself. In the end, Musen lost both arms and several thin whips at once. Get lost. With veins bulging on his face, Musen was completely enraged, his eyes full of nothing but blood, roaring at Riezel. Boom. Immediately afterward, a tremendous shockwave suddenly erupted from Musen. Accompanied by falling thunder and lightning, hurricanes, and explosions, the shockwave indiscriminately bombarded all directions. As the shockwave spread, it destroyed everything around, particularly the ground, suffering from an all-around ravage, not just simple inch-by-inch fractures, but directly presenting a catastrophic collapse, causing the upper half of the cliff-like structure to explode and shatter. TCH. Riezel, who was close at hand, could not avoid this indiscriminate bombing aimed at everything, only able to slash at the oncoming shockwave. Sun breathing, 2nd form, clear blue sky. Boom. A vertically circular slash resembling the outline of the sun caused flames to flutter, enveloping Riezel and colliding with the oncoming shockwave, causing bursts of explosions. However, the shockwave seemed not only to have extremely powerful physical destructive power but also to affect the human body, causing chaos in the nervous system, leading to spasms that immobilized and even killed those affected. Riezel's shoulder was accidentally grazed by a lightning bolt carried by the shockwave, instantly causing stiffness on it. Blood Demon Art. Riezel recognized this move. It was Musen's Blood Demon Art, his trump card and most powerful attack. Although the name of his Blood Demon Art wasn't mentioned in the original work, this move had been used several times to turn the tables, almost resulting in the deaths of the protagonist and the Hashira attacking him. His attacks, whether those arm whips, thin whips, or this Blood Demon Art, all have an instantaneous deadly effect. Riezel rode the recoil of the flames, leaping down from the cliff-like structure that had turned into ruins. Bang. At the same time, Musen burst out from the shockwave, wielding the remaining dozen or so thin whips like a frenzied spider, crushing debris underfoot as he swiftly descended. Give me the blue spider lily. Musen's face had completely transformed, veins bulging like thick blood vessels, making him look like a genuine demon crawled out from hell. If you want it, then you'll have to take it. Responding calmly, Riezel's feet landed on the surface of the structure, sliding down frictionally, while his sword suddenly slashed out. Clang. Like a tolling bell, the burning sword clashed with the deadly bladed thin whips, sparking flames like fireworks. Clang, cling, clang, cling. In resounding clashes, Riezel and Musen engaged in intense combat, one sliding down while the other sprinted up the structure's surface, their sword and whips colliding repeatedly. Musen used 8 thin whips connected to his lower body, each whip's attack power and speed far surpassing those from his upper body and arms. Each swing caused sonic booms, damaging the structure's surface. In contrast, Riezel's sword swings were equally swift, leaving blazing slashes in the air like dazzling meteors or fleeting flames, each one aimed at Musen, causing explosions of flames that burned everything in their path. They fought from the top to the base of the structure, and then from the base returned to the top, leaving destruction in their wake as flames and sonic booms shattered everything. Rumble. Before long, the colossal cliff-like structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into countless massive stone fragments raining down. Without a doubt, this scene resembled a mountain collapse. Sun breathing, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Eventually, Riezel countered, charging forward with his sword, his whole body dancing like a fire dragon, unleashing a rapid barrage of slashing attacks at Musen, who was beneath the falling stone fragments. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As if a fire dragon danced around him, scorching slashes landed on Musen, who couldn't react in time. Flames burned into his body, leaving fiery blade wounds. Arg. After all these clashes, the intense pain from the burning flames in his wounds finally drove Musen to scream in agony. Sun breathing, first form, dance. In the next second, Riezel suddenly spun around and, with a sweeping slash, the blade of flame struck Musen's neck. Poochie! Amidst the tearing sound, Musen's head was severed. Chapter 214, Final Battle, Riezel vs Musen, 2. Did we succeed? Despite the crumbling surroundings of the place called the throne, Riezel's beheading of Musen was closely observed throughout the battle by Tamayo and Yushiro, who refused to retreat despite their injuries. Yushiro shielded Tamayo amidst various debris, pulling her down from the collapsing surroundings. As Yushiro watched the scene where Riezel beheaded Musen, he sighed with audible relief. However, Tamayo wasn't as optimistic. No. It's not over yet. Tamayo's gaze remained fixed on Musen. No one understood Musen better than her, and no one knew better than her how afraid of death he truly was. With his nature, there was no way he would simply die from having his head cut off. Demons who survived beheading by Nichiren swords were not unheard of, as Akaza was a prime example. Only a few powerful demons could break the limits of their kind when on the brink of death from the beheading by a Nichiren sword, making their necks no longer a weakness. Musen was undoubtedly one of them. Ayaha! Musen's head, cut off by Riezel, not only disappeared in an instant but also transformed into a huge demon head in midair, biting Riezel. As the progenitor of demons who had lived for thousands of years, Musen not only possessed a transformative ability that surpassed all other demons, but he could also transform into any shape and mutate into all sorts of physical forms, making his changes unpredictable and endlessly unfathomable. When Musen transformed his head into that of a huge, vicious demon and lunged at Riezel, his attack was extremely sudden. Most people would not have had time to react and would have been bitten to death. Fortunately, Riezel was not just anyone. Sun breathing, third form, raging Sunday. A divine sword emitting high temperatures traced a trajectory of an infinity symbol, releasing symmetrical sharp slashes at the demon head approaching to bite. Poochie, poochie. Two cutting sounds rang out, and the huge demon head, burning in flames, was neatly sliced into flying ashes and vanished. Among the ashes, Musen's head emerged and flew back to his body with a somewhat mortified expression. PSSS. With a sound like steam, smoke began to emanate from the severed neck between Musen's head and body, apparently preparing to regenerate. However, compared to his earlier injuries, when the Hashira had cut his neck, which normally regenerated in the blink of an eye, this time, they were slow to recover. TCH. Musen made a frustrated sound. He had long sensed that Riezel's slash, like Yorichi's bright red Nichiren sword, had the effect of delaying his regenerative abilities. With his regenerative abilities, even if struck by an average bright red Nichiren sword, he could regenerate immediately. In his eyes, the bright red Nichiren sword, which typically inflicted significant damage on demons, seemed somewhat inadequate before him, the progenitor of demons. From this, it was clear why Musen desperately sought the blue spider lily. Since sunlight was his only weakness, everything else was merely a nuisance to him. Whether it was a bright red Nichiren sword or a standard Nichiren sword, it was impossible to truly kill him or even inflict significant damage. However, Yorichi's bright red Nichiren sword was an exception. After all, demon slayers proficient in sun breathing could emit the same level of killing power as sunlight with their bright red Nichiren sword, making Musen, who had sunlight as his only weakness, unable to ignore it. For this reason, the injury Yoriichi inflicted on Musen during the Sengoku period didn't fully heal even after several hundred years. It was only recently, when he devoured thousands of people in one go, greatly increasing his power, that the injury finally began to heal. Nevertheless, what surprised Musen was that Riezel's slashes inflicted injuries on him equal to, or even greater than, Yoriichi's bright red Nichiren sword from that time. Even with his current power, these injuries couldn't regenerate as quickly as usual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden in the throne earlier to buy time. In Riezel's eyes, Musen's attacks were all lethal. Whether it was the arm whips, thin whips, or the shockwaves from his blood demon art, a mere touch was unbearable for the human body, either destroying cells or disrupting the nervous system to the point of instant death. Likewise, in Musen's eyes, Riezel's attacks were equally lethal. Even though Riezel wasn't using the bright red Nichiren sword, his normal slash could almost nullify Musen's regenerative ability in a short time, something that should have been impossible. Is it because of that sword? Musen noticed that the sword in Riezel's hand was no ordinary sword. Indeed, as a first-class special equipment, Hermit's blade gathers highly concentrated sunlight energy, enough to restrain demons effectively, rivaling the bright red Nichiren sword, and capable of easily cutting through even the scales of upper 5 Gyakko, which were as hard as diamond. However, what truly nullified Musen's regenerative ability was actually Riezel's skill known as Pioneer of the Sun, which delivered a special attack capability against evil entities, exerting a restraining effect that prevented creatures like demons from demonstrating their racial advantages in his presence. Unaware of this, Musen believed that Riezel's ability to inflict such terrifying damage on him was solely due to his special sword. I must destroy that sword. A very ruthless emotion surfaced in Muzin's eyes as he thought this. Clearly, he would not allow a weapon capable of restraining him to exist in this world. Now, with his neck unable to regenerate and even his severed arms not yet regrown, his body covered in fiery sword wounds, he could only fight using his thin whips. After making a decision, Muzin unleashed another blood demon art. Black blood, brambles. In the next second, many black thorns extended from where Muzin's arms had been severed, whistling as they charged toward Riezel. Boom, 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 boom. Where the black thorns passed, all the rubble blocking their path was pierced through and exploded on the spot, causing a shower of flying sand and rocks in the air. Floating in midair, Riezel followed the pull of gravity in free fall, watching the torrent of black thorns rush toward him like a black wave, his eyes flashing. Sun breathing, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Once again, Riezel transformed into a dancing dragon of fire, charging forward. As the fire dragon surged through the torrent of black thorns, it burned everything in its path and incinerated the thorns completely. From a distance, the fire dragon danced in front of collapsing buildings, first burning away the black thorns, then breaking through countless pieces of rubble, bursting through flying sand and rocks, and finally opening its blazing jaws to swallow Muzin. Seeing this, Muzin reacted not with alarm but with anticipation. Good, now is the time. In the next moment, a shockwave appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, hurricanes and explosions, the indiscriminate shockwave bombarded everything around Muzin for the second time, destroying everything in his vicinity. Rumble. At the same time, the collapsing throne was directly shattered by this shockwave, completely turning into ruins and crashing to the ground. Surprisingly, the fire dragon lunging toward Muzin was also annihilated by the shockwave. Starting from its head, the flames were gradually scattered inch by inch until only insignificant sparks remained. Riezel emerged from within the fire dragon, blown away by the hurricane and shockwave. Die. Muzin's entire body swelled up, continuously sprouting many flesh-resembled tumors, ultimately transforming into a giant baby, throwing a punch toward Riezel. Whoosh. His punch was like a descending meteorite, creating a sonic boom and storm the moment it was unleashed, causing the front of his fist to ignite with flames due to intense atmospheric friction. In the face of this punch, Riezel's small figure appeared as though Sun Wukong were about to be suppressed by the palm of Buddha, pressed toward the ground. Even so, there was never a trace of panic in Riezel's eyes, he even closed them. Sun breathing consists of 13 sword forms. Echoing in his ears was a voice he had heard in his dream before, light and ethereal. It was the voice of the swordsman who taught him sun breathing. During the practice of sun breathing, this was a sentence the swordsman repeatedly emphasized. However, in his dreams, that sun spirit-like swordsman never used and demonstrated the 13th sword form, only endlessly using the other 12 sword forms without interruption. Dance, clear blue sky, raging sun, fake rainbow, fire wheel, burning bones, summer sun, sunflower thrust, solar heat haze, setting sun transformation, beneficent radiance, sun halo dragon head dance, and flame dance. From beginning to end, the swordsman only used these 12 sword forms, while the 13th sword form never appeared. Riezel, who knew the original work well, naturally understood why. Because the 13th form was actually hidden within these 12 sword forms. Sun breathing, first form, dance. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. It was clear that the pronunciation of the first sword form and the 12th sword form of sun breathing was similar. In other words, the first form and 12th form could actually be linked together. By rotating through sun breathing's 12 sword forms in succession, a cycle is formed, thus constituting the 13th sword form of sun breathing. It was a sword form that Yoriichi temporarily comprehended after encountering Muzin, instantly severely injuring him. Riezel finally opened his eyes. At this moment, a radiant flame like the sun appeared on his body, an endless radiance transforming him into a true sun. In the next second, the sun rose and flew toward the giant baby's fist. Boom. When the sun collided with the giant baby's fist, a deafening roar resounded. Without even a moment of struggle, the giant baby's fist and arm, under the power of the sun, were instantly purified and turned to ashes, disappearing. Countless flaming slashes burst forth within the sun, slashing through the giant baby's fist, arm, and body, causing it to collapse, crumble, and dissipate on the spot. Immediately after, the flaming slashes, like the rising sun in the east, arrived at the center of the collapsing giant baby. Over there, with wounds covering his entire body, Muzin wore a grim expression, barely realizing what had happened. Poochie! Countless flaming slashes instantly fell upon him, severing his head once again and completely incinerating the rest of his body. Chapter 215, It's Over. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. It was the shaking sound of the earth. At this moment, the cliff-like structure collapsed entirely like a mountain avalanche, finally crashing heavily onto the ground. It stirred up a violent gust of wind, causing the ground to tremble and sending billows of dust and smoke into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Debris and rubble kept falling, creating frequent booming sounds that resembled a scene of mountains collapsing and earth splitting. Amidst the chaos of collapsing mountains and splitting earth, the infinite flames of the sun ended, gradually dispersing the rising flames. Currently, the giant baby had already vanished into ashes, disappearing without a trace, and even the body of the demon at its center had been completely incinerated. Only his head remained, falling from midair like a dislodged rock, rolling on the ground for several rounds before finally coming to a stop. Musen blankly stared at the scene before him, observing the ground just inches away, pressed by his own face. How is this possible? After being silent for a while, Musen murmured as he sensed his non-existent body. He refused to accept this reality. Step, step. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps rang out, causing Musen's vision to darken as a figure appeared before him. Musen subconsciously looked up. Riezel appeared before him, holding a sword emitting intense heat, looking down at him from a higher position. It's over. Riezel said calmly. In the end, you still couldn't take the blue spider lily from my hands. Upon hearing this, Musen's face twisted. He desperately drove his own power, trying to regenerate his body, but under the double restraint of Riezel's sword and skill, his regenerative ability was already suppressed. Now, with his entire body burned to ashes by Riezel's sunfire, even if he became stronger by breaking the limit again, it was impossible for all parts of his body except his head to regenerate quickly at this moment. As Riezel had mentioned, it was over. Realizing this, fear finally emerged in Musen's heart. After hundreds of years, since the last time he was severely injured by Yoriichi, Musen once again experienced the feeling of fear. He was going to die. He deeply understood this, just as he had realized it more than 300 years ago during the Sengoku period. Realizing this, Musen hesitated no more. Boom. Suddenly, his entire head exploded directly into countless fragments, shooting in all directions. Yes. Musen self-destructed. Just like the time he was severely injured by Yoriichi during the Sengoku period, Musen once again chose to self-destruct and split into countless fragments, crazily fleeing. As long as a piece of his fragment escaped from here, with his power, he would eventually be able to recover. It was Musen's strongest escape method, something even Yoriichi couldn't do anything about. Unfortunately, Musen was not facing Yoriichi now, but Riezel, who was prepared and possessed powers and means beyond this world's understanding. Buzz. In the air, a sudden buzzing sound appeared, causing a faintly glowing barrier to shimmer into existence. Yes, it was a barrier. At this moment, Riezel finally used the power of magic, using the magic from the structure system to construct a small barrier that completely isolated this area from the outside world. Pang, 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 asterisk. Fragments of Musen's body relentlessly struck against the barrier, creating a series of banging sounds. Pitifully, they were all blocked and unable to escape without exception. Just give up, you can't escape. Riezel calmly watched everything unfold, extending his hand and clenching his fist in a gesture of restraint. In the next moment, the barrier surrounding the area immediately began to shrink, gradually forming a square cube that fell into Riezel's hand. Inside the barrier cube, countless fragments continued to impact the shield fiercely, yet they were completely unable to break through. What? What the fuck is this? Musen shouted in shock and anger from inside the barrier cube, his voice filled with panic. I told you, it's over. Riezel calmly watched the chaos inside the barrier cube. No. It's not over yet. Musen wouldn't simply surrender without a fight, so in the next moment, he yelled into the void in agitation. Neikime. Get me out of here. Quickly. Obviously, this was another escape route he had planned. By transferring all members of the Demon Slayer Corps to the Infinity Castle, he not only intended to use the castle's terrain to trap and annihilate them but also to secure a way out for himself in case of emergencies. With Neikime controlling it, he could instantly be transported away, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps trapped. In this way, he could permanently eliminate the entire Demon Slayer Corps and leisurely escape. It had to be said that Musen's plan was not bad, but he was about to be disappointed. Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai and Sound Hashira Yuzuitingen have defeated the upper five. Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai and Sound Hashira Yuzuitingen have defeated the upper five. Upper five. Defeated. Casualties are 0. As several Kasugai crows flew through the air and brought this news, Musen was once again dumbfounded. It was only then that he realized Neikime had disappeared. Neikime, who controlled the Infinity Castle, was able to change its terrain at will and theoretically prevent enemies from ever approaching her, allowing for instant teleportation out of danger. Yet, Neikime, who seemed impossible to defeat with this amazing ability, had actually been defeated. You think I haven't considered how passive I might become once inside the Infinity Castle? Riezel looked at Musen's fragments that had settled within the barrier cube, speaking calmly and composedly. I knew you would choose to engage in battle within the Infinity Castle. I also knew that if we didn't deal with Upper 5 Neikime, we would be trapped by this castle. That's why I warned the Demon Slayer Corps that once they encountered her, they must prioritize eliminating her. As a result, when they encountered Neikime, even Abanai, who was eager to assist Mitsuri, had to set aside his intentions and engage Neikime directly. Although Neikime's demon blood art was troublesome, it still had a flaw, namely, every time she used it, she had to pluck her biwa. Riezel informed all the Hashira of this fact, and based on this, each Hashira devised their own different strategies. Among them, Tengen's strategy was particularly the most effective. As the sound Hashira, Tengen possessed sensitive hearing. While not as sensitive as Zenitsu's hearing, who could hear footsteps, heartbeats, and even someone's emotions from a great distance, he could still detect subtle sounds. He also had a unique understanding of music, possessing an original combat calculation formula. By analyzing and converting the rhythm of an opponent's attack into musical notes, he could understand their attack patterns and blind spots. Once he completed his calculations and successfully converted the rhythm into music, he could target the gaps in the rhythm to strike his opponent, much like adding harmonies to a song. Such abilities were perfectly suited for dealing with Neikime. As long as Neikime plucked her biwa in front of Tengen, he could quickly discern the pattern of her blood demon art activations and take targeted actions, navigating around the changing terrain without being hindered by it. Furthermore, with Abanai's ability to swing slashes that could turn corners from blind spots, seizing the opportunity to behead Neikime before she could escape while plucking her biwa wouldn't be too difficult for this serpent Hashira, who had already awakened the demon slayer mark in the transparent world. Unfortunately for Neikime, she encountered Tengen, who could counter her effectively, making her survival seem nearly impossible. Of course, even if Neikime did survive, Riezel wouldn't allow her to transport Muzan out of Infinity Castle. After all, not only did Riezel not neglect his studies of magic from the interference system, but it was the magic system with which he had the highest compatibility. Therefore, even without mastering any particularly advanced magic from the interference system, he could interfere with Neikime's demon blood art. In other words, from the beginning, Muzan had no chance of escaping using Neikime's demon blood art. Moreover, with Neikime defeated, the downfall of the other upper ranks was just a matter of time, as confirmed by the next news from the Kasugai Crows. Love Hashira Kenroji Mitsuri and Mist Hashira Takadam Wichuru have defeated the upper 6. Upper 6. Defeated. Casualties are 0. Facing an upper rank that controlled Tigers, Mitsuri and Wichuru, both strength at level 4 with their Demon Slayer marks activated, felt little pressure confronting this demon and quickly beheaded him. Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi and Water Hashira Tomioka Ju have defeated the upper 4. Upper 4. Defeated. Casualties are 0. Sanemi and Ju, both Hashira who had awakened the 3 abilities, were at the pinnacle of level 4. Undoubtedly, the clones of Hantengu were no match for them, and it was only a matter of time before they found and killed the main body. Stone Hashira Haimji Megumi and Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu have defeated the upper 2. Upper 2. Defeated. Casualties are 0. Upper 2, Doma, was undoubtedly powerful, likely nearing the pinnacle of level 4. Even with Shinobu using the Demon Slayer mark, which only equated to upper level 4, she was likely not a match for Doma. However, with Gumei by her side, who was comparable to middle level 5, Doma's defeat was inevitable. Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujuru has defeated the upper 3. Upper 3. Defeated. Casualties are 0. Even Kyujuru overcame his fated enemy, defeating Akaza who had killed him in the original work, achieving victory. With the aid from the Demon Slayer mark, capable of boosting one's strength by half a level, Kyujuru, like Sanemi and Juo, now possessed strength equivalent to the pinnacle of level 4. Akaza, despite also being at the pinnacle of level 4, fluctuated in power and lacked special abilities like the Transparent World, so his defeat by Kyujuru was not surprising. Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inosuke have defeated the upper 7. Upper 7. Defeated. Casualties are 0. In the end, the 3 main characters also achieved a great victory, with no casualties, defeating the upper 7, Kaigaku. With this, all the upper ranks had been defeated. Muzan fell silent. Inside the barrier cube, all his fragments ceased moving around and reformed into a head. Muzan stared at Riezel, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. Why? In his question, there was resentment and bitterness. Chapter 216, He won. Why, you say? Upon hearing Muzan's question, Riezel tilted his head slightly. At this point, you're still asking why. Does it even matter? Riezel's words made many blood vessels appear in Muzan's eyes. I just want to survive. What have I done wrong? Muzan shouted in anger. Indeed, in a way, Muzan was quite innocent. Before he was even born, the shadow of death had tightly wrapped around him. While in his mother's womb, he was so weak that his heart stopped beating several times. Even though he was eventually born by sheer luck, he was in a state similar to a stillborn and almost died right after birth. Although he had desperately clawed his way back from the brink of death and managed to survive, he was still diagnosed with a terminal illness and was told he wouldn't live past 20. In the end, he spent most of his days bedridden, constantly battling death. If he had just died then, he would have been someone with a tragic life, a pitiful soul countless people would feel sorry for. In that sense, Musin was indeed very innocent. However, you have sacrificed too many lives just to stay alive. Riezel said calmly. Is your life the only one that matters, while other people's lives are worthless in your eyes? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Musin paused for a second before bursting into laughter, an exaggerated, wild laugh. You mean to say that sacrificing others' lives to survive is wrong? Musin said with a sneer on his face. What about humans? Aren't humans committing the same thing as me? They also eat meat to survive, they kill living beings, putting the corpses of animals on their tables as nutrients to keep themselves alive, eating them up. What they can do, why can't I do? Just because they cook their food to look less bloody, they're not wrong. Or are you saying that because they eat animals instead of humans? But I'm not human either. I'm a demon. In my eyes, humans are just talking animals. Musin shouted at Riezel with an angry expression. Why? Why is it wrong for me to survive? Clearly, Musin was still filled with resentment over his current fate. Unfortunately, his words only earned him Riezel's cold gaze. If you really can't understand, let me put it more bluntly. Looking calmly at Musin, Riezel began to explain. It's because everyone wants you dead and no one wants to see you survive, so no matter the reason, this is the only outcome you can expect. In short, no one gives you a damn. Got it. Hearing this, Musin's expression froze. You should have thought about this long ago. Riezel continued, his voice became cold. Since you started killing others without reason, they have every right to kill you without reason either. In fact, the reason has always been there, you just didn't see it as valid. Yeah, I get it, you're not human. But you know, if you can kill humans, and humans can kill animals, why can't we kill you too? With someone as cold-blooded as you, talking about deep-seated hatred is probably beyond your grasp. Trying to explain family bonds to you would be a waste of time since you just find them strange, right? So, I won't explain further. However, there's only one thing you need to get. You simply shouldn't exist in this world. Riezel stated each word deliberately. Your death will give more people the chance to keep living, instead of one day unexpectedly losing their most precious life, just like you see your own. Do you get it now? Demon. As Riezel's words reached Musin's ears, he fell into complete silence. At this moment, Musin's expression ceased to be filled with anger, hatred, or resentment. Instead, for some inexplicable reason, a profound calmness settled over him. As Tamayo and Yushiro stumbled out from a pile of rubble, looking disheveled as they witnessed the scene, they also fell silent. Especially Tamayo, a woman who harbored centuries-old hatred toward Musin, watched as the demon who had been the object of her hatred for so long now only had his head held in Riezel's hand. Although her eyes gleamed with intense satisfaction, Tamayo clenched her fists and found herself speechless for reasons she couldn't explain. In this tense and quiet moment, Riezel turned his empty hand and retrieved the blue spider lily from his storage space. For every beginning, there is an end. After 1,000 years, it's time for you to atone for your sins. Riezel released the blue spider lily, letting it fall to the ground. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flame ignited from the blue flower, burning it to ash. Seeing this, the jumbled thoughts in Musin's mind seemed to vanish as if his soul had been completely drained, leaving him staring blankly at the burning blue spider lily, the blood vessels in his eyes gradually fading away. It was as if his life, his dreams, his everything, had disappeared along with the burning flower. In his final moment, Musin uttered only one sentence. I'm a demon, but I'm not a monster. Musin stared at Riezel and spoke sincerely and slowly. In my eyes, you and Tsujikuni Yoriichi are the true monsters. Unfortunately, Musin's words didn't provoke any psychological reaction from Riezel. Thanks for the compliment. After Riezel responded calmly to Musin's compliment, a red fluctuation emanated from his hand, forming crimson waves that enveloped the barrier cube. Bzzz. In the next moment, Musin's head, enclosed in the barrier cube that imprisoned him, was instantly decomposed into nothingness by Riezel's decomposition magic. Like shattering glass, this scene resulted in Musin completely disappearing from the world. Silence pervaded the ruins. Riezel calmly turned around, slowly sheathing hermit that emitted high temperatures into its scabbard as if he had done something insignificant. Tamayo and Yushiro looked at Riezel's back, feeling a mix of emotions. It's over. Yushiro mumbled in a daze. Yeah. Tamayo closed her eyes, her tone tinged with sorrow and mourning. Everything finally comes to an end. It really did end. Just as Musin was instantly disintegrated into nothingness by Riezel's decomposition magic, completely disappearing from this world, within the Infinity Castle, countless demons who were fighting fiercely against the Demon Slayer Corps all froze in place. They stood motionless. They lost their aura. As the demon blood within them rapidly disappeared at an astonishing speed, they ceased existing as creatures known as demons. One by one, they turned into ash, gradually dissipating as if they were being illuminated by sunlight, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had fought valiantly with bloodshed, looked at each other, unable to snap out of their daze for a long time. After a while, someone finally spoke as if awakening from a trance. "Is it over?" Such a voice awakened everyone. "Is it over? It's over. It's over. It's over." They began dropping their weapons, tears streaming down their faces little by little. Immediately after, cheers loud enough to shatter the ceiling erupted, causing all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to either cry out or embrace each other, their faces filled with excitement and joy. "It's over. It's all over. Kibutsuji Musen is dead." As everyone cried and laughed, many Kasugai crows also flew around, spreading the news. Head instructor Tsujikuni Yoriichi has defeated Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen is successfully defeated. Kibutsuji Musen is successfully defeated. In the Kasugai crow's sharp voices, only one sentence remained: Kibutsuji Musen is successfully defeated. Su succeed. Mitsuri cheered, surrounded by the corpses of numerous tigers. Excellent. Wichiru also rarely showed an excited expression. Namu Amida Butsu. Just as Gumiai stepped out of the lotus pond, he heard the news and immediately clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. He did it. Elder sister. Shinobu stood beside Gumiai, holding Doma's golden iron fan, and for the first time, a sincere smile formed on her face. Finally dead. Abanai stopped in his tracks, unraveling the bandages that had been wrapped around his mouth. Truly, quite splendid, head instructor. Tengen burst into laughter in front of Abanai. That guy. Sanemi held the head of a small demon, watching silently as several Kasugai crows flew through the air. Lord Head Instructor. Impressive. Even Ju, after a moment of silence, made such a statement. Big brother. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke lay battered on the ground, looking up at the sky with broad smiles. Lastly, Kyujiro emerged from the destroyed arena, dragging an injured arm, his resolute face adorned with a smile radiant enough to illuminate everything. Well done, young Tsujikuni. Recalling the incredible youth who once declared on the Mugen train to protect him, Kyujiro felt that he might never forget that encounter that day. At this moment, every member of the Demon Slayer Corps cheered and rejoiced, not stopping for a long time. Meanwhile, in the Swordsmith village. By now, the sun had already risen. Master. Father. At this moment, Amain and her children shed tears of joy because Kagaya stood up without difficulty or help. When they saw his figure, the decaying traces on his body gradually disappeared. Feeling the long-lost strength and vitality flowing through him, Kagaya realized for the first time that he could move simply because he was still alive. He won. He won. Kagaya smiled with tears streaming down his face. After a millennium, the curse of the Ubuyashiki family finally disappeared on this day. Under the sunlight, Kagaya and his family embraced each other, welcoming a new and vibrant day with tears of joy. Chapter 217, No More Demons, No More Demon Slayer Corps. Swordsmith Village, Temporary Headquarters. In this room filled with tatami mats, screens, and bonsai, a meeting was taking place. At this moment, all the Hashira were assembled and kneeling on both sides, their swords hanging from their waists, bowing slightly toward Kagaya, who was seated in the main seat. By Kagaya's side was Amain and their two children, like a feudal lord enjoying their later years. Now, Kagaya no longer needed assistance and was no longer coughing violently, even his once disfigured face seemed to be gradually recovering and no longer appeared as terrifying and monstrous as before. Needless to say, this brought great joy to the Hashira, some even moved to tears. Congratulations, Master. Master. Your illness has finally been cured. This is truly wonderful. One after another, the Hashira expressed their joy. Kagaya looked at the Hashira who had their faces filled with joy, his gaze as gentle as if he were looking at his own children. I am also very glad to see all of you here, with no one missing. Kagaya said sentimentally. It's truly wonderful that no one has been sacrificed or is absent. He was indeed delighted about this. In the final battle against the demons, they not only faced the once unbeatable upper ranks but also contended with the Demon King, an almost invincible monster eager to annihilate the entire Demon Slayer Corps. With all the demons swarming out, even if every Hashira were to sacrifice themselves, it would not have been surprising. Kagaya had already mentally prepared himself, accepting the possibility of the Hashira's deaths, so knowing that they achieved victory without any was naturally the best possible outcome. Moreover, the Hashira didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, except for Kyujiro, whose hand was visibly injured and wrapped in bandages. Naturally, all of this was thanks to a certain someone. It's all thanks to Lord Head Instructor that we were able to defeat the upper ranks with relative ease and achieve this victory. Shinobu spoke with a smile, her eyes closed, drawing everyone's attention to a single person. They looked at Riezel, who sat facing Kagaya from a distance, the divine sword renowned in the swordsmith village lying beside him. His sitting posture was casual, unlike the other Hashira, who kneeled, or Kagaya, who sat very straight, appearing calm. However, no one forgot that it was this person who led the Demon Slayer Corps to victory against the demons, including Kibutsuji Musen, the progenitor of them all. Without him, they would not have had the strength to defeat the upper ranks. Without him, the Demon Slayer Corps would inevitably have suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, without him, Musen might not have even been defeated, nor would he have initiated the battle, allowing the Demon Slayer Corps to have the opportunity to defeat the demons. Everything was because of this person, allowing them to achieve this success. Kagaya naturally couldn't forget this point. His gaze toward Riezel was truly different from how he looked at everyone else. When Kagaya looked at the others, he seemed like he was looking at his own children, but when he looked at Riezel, he looked completely at his benefactor, at humanity's hero. Kagaya really wanted to thank Riezel for himself, his family, his people, and all of humanity, but unfortunately, now was not the time. How are the casualties? Kagaya inquired about the most important issue. Reporting was done by Gyumei. We've already had the Kikuchi gather casualty statistics. Gyumei, with prayer beads in hand and palms together, reported. Although there have been some casualties, the timely appearance of the mechanical dolls has kept the numbers low. Approximately 40 members have been confirmed dead, and around 10 have sustained severe injuries that may leave them disabled and unable to live normal lives in the future, while the rest are unharmed. Such casualty figures were actually much better than originally anticipated. Since the Demon Slayer Corps had only hundreds of combatants, if they confronted demons whose strength generally reached lower ranks, there was a significant chance that all of them would be annihilated. However, now only dozens were actually dead, 10 left disabled, and the rest unharmed. Such casualties, in a war that could determine humanity's future, were practically insignificant. I see. Kagaya closed his eyes, seemingly grieving for the fallen and offering prayers for them, but quickly, he calmed himself and immediately made arrangements. Provide ample compensation to the families of the deceased and fulfill any requests they have to the extent possible. As for the disabled, they must be given sufficient support to secure their future lives. Kagaya instructed Amain beside him. Yes, master. Amain accepted the order without any objection. Whether it was compensation or support, it was certainly the responsibility of the Ubuyashiki family, not the Hashira. Of course, some of the Hashira would also offer assistance. Master, the Butterfly Mansion will provide medical treatment for the disabled at no cost and offer facilities for their recuperation, ensuring they recover as much as possible. Shinobu stated firmly, prompting Kagaya to nod. According to the results of this battle, everyone then assessed the losses in various aspects, made necessary arrangements, and Kagaya's children documented the entire proceedings of the meeting that would become an important part of the Ubuyashiki family's history, forever preserved within the family. Meanwhile, Riezel silently listened throughout, neither participating in discussions nor uttering a word, simply waiting quietly for the meeting to conclude. Eventually, the meeting continued until the afternoon. Once everything had been discussed, everyone fell silent, enveloped in an indescribable sense of solemnity. Gradually, a slight atmosphere of melancholy began to pervade the room. It couldn't be helped. With this meeting will be the last. Kagaya spoke softly, gazing outside. Now that Kibutsuji Musen has been eliminated, demons are no more, and there are no longer any monsters that prey on humans in this world. Since its establishment, the Demon Slayer Corps has always had one goal, which is to exterminate demons. Now that demons no longer exist, there is no reason for the Demon Slayer Corps to continue. Kagaya's words were understood by everyone and no one objected. Truly, this is a good thing. Kagaya's voice remained gentle and mild. From now on, no one will lose their family or loved ones and then take up a sword for revenge. From now on, no one will need to risk being killed or eaten by demons, thrown into battles where death could come at any moment. In the future, there will be no demons, no demon slayers. Although the Demon Slayer Corps may cease to exist, as long as you all live, we will always be connected, never to be severed. Do you agree? Yes. Kagaya's words prompted a unanimous response from all the Hashira that echoed thunderously. It wasn't until this moment that Kagaya turned to Riezel, looking directly at him. I want to thank you, Your Excellency. Kagaya's tone became solemn and dignified. Young hero who bears the name of Tsujikuni Yoriichi, thank you for bringing us hope, bringing us a future, bringing us everything. In the next moment, Kagaya, accompanied by his wives and children, knelt before Riezel, performing an extremely solemn bow. Such a bow, given the Ubuyashiki family's status, would make anyone feel awe and shock. Yet, not only did none of the Hashira intervene, but they all, like Kagaya, bowed deeply to Riezel. Including Kyujiro, Shinobu, and even Sanemi and Abanai, who had previously clashed and had a conflict with Riezel. All the higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Master and the Hashira whom everyone respected and loved, were here, solemnly bowing to a 17-year-old youth. In the past, This would have been unthinkable, but now, not a single person in the room felt that Riezel did not deserve this bow. Even if the ordinary members were present, they would likely have no objections and would also kneel before Riezel, just like everyone else. Needless to say, this bow was rightfully deserved by Riezel. In response, although Riezel did not refuse their bows, he shook his head as he looked at them. "You don't have to do this," Riezel said lightly. "I'm not doing it for you all, just for myself, going with the flow." Even so, by ending this 1,000-year-old mistake and tragedy, it remains an undisputed fact. Kagaya spoke softly, his gaze firm and determined. "All in all, you're a great benefactor to me and the Obuyashiki family. In the future, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me or my family." Kagaya lifted his head, giving Riezel a slight smile. "As long as it's within our power, even if it means using all the resources we have, we will make it happen." With that, Kagaya gestured to Amain, who handed something to Riezel. It was a jade stone engraved with the crest of the Obuyashiki family. With this jade stone, the Obuyashiki family would spare no effort, sacrificing everything to fulfill Riezel's request, regardless of time or place. Clearly, this was Kagaya's greatest gratitude to Riezel. Although he didn't really need it, after a moment of thought, Riezel finally accepted the jade stone. He considered it just a gesture since, after all, once he left this world, he probably wouldn't return. Afterward, Kagaya looked around at everyone in the room, as if wanting to etch them all deeply into his heart, before speaking up in a firm tone. "As of today, the Demon Slayer Corps will officially disband. Thank you all for your hard work." Kagaya bowed to everyone present. Seeing this, all the Hashira suppressed their overflowing emotions, some with tears in their eyes, while others endured with all their might, before finally bowing back respectfully to Kagaya. On this day, the Demon Slayer Corps officially disbanded. Henceforth, in this world, there were no more demons or the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 218, Farewell and Miraculous Medicine. Afterward, at Kagaya's request, Riezel helped all the Hashira remove the Demon Slayer mark from their bodies. It was understandable, as it was a deadly ability, after all. If Riezel hadn't helped them remove the Demon Slayer mark, they wouldn't have lived past 25 years old. Moreover, Gyumei, who was already 27 years old, would have died immediately without any luck. Since the birth of the Demon Slayer mark, only one person managed to survive with it, and that was Yoriichi. Riezel didn't know how Yoriichi managed it, as the original work didn't ever mention it. Perhaps Yoriichi survived because his Demon Slayer mark was naturally born with him, so it didn't exhaust his lifespan, allowing him to live. Or perhaps he had found a way to neutralize its side effect before turning 25. In the end, no matter what reason, Yoriichi was Yoriichi, his existence was special and a genuine cheat that the Hashira could not compare at all. For this reason, continuing to keep the Demon Slayer mark would only lead to their demise. In this way, Riezel used the decomposition magic to decompose the Demon Slayer mark on the Hashira. As a result, the Hashira could all live past 25 years old without a problem, but similarly, without the Demon Slayer mark, their strength was greatly reduced, almost returning to their original state. Without the Demon Slayer mark, the Hashira couldn't even use the bright red Nichiren sword, and only the transparent world remained usable among the three abilities. However, since Tengen, Shinobu, and Mitsuri didn't even have the transparent world, they were the ones who truly reverted to their original state. Nevertheless, with demons now non-existent, they no longer needed such abilities. And so, with the Demon Slayer Corps officially disbanded, all demon slayers would put down their swords and return to normal society, living normal lives. Kyujiro would inherit the Rengoku family's business, attempting to transform his long-standing family of demon slayers. He apparently intended to open a dojo where future apprentices would come to learn his family's swordsmanship, making the dojo the main focus of the Rengoku family. Shinobu would continue to manage the Butterfly Mansion, but it would no longer serve just the Demon Slayer Corps. It would now cater to the general public, treating people's illnesses. Abanai seemed determined to confess his feelings to Mitsuri, so if they were to marry soon, it seemed likely. On the other hand, since Tengen was already married with 3 wives, the 4 of them planned to settle down somewhere and live a secluded life. Gyumei, Sanemi, and Michiru expressed their intention to remain with the Obuyashiki family, continuing to serve it. As for Juo, he seemed to want to return to his master, so what he would do in the future, only he knew. As the Hashira each made their own plans, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke also planned to return to the Kamado family with Nezuko to go back to their old lives. Of course, after the disbandment of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Obuyashiki family wouldn't ignore them, whether it was the Hashira, Tanjiro, and the others, or even the ordinary members and the Kikuchi. From the start, the Obuyashiki family had planned to help them integrate into normal society and live normal lives, at least financially, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Under these circumstances, even the swordsmith village was preparing to open up to the outside world. They would no longer hide but would rely on their forging occupation as their main economic source, serving the whole country. With the assistance of the Obuyashiki family, everything would proceed orderly in the future. It could be said that those who survived would have a bright future ahead, living their lives worry-free. Kagaya, Kyujuru, Tanjiro, and the others had asked Riezel about his plans for the future, but he simply replied with one sentence. "I'll return to the place where I belong." Riezel said only that and thereafter said nothing more. However, one thing was certain, his mysterious answer left Kagaya, Kyujuru, Tanjiro, and the others with a feeling that once he departed, they would never meet him again. Nevertheless, they did not dwell on this feeling excessively. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the swordsmith village, everyone gathered together to bid farewell. "Us Ubuyashikis will always remember you, Your Excellency," Kagaya declared firmly, yet his face remained gentle. "You are welcome to visit my dojo anytime," Kyujuru added, with an unusually gentle expression, embracing Riezel. "Thank you for everything, big brother." Tanjiro spoke sadly, shedding tears, but after wiping them away, he smiled broadly at Riezel. Seeing them like this, Riezel revealed something to them at this final moment. "Actually, my name isn't Tsujikuni Yoriichi." Riezel suddenly smiled at everyone. "My name is Riezel." At this point, Riezel finally revealed his true name to them. Riezel. Kagaya, Kyujuru, Tanjiro, and the others murmured the name in a daze. When they came to their senses, Riezel was already gone, vanished like a ghost. On this day, Riezel officially left the Swordsmith village, left the Demon Slayer Corps. Whether it was the Demon Slayer Corps or the people of the Swordsmith village, no one ever saw him again after that. Even so, Riezel's name remained forever. Many years later, people would discover some peculiar things. For instance, in a dojo called the Rengoku Hall, on a wall of honor, the name Riezel was engraved in the front row. On the other hand, the ancestors of the Ubuyashiki family often mentioned to later generations a great swordsman and hero named Riezel. Meanwhile, in a charcoal-selling family deep in the mountains, there was a group photo of all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, with an empty space in the center where a mechanical doll stood holding a tag inscribed with the name Riezel. Even in a private medical enterprise called Butterfly, it was said that there was a female pharmacist who made significant contributions to the medical field, never married, and dedicated her life to researching a medicine capable of curing various illnesses, a medicine named Riezel. However, these events took place a very long time later. At this moment, as Riezel left the swordsmith village, he paused his footsteps as he entered a deep mountain area. Ahead of him were two figures. It was none other than Tamayo and Yashiro. "Are you leaving?" Tamayo asked, her serene face no longer bore the sorrow and resentment of the past, replaced by a sense of relief. "Yeah." Riezel nodded calmly. "Are you here to see me off for the last time?" "I guess so." Tamayo smiled gently. "Though I really want to thank you, you've probably heard enough of that, so I'll just keep it in my heart." Is that so?" Riezel smiled knowingly. "What are your plans now?" At his question, Tamayo lowered her gaze. "I've successfully developed a cure for demon transformation," Tamayo explained softly. "I've analyzed all the blood left by Muzan from the previous battle in the Infinity Castle, and finally developed the cure." "Oh." Riezel was taken aback for a moment, then understood. "So you're planning to take this cure and become human again?" "Whether it's me or Yashiro, if there's a chance to become human again, we won't hesitate." Tamayo nodded gently. Creatures like demons shouldn't exist in this world any longer. Muzan's death had eradicated all demons, except for Tamayo and Yashiro. Using her medical knowledge, Tamayo had seized the opportunity centuries ago to transform her body and free herself from Muzan's influence when he was severely injured by Yoriichi and too weak to control her. As for Yashiro, he was the only demon in this world who wasn't transformed by Muzan's blood. He was transformed into a demon by Tamayo when he was dying, thanks to her centuries of research on demons. Because of this, Muzan's death didn't affect these two. Now, only Tamayo and Yashiro remained as demons in this world, while all others had vanished. Apart from Riezel, few knew about this fact, except for the Ubuyashiki family. However, Kagaya seemed unwilling to interfere with Tamayo and Yashiro. From this, it was clear that Kagaya chose to trust Tamayo, believing that even as a demon, she would not fall into depravity. Needless to say, Tamayo and Yashiro could live on as demons forever, never aging or dying. Tamayo also knew of the existence of the blue spider lily, so with her medical abilities, developing a drug to overcome sunlight wouldn't be difficult. In time, Muzan's dream of eternal life and perfect existence could be realized through Tamayo and Yashiro. Yet, Tamayo seemed reluctant to do so. It was clear that she didn't want to be a demon but wanted to return to her origins as a human. Even if it meant a limited lifespan, it didn't matter to her. Having avenged her deep-seated grudge and lived in this world for centuries, she had had enough. Now, she only wished to pass away peacefully as a human. With Tamayo making this choice, it was natural that Yashiro couldn't continue to live as a demon by himself. With this in mind, once the effects of the demon transformation cure were fully confirmed and no problems arose, both of them would likely take the cure directly and return to being human. In that way, the last 2 demons in the world would disappear. Please take this. Tamayo suddenly handed a small bottle to Riezel. What's this? Riezel took the bottle and asked confusedly. This is a medicine I developed by thoroughly diluting Musen's blood. It can temporarily give humans a regenerative ability comparable to a demon's, the only one of its kind in the world. Tamayo explained slowly. If you take it, even the most severe wounds will heal instantly, and it can even revive people who haven't been dead for too long. A medicine that could revive people. Seeing such a miraculous medicine in his hand, Riezel couldn't help but be amazed. Consider it a token of my gratitude to you. Tamayo bowed to Riezel, bidding farewell. If fate allows, maybe we'll meet again. With that, Tamayo disappeared with Yushiro. Riezel watched them leave, and after a long while, he finally stored the medicine away. Chapter 219, Riezel and Yoriichi. At this moment, there was about half a month left until Riezel's dimensional travel would come to an end. Having bid farewell to all acquaintances from the Swordsmith village and the Demon Slayer Corps, Riezel had done everything he could. Since there were no more demons left for him to kill and his status had also reached the limit of level 5, with all basic abilities at SSS, further growth was difficult. As a result, Riezel planned to simply wander around this world and give himself some relaxation during this half-month's time. Since arriving in this world, he had endured 3 months of suffering for the evolution of sun breathing, followed by 2 months of training the Hashira without any real rest. It was the same in the world of Danmachi. For 100 consecutive days, he fought in the dungeon almost without rest. Even in the Akasha continent, he honed his swordsmanship and trained relentlessly, rarely stopping. When this dimensional travel ended and he returned to the Akasha continent, he felt that he might once again have to hustle for something. Given the situation, the remaining half-month of dimensional travel was probably his rare opportunity to relax. With such a rare chance, Riezel didn't insist on doing anything else, only wanting to stroll around and then bid farewell to this world completely after half a month. However, as he made this decision, during a certain night, a voice sounded in his ear. Ding, ling. It was the familiar sound of wind chimes. When the sound of the wind chime rang out, Riezel, who was already asleep, found himself in a place he had been to before. It was the mountaintop that faced the sun, towering into the clouds, making the sun appear very close, as if within reach. Wait, this dream again. Riezel muttered in a surprised tone. You know, this is the mountain closest to the sun that I've ever seen, and it's also my favorite place. Accompanied by these words, a figure seemed to emerge from the sun itself and approached Riezel slowly from the front. He had black hair edged in red, tied up high in a ponytail, maroon irises in his eyes, and wore a yellow kimono with a red haori draped over it. He also bore a flame-shaped mark on his forehead and had a sword at his waist. Seeing the figure's appearance and demeanor, Riezel instantly knew who he was. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Yes, he was none other than Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Hello. Yoriichi greeted Riezel with a typical samurai bow, his face displaying a composed expression. This is our first time speaking face-to-face, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Riezel smiled faintly. Can't help it. Riezel shrugged casually. Last time I was here, you only demonstrated sun breathing to me unilaterally and then left. When else would we have had the chance to talk? In the first place, the fact that the two of them could converse like this was, in a sense, quite bizarre. After all, Yoriichi was someone from the Sengoku period, who had passed away centuries ago. For him to appear in someone else's dreams, engage in conversation, and even pass on his sun breathing to others, Riezel knew that if he were to mention this to others, they would undoubtedly think he was losing his mind. However, Riezel knew that the Yoriichi before him wasn't a figment of his imagination or an illusion, but truly the genuine Yoriichi himself. Because in this world, hell truly existed, and there seemed to be heaven too. After people died, they could be reincarnated, and souls could linger in this world without simply disappearing. In the original work, Tanjiro had been encouraged and awakened by his deceased family member several times during near-death crises. When many important characters died, they also saw their loved ones and friends who had passed away earlier, joining them on their journey to heaven or hell. Knowing this, Riezel had never doubted that the Yoriichi he had seen in his dream before was mere imagination or an illusion. Likewise, the Yoriichi before his eyes right now was also genuine, the soul of the remarkably talented swordsman from the Sengoku period who still lingered in this world after his death. 5 months ago, using lower 1 Enmu's blood demon art, Yoriichi took advantage of it to teach Riezel his sun breathing within the dream. Now, 5 months later, Yoriichi had once again entered Riezel's dream to meet him. This time, I came to thank you. Yoriichi spoke while looking at Riezel with earnestness. At first, teaching you sun breathing was just a casual attempt, but I never expected you to actually defeat Kibutsuji Musen, which fulfilled my regret. I'm really grateful. It was indeed something that surprised Yoriichi greatly. Originally, he had never intended for Riezel to defeat Musen. In his lifetime, Yoriichi had actually been quite easygoing and had never thought about deliberately doing anything. If it weren't for his elder brother's love for swordsmanship and desire to become a great swordsman, Yoriichi would never have touched a sword. If it weren't for his wife being harmed by demons, he also wouldn't have joined the Demon Slayer Corps and embarked on the path of Demon Slayer. Not only was his Demon Slayer mark inborn, but he also understood and awakened the transparent world and the selfless state from childhood. Moreover, he grasped the principles of the breathing style so naturally that he had never deliberately created or pursued them. In the end, due to various twists of fate, he became a swordsman feared even by Muzan and seen by others as powerful as a god. Yoriichi also had never even considered passing down sun breathing. He believed that whether it was him or anyone else, they were just small characters in the long history of humanity, not as great as people thought. Even if he didn't deliberately pass it on, someone would eventually reach the same level as him. Those who master their trade all arrive at the same place. It was a phrase Yoriichi often spoke before his death, meaning that all those who reached the pinnacle would ultimately arrive at the same endpoint. With this in mind, Yoriichi believed that regardless of how future eras might change or the myriad paths taken along the way, they would all still end up at the same destination. For this reason, there was no need for excessive worry, one could simply go with the flow and await the day when life would come to a close. All of this was Yoriichi's perspective on life. With such a perspective, even if no one else could master his sun breathing, Yoriichi never worried about the potential loss of his breathing style. Even if it were lost, it wouldn't matter to him since he didn't consider his sun breathing particularly great in the first place. In other words, with such an attitude, Yoriichi logically shouldn't have reappeared centuries later in Riezel's dream, suddenly imparting his sun breathing to him and interfering in the world of the living. However, when Tanjiro encountered Riezel on the Mugen train, and Riezel demonstrated frightening talent and potential, particularly after noticing Riezel had almost learned Kyujiro's breathing style, Yoriichi eventually stepped in and entered Riezel's dream. I am a useless man. Yoriichi lowered his gaze, his eyes seemed to be in a daze. In my life, I failed to protect everything I cherished and couldn't fulfill my duties as a human being. Even though I was born strong, possibly to defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, I messed up at the most crucial moment. If I had slain him back then, the tragedies of the next few centuries wouldn't have happened. My elder brother wouldn't have turned into a demon, Master wouldn't have died, and all those who knew sun breathing wouldn't have been killed because of my failure. Everyone said I'm powerful, even revering me like a god, but I couldn't even accomplish the one thing that absolutely had to be done. Someone like me, who is useless in every way, doesn't deserve to be mourned by future generations. Yoriichi's only and greatest regret during his lifetime was not being able to kill Muzan. As a result, when he saw Riezel, he finally decided not to stand idly by, not to go with the flow, and not to just let things happen naturally anymore. In short, he decided to take a bet. Needless to say, the reason he appeared in Riezel's dream and demonstrated sun breathing to him was for this purpose. In the end, his bet was right. Yoriichi tilted his head slightly toward Riezel. You are someone more competent than I am. You fulfilled the trust to carry out my decision, even when I had given up on myself. I'm glad I entrusted everything to you back then. So before I leave, I want to thank you, no matter what. After hearing Yoriichi's words, Riezel nodded slowly. So, are you leaving now? Yes. Yoriichi replied with a faint smile on his composed face. Now that my regret and obsession, which kept me lingering in this world for centuries, have vanished, it's time for me to move on. In this world, although souls could linger and spectate the living, speaking in dreams was all they could do. After all, the dead should not continue to linger but should instead enter the cycle of reincarnation. Now that Yoriichi's regret and obsession had disappeared, he was ready for the next phase of his life. If it weren't for wanting to thank and bid farewell to Riezel, Yoriichi might have left long ago. Is that so? Riezel pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked something surprising. Before you leave, could you help me with something? Such a sudden request took Yoriichi aback. My help? Yoriichi replied, somewhat troubled. While I'd like to agree outright, I've been dead for many years. What help could I possibly offer you? Upon hearing this, Riezel smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's a simple one, and we can do it right here. With that, Riezel extended his hand, and soon enough, Hermit materialized in his palm. Could you spar with me, just this once? Gripping the hilt of Hermit, Riezel asked with a hint of excitement in his voice. Chapter 220, You learned my breathing style. Riezel hadn't forgotten the purpose of his dimensional travel to the world of Demon Slayer. It was to level up, to gain enough strength to be called a sword saint on the Akasha continent. Unfortunately, this world didn't have powerful opponents for Riezel to gain high-rank Excelia, including the two demons that had caught his interest earlier. Upper 1 Kokusubu was strong, but he was only level 5. Muzan was powerful, but even after consuming thousands of people and getting fully strengthened, he was still just level 6. For the people in this world, these two demons were indeed very strong, but for Riezel, who could kill level 6 opponents even before arriving in this world, they were truly lacking. Not to mention, he now had the evolved sun breathing, which gave him combat power a whole level higher. As a result, Riezel successfully killed Musen without even receiving a scratch, which meant his plan to exploit this world for leveling up had fallen apart. If it weren't for the somewhat magical breathing techniques of this world, and if Riezel hadn't been able to combine and merge the breathing principles and swordsmanship of both worlds, thereby evolving Sun breathing to have level 7 combat power, this dimensional travel might not have been as fruitful as he hoped. Riezel had even planned to spend the next half-month relaxing, having given up on finding a further breakthrough in this world. However, now, that opportunity had appeared. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, the true pinnacle of existence in this world, who nearly killed Musen in an instant hundreds of years ago, was the strongest and most terrifying swordsman in history. If it were Yoriichi, could he actually put pressure on me? With this thought in mind, Riezel's eyes finally showed some fighting spirit, prompting him to challenge the greatest swordsman in this world. So, how? Can you? Seeing the silent Yoriichi, Riezel asked again. To Riezel's sparring request, Yoriichi didn't respond immediately but silently looked at Riezel, his eyes seemingly able to see right through Riezel's thoughts. Even though Yoriichi's gaze wasn't discerning, it was very clear, as if it really could see through people's hearts. Looking into those eyes, Riezel felt an understanding that this man's view of the world was indeed different from others. Because Yoriichi could naturally comprehend the transparent world and the selfless state from childhood, his perspective was always different, which made his mind so calm and detached, like someone who had transcended worldly concerns. If not for the existence of demons, this man might have truly transcended worldly concerns and become a saint. After looking at Riezel for a while, Yoriichi finally nodded. If it helps you, I'd be happy to. Schwing. As Yoriichi agreed, Riezel didn't say another word and silently unsheathed Hermit. Anyone who had seen all of Riezel's battles up to this point would be surprised to witness this scene. After all, whether it was against Kokusubu, Musen, or those upper ranks in Hashira, Riezel had never unsheathed his sword before the battle started. He always waited for his opponent to initiate the attack before unsheathing his sword and slashing in an instant, cutting off his opponent's head. Unsheathing his sword and entering a ready stance before the battle began, this was likely the first time. Clearly, this also meant that Riezel would invest his heart and soul, going all out for this fight from the beginning. Facing the strongest being in this world, if even Yoriichi couldn't compel him to give his all, then Riezel truly had no hope of finding high-rank Excelia to level up in this world. For this reason, in this battle, Riezel would exert every ounce of his strength as a swordsman, fighting to the very end. Such determination made Riezel's eyes burn with fierce intensity, filled with sharp focus. At the same time, Yoriichi had also unsheathed his sword, but his whole body exuded no aura at all, looking like an ordinary man, completely unremarkable. Seeing Yoriichi like this, Riezel suddenly understood how Musen must have felt when he first saw him. Let alone Musen, even Riezel almost thought the swordsman before him was just an ordinary man, not worth his full attention in a serious fight. From childhood, Yoriichi had not only mastered the selfless state without any teacher, but he had also reached a perfect level, making it impossible for anyone to detect that this unremarkable man was, in fact, a terrifying existence capable of easily slaying the progenitor of demons. If one couldn't rouse their fighting spirit, trigger their fighting intent, and bring out their utmost effort, they would surely lose sight of this man in an instant and be killed by his blade without knowing what had happened, which was how Musen had met his crushing defeat. Riezel would naturally not make the same mistake. However. Whoosh! Yoriichi, who had been standing in the distance, suddenly appeared in front of Riezel. Even though Riezel was giving it his all, his fighting spirit fully roused as he stared intently at Yoriichi, he still lost sight of him. He felt only a blur before his eyes, and Yoriichi was already in front of him. Swish. In the next moment, a slash wrapped in flames swung toward Riezel. Exclamation point. Seeing this, Riezel's pupils shrank. Without a second thought, Riezel stomped on the ground, causing flames to burst beneath his feet. His entire body became an illusory mirage reminiscent of the sun's flames, darting away from his original spot. It was clearly sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Right from the start, Riezel was forced to use sun-breathing. Yoriichi's slash only cut through Riezel's afterimage, while Riezel himself, with a body swaying like the sun's flames, appeared in the distance. Impressive reaction. Yoriichi praised as he sheathed his sword and stood still. You've indeed mastered sun-breathing to an incredible degree. In terms of that form alone, I can't say I can use it better than you. Even though it was praise from the creator of sun-breathing himself, Riezel felt no joy at all. As Riezel stared straight ahead at Yoriichi, a lock of his hair fell neatly from his forehead. Yes. Riezel's hair had been cut. In other words, Riezel had almost been hit by Yoriichi's slash. So, you're this strong, huh? Riezel knew Yoriichi was incredibly powerful. Hundreds of years ago, even though Musen was not as strong as he had been in the final battle with Riezel, he was still the progenitor of demons, presumed to be level 6. Yet, such Musen was defeated by Yoriichi instantly. Although Musen was distracted and underestimated Yoriichi because of his selfless state, and although Yoriichi had just learned the 13th sword form of sun breathing at that time, it still proved that Yoriichi's strength far exceeded Musen's back then. For this reason, in Riezel's eyes, Yoriichi might have already reached the limit of level 6, just a step away from level 7. With such strength, driven by various factors, instantly defeating Musen, who was presumed to be level 6 and hadn't yet reached the limit of that level, wasn't impossible. However, judging by the strength Yoriichi had displayed earlier, he definitely exceeded the limit of level 6. In other words, the current Yoriichi was at level 7. It was simply unbelievable. While pondering this, Riezel was unaware of one thing. You know, I wasn't this powerful when I was alive. Yoriichi looked at Riezel and smiled slightly. Thanks to you, I made more progress even after death. Honestly, this feeling is pretty fascinating. Upon hearing this, Riezel was stunned. Thanks to me? What did he mean? Riezel was puzzled until he noticed that Yoriichi's breathing seemed different from before. No, it wasn't just the breathing. Through the perspective of the transparent world, Riezel could clearly see that with each breath Yoriichi took, his muscles, organs, blood vessels, blood, and even every cell in his body seemed to be infused with immense power. Exclamation point. At this moment, Riezel finally understood. You learned my breathing style. Riezel looked at Yoriichi with a stunned expression. It wasn't the original sun breathing that Yoriichi used, but rather the sun breathing that had evolved from the fusion of breathing principles from two different worlds developed by Riezel. Yes, I saw the whole process of how you improved sun breathing. Yoriichi nodded, acknowledging it calmly. I have to say, you've got some impressive ideas and a lot of courage. Succeeding in evolving a breathing style that originally only enhanced heart and lung function and sped up blood flow into something that reinforces every organ, muscle, drop of blood, and even every cell in the body to thoroughly strengthen the whole body is truly eye-opening for me. You even incorporated some kind of mysterious power I can't quite grasp into the blood circulation, further enhancing the breathing style's power. When I saw all of this, I almost thought the world, in my eyes, had become chaotic. It's truly a brilliant innovation that turns sun breathing into something like an otherworldly power, which is pretty astounding. Yoriichi's smile widened. In the end, I tried it myself. Although I couldn't muster the mysterious power inside me and integrate it into the blood flow as you did, I was still able to enhance every part and cell of my body. In other words, although Yoriichi had already died, he was still as amazing as when he was alive, having successfully evolved sun breathing, just like Riezel, by merely observing him. Even though it wasn't to the extent of mobilizing magical energy within the body and integrating it into the blood flow like Riezel, Yoriichi still achieved a uniform enhancement of his entire body. Because of this, Yoriichi entered a new realm, a realm that Riezel referred to as Level 7, which he had yet to reach in his lifetime. Chapter 221, Riezel vs. Yoriichi, I. Riezel was completely speechless. He had indeed seen Yoriichi as a level-up opportunity, but he had never expected that Yoriichi would become such a formidable opponent worth challenging in this way. He knew that Yoriichi was not only strong but also had limitless potential. What others had to risk everything to awaken, Yoriichi was born with. What others might spend their whole lives searching for and might never achieve, Yoriichi had achieved them naturally since childhood. Not only was Yoriichi the founder of the breathing style and the only person in this world who could defeat Musen with sheer strength, but the breathing style he founded also became the source of power humanity used to fight demons. In many ways, Yoriichi seemed more like the main character of this world than Tanjiro. Yoriichi even managed to instantly grasp the 13th sword form of sun breathing upon encountering Musen to defeat him. Riezel's potential was already at a level that would astonish a goddess like Loki and even the many gods in Orario. Given this, Yoriichi might actually not fall too short when compared to Riezel. Even so, Riezel still couldn't imagine that Yoriichi, even after death, would discover further potential within himself by succeeding in evolving sun breathing like he did. Regardless, Riezel's success was not only due to his innate potential but also because he had another world's breathing techniques as a reference, which validated and confirmed the breathing techniques of this world, eventually leading to his success. However, what about Yoriichi? Yoriichi clearly had no reference and simply observed the entire process of Riezel evolving sun breathing, yet he smoothly completed this dangerous endeavor that had troubled Riezel for 3 months easily. From this, it was clear why Yoriichi was seen as a god in Kakushibu's eyes and a monster in Musen's. Ba-dump. Suddenly, Riezel heard a strong heartbeat. Ba-dump. Upon hearing it again, Riezel realized the source of the heartbeat was actually him. At this moment, his heartbeat began to quicken, his blood boiled, and a surge of high-spirited emotions rose within him. Such an emotion, as if boundless heat was surging through his chest, was very familiar to him. It was the feeling of having adrenaline activated when encountering obstacles, strong enemies, challenges, and difficulties. Truthfully, he had long missed this feeling. After about half a year, he finally felt it again. Phew! Riezel took a deep breath, letting a large amount of air flow into his lungs before assuming an offensive stance. Seeing this, Yoriichi's eyes narrowed, and he also took up an offensive stance. Hugh. Yoriichi also inhaled a large amount of air, fully stimulating his body. Gradually, the high temperature began to seep from both swordsmen who mastered sun breathing, causing the air around them to slightly distort. "I'm coming," Riezel said briefly. "Bring it on." Yoriichi nodded. Saying these, their gazes collided in the air, sparking intense friction. In the next moment, sun breathing, first form. Whoosh. Two figures charged forward simultaneously, vanishing from their original spots. Dance. As two blazing flames appeared out of nowhere, Riezel and Yoriichi appeared in front of each other, both unleashed a slash that gathered all their strength. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. As they clash, a deafening clash erupted, causing the sun's flames to burst from the two swordsmen, creating a searing shockwave that spread in all directions like a fiery explosion. Two Nichiren swords, wrapped in flames, collided at the center of the blast. One sword unleashed fiery bursts, while the other engaged in fierce friction. In an instant, the two swordsmen were locked in intense combat. Their flaming swords began clashing at breakneck speed. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel and Yoriichi each released scorching slashes toward each other, their fiery swords constantly flaring and crashing. Riezel reached an unprecedented level of focus as if he had abandoned all defense, letting his intense emotions guide him. He slashed from every angle at Yoriichi, making the flames blaze fiercely with each strike. Despite Riezel's intense assault, Yoriichi remained entirely on the offensive. His eyes, clear as glass, saw through everything, and he responded with countless fiery slashes. As their searing slashes continued to appear and collide, some soaring into the air and others shooting in all directions, they released intense heat into the surroundings, leaving red-hot trails on the ground as if molten lava had passed through. Boom. Before long, an explosion raged like a storm, ravaging the mountaintop and raising clouds of dust and debris, resembling a natural disaster. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. At one point, a loud clash rang out again. From within the fiery explosion, a figure was sent flying back, skidding across the ground. Surprisingly, it was Riezel who was being pushed back and was on the losing end. Whoosh. With a sound like space being torn apart, Yoriichi emerged from the explosion and twisted his sword, causing countless fiery slashes to surge forth and relentlessly strike Riezel. Still skidding backward, Riezel raised his sword to block, fending off the incoming fiery slashes, which caused flames to flicker around him. Yoriichi, however, clearly showed no mercy. Not only did his attack remain fierce, but even as Riezel blocked his storm of slashes, he continued to swing his sword tirelessly, breathing steadily and moving like a perpetual motion machine, endlessly slashing. Dance, clear blue sky, raging sun, fake rainbow, fire wheel, burning bones, summer sun, sunflower thrust, solar heat haze, setting sun transformation, beneficent radiance, sun halo dragon head dance, flame dance. Yoriichi cycled through all sword forms of sun breathing in sequence, creating a relentless cycle of slashes that attacked Riezel with utmost ferocity. Clearly, this was the 13th form of sun breathing, an unending sequence of sword form that formed a perpetual cycle, drawing the enemy into a sun-like orbit, enduring a ceaseless and searing onslaught. Yoriichi completely unleashed his strength, starting with the sword form he had used to deal with Muzan before his death, dragging Riezel into the hell of the sun's flame. With Yoriichi's current strength, such an all-out assault, constantly using sun-breathing sword forms without pause, was quite terrifying. As a result, Riezel was driven back in the storm of blazing slashes and had to retreat from Yoriichi's offensive. However, Yoriichi clearly had no intention of letting Riezel get away. He quickly transformed into a bright sun, chasing Riezel and enveloping him in the wheel of fire. Under this circumstance, even Riezel was subtly struggling to keep up. Clang. In the end, with a crisp sound, Riezel's sword was deflected. Boom. In an instant, Yoriichi's blazing slash landed immediately, causing a massive explosion on the ground that sent Riezel flying. Riezel was thrown through the air, crashing into a rock before twisting his body mid-air, stabbing Hermit into the ground to stabilize himself. Even so, Riezel and his sword were violently thrown nearly 100 meters, leaving a gaping trench on the ground, a shocking sight. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Not stopping, Yoriichi transformed into a fire dragon, soaring and swooping toward Riezel. Inside the fire dragon, Yoriichi's high-speed slashes cut through the air in explosive flames, targeting Riezel's shoulder, side, thigh, and ribs. PSSST, PSSST, PSSST. Yoriichi's blazing slashes sliced through Riezel's body, leaving his shoulder, side, thigh, and ribs severely torn. Yet, despite such damage, not a single drop of blood spilled from him. He merely swayed like an illusion and slowly vanished. Fake rainbow. Riezel transformed once again into the sun's flame, appearing behind Yoriichi in a flicker. Setting sun transformation. Yoriichi, as if foreseeing the future, instantly leaped into the air, evading the slash Riezel had aimed from behind. Following this, in an inverted stance, Yoriichi swung his sword, wrapped in blazing flames, horizontally toward Riezel's neck. Burning bones, summer sun. Faced with the intense strike coming at him, Riezel twisted his sword, rapidly swinging it to unleash a vortex of flames that not only deflected Yorichi's scorching slash but also sent flames swirling toward him. Fire wheel. Yoriichi performed a somersault and, undeterred by his failed attack, slashed again in midair, sending a fire-wrapped, arc-shaped vertical slash toward Riezel. Boom. Soon, the flaming slash and the vortex of flames collided, exploding with a roar, causing the flames to surge wildly. Clear blue sky. Yoriichi, not yet having descended from the air, linked seamlessly into the next sword form. He swung his sword around him, tracing a circle like the sun's outline, pulling the turbulent flames into a fiery orbit that slashed toward Riezel. Raging sun. Riezel immediately countered with an infinity-shaped slash, transforming his flames into sharp, symmetrical fire blades that sliced through the incoming flames. In the blink of an eye, Riezel and Yoriichi exchanged countless blows, employing various sun-breathing sword forms against each other relentlessly. The exchange of attacks and defenses was not only incredibly tight and coherent but also intensely fierce. It couldn't be helped. A moment's slip could mean one side's complete annihilation, consumed entirely by the blazing sun's flames. Beneficent radiance. Yoriichi, still airborne, took advantage of his higher position and unleashed a spiraling slash from above at Riezel that spread out like a storm. Sunflower thrust. Riezel quickly raised his sword, making a ring of flames surge around it before launching a rapid thrust toward the airborne Yoriichi. Boom. It was unknown how many times the sounds of swords clashing and explosions echoed on the mountaintop. Reddish flames burned brightly on the mountaintop, reflecting the sun in the sky and continuing to blaze, showing no signs of extinguishing. Chapter 222, Riezel vs. Yoriichi, 2. Boom. In the blazing reddish flames, the two figures that had been battling fiercely finally pulled apart, as if blown back by a shockwave, creating distance between them. Yoriichi landed on the ground, taking a few steps back before finally stabilizing himself. Riezel, on the other hand, continued to scrape the ground with his feet, leaving a furrow several meters long before coming to a stop. After such an intense exchange of offense and defense, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. "Ha," as expected from the one who defeated Kibutsuji Musen. Yoriichi remarked, looking at the young man across from him, raising his sword in admiration. "You're far stronger than I was in life." "No." Riezel remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. "In some ways, I am far from being as good as you." What he said were his heartfelt words. In the recent battle, there was no doubt that Riezel had been at a disadvantage for most of the time. Why? Was it because Yoriichi's current strength was greater than his? No. If you only consider their overall abilities, Riezel and Yoriichi were nearly evenly matched. In terms of strength and speed, they were very close, with no clear superiority. However, outside of their physical abilities, Yoriichi had clearly surpassed Riezel in many areas. For instance, in swordsmanship, Yoriichi was clearly better than Riezel. Although their use of sun-breathing sword forms was similar in effect, Yoriichi's transitions between the forms were smoother and quicker than Riezel's, allowing him to manage his overall combat skills and rhythm better. Additionally, regarding the transparent world, Yoriichi had been accustomed to this ability for many years. In other words, Yoriichi observed details more finely and reacted faster than Riezel, who had just awakened it several months ago. Furthermore, Yoriichi's control over finer details was also superior, causing Riezel to sometimes struggle to keep up with his movements and reactions. Moreover, Yoriichi's use of sun-breathing had a level of refinement that Riezel couldn't match. It was important to note that Riezel's hermit was not an ordinary Nichiren sword but first-class special equipment, constantly emitting high temperatures that could easily melt steel. Yoriichi's Nichiren sword, on the other hand, was an ordinary weapon, not reaching the level of special equipment. In a clash between Yoriichi's Nichiren sword and Riezel's hermit, the expected outcome should be clear: Riezel's hermit should cut through Yoriichi's Nichiren sword. However, Yoriichi's Nichiren sword was not only unharmed but also withstood multiple collisions with hermit without showing any damage. Why? In fact, this was because Yoriichi wrapped the flames of sun breathing around his sword and ignited them upon impact, converting the high temperature into a hot wind that neutralized the heat from hermit and softened Riezel's slash speed and power. As a result, hermit could not cut through Yoriichi's Nichiren sword. Such remarkable skill and the combination of various factors allowed Yoriichi to suppress Riezel. Whether it was swordsmanship or the transparent world, these were clearly abilities that Yoriichi had possessed even before he evolved sun-breathing. What did this imply? It implied that before evolving his sun-breathing and reaching level 7, Yoriichi's swordsmanship and transparent world were already superior to Riezel's. Even though Riezel, after evolving sun-breathing, had achieved strength comparable to level 7, his swordsmanship and transparent world were still inferior to Yoriichi's. Because of this, Riezel made such heartfelt words. However, at the same time, it also served as a wake-up call for him. He realized that improving his strength was not solely about enhancing his status or power, it also involved gaining combat experience, honing skills, and mastering the tactics used in combat. Recently, Riezel had been focusing on improving his status in his endeavor for power. Although he hadn't completely neglected accumulating combat skills, his focus had shifted somewhat. Fortunately, Riezel hadn't completely disregarded honing his swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mastered all the sword forms of sun-breathing or managed to hold his ground against Yoriichi's offense until now. Besides, it was not only Yoriichi who could learn from others. Riezel recalled the rhythm, angle, and timing of Yoriichi's sword strikes during their recent exchange, as well as the movements used when Yoriichi performed sun-breathing sword forms. Thinking back to those smooth slashes and the natural, swift connections of sword forms, Riezel closed his eyes. When Riezel opened them again, his eyes had become somewhat transparent, just like Yoriichi's. Yoriichi was initially stunned but then understood. He absorbed the experience from the recent battle and grown stronger. Yoriichi thought to himself, feeling both surprised and amazed. Undoubtedly, this junior of his, whom he had discovered and chosen by chance, possessed extraordinary talent, blessed by heaven. In that case, I guess I have to put in even more effort. Yoriichi, murmuring to himself, didn't notice that his mouth had unconsciously curled into a slight smile. He was unaware that, at this moment, he had begun to enjoy the battle. In his lifetime, no human had ever matched him in combat, while demons were merely targets to be slain. Even Muzan was merely treated as a monster distinct from humans, not as an opponent to be enjoyed in battle. For this reason, he had never faced a truly evenly matched opponent nor experienced the feeling of giving his all, clashing swords with someone, verifying strength, and progressing together. It was only at this moment, facing Riezel, that he experienced this feeling for the first time. At this moment, even though he believed this was his final battle before leaving the world of the living, it might also be the most satisfying fight he had ever experienced. Realizing this, Yoriichi tightened his grip on his sword. "Let's go." A voice filled with unprecedented fighting intent came from Yoriichi's mouth. Instead of responding with words, Riezel raised his sword, cracked the ground beneath him, and charged at Yoriichi with blazing flames. And so, their two flaming swords clashed again, causing reddish flames to continue blooming on the mountaintop again. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. At this moment, not only did the sound of metal colliding echo through the air countless times, but the reddish flames had also spread across the mountaintop, turning it scorching hot and charred black. Riezel and Yoriichi continued their battle amid the flames, slashing with fiery strikes and creating dazzling bursts of light, as if they felt no fatigue, maintaining their fierce offense and defense. In this battle, the sword forms of sun-breathing had been unleashed countless times by the two of them, causing the sun's flames to collide violently, altering the terrain and gradually turning the area into a sea of flames. At this point, their battle had been ongoing for more than 10 hours. If this were the present world, it would certainly be dark by now, the sun would have long since set. However, since this was a dream and not the present world, even after more than 10 hours, the sun remained high in the sky, glowing brilliantly from its zenith, not moving an inch. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, and the explosion once again forced the two swordsmen apart, creating distance between them. Hoo! Haa! Riezel and Yoriichi stood facing each other, raising their swords, appearing completely unwearied. Riezel, who possessed the highest rank of healing power development ability, had nearly infinite stamina and hardly ever felt tired. Yoriichi, though lacking Riezel's development ability, had a breathing style so extraordinary that as long as his breathing remained steady, he rarely felt fatigued. In the original work, Tanjiro's father had once said, "If the breathing method is correct, you can keep dancing." Holding on to this belief, Tanjiro's father could dance the Kagura dance in the snow for a day and night without feeling tired, despite his frail body. Yoriichi was undoubtedly the same. His mastery of sun breathing was so extraordinary that it allowed him to fight intensely for long periods without feeling tired. Of course, whether tired or not, after more than 10 hours of fierce battle, both Riezel and Yoriichi looked drastically different from before. Not only were they both battered, with their clothes torn by sharp blades or scorched black by flames, but their appearance was so disheveled that it would shock anyone who knew them. Yet, despite their ragged and scarred state, their eyes shone brightly, full of spirit. Clearly, their fighting intent and determination had never wavered. "You've caught up to me already," Yoriichi remarked with a smile. "Yeah, finally." Riezel responded with a smile of his own. After hours of intense combat, Riezel had fully matched Yoriichi's swordsmanship. Even the transparent world, he gradually became more skilled at using it by observing Yoriichi. Now, facing Yoriichi, he no longer found himself at a disadvantage like earlier. However, even so, it will only become a stalemate at most. Yoriichi continued. "In that case, you won't be able to defeat me." Indeed, Riezel was at his limit as well. Needless to say, as the two of them had reached a perfect balance and neither was getting tired, the fight would only end in a draw if it continued. Consequently, there was no way to determine a clear winner. Even if they fought for 3 days and nights, or even 10 days and nights, it would still remain the same. At least, Yoriichi didn't think he would lose. However, Riezel shook his head at Yoriichi's words, denying it. No, there will be a winner. I still have one final strike left. Upon hearing Riezel's words, Yoriichi was slightly taken aback. One final strike. Yoriichi muttered confusedly. Seeing his confusion, Riezel smiled faintly. Honestly, I've always felt that the 13th form you created doesn't really count as a new sword form. For this reason, I've invented my own 13th form. Chapter 223, Blooming Radiance. Your own 13th form. Yoriichi muttered as he watched the change in Riezel's expression. In fact, just like Riezel had said, he had always thought that the 13th form he created couldn't really be considered a new sword form. It was merely a cycle formed by the 12 forms of sun breathing, which anyone who could use the first 12 forms could accomplish. Given this, how could it be considered a new sword form? For this reason, even though he created this so-called 13th form during his encounter with Muzan, he never named it. In his eyes, it was just an application of the 12 forms of sun breathing. He had indeed considered creating a truly new sword form, but the idea was fleeting. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had just finished his once-in-a-lifetime battle with Muzan, which ended with Muzan's escape, leaving him with a lifetime of regrets. Moreover, to make matters worse, not only had his own brother fallen and become a demon, but he had also killed the master they had served, resulting in his banishment from the Demon Slayer Corps and leaving him completely isolated. From that moment on, he lived aimlessly like a wandering ronin, his life resembling that of a walking corpse. In that kind of situation, how could he have the mind and leisure to create a new sword form? However, the young man before him seemed to have achieved something that he never could in his lifetime. Click. Under Yoriichi's gaze, Riezel slowly sheathed his sword, placing Hermit back in its scabbard. However, not only did the blazing flames swirling around his body not extinguish, but they also became even fiercer and more intense, wrapping around Hermit at his waist. Soon enough, as if compressed into the scabbard, all the flames around him were absorbed into it. Riezel lowered his body, one foot forward and the other back, assuming a charging stance. He gripped the scabbard in one hand and the sword hilt in the other. Seeing this posture, Yoriichi immediately realized. Iai. Iai, or Iajutsu, was the art of drawing a Japanese sword, a technique that increased the power and speed of a slash by utilizing the friction of drawing the sword to achieve a kill in one strike. In fact, the first form of thunder breathing, known as the fastest and most explosive of the 5 fundamental breathing styles, thunderclap and flash, was also an Iai technique. At this moment, Yoriichi wondered if Riezel's true 13th form could also be an Iai technique. I see, so that's why he said one final strike. Yoriichi thought to himself. Iai naturally involved only one strike since it aimed for an instant kill, one strike to defeat the opponent and one strike to win. Once the sword was drawn, there was only one slash. If it failed, there were no follow-up moves. In other words, as long as I can block this strike, I win. Yoriichi immediately lowered his body and gripped his sword with both hands. At the same time, the transparent sheen in his eyes grew more intense. At this moment, Yoriichi pushed the transparent world to its limits. See through it. Yoriichi's mind was consumed by this single thought, but soon enough, he felt a sudden shiver run through his body. He realized that Riezel's breathing intensity had suddenly risen several levels. He could feel that the air absorbed into Riezel's lungs transformed into strength, flowing into his limbs, organs, and every cell, causing the power within his body to surge several times. Whoosh! Suddenly, as a surge of flames erupted from Riezel's body, they flowed toward the sword at his waist, pouring into the scabbard, and making it emit a sharp whine. Before long, the intense heat and pressure instantly exploded from Riezel's body, sweeping in all directions like a hurricane. Sun breathing, 13th form. Riezel's voice seemed to come from within the sun itself, quietly appearing. Flames burst forth, the fire crackled, and the entire world felt as though it were being dragged into the center of the sun, with violent tremors and flickering. At this moment, in Yoriichi's transparent world, only a bright sun seemed to rise before him. In the next second, a figure and burst of fire emerged from the sun, occupying his entire field of vision and all his senses. In a daze, the figure in the flames began to draw his sword. However, not only did the sword feel as if it could evaporate everything with its searing heat, but its strike also seemed to compress the sun itself into its fiery red blade. In an instant, the extreme heat, the peak slash, flashed through Yoriichi's transparent world. By the time Yoriichi came to his senses, the scene had changed back to the mountain, now turned into a sea of flames. Soon, Riezel's voice softly came from behind Yoriichi. Blooming radiance. As Riezel's voice fell, the burning hermit was slowly returned to its scabbard. Click. With the clicking sound of a sword meeting its scabbard, time seemed to freeze in that single moment. Yoriichi stood in a daze for a long time, silent. After a while, he finally parted his lips and spoke slowly. "Well done." Crack. As soon as Yoriichi finished speaking, the sword in his hand broke. If someone saw his broken sword, they would notice that the fractures were surprisingly marked with reddish burn traces. Splurt. At the same time, a gush of blood suddenly spurted from Yoriichi's front, revealing a deep wound that extended to the bone. Not only did this wound nearly split him in two, but it also drenched his entire body in blood. Huff. Riezel exhaled the long-held breath from his lungs, standing there, unable to move any longer. Upon closer inspection, his whole body was trembling, every muscle twitching, clearly unable to continue fighting. It couldn't be helped. Sun-breathing, 13th form, blooming radiance, was the 13th form of sun-breathing created by Riezel, the final sword form, the strongest sword form, and the ultimate strike with only a momentary radiance. In that brief moment just now, you not only used sun-breathing to strengthen your body but also took it a step further, squeezing every bit of power from your entire being and making your strength increase several times in that instant, right? Yoriichi, covered in blood and seemingly unaffected by pain, spoke with his back turned to Riezel. Yeah. Riezel replied without turning to look at Yoriichi, or rather, he no longer had the strength to do so. By intensifying my breath for just a moment, I concentrated all the power I had in my body to explode at once. In this way, I could maximize my strength output, allowing me to increase my power several times in that instant. But after that, my body wouldn't be able to move. That's why I said I could only strike once, one final strike. Riezel developed this final strike into an IAI technique, pushing its power to the extreme. Not only did the power unleashed in that instant increase his physical ability several times, but it also amplified the power of sun breathing. He compressed all the flames from sun breathing that erupted in that state into Hermit's scabbard. In this way, the temperature of Hermit's blade would rise again, increasing its power, and the speed of the sword draw would also be elevated to an extremely terrifying level, thanks to the force of the flames erupting from the scabbard the moment it was drawn. Such a swift slash was surprisingly beyond the comprehension of Yoriichi, who had mastered the transparent world since childhood. No choice. Such a mighty slash could even cut through not just ordinary iron but even first-class special equipment from the world of Danmachi. Riezel's ultimate strike, combining extreme speed and power, left no room for evasion, reaction, defense, or resistance, an ultimate final strike. It was Riezel's 13th form of sun breathing, named Blooming Radiance. Perfect. Yoriichi praised without hesitation, then felt it wasn't enough so he added again. And flawless. Clearly, to receive such praise from the founder of the breathing style himself showed how astonishing the 13th form of Riezel's sun breathing was. Yoriichi displayed an unprecedentedly satisfied expression. Seeing sun breathing bloom with such potential and brilliance at the end of my life, I have no regrets. Blooming Radiance is indeed a very fitting name. You will surely use it well. Yoriichi's tone brightened, losing its previous calm but remaining optimistic. Riezel fell silent for a moment, then mustered the last of his strength to turn around and bow to Yoriichi in gratitude. Thank you very much for fulfilling my unreasonable request till the end. Without Yoriichi, he wouldn't have learned sun breathing. Without learning sun breathing, he wouldn't have been able to evolve it and attain staggering power that spanned a level, as well as the capability to continuously strengthen himself permanently with the help of total concentration, constant, gaining more possibilities for growth. As such, Riezel's bow was expected and understandable, as it was a gesture of gratitude for Yoriichi's help. No need. Yoriichi calmly shook his head. You took on the responsibility I had unilaterally assigned, making up for my regrets in life. It should be me thanking you, right? As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to fade into a ghostly shape. Now, I can finally go find my wife. Before long, the wounds on Yoriichi's body gradually vanished, shimmering like a mirage, swaying along with the surrounding scenery. Seeing this, Riezel smiled faintly. Don't worry, you and your wife will have a bright future. You'll both reincarnate into a peaceful era and meet again, tying the knot once more. When that time comes, you'll surely live a safe and happy life. I guarantee it. Riezel's words were not without reason. After all, this was what happened at the end of the original work. Is that so? Yoriichi seemed lost in thought, his expression softening into a genuine smile of happiness as he imagined such a future. If it really is that way, then that would be wonderful. With these words, Yoriichi finally vanished with a smile on his face. He vanished along with the dream, slowly disappearing from Riezel's view. Chapter 224, Level. When Riezel opened his eyes, he had already woken up from his dream. At this moment, he was in a room at a guest house. Last night, he rented the guest house with a single golden leaf and exchanged some of it for a substantial amount of travel money. Originally, he had planned to rest here for just one night and continue his journey at dawn, but he unexpectedly found himself dragged into a dream by Yoriichi, where they battled for several hours. Now that several hours had passed, the real world was bright and well into the afternoon. He could also hear the faint sounds of people bustling outside. Ugh. As Riezel tried to get up, he was stopped by a wave of intense pain. Clearly, the pain from head to toe told him that, although everything had just happened in a dream, the side effects of using blooming radiance did not seem to be limited to the dream alone. Realizing this, a question arose in Riezel's mind. Was that really a dream? Even though this question was indeed thought-provoking, perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing. At the very least, he didn't have to worry that the several hours of fighting with Yoriichi would be considered meaningless simply because it was a dream. Such a real experience, a real opponent, and a real battle would surely turn into valuable excelia, allowing him to take a crucial step forward. Let's give it a try. Riezel quickly retrieved Loki's blood from the storage space of the dimensional magic cube with difficulty, then let a drop fall onto his forehead to update his status. Soon, his new status was revealed. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, SSS 1303 SSS. End, SSS 1300 SSS. Dex, SSS 1385 SSS. AGI, SSS 1393 SSS. Mag, SSS 1399 SSS. Lightweight, FE. Swordsman, FE. Mage, G. Battle Adept, IH. Undoubtedly, this status update showed that Riezel's increase in basic abilities was the lowest in history. It couldn't be helped. Since Riezel had already reached the limit of his potential at level 5, any increase in proficiency was considered a good outcome. Given this, it wasn't surprising that each of his basic abilities had increased by only a few points, or rather, it felt quite normal. However, the proficiency for the two basic abilities, AGI and MAG, did catch Riezel a bit off guard. Proficiency has reached 1400, but it's still SSS. Riezel thought in surprise, his eyebrows raised. Since SS was for proficiency ranging from 1000 to 1199, he had thought SSS would be for proficiency between 1200 and 1399. However, it seemed that SSS's proficiency range should be from 1200 to 1499. Before SS, the proficiency for all ranks, whether the highest S or the lowest I, was 100 per rank. It was only at SS that it increased to 200, indicating that the addition of an extra letter, from S to SS, increased the proficiency by 100. If that was the case, then with SSS having an additional letter compared to SS, it made sense that the proficiency for this rank could increase by another 100, reaching 300. Given this, it was understandable for Riezel's AGI and MAG to remain at SSS, unchanged. On the other hand, all of his development abilities, except for Mage, had advanced by 1 rank. It was clear that his time spent as a sparring partner for the Hashira and his decision to focus on honing his swordsmanship had not been in vain. Nevertheless, such growth seemed trivial in the face of level up. Riezel closed his eyes, confirming his status once more. Now, he was certain that he had finally gained enough high-rank excelia to level up. Shortly afterward, the blessing on Riezel's back appeared, the sacred text flickering. Evidently, this was the sign that he had accumulated enough high-rank excelia to level up. Understanding this, Riezel instantly smiled. Thankfully, this dimensional travel is a success. Having gained new powers and ventured into a new realm, this dimensional travel had indeed been a success. Without delay, Riezel immediately entered the phase of self-level up. First was the confirmation of development abilities. In this level up, Riezel had met the learning conditions for several development abilities. Aside from the development abilities already provided by his skill, such as healing power and spirit healing, Riezel could learn 3 new development abilities. The first development ability was healing. Its effect was actually pretty simple, it enhanced the effects of magic related to healing, recovery, and other restorative properties. It was probably because he frequently used powerful healing magic like Diaphragm that this development ability was triggered. Once learned, his healing magic effects would improve significantly. The second development ability was fire resistance. As the name suggested, this development ability improved resistance to fire. Perhaps it was because he had evolved sun breathing and possessed Pioneer of the Sun that this developmental ability was triggered. The third development ability was fast attack. Since he had no memory of anyone possessing this development ability in the original work, it seemed to be a rare development ability that had not appeared before, like Lightweight and Battle Adept. As for its effects, from the description, it might be related to attack speed. Seeing the 3 new development abilities, Riezel frowned. Among the 3, fire resistance was definitely the first to be excluded. With Pioneer of the Sun in his possession, he already had resistance to light and heat, so there was no need to waste a development ability slot on it. Between healing and fast attack, he was more inclined to choose fast attack. His reason was simple. Even though I'm not sure about the specific effects of fast attack, it's clearly another development ability for combat. Riezel stroked his chin, deep in thought. Moreover, while healing is useful, I'm a fighter, not a healer. Since the effect of Diaphragm is already more than enough for me, I don't need to specialize in it. Yeah, fast attack is definitely more suitable for me. After careful consideration, Riezel made his decision. Alright, I'll choose fast attack. Riezel focused his thoughts and quickly completed the level up process. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I. End, I. Dex, I. AGI, I. Mag, I. Lightweight, E. Swordsman, E. Mage, G. Battle Adept, H. Fast Attack, I. Riezel finally stepped into a whole new realm. Level 6, a level so rare that even in Orario, fewer than 10 people had reached it. Even within the entire Loki familia, only 3 members were at this level, and they were considered top-tier adventurers. From today, Riezel was a level 6. Due to the side effects of blooming radiance, Riezel chose to rest an extra day in the guest house instead of leaving immediately. It wasn't until the next day that his body recovered enough to move, though there was still some lingering muscle soreness. Seriously, I really should find a way to improve this sword form and reduce its side effects in the future. Riezel thought to himself as he felt the soreness. As powerful as blooming radiance was, its side effects were even scarier those that of using aerial. Blooming radiance truly made him a one-strike superhuman, either his opponent died, or he did. Knowing the side effects of blooming radiance were too severe, Riezel thought it might be possible to improve them. For example, instead of draining all of his body's strength in an instant, it could drain only about half, leaving some reserves and margin. Even though this might reduce the power of blooming radiance, the side effects would also be lessened. If he faced stronger opponents who wouldn't push him to the brink, even half the power of blooming radiance would be enough to deal with them. In fact, he might not need half the power, just about a tenth of it could be enough to handle most enemies who were only slightly stronger than him. Yeah, I can try to work on that later. Riezel noted this as a future task and began testing his new power after leveling up. As usual, after leveling up, his body once again struggled to keep up with the surge in power and became uncoordinated. With no one available to spar with him and help him adapt to his new power, he could only adapt slowly on his own. Fortunately, since he still had half a month left to stay in this world, he should be well adapted before leaving if he used this time wisely. Eventually, Riezel began experimenting with the effects of his new development ability, Fast Attack. As he had suspected, it was a development ability related to attack speed. However, it didn't actually increase the attack speed itself but rather enhanced his reflexes. Once his reflexes improved, his reaction time and athletic ability were also enhanced. If others could only perform one action in a second, someone with exceptional reflexes and reaction time could perform 2 or 3 actions within that same second and even change the action mid-course to another one. Needless to say, this also resulted in increased attack speed and improvements in recognizing, reacting to, and dodging attacks. It's indeed a development ability for combat. Riezel was quite pleased to have gained such a developmental ability. With this developmental ability improved, perhaps someday no one would be able to avoid his attacks, and no one would be able to hit him, causing him harm. After understanding the effects of Fast Attack and trying it out, Riezel confirmed his current power. Under normal circumstances, even without entering Strong Attack Mode or Fast Attack Mode, I wouldn't lose to anyone in level 6. Indeed, just as Riezel had surpassed the strongest level 5, Ace, upon reaching level 5, even though he had just reached level 6, his latent basic abilities accumulated from previous levels and various combat-type development abilities ensured that his power, even in a normal state, would never be surpassed by anyone at level 6, even by those who had reached the limit of level 6. Moreover, this was without entering Strong Attack Mode or Fast Attack Mode. If he used one of these modes, his power would be greatly enhanced once again. Chapter 225, Second Return. Before leveling up, Riezel's power in his normal state was roughly equivalent to lower middle level 6. When he used Strong Attack Mode, he could consistently fight opponents at a higher level, making his strength equivalent to lower middle level 7. Now that he had leveled up, he could easily surpass someone at the limit of level 6 in his normal state, rendering him invincible at this level. Likewise, when he used Strong Attack Mode, his ability to fight someone at a higher level allowed him to easily surpass someone at the limit of level 7, making him invincible at this level. What did this mean? I'm already stronger than Otter. Riezel felt a slight surge of excitement. It was worth noting that Otter, the ultimate weapon of Orario, represented the limit of level 7. Aside from MAG, the rest of Otter's basic abilities had reached S, nearly making him an all-around S-rank adventurer. Such capability was undoubtedly the limit and pinnacle of level 7. Unless someone, like Riezel, could break through their limits and raise their basic abilities to SS or SSS, no one in level 7 would surpass Otter in status. If Riezel could easily overcome the limit of level 7 and become invincible at this level, wasn't this basically like being able to effortlessly defeat Otter and become the strongest in Orario? No, it's not that easy. Riezel suddenly became calm, his excitement died down. As someone familiar with the original work, Riezel knew that Otter's strength was not to be underestimated. He also knew that the limit of level 7 was merely a surface-level measure of power and did not represent Otter's full abilities. One must remember that Otter also possessed magic and skills. Considering this, Otter's strength was clearly far beyond what was apparent, especially since one of his skills could significantly enhance his power. Although the nature of his magic hadn't been revealed in the original work and Riezel didn't know it, the skill had already been mentioned. Just the skill alone could give him power far exceeding his current level, not to mention his unknown magic. From this perspective, claiming that Riezel was already capable of easily defeating Otter was too early. Not to mention Otter, even against Finn, I might still have a chance of failing. Finn also possessed various types of magic and skills. Riezel had learned one magic from Finn, so he knew well that even though Finn wasn't level 7, if he found himself in a tough spot, he could unleash incredible power surpassing his current level. In the original work, only 2 adventurers were explicitly mentioned as capable of challenging beyond their level. One was the protagonist of the original work, while the other was Ace. The protagonist could break through the limits of his status, reaching an SSS in 1 basic ability before leveling up, while the other 4 basic abilities all reached SS. With such high proficiency in basic abilities, he managed to successfully challenge and surpass higher-level opponents while still at level 1 and level 2. Ace, on the other hand, possessed the overpowered enchant magic, Ariel, which granted her power far exceeding her current level. When using this magic, her strength became equivalent to level 6, even though she was at the limit of level 5. Both of them were adventurers who could consistently fight opponents beyond their level. However, under certain conditions, some adventurers also had the potential to challenge beyond their level. Finn was one of them. If pushed into a difficult situation, triggering the effect of his skill and then using the magic that Riezel also knew, Finn could likely burst forth with strength far exceeding his current level. Perhaps this was why the Loki Familia was regarded as one of the strongest Familias in Orario, alongside the Freya Familia, even though the Freya Familia had a level 7 while the Loki Familia did not. Moreover, Riveria, while also just level 6, was known as the strongest mage in Orario. With the power of her magic, even Otter might be destroyed instantly. Of course, if they really fought, Otter wouldn't give Riveria the chance to release her magic and would never foolishly stand in place to be attacked. In short, Riezel felt it was better not to underestimate Otter. With Finn, the captain of the Loki Familia, still holding such trump cards, and Otter, the captain of the Freya Familia, capable of extraordinary bursts of strength when push came to shove, Riezel knew he needed more time to grow and improve his status to surpass them with absolute certainty. With such a thought, Riezel finally calmed down. For now, he was confident he had nearly invincible power of level 7, so there was no doubt about this. It was the same in strong attack mode and fast attack mode. In fast attack mode, his speed had already far exceeded ordinary adventurers at level 7, reaching another realm beyond. Unfortunately, aside from speed, his other abilities were quite average, roughly equivalent to upper level 7, which was actually still decent. Whatever, let's just focus on adapting to my current power over the next half-month. With that, Riezel stretched his body, tidied up, and immediately left the guest house, embarking on his journey once more. In the span of half a month, time had flown by in the blink of an eye. During this half-month, Riezel had been traveling leisurely, like a true wanderer. He stayed wherever he went, ate wherever he was, and enjoyed rare moments of freedom and ease. During this time, he seemed like an ordinary person, so ordinary that even his sword had been stored away in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube, leaving no one aware that he was a swordsman. By now, he had mostly adapted to his current power and achieved all his objectives in this world. In other words, he was ready to return. At this moment, Riezel walked along a small town street, listening to the bustling sounds of street vendors while quietly waiting for the time to return. Soon, as the transparent cube in his mind began to spin, he finally reached the moment of return. The time limit has reached 0, dimensional travel is about to conclude, initiating inspection. User detected possessing unique powers of this world and will return with the user after dissolving the consciousness body. User detected carrying unique items of this world and can return with the user by consuming dimensional energy. A list of unique items has been compiled, please proceed with your selection. 1. Resurrection Medicine, 5. 2. Hermit, 4. 3. Abuyashiki Family's Jade, 1. 4. Mechanical Doll, Yoriichi Type 1, 2. 5. Mechanical Doll, Yoriichi Type 1, 2. 6. Mechanical Doll, Yoriichi Type 1, 2. 7. And so, the familiar list of items appeared before Riezel. As Riezel glanced at it, he raised an eyebrow. Hermit was already assimilated with the dimensional magic cube the last time I finished dimensional travel, so it should be ready to use at any time, right? Why do I have to pay again? Riezel was initially puzzled but then realized. Could it be because Hermit was upgraded to first-class special equipment? If that was the case, it made sense. Before the upgrade, Hermit was merely second-class special equipment, so when he took it out of the world of Danmachi, it consumed only dimensional energy to assimilate second-class special equipment. However, now that Hermit had been upgraded to first-class special equipment, it naturally required extra energy for assimilation. If not for this, he could easily exploit it by taking unique items from a certain world and bringing them to another, mixing them with the unique materials of that world, and thus obtaining the unique materials without paying for them. It was clear that the dimensional magic cube wouldn't have such a loophole, so for this return, Hermit needed additional dimensional energy for reassimilation. For units of dimensional energy, huh? It seems like it's accounting for the energy used in the world of Danmachi. Riezel remembered that the last time, assimilating Hermit in the world of Danmachi had consumed only 2 units of dimensional energy. As for Fool, being first-class special equipment, it had consumed 5 units of dimensional energy. Now, with Hermit upgraded to first-class special equipment, it needed 4 units of dimensional energy to be taken away. It seemed cheaper by 1 unit compared to Fool, but he thought it was unlikely that Hermit was inferior to Fool. In terms of power and performance, the current Hermit was certainly better than Fool. For this reason, Riezel estimated that, including the 2 units of dimensional energy consumed before the upgrade, the current Hermit should be worth 6 units of dimensional energy. Not gonna lie, this is quite user-friendly. Riezel muttered before glancing at his remaining dimensional energy. Dimensional energy, 190. After spending half a year in the world of Demon Slayer, the dimensional magic cube had collected a total of 180 units of dimensional energy. He remembered that before dimensional traveling to this world, he had 40 units of dimensional energy remaining. However, after using 30 units for the travel, he was left with 10 units. Given this, after adding the collected 180 units of dimensional energy, his total now amounted to exactly 190 units, setting a new record. After confirming the amount of his dimensional energy, Riezel quickly selected the items he needed to take with him. Resurrection Medicine, 5. Hermit, 4. Ubuyashiki Family's Jade, 1. Riezel used a total of 10 units of dimensional energy to take these 3 items with him. Originally, he wanted to take all the Yuriichi Type 1s in his possession as well, but after a moment's thought, he realized that he could easily create these dolls himself later. Moreover, since taking one would require 2 units of dimensional energy, if he wanted to take hundreds of them, could he really afford it? After considering it, he decided to leave the mechanical dolls behind and just take Hermit, the resurrection medicine gifted by Tamayo, and the Ubuyashiki Family's Jade gifted by Kagaya. Dimensional energy, 180. Seeing his remaining dimensional energy, Riezel nodded in satisfaction and ended his selection. Selection completed, starting execution. Item assimilation successful. Dimensional travel concluded, initiating the return protocol. In the next moment, Riezel's body became intangible, turning transparent until it disappeared without a trace. In the small town, people continued to come and go on the main street, caught up in the constant hustle and bustle of vendors and their calls. However, none of them noticed Riezel's departure, nor did they sense any anomaly. It was as if the young men who had suddenly vanished in the middle of the street had never been there as they continued their peaceful, ordinary lives. Chapter 226, A Change of Mind. Truthfully, the second return felt no different compared to the first one. It was like waking from a dream, living a life previously unknown, and upon opening his eyes, he had a moment of uncertainty about whether he was in reality or another dream. Staring at the somewhat familiar ceiling in the somewhat familiar room, Riezel lay quietly for a long time before finally speaking. Back, huh? As reality gradually settled in, the dreamlike sensation receded, fading with the now calm and transparent cube in his mind. Only then did Riezel silently sit up, canceling the magic he had cast on himself called Veil Breath, a green protective magic that increased the target's resistance to physical and magical attacks. He had used this magic on himself before the dimensional travel to ensure he had protection and wouldn't completely lose his defense during his journey to another world. Now that he was back, the magic was still in effect, as if to reassure him that no one had tampered with his body while he was asleep. Although nothing had happened to his body, it didn't mean his body hadn't changed at all. Whether it was the noticeably stronger power or the subtle, sun-like pulsating fiery breath, everything indicated that he had undergone another transformation, a rebirth of sorts. Moreover, such a change occurred in just one day according to this world's time. In a single day, Riezel had returned with newfound strength. Not bad. Riezel confirmed once again that Hermit was indeed in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube. With a faint smile, he gazed at the first-class special equipment he had created, renowned as a divine sword in another world. After stretching his body a bit, Riezel got out of bed. Having gone through dimensional travel, he had come to understand some things. For this reason, he wanted to have a good chat with Yui. A day felt like it had passed a long time for Riezel, who had undergone dimensional travel for 6 months, but for this world, it was quite brief. At this time, the Riezel family was still dealing with the aftermath of the War Festival. For Riezel, the War Festival had been an event from half a year ago, but for the Riezel family and the people of this world, it was only a couple of days ago. At this point, the people of Undine were still chatting excitedly about the various battles that had taken place during the festival. Riezel himself was the hot topic of conversation, with countless people discussing him and recognizing him as a sword master and tactical class magician, marveling at his achievements and strength. Marquis Philip Charlier from the royal capital had also been here the day before, acting as a negotiator in hopes of persuading Riezel to return to the royal capital to receive a nobleman from the kingdom. Demon swordsman Jill Dardis, who had been wiped out on the spot by Riezel's decomposition magic, was now nothing but a name. However, the defeat at the war festival and the incident caused by the demon swordsman had successfully caused Alderman, the former head of the Riezel family and Yuri's father, to lose his composure. At this moment, he was still sulking and hadn't come out of his room yet. Under these circumstances, Riezel had already given Yuri a heads up, so after a day, when he came out of his room, no one at the Riezel residence found his appearance particularly strange. As Riezel walked through the hallway, no one seemed surprised by his presence. Lord Riezel. Sir Brynhart. Like before, the knights and servants passing by greeted Riezel with respect, bowing their heads as soon as they saw him. Riezel had finally grown accustomed to this and no longer felt as unnatural or uneasy about it as he once did. After all, during his 6 months in the world of Demon Slayer as the head instructor of the Demon Slayer Corps and an honored guest of the Ubuyashiki family, he had been treated with such respect wherever he went. Over time, he had gotten used to it and no longer felt any inexplicable feelings about it. Riezel nodded to those who greeted him as he made his way to Yuri's office. Knock knock knock. After walking for a while, Riezel finally arrived at the office door and knocked on it 3 times. Come in. Yuri's voice immediately came from inside the door without even asking who it was. Her tone suggested she probably thought the visitor was a subordinate coming to report on the war festival's follow-up work. Riezel smiled and pushed the door open, stepping into the office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yuri sitting at a rather luxurious desk, holding a piece of parchment and seemingly reviewing some documents without even lifting her head. Marilyn, standing beside Yuri, greeted Riezel as he entered. Mr. Riezel. Marilyn's greeting made Yuri lift her head. Oh, it's you. Yuri put down the parchment, her previously cold face and demeanor melting away like snow to reveal a beautiful smile. I thought it was someone coming to report on the war festival's wrap-up. Well, it seems I'm interrupting you then. Riezel glanced at the pile of parchment on the desk. Maybe I should come back later. Riezel turned to leave, but Yuri stopped him. It's all right, I was about to take a break anyway. Upon hearing this, Riezel didn't find anything wrong with Yuri's words, but Marilyn raised an eyebrow slightly. A break? When did you ever say you were going to take a break? Before this man entered the room, you had been handling work with a cold face and demeanor. Aside from sleeping, you hadn't considered taking a break even once. Although she thought this, Marilyn didn't dare to say it and silently stayed by the side, acting like a statue. Unfortunately, it seemed Yuri wasn't planning to let her off the hook. Marilyn, bring the tea. Yuri gave the order without turning around. Yes. Marilyn complied and, as usual, shot a look at Riezel without a trace of emotion. What did I do? Riezel thought confusedly as he saw Marilyn's gaze on him. Okay, have a seat. Yuri pushed aside the papers on the desk, smiled at Riezel, and gestured for him to sit down. Seeing this, Riezel had no choice but to sit. Soon, Marilyn wheeled in a cart from the tea station by the office and served a cup of red tea to both of them. As the steaming tea was placed in front of Riezel and Yuri, its aroma wafting up, changing their expressions. Yuri looked relaxed and content. As for Riezel, his expression was more like he was facing a monstrous flood. Seriously, this tea isn't going to be so ridiculously sweet that it melts my tongue, is it? As Riezel watched his tea and pondered seriously, Yuri picked up her tea, took a sip, and then spoke up. So, how are you? Is your injury better? Before the dimensional travel, Riezel had told Yuri that he would stay in his room for a day without the need to eat or drink, leading her to believe he was resting to recover from his injury. During the war festival, Riezel's hand had been slashed while trying to protect Yuri from Jill, after all. However, since Yuri didn't know that Riezel had actually healed his injury with Diafratel long ago, she thought he was staying in his room to recover. As a result, upon seeing Riezel again, Yuri immediately asked about his condition. Nah, it's already healed. Nothing serious. Riezel quickly brushed off the topic. That's good. Yuri's expression relaxed a lot, then joked, if something happened to you, I'd probably feel guilty for the rest of my life. You're joking. It was just a slash on the hand, not like it got chopped off. Riezel smiled slightly. Besides, you're the savior who saved my life to begin with, so if something like that did happen, I'd gladly accept that since it'd be like repaying the favor. At his words, Yuri gave him a look of anger, clearly not liking his way of thinking. Since you're fine, that's good. Yuri took another sip of her tea before casually asking, what are you planning to do today? Still practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard like you used to? Nope. Riezel calmly shook his head. For now, I'll put aside the sword stuff. Due to mastering the total concentration, constant, of the evolved sun breathing, it could be said that he was always training, even when he was doing nothing. As a result, there was no need to specifically practice swordsmanship to improve his status any further. From now on, he wouldn't need to train as desperately as he had before, and when he practiced swordsmanship, it would likely be to refine his sword techniques or the sword forms of his breathing styles rather than to improve his status. Moreover, he had also recently gained a lot of insight from top-tier swordsmen in the world of Demon Slayer, so he didn't need to worry about swordsmanship for now. Even if he wanted to train, it would probably focus on magic, which he had rarely used in the world of Demon Slayer. Nevertheless, this could also be set aside for now. Since he had only recently reached level 6 and his current body was just beginning to adapt, there was no need to rush into magic training. Is that so? Yuri put down her cup of red tea and smiled. In that case, why don't you go check out the library here? At her suggestion, Riezel's heart stirred, and even Marilyn beside her seemed to have something to say about it. Obviously, the library Yuri referred to was no ordinary library. She talked about the library of the Riezel family's main residence, which housed the entire collection of swordsmanship and magic books the family had collected since its founding. Such a precious library, and yet Yuri offered it as casually as if she were inviting someone to check out a book after school. Riezel knew Yuri was suggesting this for his sake. After all, from her perspective, he had only recently declared his intention to become a sword saint and break away from Genus's influence. Seeing that he had recovered from his injury, she decided to offer him access to the library to provide some support. Riezel understood this well, which caused him to look at Yuri with much gentler eyes. However, he wasn't here for the Riezel family's library, nor was he here to discuss how to become a sword saint with Yuri. He only wanted to say one thing. Yuri, I plan to return to the royal capital. Yes. Riezel had changed his mind and intended to return to the royal capital. Chapter 227, Let's see who will laugh last. Return to the royal capital. At this moment, not only Yuri but even Marilyn was stunned. Did they hear that correctly? Riezel planned to return to the royal capital. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Didn't you refuse Marquis Charlier's request yesterday, saying you wouldn't return to the royal capital? Yuri asked with a frown. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Could it be that Riezel truly wanted to accept the noble title from the kingdom and become a noble? It didn't seem entirely impossible to understand when she thought about it more carefully. After all, becoming a noble was something most people wouldn't refuse. In fact, 99% of people in this world were eager to become nobles and gain privileges, while only a tiny minority truly wished to remain ordinary. She knew that Riezel had come from the countryside to the royal capital originally to gain fame and the chance to become a noble, so refusing such an opportunity would be strange. As Yuri lost herself in thought, Riezel spoke up. Actually, I've had a bit of a change of heart. Riezel calmly shook his head. It's not that I want to become a noble or accept a noble title from the kingdom. I just think there's no need to keep hiding and avoiding things anymore. Previously, because it was his first time dealing with the nobles of this world, Riezel had always felt a natural aversion. After all, he didn't want to repeat the mistakes of his past life or step into that world of deceit and scheming again. Besides, with what seemed to be an organization called the Heretic Assassin keeping a close watch on him, he decided, after careful consideration, to temporarily go with the flow and follow Yuri. However, as it turned out, no matter what he did, when being watched by those in power with ulterior motives, whether willingly or not, he would inevitably be pulled into the whirlpool of conspiracies and schemes. Even Genus, who didn't openly trouble him, might be secretly making arrangements to bind him to the kingdom and ensure his loyalty, given that he was a rare talent, a sword master and tactical class magician. Yuri's suggestion to solve such a situation was to become a sword saint. As long as he became a sword saint and possessed the power to make the royal family think twice before acting rashly, he could avoid many troubles. Understanding this, Riezel agreed with Yuri's suggestion. He knew well that absolute power was the fundamental factor in making all the petty schemers back off. Just like the Loki Familia, one of the strongest familias in Orario and even in the entire world of Danmachi, few dared to offend it. Just like Yuriichi, a swordsman so strong that he frightened Muzan, a being who caused despair to countless people. Yuriichi's existence became Muzan's lifelong trauma, to the point that he hid from the world until Yuriichi's death. From these two examples, it was clear that if Riezel had enough power, neither Genus nor any country on the Akasha continent would easily ignore or plot against him due to the consequences it could bring. However, Riezel now felt there was no need to avoid those so-called conspiracies, the royal capital, or the royal family. In the first place, he was originally someone who feared nothing. Although he despised deceit and schemes, being afraid of such things was another matter entirely. However, what was important was that during the 6 months of dimensional travel in the world of Demon Slayer, he had rediscovered his true self. He was here to keep moving forward. He had come this far to live freely. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, even if he had to face severe challenges, so what? No matter what it was, in this new life, he couldn't just passively go with the flow like in his past life. He needed to use his strength to fight for the life he wanted. For this, even if it meant death, he would have no regrets. For this reason, Riezel had no intention of avoiding things any longer. If this kingdom is going to become the cage that imprisons me, then I'll just have to break it. Riezel spoke calmly as he gazed at Yuri. Royal capital, since so many people there want me to return, what's the harm in going back? Let everyone come and try. Let's see who will laugh last. Riezel's declaration was very calm and indifferent, yet it carried an indescribable strength, giving off a subtle sense of oppression. You. Yuri looked at Riezel, momentarily stunned as if she were looking at an alien. Marilyn's eyes flickered, and her expression changed as she looked at Riezel, as if she were seeing a different person. Both of them stared at Riezel, feeling that he seemed a bit out of place. It couldn't be helped. After all, this was the first time Riezel had shown his true nature in front of them. If the members of the Loki familia were here to see the current Riezel, they would simply think, yeah, this is the Riezel we know. In the eyes of the Loki familia's members, the men who, even in the dungeon, dared to charge fearlessly at the crocodile dragon while coughing up blood, who could stand up time and time again against unknown worm monsters and slash them relentlessly with his sword, was both a fierce warrior and a fearless hero. This was the Riezel Brynhart they knew. Tomorrow, I'll set out to return to the royal capital. Riezel continued with a smile. You'll support my decision, won't you? Upon hearing this, Yuri blinked her eyes in a daze and remained silent. She was silent for a long time, not revealing her thoughts. Riezel didn't rush her, quietly sitting there, waiting for her response. After a long while, Yuri sighed. You've already decided, haven't you? Yuri asked, seeming to make a final confirmation. Yup. Riezel replied briefly, not planning to say more. Okay. Yuri nodded and smiled lightly. In that case, go ahead and do it. Upon hearing this, Riezel's smile deepened. Thanks. As Riezel's thanks echoed in the office, the aroma and warmth of the tea filled the room, bringing a sense of comfort. After chatting for a while, Riezel finally left. Not wanting to disturb Yuri while she was working, Riezel only made a few casual remarks before bidding her farewell. Yuri watched as Riezel departed, unable to focus on the stacks of parchment on her desk anymore, clearly losing interest in her work. Is this all right, my lady? Marilyn asked hesitantly. If he returns to the royal capital, it might not be so easy for him to leave again. I know that. Yuri replied expressionlessly. But since he's already made his decision, I have no reason to stop him. Aren't you worried, my lady? Marilyn asked after a pause. From the looks of it, he seems to have no intention of accepting the noble title from the kingdom. If that happens, the kingdom will definitely be unwilling to let such talent be recruited by a foreign country, which could possibly lead to irreconcilable conflicts between them. In her eyes, this situation was extremely dangerous. After all, she didn't believe Riezel had the capability to challenge the kingdom. If he possessed the strength of a sword saint, he might still give the kingdom a run for its money with the support of the Frenzel family. However, in her eyes, he was at most an expert sword master, and such swordsmen weren't exactly rare in the royal capital. Even if he was also a tactical class magician, so what? Yuri was a strategic class magician, yet she too had to make some compromises in front of the kingdom. Without enough strength, although the kingdom might show some consideration for his connection to the Frenzel family, it wouldn't be enough to let him do whatever he wanted. If he were to cause a major incident by accident, perhaps even the Frenzel family wouldn't be able to protect him. For this reason, Marilyn felt that Yuri shouldn't let him leave. Keeping him under the protection of the Frenzel family and helping him grow would be the most beneficial approach. However, Marilyn didn't know that Riezel was no longer comparable to the person he had been just a day ago. Moreover, Yuri, whether consciously or unconsciously, had always indulged Riezel, so no matter what Marilyn said, it was useless. He is not my subordinate, Marilyn. Yuri glanced at Marilyn with a half-smile on her face. Do you, like others, see him as one of my people? Marilyn lowered her head and said nothing. However, if she were to be honest, she actually thought that way. After all, Riezel was not only a sword master but also a tactical class magician. Such a valuable talent, and yet her master had gotten to him first, establishing a good relationship. With such advantageous conditions, not pulling him into the Frenzel family and bringing him closer would be a waste. She even wondered if her master was treating Riezel as a lover to support and nurture. She knew her master's temperament very well, so she just couldn't imagine her master marrying anyone of noble standing in the future. In her understanding, if her master wanted to marry, she would find a man she liked on her own before bringing him home and nurturing him to become her ideal partner, thus ending her single life and starting a family. With this thought in mind, Marilyn naturally considered Riezel to be her master's person. Even if he wasn't a subordinate, he was a man raised by her master's own hands, definitely a worthwhile investment, even though she was still quite annoyed by the notion. Yuri, unaware of Marilyn's thoughts, continued to speak. He's my only friend. I don't want him to be mine or anything. Yuri's expression was calm. Besides, with his personality, once he's made up his mind, he won't compromise even if I try to stop him. Anyone who saw Riezel's expression earlier would understand what she meant. His eyes, burning with an endless flame as if to scorch away all obstacles, were impossible to hide, even though his expression seemed calm and indifferent. Yuri felt that this seemingly composed and steady young man harbored a beast within him, and she didn't want to stand in its way when it was about to be unleashed for fear of being devoured in the process. Go prepare the carriage and the ship. Yuri made the decision and gave the order. Tomorrow, we will set off with him. Yuri's decisive order left no room for Marilyn's forthcoming objections. Yes. In the end, Marilyn could only comply obediently and sighed to herself. Looks like the royal capital is about to go into chaos. Chapter 228, Journey back to the royal capital. The next morning, at dawn. When Riezel arrived at the gate of the Riezel main residence, not only was the carriage ready for departure, but a line of fully armed knights was also neatly arranged, prepared to set off at any moment. Yuri and Marilyn had even arrived at the gate before him, accompanied by Ayn and Ian, engaging in some conversation. Seeing this, Riezel paused briefly, sighed after a moment, and continued to walk forward. Good morning, Riezel. Yuri spotted Riezel's arrival and greeted him with a light smile. Meanwhile, Marilyn, Ayn, Ian, and the knights around them all promptly bowed to Riezel in unison. Riezel responded with a nod and then approached Yuri. You know, I was planning to return alone. Riezel sighed slightly. Seeing the current situation, he knew full well that she intended to accompany him. I know. Yuri lifted her gaze, looking straight into his eyes. But I'm not at ease if you're alone. Being uneasy meant being uneasy. She wasn't planning to beat around the bush, so she stated her thoughts directly. You're underestimating me. Riezel said with a calm smile. Anyway, it's not easy to get back home and leave the royal capital. You could stay home a while longer. He knew Yuri never really liked returning to the royal capital, so he didn't want to drag this young lady into a mess because of his own decision. Besides, you still need to handle the aftermath of the war festival, the follow-up with the demon swordsman, and the territory management, right? Riezel continued. With your father in his current state, he definitely can't manage these things. Is it really okay for you to leave? Don't worry. Yuri calmly shook her head. My family isn't completely without support. I've arranged everything, so you don't need to worry about them. Riezel was about to say something more but was interrupted by Yuri. All right, let's settle it this way. Yuri nodded. Since you dare to face it, why should I avoid it? If we're going back, then let's go together. Upon hearing this, Riezel had nothing more to say and could only nod in understanding. As the group prepared to get into the carriage and leave the Riezel main residence, two people suddenly came to see them off. Elder sister. Mr. Riezel. Elder sister Yuri. With these two voices, a boy and a girl ran out of the manor. It was none other than Modiste and Isaac. What are you doing here? Yuri stopped and turned around, looking at her younger brother and sister before quickly approaching them. Riezel also stepped forward, approaching the two siblings. Apparently, the siblings seemed to have just learned about Riezel and Yuri's plans to return to the royal capital, so they ran in a hurry and looked out of breath. Why are you suddenly going back to the royal capital? Isaac protested. I thought you guys weren't going back. Modiste nodded along while sneakily glancing at Riezel. Strangely, when Riezel noticed Modiste's gaze, her face turned faintly red before she quickly looked away. Well, the plans have changed. Yuri didn't explain much to her younger siblings but just patted their heads. Sorry, you'll have to manage things at home for a while. You need to be obedient, okay? How about I come with you to the royal capital? Isaac's eyes darted around for a moment as if he were thinking of something before immediately making this suggestion. Isaac. Don't be a nuisance to elder sister and Mr. Riezel. Modiste furrowed her brows and quickly scolded Isaac. It doesn't matter, right? Isaac pouted, clearly displeased. I haven't been to the royal capital in a long time, and the last time I went, I was only 6 years old. It's been 2 years since then. I haven't been to the royal capital in 3 years, but do you hear me complaining? Modiste shook her head. Elder sister and Mr. Riezel are going there on business, not for leisure. You'd just be a troublemaker. But father is in that condition, and after the war festival, elder brother just disappeared. Isaac mumbled, his expression downcast. Now that elder sister Yuri is leaving too, doesn't that mean it's just me and elder sister Modiste left at home? Modiste fell silent. Riezel looked at the pair of siblings and suddenly felt that they seemed quite pitiful. It was clear that their father, Alderman, was incompetent when it came to family. Not only now but even before, he hadn't really cared about the daily lives of his children. Safaz was always out and about, furtively engaged in who knows what, never home, clearly not doing his part as the eldest sibling well. Since Yuri became the chief court magician, she frequently had to stay in the royal capital to handle affairs. Moreover, the eldest daughter, who was the second child of the Riezel family, had left for her mother's family because of their terrible father and hadn't been back for years. As a result, Modeste and Isaac, this pair of siblings, had become isolated, often left alone at home, only able to keep company with knights, guards, and servants. It was only natural for them to feel lonely. No wonder Modeste looks so mature for her age, while the youngest one is always causing trouble. It seems this loneliness has shaped their characters, huh? Riezel mused silently. Yuri looked especially guilty, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Riezel thought for a moment and decided to make the decision for Yuri. Actually, bringing them along wouldn't be a problem, right? Riezel's sudden words surprised Yuri and caught the attention of Modeste and Isaac. You know, we're not going to battle or anything. Riezel smiled slightly. Since something so big happened last time, it's unlikely that any such lawless behavior will occur again in the short term. It shouldn't be a problem for Modeste and Isaac to stay in the royal capital for a while, right? Ah. Yuri hesitated. However, her hesitation immediately gave Modeste and Isaac hope. We promise we'll be good and won't cause any trouble. Isaac immediately raised his hand to vow. Modeste, aiming to maintain her mature image and composure, didn't act as childishly as Isaac, but her hopeful look still softened Yuri's heart. All right. After thinking for a moment, Yuri eventually agreed. Yay. Isaac cheered, and Modeste had a beaming smile on her face, clearly delighted. Done. Let's get going then. Riezel smiled subtly. With that, Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn led the cheerful Isaac and Modeste into the carriage, while Ian and I took their places in the driver's seat as always before driving off. As the carriage headed down the main road, the knights lined up behind it began to move, trailing after the carriage in an orderly manner and creating a loud, rhythmic sound of footsteps. And so, Riezel and Yuri finally set off on their journey back to the royal capital. Ultimately, news of their departure spread rapidly, reaching not only various people but also making its way back to the royal capital. It took about 4 days to travel from Undine in the Riezel territory to the royal capital, Uluvia. During these 4 days, 3 were spent traveling by water, from Undine to Trancha by ship, and 1 day was spent traveling overland, from Trancha to Uluvia by carriage. Earlier, Riezel and the others had left the royal capital in the same way to reach the Riezel territory, and naturally, they were returning to the royal capital in the same manner. It had been less than half a month since Riezel and Yuri last left the royal capital, and now they had returned once more. Evidently, this surprised everyone. No one expected Riezel and Yuri to return so quickly after leaving the royal capital amidst the previous commotion. However, for some, their return was undoubtedly a good thing. As a result, when a luxurious carriage bearing the crest of the Riezel family and leading a knightly order appeared grandly at the city gate of the royal capital, a carriage emerged from the city to welcome Riezel and Yuri. Ein and Ian, who were driving the carriage, were the first to notice it. They exchanged surprised glances before quickly reporting to the carriage. My lady, there's a carriage with the crest of the Charlier family stopped up ahead. Ian's announcement caused the conversation inside the carriage to cease. Let's go greet them. Yuri's voice came from inside, prompting Ein and Ian to move the carriage forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the Charlier family's carriage, 2 familiar faces who had recently visited the Riezel family disembarked. Who else but Philip and his attendant Glyman? Accompanied by a large group of guards, they approached the carriage where Riezel and the others were. Riezel and Yuri immediately got out of their carriage and met Philip. Good to see you again, Marquis Charlier. Yuri greeted with a graceful bow. Oh, good to see you again, Marquis Riezel. Philip returned the gesture with a wry smile. You two just declined my invitation to return to the capital, and now you're suddenly back. It's quite puzzling, honestly. It's just a sudden change of plans. Yuri said without changing her expression. We have some matters to handle here, so we apologize for any inconvenience. No, it's fine. It's good that you two are back. Philip's earlier bitterness disappeared, replaced by a genuine smile. Since you two are back, my earlier task wasn't a failure then. In the next second, as if he had remembered something, Philip informed Yuri of it. By the way, your mansion has been rebuilt with the assistance of the court magician sent by the palace. Are you going to head there first, or? Philip's question was met with a prompt response. I'll head there first. Yuri replied lightly. Since my younger siblings have come along and the mansion needs time to settle, as it's newly rebuilt, we're really sorry that we can't host you, Marquis Charlier. Understood. Philip nodded understandingly. In that case, I won't disturb you. Speaking of which, the palace should issue a summons soon, so you can go there then. Yuri nodded and said no more. Philip smiled at Riezel and, along with Glyman and his guards, left. Riezel watched them silently, deep in thought. Let's go. We'll head back to the Riezel residence first. Yuri turned her head toward Riezel as she spoke, breaking his train of thought. Yeah. Riezel nodded casually and followed Yuri back into the carriage. Soon, the Frenzel family's carriage was once again on its way, entering the royal capital and heading toward their secondary residence. However, with Riezel's return, the brief period of calm in the royal capital had finally ended. Chapter 229, Two Major Factions. One had to admit that magic was truly a miracle, especially when it came to structure system magic, which could create materials out of nothing. In many ways, it touched upon the realm of the divine. With such magic at play, a luxurious mansion, which had recently been thoroughly burned down, was rebuilt in less than half a month, and it was even identical to the original, without a single difference. If this wasn't considered a miracle, then what could be? When Riezel and the others returned to the Frenzel family's secondary residence in the royal capital, they found no differences compared to before, even the furniture had been perfectly restored. As a result, they didn't need much time to adapt and quickly settled in. However, there were still some changes in various aspects. For example, this time Yuri didn't place the accompanying knightly order in the royal capital's training field but had Ayn and Ian station them directly at the residence instead. Another example was that Yuri no longer used the magic defense of the court magician but designed her own, working tirelessly to make significant modifications to it. Additionally, the servants and guards recalled by the Frenzel family were under a certain level of surveillance. Ayn, Ian, and the knights always kept an eye on them, ensuring that incidents of accepting bribes from others, as had happened before, no longer occurred. All of these were changes that only perceptive individuals might notice, subtle yet significant. Modeste and Isaac, however, didn't notice anything amiss and curiously explored the entire residence, moving about as if they were on vacation. Yuri had no intention of revealing her and Riezel's matters to her younger siblings, so she arranged for them to be accompanied and entertained by the servants. However, if they wanted to go out, they had to get her approval first. Riezel noticed that since their return to the royal capital, the Frenzel family's secondary residence seemed livelier than before. Clearly, this wasn't only due to the 100 knights stationed directly at the residence but also because many nobles began to visit one after another. Over the past few days, luxurious carriages bearing noble family crests had continuously entered the residence to meet Yuri. Riezel also received many letters from the servant, all from major nobles in the royal capital. Some were greetings, seemingly aimed at building a good relationship with him, while others subtly expressed a desire to meet and discuss something, which was quite obvious in its intentions. After all, Riezel's fame in the royal capital was now on par with Yuri's. His dual identities as a sword master and tactical class magician led many to believe he would soon rise to the status of a major noble himself. As a result, whether it was to build good relations or to win him over, the nobles in the royal capital were eager to take action. Riezel even received a letter from his dear friend, Archie. Archie's letter was filled with joy as if he were greeting a long-lost friend. One might think he regarded Riezel as a close friend, if not for the constant inquiries about when they could meet and his hints that he needed Riezel's help with something. Later, Riezel learned from Yuri that Archie seemed to have drawn considerable attention from his family because of him. Archie's father had originally intended to make his eldest son the heir, but after Archie revealed his friendship with Riezel, his father appeared to be having second thoughts. Given this situation, it was easy to guess what Archie might want Riezel's help with. Understanding this, Riezel obviously chose to ignore Archie and had no intention of sending a reply. Even so, to his surprise, apart from Archie, someone else from Riezel's small group also sent him a letter. It was none other than Carrera Elliott, the object of the original Riezel's admiration, or rather, the original Riezel's crush. As the only young lady in the small group with a status and background equal to Archie's, Carrera had previously shown disinterest in Riezel, not being very warm toward him. Yet now she had sent a letter inviting him for a cup of tea if he had time. Carrera's sudden change of attitude made Riezel furrow his brows, reminding him of a previous conversation with Yuri that had taken place before they arrived at the royal capital, Yulovia. At that time, Riezel and the others had already disembarked from the ship and were riding in a carriage, leaving Trancha behind as they headed toward Yulovia. Since the 3-day ship journey had left Modeste and Isaac utterly exhausted, they had fallen asleep in Marilyn's embrace. Riezel, on the other hand, was chatting with Yuri. As they chatted, Yuri eventually began to discuss the current state of Gina's. Actually, the royal family's situation isn't all that great right now. Yuri suddenly revealed this fact to Riezel. Perhaps it was because they were approaching the royal capital, or perhaps because she knew Riezel would be involved with these matters later, Yuri decided to bring it up. Why's that? Riezel asked, puzzled. In response, Yuri began to explain in detail. In Gina's, there are essentially two major factions right now. One is the royal faction, led by the current members of the royal family. While the other is the duke faction, led by a certain duke. According to Yuri, the current king of Gina's and this certain duke were blood brothers. In the past, after the death of the previous king, who was their father, they entered a period of rivalry for the throne. In the end, the current king emerged victorious and claimed the throne, causing the duke to lose his chance to become king. As a result, the duke was then made a duke and given a new surname, Cordelian, leaving behind the surname Genus. From there on, the conflict between the king and the duke began. Duke Cordelian has never been able to accept his defeat. He always thinks he's just as good as his elder brother and that he only lost because his brother was born as the crown prince and the eldest son. Since his own succession rights were a bit weaker, his elder brother ended up taking the throne. Actually, the king is also aware of his younger brother's dissatisfaction, so to prevent him from rebelling and usurping the throne, he has been secretly suppressing the development of the Cordelian family and keeping Duke Cordelian in check. Although there hasn't been any apparent conflict between them, the rivalry has continued in the shadows to this day. Originally, this wouldn't have caused the kingdom to split into two factions because Duke Cordelian never had the opportunity to develop his power and influence, but it changed after his children started to grow up. Yuri told Riezel that Duke Cordelian had two children. The first child was a son named Sergius Cordelian, who was 22 years old. The second child was a daughter named Serena Cordelian, who was 17 years old. Although Duke Cordelian had only two children, making his children relatively few compared to those of the other nobles, their achievements were exceptional. Sergius, from childhood, had diligently practiced swordsmanship, showing exceptional talent and effort. At 13, he received the Sword Master medal, becoming the youngest sword master in the kingdom. When he turned 15, Duke Cordelian handed over control of the Cordelian family's knightly order to him. Surprisingly, this knightly order, with about 1,000 members, was eventually transformed into one of the best knightly orders in the kingdom under his guidance. Not only did this knightly order have several sword masters, but it also included a sword saint, said to have been personally recruited by Sergius. Serena, on the other hand, had demonstrated exceptional talent in magic from a young age. By 14, she had developed tactical class magic on her own, becoming a tactical class magician. Like Yuri, she graduated early from Spriller Academy. Needless to say, these siblings were not only exceptionally talented but also incredibly hardworking, excelling in all aspects, including strength, achievements, knowledge, and character. They were famous for their excellence throughout Genus. Looking at the current generation of the royal family, they all fall short compared to the Cordelian siblings. Unlike the duke, the king had many children. Unfortunately, among these children, only 4 were relatively well known. Among these 4, one princess was still very young and would be set aside for now, but the other 3 princes had made a name for themselves, albeit in less favorable ways. Crown Prince Reinhard has been frail and sickly since childhood, unable to practice swordsmanship and lacking any talent in magic. He was neglected in the palace but, through self-study, gained considerable knowledge. Later, he discovered many errors in magic studies, and after publishing his findings, he quickly gained the attention of Spriller Academy and eventually became a professor of modern magic there. Third Prince Soren possesses outstanding swordsmanship and earned the Sword Master medal at the age of 15, but he is known for his brutal and vicious nature. He also has suppressed many nobles for his own gain, making him the most notorious royal family member. 7th Prince Benedict is a rare magician in the royal family with pretty good talent. Although he didn't quite make it to a tactical class magician, he's got 4th grade magic compatibility in both transformation and control systems. He was once highly praised, but his timid and cowardly nature, along with his weaknesses, really disappointed the king, who ended up being cold toward him. From Yuri's explanation, all 3 princes had their displeasing aspects. Many nobles in the kingdom believe that the royal family members represented by these 3 princes haven't lived up to what's expected of the kingdom's next generation. As a result, many of them have decided to side with Duke Cordelian. As a royal relative, Duke Cordelian carried the royal bloodline and had a claim to the throne. After all, he was originally a prince before becoming a duke, being a direct brother of the current king. With such a strong royal bloodline, his children, Sergius and Serena, held a very high position in the line of succession. Because of this, many nobles in Genus had been thoroughly divided into 2 factions, one led by the current royal family and one led by the duke. Of course, there were also many neutral nobles who had not yet decided or had yet to choose a side. Until now, my family still hasn't picked a side. At this point, Yuri looked at Riezel and spoke with a somewhat meaningful tone. By the way, one of your friends seems to be from the Elliot family, right? Yuri was obviously referring to Carrera Elliot. You know, the Elliot family is actually part of the Duke faction, serving as a vassal to the Cordelian family. Carrera Elliot used to be friends with Serena Cordelian at Spriller Academy. Even though Serena has already graduated, Carrera still keeps in touch with her about academy stuff and helps her out. Well, it seems like your friend is not simple, huh? Yuri's words, laced with a hint of a smile, made Riezel furrow his brow deeply. Chapter 230, True Culprit. Riezel's impression of Carrera was neither particularly good nor particularly bad. In the original Riezel small group, Carrera had always been around, but she maintained a somewhat distant relationship with everyone, spending most of her time with her little follower, Sylvanie. Aside from that, she didn't show any special closeness or detachment toward anyone else. Regarding this, the original Riezel's fondness for her was also quite apparent, at least to Riezel, who believed that she couldn't have missed it. Nevertheless, Carrera did not treat the original Riezel any differently. She did not deliberately distance herself from him or warm up to him and remained as distant as ever, treating him like he was just another person, no different from anyone else. For this reason, Riezel's impression of Carrera was not entirely negative and he merely found her presence to be occasionally strong and sometimes weak. As Riezel recalled the original Riezel's memories, it now seemed that this daughter of the Elliot family was indeed not as simple as Yuri had said. In this situation, Yuri revealed something surprising to Riezel. Actually, the assassination attempts you encountered before might not be related to the heretic assassin, but to Carrera Elliot. Yuri's sudden revelation made Riezel narrow his eyes. What do you mean? Riezel looked at Yuri, his expression now much more serious than before. Seeing this, Yuri hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to tell him something she had previously kept hidden. When you went out with Ein and Ian, you were attacked, right? We investigated, and it turns out the attackers were the Shadow Knights directly under the royal family. From Yuri's explanation, Riezel learned that the so-called Shadow Knights were members of the Shadow, a secret assassination unit directly affiliated with the royal family of Genas and were responsible for handling the royal family's dirty work. From this, it was clear that the attackers who ambushed Riezel, Ian, and Ein and were ultimately killed by him were actually the Shadow Knights and not people from the heretic assassin. So, you're saying someone in the royal family is targeting me? Why though? Riezel asked with a puzzled tone. At that time, the original Riezel was seen as just a magic student and novice magician from the countryside. Although talented, he was still a nobody and unremarkable. Given that he had only been hanging out with Archie and the others, it seemed unlikely that he would provoke the royal family out of nowhere to the extent that they would send someone specifically to deal with him. Wait, you mean my encounter with those attackers is related to Carrera Elliot? Does that mean the royal family is upset about how close I am to the Duke faction? Riezel pieced the facts together. Exactly. Yuri calmly nodded. I've investigated this and found the reason. According to her, a large-scale conflict had recently occurred between the royal faction and the Duke faction. It turned out that the origin of this conflict was the infamous third prince, Soren Genas. Prince Soren believes that no one among the current royal family members can rival him and that there will be no other candidate for the next king besides himself. Yuri explained. However, a significant portion of the kingdom's nobility has chosen to support the Duke faction, believing that the next king should be Sergius Cordelian. In fact, the Cordelian siblings were even more famous in Genas than their father. Many supporters of the Duke faction chose to back not Duke Cordelian himself, but his son, Sergius Cordelian. Especially since Sergius had also recruited a sword saint to join their family, this development had become a major turning point, leading many to believe he would make a great king. As a result, during that time, Sergius had become a prominent figure, admired and highly regarded by both commoners and nobles. Thanks to this, the Duke faction went to great lengths to promote Sergius, leading a large portion of the nobles to believe he would be the best choice for the next king. However, how could the third prince, who viewed the throne as his personal possession, ignore this? Ever since then, Prince Soren saw Sergius as a thorn in his side. And thanks to his violent temperament, he frequently targeted Sergius, even publicly insulting him in front of the nobles to humiliate him. As Yuri said this, her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Unfortunately, he underestimated Sergius. In the end, not only did he fail to insult him, but Sergius even taught him a lesson in front of all the nobles. I heard he even lost a front tooth. Obviously, this was a classic case of a young master getting a taste of his own medicine, as seen in typical Chinese novels. To Riezel, he could only say that the so-called third prince truly deserved it. Even so, because of this incident, Soren harbored a deep hatred for Sergius. Afterward, Prince Soren lost control like a mad dog, relentlessly targeting Sergius and the Cordelian family, sparing no one, not even their vassals or anyone related to the Duke faction. Until this point, Yuri's expression had turned serious as she gazed at Riezel. I believe the reason you were targeted and attacked by the Shadow Knights might be because of this. In other words, that mad dog-like third prince, in his obsession with targeting Sergius and the Cordelian family, was willing to destroy anything beneficial to them. Unfortunately for Riezel, being a rare talent who might become a tactical class magician and being close to the daughter of the Elliot family, a vassal of the Cordelian family, made him a target. During that time, it wasn't just you. Many people directly related to the Cordelian family were targeted, and even those with indirect connections weren't spared, turning the entire royal capital into total chaos. Yuri shook her head helplessly. However, when you were first attacked and nearly killed, which was the time I saved you, I'm still not sure if it was Prince Soren behind it. And so, from that point on, the truth became clearer. Initially, Yuri hadn't suspected the Shadow or the Third Prince, believing it was the heretic assassin who had targeted Riezel. After all, the Frenzel family was among the few noble families without a clear stance, so their information was relatively outdated, preventing them from learning about the conflict between the two major factions in time. Needless to say, it wasn't her fault. Moreover, she wasn't a fan of the royal family or nobles in general, so even if she noticed some signs, she might have ignored them. Since the conflict didn't directly affect her, she adopted an indifferent attitude, remaining a cold observer. It wasn't until Riezel was attacked a second time and Ayn and Ian noticed the involvement of the shadow that Yuri realized the culprit was likely not the heretic assassin but the third prince. Riezel had been caught in the crossfire, angered by the crazy prince's violent personality. Clearly, the third prince might not have even known Riezel personally, he was merely targeting everything related to the Cordelian family. It was precisely because of this that, after learning of it, Yuri quickly went straight to the royal palace to report the matter to the king directly. As a result, the king flew into a rage, not only grounding all the princes and princesses but also stripping the third prince of his authority over the shadow. With that, the situation was somewhat resolved. With the whole story clear, Riezel closed his eyes and began pondering. Third Prince Soren Ginas, huh? So, this guy is the true culprit. He finally knew who he should hold accountable. Yuri then offered a bit of advice. After returning to the royal capital, people from both factions might try to make contact with you. Some will try to win you over, some will want to build a good relationship with you, but others might have ill intentions. You'd better not get too close to either of these factions, or you might get caught up in their struggles again. Yuri's advice was clear, but Riezel made no response. At this moment, he was aware of what needed to be done. Recalling the conversation he had with Yuri in the carriage at that time, Riezel looked at the letter in his hand again. After a moment of contemplation, he set it aside on the magic lamp, lit it, and burned it. No matter what you're scheming, this time. Riezel smirked, his gaze unusually cold and indifferent. Afterward, he treated the matter as if it had never happened and handed all the remaining letters to the servant. Although many of the letters were simply greetings from those wanting to make a good impression on him, he had no intention of responding. If they knew he had no plans to become a noble, they likely wouldn't want to associate with him afterward. Of course, this was uncertain since his refusal to become a noble didn't mean he would fade away among the crowd. Sword Saint. A faint whisper echoed in the room, quickly fading away. Quickly, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, everything in the Riezel residence was arranged, from the stationing of the knightly order to the modifications of the magic defense, all completed through the efforts of Yuri, Marilyn, and others. Eventually, the number of visitors to the Riezel residence decreased, no longer as numerous as before. On this day, Riezel and Yuri finally received the royal palace's summons. Let's go. Inside the top-floor office of the mansion, Yuri approached Riezel and presented an invitation letter. We're heading to the palace together. Are you ready? Yuri asked calmly, looking straight at Riezel's eyes. In response, Riezel gave a faint smile. Yeah, let's go. With that, Riezel led the way out of the office, while Yuri, accompanied by Marilyn, followed him silently. Before long, a carriage departed from the Riezel residence, heading to the royal palace. Chapter 231, Light of Heaven. Yaluvia, Royal Palace. It was a white castle located in the heart of the royal capital. As Riezel saw the castle, he had to admit that it was more magnificent and towering than any building he had ever seen. It also had a sense of solemnity that didn't quite match his idea of a building called a royal palace. In Riezel's impression, a royal palace should be a glorious and luxurious building, but this castle, rather than being glorious and luxurious, had a more inorganic feel, somewhat similar to a steel fortress. Sitting in the Riezel family's carriage, Riezel observed the castle through the window while making a small chat with Yuri. Oh, and here. Yuri suddenly handed Riezel an object. It was a medal. It featured an engraved sword that seemed designed to be pinned to the chest, and its material was not ordinary metal but appeared to be a rare magic metal. What's this? Riezel asked while examining the medal. It's a Sword Master medal. Yuri answered with a smile. Sword Master medal. Riezel was taken aback at first, then asked in surprise. Is this really the Sword Master medal? You're giving it to me directly just like this. One should know that the Sword Master medal was a symbol of a sword master, a coveted honor pursued by countless swordsmen. Apart from sword saints, sword masters were the most respected and revered swordsmen on the continent. Not only were sword masters the highest quality attendants that most magicians desired, but kingdoms and major nobles also regarded them as top-tier talent and essential combatants. Many factions even wished to recruit a sword master but were unable to do so. Just look at Yuri, as a strategic class magician, she had only Marilyn, Ayn, and Ian as sword master attendants. From this, it was already impressive to have even one. As a result, many novice swordsmen set becoming a sword master as their primary goal, with some even making it their life's aim. They trained diligently in swordsmanship to earn this honor. Including Sergius and Soren, as mentioned earlier, their most significant life goal was to earn the Sword Master medal and become a sword master. It was easy to see how precious the medal was. Moreover, since becoming a sword saint was truly difficult, as evidenced by their small numbers, achieving the status of sword master was already considered the ultimate goal for many swordsmen. Yet, Yuri was handing the Swordmaster medal directly to Riezel in a casual manner. Is this really okay? Riezel asked with concern. Why not? Yuri replied calmly. You're already a recognized Swordmaster. Given that, awarding you this medal is only natural, right? Other than the king himself, the Swordmaster medal could only be issued by the lords of great territories. As long as a lord recognized the recipient as having the strength of a Swordmaster, they could award the medal. Yuri, as Marquis Frenzel and the lord of the Frenzel territory, naturally had the authority to issue the Swordmaster medal. Of course, this wasn't something to be handed out casually. If it was awarded and later discovered that the recipient did not possess the required qualifications, not only would the recipient be penalized, but the lord who issued it would also be held accountable. However, since Riezel had already been acknowledged as possessing the strength of a Swordmaster in the war festival, Yuri could freely award him the medal without worry. Just put it on for now. Yuri continued before explaining. Remember, to become a sword saint, the main things you need are the Swordmaster medal and the status of Swordmaster. Not only does this medal act as proof, but it's also a symbol of honor. It's actually nothing complicated, really. In brief, just wear it, and it'll shut a lot of people up. Upon hearing Yuri's explanation, Riezel thought for a moment, then nodded and put on the medal. Seeing him wear the medal, Yuri began to explain further. Since this summons was arranged by the king himself, his purpose is quite simple. First, to check on my condition, and second, to confer a noble title upon you, making you a noble of genus. Yuri's expression grew serious. I know you might want to refuse, and since this will be in a public setting, the king won't take any action against you because of it. In fact, considering various factors, he might even choose to step back. She believed that with her there, the king would definitely not press Riezel too hard. Moreover, with the Duke faction's eyes keenly fixed on his throne, the king also had to worry about whether pushing Riezel too far might lead him to ally with the Duke faction and oppose the royal faction. Additionally, considering Riezel's own value as a swordmaster and tactical class magician, the king would certainly not want to offend such a talent easily. If you insist on refusing, the king will likely compromise with the title of honorary noble, making you a nominal part of genus. It was clear that the honorary noble Yuri mentioned was a noble title with no real power, merely a name. On the Akasha continent, the noble titles could be roughly categorized into 4 types. The first was the territory noble, who had their own territory within the kingdom and mainly governed it, similar to a feudal lord. The second was the local noble, who assisted the lord of the territory in governance, generally a vassal of that lord, akin to a local official. The third was the court noble, who held a position in the royal palace, handling major affairs of the palace and the royal capital, comparable to a central official. The fourth was the honorary noble, who did not hold a position within the kingdom but was nominally a noble of the kingdom, enjoying certain privileges. Their duty was to respond to the kingdom's summons in emergencies and address issues that negatively affected it. Compared to the first 3 types of nobles, honorary nobles had less power but more freedom. Needless to say, the title of honorary noble was meant to attract those who did not wish to serve within the kingdom, remain active in noble circles, or be bound by restrictions. Currently, in genus, there are 6 sword saints in total, and one of them is an honorary noble. Yuri continued her explanation. This person travels freely within and outside the kingdom without any restrictions and only responds to summons during kingdom crises to deal with catastrophic events. If you insist on refusing, the king will definitely offer you the title of honorary noble as a compromise, which will allow you to maintain your freedom while nominally belonging to the kingdom, preventing other countries from poaching you. Of course, freedom is relative. If you don't have the necessary strength, the kingdom will probably summon you a lot to deal with certain things. Only by becoming a sword saint, which is the most powerful swordsman with unbeatable combat ability on the Akasha continent, will the kingdom stop using you so often, giving you the greatest freedom. Until this point, Yuri smiled gently at Riezel. Of course, the choice is yours. I just want to say that no matter what you decide, I will support you. Upon hearing this, Riezel also smiled, exchanging a look with Yuri. Everything was understood without words. At this moment, the Frenzel family's carriage finally entered the castle and was allowed through by the guards stationed at the gate. Riezel sensed something was off. You noticed? Yuri asked, observing the change in Riezel's expression. Do you feel like there's some kind of suppression, making it impossible for you to use magic? Riezel nodded with a frown. After entering the castle gate, he immediately felt an invisible suppression, as if something unseen was pressing down on him, making it seem like he couldn't use magic. Well, this is the magic banning system that's been in place in the royal palace for years. Yuri looked out the carriage window and explained. Unless someone has special permission to be exempted, no one can use magic within it. A strategic class defensive barrier magic is currently covering the entire royal palace, and if it detects any foreign magic targeting the palace, it will activate immediately. Yuri pointed upward, signaling Riezel to look up. Riezel immediately looked up and saw a faint, ripple-like shimmer in the air. It's considered the best defensive magic in genus, known as the Light of Heaven. Yuri's voice gently reached Riezel's ears. Royal palaces in various kingdoms usually set up the best possible defensive magic to protect themselves. As for genus's Light of Heaven, it has been famous throughout the Akasha continent for hundreds of years, and any magician who encounters this magic can only admire it from a distance. Now you see why I said sword saints have a greater deterrent effect than strategic class magicians in front of the royal family. Yuri smiled, but her smile seemed a bit self-deprecating. No choice. No matter how powerful a magician is, once they enter the royal palace, they become just ordinary people. Magic loses all its effectiveness here and only swordsmen remain unaffected. Even though swordsmen using special swordsmanship will be somewhat affected too, like not being able to channel the special swordsmanship special power outward as if it were magic, they're still largely unrestrained. With their impressive physical strength, they can still show off their power. Especially sword saints, as the most powerful swordsmen on the continent with exceptional close combat ability and near invincibility in combat, could certainly display enough deterrent force in a magic-restricted area like the royal palace. Even though the Light of Heaven could restrain magic in the royal palace, it couldn't restrain someone's body and prevent them from moving. As a result, in the eyes of the royal family, who had the best defensive magic to protect them against the most powerful magic, a sword saint who could move freely and charge around with superhuman strength posed a greater threat than any magician. If you want to avoid the kingdom's schemes and gain maximum freedom, becoming a sword saint is undoubtedly the best choice. After making this point, Yuri quickly changed the subject. Alright, we're here. As soon as she said this, the Riezel family's carriage came to a stop. Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn immediately disembarked one after another. Let's go meet His Majesty the King. Yuri's tone turned slightly indifferent as she led Riezel and Marilyn into the royal palace. Chapter 232, Third Prince. When a king personally summoned someone, it often gave the impression that it would take place in a spacious audience room with an extravagant throne in the center. However, in reality, the audience room of genus's royal palace was not a place where meetings, discussions, or negotiations were casually conducted. It was more like the churches or auditoriums from Riezel's past life, used only for very formal occasions with a clear process, such as ceremonial events. For this reason, the audience room was typically only open during formal ceremonies like ennoblement, honors awards, succession ceremonies, or proclamations. It was not open to the public otherwise. Summons from the king, important discussions with high officials, and meetings with significant figures took place elsewhere, called the throne room, where the king conducted business, similar to a private conference room and office. Compared to the audience room, the throne room was used far more frequently. Likewise, the location where Riezel, Yuri, and Marilyn were heading was the throne room. However, their arrival attracted considerable inconspicuous attention. Among them were those who were not too pleased to see them. Well, isn't this Marquis Riezel? As Riezel and the others turned a corner, a voice laced with sarcasm made them stop. It belonged to a young man dressed luxuriously, with a sword that looked like a piece of art at his waist, flanked by two knights exuding an extraordinary aura. He was handsome and seemed to be around 20 years old, older than Riezel and Yuri. Although not very muscular, he was tall, nearly 2 meters, making those near him naturally look up at him. However, he appeared to be someone who looked down on everyone with an air of superiority, as if he were a high-ranking nobleman, evident from the contemptuous look he directed at Riezel's group. Upon seeing the young man, Yuri's expression instantly turned cold, and even Marilyn became expressionless, losing all of her emotion. Meanwhile, the young man, seemingly oblivious to their reactions, nonchalantly approached them. "What's the matter?" With the same sarcastic voice, the young man asked while looking down at Yuri. "Isn't it customary to greet me, Marquis Riezel?" Yuri raised her eyes to glance at the young man before responding briefly. "Greetings, Prince Soren." Yuri's greeting was devoid of any emotion or formality. At the same time, her greeting made Riezel turn his attention to the young man. "Is it him?" Riezel gave a fleeting glance at the arrogant prince before quickly averting his eyes as if he had lost interest. Of course, the reason Riezel was losing interest was known only to him. Soren seemed to disregard Riezel's existence entirely, even ignoring Marilyn as his focus remained solely on Yuri, his sneering expression unchanged. "You're back, huh? I thought you really didn't care about the royal capital." Soren taunted casually. "It makes sense though. A strategic class magician like you should be in the royal capital to truly showcase your abilities, yeah." "What are you trying to say, Your Highness?" Yuri replied emotionlessly. "Just say it directly. I can't understand these roundabout ways." "Don't understand, you say?" "Ha ha ha ha." Soren laughed heartily. "In that case, I'll speak in a way you understand." In the next moment, he leaned in close to Yuri, staring at her delicate face, his voice taking on a dangerous tone. "Thanks to you, many of my plans have gone awry. Not only was I confined, but even my authority over the shadow was taken from me. So, how are you going to compensate me, woman?" At this moment, Soren's demeanor and voice didn't seem like those of a noble royal family member but rather like a ruthless outlaw, exuding a vicious, aggressive aura as if he might lunge at any moment to tear someone's throat out. Mad dog. Yuri muttered softly. Upon hearing her mutter, Riezel finally understood why this prince received such an evaluation from her. If it were someone timid, being spoken to so fiercely by this prince would probably make their legs go weak, let alone have a normal conversation. Unfortunately, Yuri was not one of those people. Stay away from me. Yuri actually spoke such cold and unfeeling words to a prince. Oh. Soren raised an eyebrow, and instead of moving away, he sneered. What did you say? I didn't catch that. After saying this, Soren seemed intent on hearing Yuri better, getting even closer. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was planning to get close enough to lick her face. In fact, it seemed Soren was indeed planning to do just that, as evidenced by how his tongue was already sticking out, ready to lick Yuri's face. However. Swish. With a flash of cold light, a thin, short sword suddenly shot toward Soren with incredible speed. It was none other than Marilyn's sword. Soren immediately reacted, retreating suddenly and displaying a speed completely unmatched by his tall body. He created distance in the blink of an eye, avoiding the short sword aimed at him. Swing. At the same time, the two knights beside Soren quickly drew their swords, rushing at Marilyn without a word. Not only was their speed equally fast, but their movements were extremely sharp. In the instant they drew their swords, they charged, reaching Marilyn's front in the blink of an eye, one aimed at her sword-wielding hand and the other at her unarmed right hand. From their movements and sword slashes, it was clear that these two were like Marilyn, they were also sword masters. Clang. Marilyn remained calm under pressure, turning and flicking her sword to deflect the sword aimed at her hand, forcing one of the knights back. However, the other knight's sword slash was already upon her, about to strike her unarmed hand before suddenly. Bang. With a muffled sound, the knight about to strike Marilyn was kicked away, crashing heavily into the wall of the corridor. Naturally, the kicker was Riezel. Soren, as if just noticing Riezel's existence, looked at the calm young man who had kicked his subordinate away. He was momentarily stunned, then seemed to recall something before narrowing his eyes. Immediately, the two knights adjusted their positions, one rising from the floor, ready to attack again. Seeing this, Soren spoke up. Come back. Soren's cold voice made both knights freeze in their tracks, halting their advance as they sheathed their swords and silently returned to his side. When one saw them, their appearance was more like that of two ruthless executioners than two noble knights. Soren ignored his subordinates and cast his gaze over Yuri, Marilyn, and Riezel in turn. So you're here too, huh? Soren glanced and spoke to Marilyn, surprising everyone. However, Soren's attitude was harsh, filled with disdain and contempt. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you think you're still the same as before? Soren looked at Marilyn as if she were something filthy, something unpleasant to behold. Marilyn ignored him and quietly returned to Yuri's side. Soren didn't pay Marilyn any more attention and shifted his gaze to Riezel. So you're Riezel Brynhart, the sword master and tactical class magician from the rumors. Soren smirked. You're so young, even younger than me, but not only are you a sword master like me, you're also a tactical class magician. I wonder if you're just putting on a show to fool people. Needless to say, his words were laced with malice. However, instead of reacting with anger, Riezel responded calmly. Doesn't the death of the Shadow Knights you sent before prove whether I'm genuine or not? Upon hearing this, Soren sneered. Who knows? After letting out this ambiguous remark, Soren acted as if nothing had happened and approached Yuri again. Woman, this is just a warning. Soren spoke in a low, cold voice. Since you don't want to pick a side, just stay out of it. If it weren't for you being a strategic class magician, a useful tool of war for the kingdom that will eventually belong to me, I wouldn't let you off the hook for what you did last time. Remember, stay out of my business from now on. After saying this, Soren, accompanied by the two knights, brushed past the cold-faced Yuri and arrived in front of Riezel. You'd better remember this, boy. Soren said with a sneer on his face. Don't pick the wrong side in the future. Leaving these words behind, he walked away at last. Yuri and Marilyn both showed cold expressions, their gazes toward him reminiscent of how one would look at something dirty. Riezel, who had once been targeted by Soren and had nearly lost his life, strangely remained remarkably calm and composed. I see, so he is the infamous third prince, huh? Riezel remarked calmly. He really is quite a piece of work. Don't worry about him. Yuri said coldly. He's just a mad dog who bites anyone he comes across. Someone will eventually deal with him. It was clear that Yuri and Marilyn had a strong dislike and disgust for the so-called third prince. Let's go. Yuri seemed eager to forget about Soren, quickly urging Riezel to continue walking. Riezel nodded and followed Yuri's lead, though his eyes flickered with a strange gleam as he glanced back at the distant figure of the prince. Chapter 233, King of Genas. For Riezel and Yuri, Soren's appearance was just a minor event. After all, the one they were about to face today was not a mere prince but the kingdom's most prominent existence, the king himself. Under Yuri's lead, Riezel and Marilyn quickly arrived at a grand door. Behind it lay the throne room where the king was waiting. Marquis Yuri Frenzel and Sir Riezel Brynhard have arrived. Beside the door, a court official, upon seeing Riezel and Yuri arrive, immediately called out loudly to the door. As the announcement was made, 2 knights stationed beside the door stepped forward and slowly opened it. Meanwhile, Marilyn immediately stepped aside, clearly unable to proceed any further. As an attendant, she could accompany them only to this point. Beyond this was not her place, so she had to wait outside. Only Riezel and Yuri stood before the door, ready to enter the throne room. "It's up to you now." Yuri spoke softly before the door was fully opened and then took a step forward. Riezel glanced at her back and, after a moment of silence, gave a faint smile and followed her with a calm step. Before long, the grand door opened completely, revealing the throne room. He finally saw its interior. He saw a hall with a red carpet laid out, exuding a solemn atmosphere, while stone pillars were neatly arranged on both sides, stretching forward to support the high ceiling. In front of the stone pillars, dozens of people dressed as knights or nobles lined up in 2 rows, adding to the already intense solemnity of the atmosphere. At the far end of the hall, elevated on a high platform, a throne stood with a man seated on it. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with a remarkably dignified and handsome appearance. He wore a royal crown on his head, was draped in a regal robe, and held an exquisitely ornate sword, which he gripped like a scepter. He was none other than Hendrik Genas, the King of Genas. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yuri approached about 3 meters from the throne and bowed to Hendrik. At the same time, Riezel stood by her side, bowing his head slightly, but his gesture earned him a scolding from a court official. "Impudent." Glaring at Riezel, the official scolded loudly. "Why are you not kneeling before His Majesty the King?" In an instant, the surrounding officials and knights turned their attention to Riezel. An invisible pressure began to weigh on him, making the atmosphere in the throne room tense. In their eyes, Riezel's attitude clearly did not create a good first impression. Before a king, even major nobles like dukes, marquises, counts, and other nobles had to kneel on one knee to show respect and loyalty. Yuri did not kneel due to her special status. In the Akasha continent, regardless of the country, there was an unwritten rule. Except for kings of equal rank, only sword saints and strategic class magicians were privileged not to kneel before a king, as a mark of respect from the country for those who had achieved the highest honor on the continent. Because of this, while Yuri could remain standing, Riezel was required to kneel at the very least. Yet, despite the stares and the invisible pressure from everyone present, Riezel did not change his expression. He merely glanced at them calmly before looking away as if he had lost interest and remained silent. Needless to say, he still did not kneel and continued to stand in place as if nothing had happened. "You." Seeing this, the official was clearly furious and was about to reprimand Riezel again but was interrupted. "Enough." Hendrik finally spoke up, raising a hand with a neutral tone. "Sir Brynhard may not be a sword saint or a strategic class magician, but he is not just an ordinary sword master or tactical class magician either. As someone holding both statuses, he is a very special presence in this kingdom. We should not press him too hard." "Yes." Upon hearing Hendrik's words, the official immediately replied, lowering his head and stepping back. At the same moment, the others withdrew their gazes from Riezel, relieving him of the pressure. Of course, Riezel remained unfazed by this so-called pressure. He was just as composed now as he had been at the start, as if nothing had happened. Hendrik then shot a deep look at Riezel before turning to Yuri. "Welcome back to the royal capital, Marquis Frenzel. I'm relieved to see you well," Hendrik said, his tone still neutral but his attitude warm. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine now," Yuri replied, lowering her head and sounding somewhat respectful. She had not forgotten that she had used the excuse of serious injuries and escape to leave the royal capital last time. Even though many saw this excuse as a blatant lie, some things, even if their truth was known, were left unspoken since, after all, people would continue to act according to the surface reason. Yuri understood this, and so did Hendrik. "Rest assured, we have taken appropriate action regarding the Basolo family's crime. Moreover, the main culprit has received the severest punishment and will no longer pose any danger to the Frenzel family," Hendrik reassured Yuri. "Marquis Basolo is willing to accept the punishment and offer compensation to the Frenzel family. He should be in contact with you soon, and you can discuss the matter with him in detail." "Yes," Yuri responded calmly, though her interest in the so-called compensation was unclear. However, one thing was certain. Since Hendrik had explicitly stated that the Basolo family would compensate, Yuri essentially had his approval to make a significant demand from them, making them pay a price. In this regard, this could be considered a good thing. After discussing Yuri's matter, Hendrik turned his attention to Riezel. Sir Riezel Brynhart. Hendrik surprisingly addressed Riezel with a gentle tone. I heard your name a long time ago. As a commoner, you possess a rare natural talent and have been recognized by Spriller Academy for having the potential to become a tactical class magician. Truly, you're quite an impressive youth. However, it seems everyone has underestimated you. Hendrik's words carried a hint of implication, prompting many to cast another glance at Riezel. You're too kind. Riezel calmly shook his head. I'm not even half as good as Marquis Frenzel. Yuri raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. One should admit that Riezel's statement was indeed the truth. Yuri became a tactical class magician at 12 and a strategic class magician at 15, earning the status of one of the continent's strongest magicians. Given this, Yuri's achievements and talent were clearly unmatched, making Riezel's statement quite accurate. In my view, both of you are equally outstanding. Hendrik smiled and shook his head. Being able to achieve such accomplishments at your age is something anyone would feel humbled by. At his words, many people in the throne room began to realize something. Both Riezel and Yuri had just turned 17, yet at an age when most people were still indulging in youthful whims, these two had already achieved accomplishments so remarkable that even adults were in awe. Yuri was already a strategic class magician, one of the continent's best magicians. Riezel, on the other hand, was both a sword master and a tactical class magician. Either achievement alone would place him at the top of the kingdom's ranks for his age, and having both was a testament to his exceptional talent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Riezel was among the continent's prodigies, just like Yuri. Many people in the throne room quickly understood why Hendrik didn't pursue Riezel's disrespectful act of not kneeling. As Hendrik had said, Riezel was indeed a special case, perhaps not inferior to Yuri in terms of uniqueness. Such rare and exceptional talent was not something anyone would want to overlook. Naturally, Hendrik felt the same way. Since you are already a tactical class magician, according to kingdom laws, you are eligible to be granted the title of Viscount. Hendrik finally brought up the main topic. After some discussion, the ennoblement ceremony is scheduled for 2 days from now. What do you think? At Hendrik's question, Riezel finally looked up, gazing into his eyes. In contrast, Yuri lowered her head slightly, leaving everything to Riezel, as she trusted that he would handle the situation well. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Riezel stated his unchanging intention under everyone's gaze. I don't plan to accept the title. At his statement, the throne room instantly fell silent. Oh. Hendrik's expression was unchanged. Can I know the reason? Because I don't intend to stay in one place. Riezel replied calmly. I want to travel across the continent. What he said was the truth. He wasn't using it as an excuse but genuinely had this idea. I'm not interested in becoming a noble. What I really want is to explore different places on the continent, meet strong people, and fight powerful monsters. Riezel admitted directly. Your Majesty, we should just forget about this ennoblement. While Riezel's blatant refusal surprised the others, it did not even change Hendrik's expression. Clearly, Hendrik had already gathered some understanding of Riezel's personality and temperament through various channels. For instance, Philip Charlier, the Marquis tasked with summoning Riezel and Yuri back to the royal capital, observed every way Riezel behaved in detail and reported back to Hendrik. Given this situation, it was not surprising that Hendrik had already guessed Riezel would not accept the title to become a noble. However, Sir Brynhart, this seems to contradict your previous intentions. Hendrik spoke with a hint of meaning. As I understand it, the reason you left your hometown, came to the royal capital, and enrolled in Spriller Academy was to be granted a noble title and become a noble, correct? Needless to say, Hendrik had conducted a thorough investigation into Riezel. Chapter 234, A Match. Riezel understood that investigating his past, or more precisely, investigating the past of the original Riezel, was not that difficult for the royal family. For this reason, Riezel was not surprised by Hendrik's words. What's in the past is in the past, and what's now is now. Riezel answered calmly, his expression unchanged. I no longer see becoming a noble as my life's goal. Is that so? Hendrik nodded, appearing understanding, but then continued to persuade. However, if you're worried that being a noble might become a constraint for you, you needn't be, since some nobles don't hold any position in the kingdom. As expected, Yuri's previous guess about Hendrik's approach had become reality. If Riezel insisted on refusing to become a noble, Hendrik would offer the compromise of an honorary noble, making him nominally affiliated with Genus but not holding a position within the kingdom. Among the 4 types of nobles, only honorary nobles did not have a specific position. Since Hendrik had brought it up, he clearly intended for Riezel to become an honorary noble. However, I've said it before, I have no interest in becoming a noble. Riezel suddenly smiled, speaking in a calm and steady tone. I'm truly sorry to disappoint your Majesty. Hendrik's eyebrows finally furrowed. At the same time, the others present also looked at Riezel with varying expressions, some scrutinizing, some mocking, and others outright hostile, displaying a range of emotions. Won't you reconsider? Hendrik asked with a frown, clearly had not given up. I understand your thoughts, but you must know that with your current abilities and reputation, if you were to travel across the continent, foreign countries would certainly set their sights on you. You know, international conflicts are very complex. If they could recruit a talent like you from this country to weaken our strength while boosting their own, those foreign countries would not hesitate to use extreme measures. At that point, the situation you face would be far more dangerous than you imagine. Hendrik's words could not be considered as mere alarmist rhetoric. Just as Hendrik wanted to bind Riezel to Genus with a noble title, foreign countries would definitely want to recruit him as well. Given Riezel's status as a tactical class magician alone, he was already valuable enough to be targeted by foreign countries. However, coupled with the additional status of sword master, he would undoubtedly attract even more attention. If that happened, even if Genus did nothing to Riezel, other countries would. You're still young, so there's no need to rush into doing what you want. Hendrik continued in a persuasive tone. Traveling across the continent now would be very dangerous. It would be better to stay in the kingdom, develop slowly, and only venture out when you have enough strength to make foreign countries wary of you. One should admit that although Hendrik made somewhat desperate efforts to keep Riezel, his advice was fundamentally reasonable. When one lacks strength, traveling and being targeted by foreign countries could indeed be very risky. Only when one had enough strength to handle any hostility could they travel as they pleased. Otherwise, given Genus's power and vast territory, why was there only one sword saint of Genus who could travel freely across the continent as an honorary noble without restrictions? It was precisely because this person was a sword saint that Genus dared not assign them trivial tasks, and foreign countries also hesitated to act against them for fear of retaliation. You're only 17, yet you're already a sword master. I believe that in a few decades, your name will definitely be among the sword saints of the Akasha continent. Hendrik continued his persuasion. How about this? I promise you that as long as you don't leave the kingdom, you can freely travel within its borders. You won't have any troublesome tasks assigned to you, and you'll be free to go anywhere until you become a sword saint. How does that sound? With such a promise, Hendrik seemed quite sincere. With his assurance, Riezel would likely enjoy more freedom than ordinary honorary nobles, unburdened by constraints. Even Yuri thought Hendrik's promise was probably the best outcome they could hope for. Given this, becoming a noble didn't seem like such a bad idea for Riezel, did it? Unfortunately, Yuri and Hendrik didn't truly understand Riezel. From the moment Hendrik decided to tie Riezel to Genus, it was clear that he would never agree. After all, Riezel truly valued his freedom above all else. He was someone who went wherever he wanted and didn't need to seek anyone's permission to do something. Even if he wanted to join a country, it was his choice, not something imposed on him. Even nominal allegiance wasn't acceptable, as it meant that if Genus ever faced trouble, he would have to accept the kingdom's orders and fight for it no matter what. Unfortunately, this was exactly what Riezel didn't want. If he were to fight for Genus, it wouldn't be under someone else's orders. In the first place, he had no sense of belonging to Genus. In fact, the only things he felt attached to in Genus were probably Yuri and the Riezel family to which she belonged. Of course, he didn't mind if he were to join a faction, group, or organization. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Loki Familia to gain Falna, Blessing, or the Demon Slayer Corps to gain Breathing Styles. However, when a familia like the Loki Familia could give him a sense of belonging, even if he wasn't officially part of their familia, he would help them without anyone needing to tell him. Of course, when someone like Kagaya or Kujuru treated him sincerely, Riezel would even help them fulfill their 1,000-year-old wish to kill Musin, someone he had no grudge against, without expecting any repayment. Compared to these two examples, how did Genus measure up? Apart from Yuri, all Riezel saw in this kingdom was the constant struggle driven by various interests and powers. Nobles fought among themselves, and the royal faction clashed with the Duke faction. Even the small group at Spriller Academy, of which the original Riezel was a part, was merely formed based on specific interests and purposes. Only Yuri consistently treated Riezel with sincerity, seeing him as a true friend rather than as a useful talent or a combatant to be exploited as the royal family and the nobles did. Hendrik's efforts to persuade Riezel and offer him a noble title were all clearly aimed at binding him to Genus, even trying to gain his support for the royal faction. Unfortunately, Riezel was truly repulsed and disgusted by this kind of thing. As a result, in response to Hendrik's promise, Riezel spoke slowly and solemnly to him. "Until I become a sword saint, is that it?" Riezel's voice slowly filled the throne room. "In that case, I have no objections." For a moment, everyone present wore puzzled expressions, not understanding what Riezel meant by having no objections. Only Hendrik, as if he realizing something unbelievable, suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Riezel." Yuri was just as surprised by Riezel's words, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Riezel, however, wasn't planning to explain anything and simply continued to look at Hendrik, his gaze so calm that it plunged the throne room into an indescribable silence. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Seeing Hendrik fall silent, some of the nearby court officials seemed puzzled by his reaction and began to call him out one after another. Nevertheless, Hendrik ignored them and continued to watch Riezel silently, his eyes flickering as if thousands of thoughts swirled in his mind. As a result, the entire throne room fell into an eerie silence, causing many to exchange confused looks. After a long silence, Hendrik finally spoke. "By the way, I haven't seen you in action yet. I wonder if you could satisfy my curiosity and show me your swordsmanship." Such a sudden request left many people stunned, including Yuri. Only Riezel understood the deeper meaning behind Hendrik's request. "Your Majesty, how do you intend to see it?" Riezel asked with an indifferent tone. Instead of responding, Hendrik glanced to the side. "Albert." Hendrik suddenly called out a name. "Here." Someone in the throne room immediately responded. It was a young man standing in the front row of the knight's line. He wore a knight's attire with a long hem, entirely white, giving off an aura of integrity and honor, looking like the most noble of knights, inspiring immediate trust. "Albert Borley is here, Your Majesty. Please give your orders." With a loud and clear voice, the young man named Albert knelt on one knee before the throne. Needless to say, his demeanor was impeccable, displaying all the characteristics of a true knight. "Albert." Hendrik spoke with a smile as if he were looking at a loyal subject who had pleased him immensely. "How do you feel about having a match with Sir Brynhart?" "Of course, if it is Your Majesty's wish, I am more than willing." Albert replied without hesitation. Upon hearing him respond decisively, without any hint of hesitation, everyone present was astonished. Sir Albert is actually going to take action. "Your Majesty, what happened?" "My goodness." Everyone in the throne room could no longer contain their murmurs. Even Yuri's complexion briefly changed, her eyes showing a mix of seriousness, surprise, and concern. Riezel silently observed their reactions and then turned his attention to the young knight. Upon closer inspection, he realized this young knight was obviously far from ordinary. Observing through the transparent world, he could see that this young knight's muscles were incredibly solid, his body extremely strong, and he possessed a significant amount of magical energy flowing within him, giving the impression that every part of him was filled with power. "Sir Brynhart." Hendrik turned his head back to Riezel's direction. "What do you think?" At this question, Riezel suddenly smiled, his expression calm. "Sounds good." He had to admit that this boring meeting was becoming interesting. Chapter 235, Family of Sword Saints. Although the royal palace had banned the use of magic, it wasn't completely impossible to use it there. One way was to gain the royal family's trust and have them lift the restriction, and another option was to visit specific places, such as designated arenas or training fields. Since these specific places were set aside for combat or training, they were among the few places within the royal palace where magic restrictions did not apply. Similarly, Riezel and Yuri were heading toward one of these places. "Be careful." Yuri walked beside Riezel, her usual light-hearted demeanor replaced by a rare serious expression as she softly warned him. "Albert Borley isn't just an ordinary knight." Yuri's warning wasn't surprising to Riezel. "I can tell." Riezel responded nonchalantly, gazing ahead. "Borley, if I remember correctly, he's from that family of sword saints you mentioned before, right?" Previously, on their way back to the royal capital, Yuri had told Riezel that there were 6 sword saints in Genas. As a result, while he wasn't completely familiar with all the sword saints of Genas, he had a fair understanding. The first sword saint was said to be the oldest among them. Originally, he was the attendant to the previous king, and when the previous king passed away, he was still just a sword master. It wasn't until several years after the current king ascended the throne that he achieved the status of sword saint. Currently, he resided in the royal palace to guard it and rarely made an appearance, even less so in public. Due to his seniority, he was known as the Old Sword Saint. The second sword saint was someone nurtured by the current king, Hendrik, after he took the throne. As a result, this sword saint was extremely loyal to Hendrik, who, in turn, trusted him greatly. Hendrik had even used him as his double on several occasions, having this sword saint impersonate him in dangerous situations. Since this sword saint was also the leader of the royal family's assassination unit, Shadow, he became known as the Shadow Sword Saint. The third sword saint was a marquis. Originally a wandering swordsman, he had entered the kingdom's sphere of influence over a decade ago. Granted the title of Viscount, he continued to earn merits on the battlefield, which led to his promotion to Marquis. He was given a territory bordering a foreign land and stationed there to guard the borders and repel foreign enemies, thus becoming known as the Guardian Sword Saint. The fourth sword saint was the one previously mentioned who had been recruited into the Cordelian family by Sergius Cordelian. It was said that he was born a slave and had to train hard in swordsmanship to survive, eventually achieving the status of sword saint. After being saved by Sergius, he became his subordinate and fought for him. Due to losing an eye during his time as a slave, he was known as the One-Eyed Sword Saint. The fifth sword saint was the honorary noble previously mentioned. He was of noble birth himself, but his family, like the former Frenzel family, had fallen into decline. It was only when he became a sword saint that his family regained prominence. However, he had little interest in noble affairs and preferred to travel. Due to his erratic appearances and disappearances, which made him seem like a shooting star, he was known as the Meteor Sword Saint. As for the sixth sword saint, he was related to Albert. In fact, the Borley family, to which he belonged, was a noble family that had existed since the founding of Genas. More importantly, this family had been knights for generations and held legendary status within the kingdom and even across the continent. As for the reason it held legendary status, it was actually simple. Every generation of the Borley family always produced a sword saint. Yes, each generation had a sword saint. From the first generation of the Borley family's ancestors to the present, spanning 7 generations, each generation had a sword saint. Because of this, the Borley family was known as a legendary family across the Akasha continent. Nearly everyone knew of them, and they were even referred to as the family of sword saints. Among the 6 sword saints of Genas, only the sword saint from the Borley family had the most outstanding background. After all, the others were either attendants, royal family followers, wandering swordsmen, former slaves, or fallen nobles. From this, it was clear that the Borley family was the most prestigious. Riezel recalled this information and understood why Yuri had such a serious expression. "Is this Albert Borley the 8th generation?" Riezel asked in wonder. Yuri first nodded, then shook her head. "Albert is indeed the 8th generation, but he hasn't become a sword saint yet. Still, he's considered a more talented swordsman than any of the previous sword saints of the Borley family. He's only 27 this year, but he has already successfully challenged and defeated 982 sword masters." As mentioned before, there were generally 3 ways to become a sword saint. First, one could challenge other sword masters after becoming one. If they could consecutively defeat 1,000 sword masters, they would receive the kingdom's honor, be awarded the Sword Saint medal, and become a sword saint. Second, one could challenge a sword saint of the current generation after becoming a sword master. If they could defeat the sword saint, they would receive the kingdom's honor, be awarded the Sword Saint medal, and become a sword saint themselves. Third, one had to be recognized by the public as possessing the ability of a sword saint, with approvals and recommendations from other sword saints, thereby receiving recognition from the kingdom. In this way, one could become a sword saint through official validation. Albert Borley was undoubtedly taking the first way. Clearly, the first way was the most challenging path, requiring constant challenges and victories over others, where even one loss was unacceptable. Moreover, the opponents could not be repeated, nor could they be family members, close subordinates, or even people from one's own territory or hometown, only outsiders. Needless to say, those who chose the first way to become a sword saint often had to travel extensively, constantly challenging powerful figures in foreign lands, which demonstrated just how difficult this way was. Regardless, every sword saint from the Borley family had always chosen the first way, as they believed that only by constantly challenging strong opponents could a swordsman's skills become sharper and more powerful. With this belief, the descendants of the Borley family always embarked on the path of challenging powerful opponents after receiving the Sword Master medal. Many believed this was why the Borley family could consistently produce sword saints in every generation. After all, they either died in battle or emerged victorious after defeating countless strong opponents, becoming the highly honored sword saints. Interestingly, this involuntarily inspired countless swordsmen to follow suit, causing many unwilling to settle for mediocrity to forge their paths through bloody battles, honing their strength to eventually become sword saints. Albert was clearly one of these people, and he was close to succeeding. Having successfully challenged and defeated 982 sword masters meant that if he defeated 18 more, he would become the true 8th generation sword saint of the Borley family. Many believe that Albert will definitely become a sword saint before turning 30. Yuri continued with a serious expression. This is also why he is seen as more talented than any of the Borley family's previous sword saints. One should know that those who became sword saints before the age of 30 were extremely rare across the continent. At least, none of the 6 current sword saints of Genas achieved this before turning 30. Albert is now recognized as the best swordsman just under sword saint, widely regarded as the strongest sword master in Genas. Yuri lightly shook her head. Someone like Jill Dardis wouldn't last more than 10 moves against him. Upon hearing this, Riezel believed it to be true. In his view, a sword saint was roughly equivalent to level 7, a status held by only a single person in Orario, known as the ultimate weapon, Otter. Since Albert was the best swordsman just under sword saint, he was not far from the status of sword saint himself, possibly at the limit of level 6 or even level 7. In Riezel's eyes, Jill was equivalent to level 6 but not particularly strong, probably just middle level 6 or even lower level 6, not even comparable to Musin, who had slaughtered thousands. Someone at lower middle level 6 would undoubtedly lose to someone approaching level 7 within a few moves if they had no trump cards. Considering this, Albert might be the strongest opponent Riezel would encounter in this main world. I believe the king is likely testing you with Albert, assessing your true strength before deciding how to deal with you, so be cautious. Yuri said solemnly, speaking each word carefully. Riezel calmly nodded as a faint, almost imperceptible smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Best swordsman just under sword saint, huh? In that case, he decided he would give them a surprise. Royal Palace, Arena. At this moment, everyone arrived at a vast arena, not quite on the scale of Undine's training field used for the war festival, but still comparable to a football field. Although the seating was sparse and clearly not intended for large crowds, it featured a single elevated platform capable of accommodating around 100 spectators. One by one, nobles, officials, and knights came with Hendrik, bringing him to the high platform and allowing him to take the spacious seat in the center. Yuri was among them, sitting closest to Hendrik, her eyes fixed intently on the arena below, with a hint of concern showing through. Riezel and Albert had already entered the arena, standing opposite each other at the center. Let's start right away. Hendrik instructed the official standing nearby. Nodding, the official acknowledged the command and stepped forward. Attention, the match between Sir Riezel Brynhart and Knight Captain Albert Borley shall now begin. Draw your swords. With the official's declaration, Albert was the first to draw his sword. Soon after, Riezel's sword appeared as well, but its appearance caused quite a stir among the spectators. Chapter 236, Flash of Lightning. As a descendant of the Borley family, renowned as the family of sword saints and considered to have talent surpassing that of his ancestors, Albert's weapon was naturally extraordinary. What he wielded was a Western-style two-handed knight sword from Riezel's past life, featuring a golden hilt and a pure white blade with a tip that glinted with a sharp, cold light. Additionally, the top of the hilt was adorned with a jewel, making it look extremely lavish and exquisite, a clear sign that it was a meticulously crafted weapon. Of course, sharpness was secondary since the true significance of this sword lay in its remarkable origin. It was, after all, not an ordinary famous sword but a genuine magic weapon. In fact, the jewel embedded at the top of the hilt was not just any gem, but a magic crystal. Furthermore, the sword was forged from an extremely precious magic metal, making it incredibly expensive. It was said that the sword was one of the prized treasures in the Borley family's collection, having been used by one of their sword saints in the past to slay a long troublesome monster. As the blood of the slain monster stained the blade, it caused the magic metal of the sword to absorb the monster's power, making the blade exceptionally sharp. Moreover, it was capable of cutting through rivers, slicing through armor made of the hardest metal, and even breaking through tactical class defensive barrier magic. Its power was clearly among the top in the entire kingdom. If this sword were placed in the world of Danmachi, it would undoubtedly be considered first-class special equipment, and one that focused heavily on power, unlike Riezel's Fool and Hermit, which, due to their focus on the Durandal attribute, had somewhat reduced their power. Albert was awarded this sword only after defeating 500 sword masters, symbolizing his family's high expectations of him. Now, as Albert drew the sword, the magic crystal on the hilt immediately emitted a faint glow, and the blade was surrounded by a thin layer of magical energy, showcasing its extraordinary nature. In contrast, Riezel surprisingly did not draw out the two weapons lying in his storage space. He used neither the thin, high-speed Fool nor Hermit, which could melt steel and cut through anything. Instead, in front of everyone, he casually used the structure system magic to create a sword. Yes. Riezel used a magic-forged, single-edged curved sword with a scabbard covering it. He didn't draw the sword but simply held it at his side while standing casually. Although the spectators did not know the quality of the still-sheathed sword, they could tell from Riezel's casual use of magic to create it that it probably wasn't a very powerful weapon. What's going on? Is he planning to surrender? Using that kind of weapon against Captain Albert? Isn't that an insult? Everyone in the spectator seats began murmuring among themselves. Riezel. Yuri was also puzzled by Riezel's actions. After all, she knew he had two weapons, and they were quite impressive. During the war festival, when Riezel fought Jill, she saw him wield a sword as thin as a cicada's wing and quite agile, without a doubt, a powerful weapon. Yet now, Riezel was using an ordinary weapon casually created by magic. Why? Yuri couldn't figure it out. Let's keep watching. Saying this, Hendrik's eyes flickered for a moment before he regained his composure. Under these circumstances, Albert, who had not exchanged a word with Riezel from beginning to end, subtly furrowed his brow. Where is your weapon? Albert asked. In his view, although Riezel was not a noble, his background was still impressive, so he couldn't possibly lack a good weapon. Riezel did have good weapons, but... I will use this one. Riezel replied calmly. It's not a life-or-death battle anyway, so this weapon will be more than enough. I see. Albert was silent for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, then so be it. In the next moment, he actually put away his famous weapon, sheathing it and slamming it heavily onto the ground. With a loud thud, the sword in its scabbard pierced into the ground, standing beside him. He then extended his hand toward the sky and called out. Bring me a sword. As soon as his words left his mouth, a knight from the spectator seats tossed a sword toward him. It was a common longsword, clearly used for training, quite ordinary. Albert caught the sword, raised it, and pointed it at Riezel. Are you sure about this? Riezel asked with raised eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Albert's decision. A good weapon is part of a swordsman's strength, so there's really no need for you to make such a concession. You're right. Albert nodded in agreement, then immediately smiled. If this were a formal and serious battle, I definitely wouldn't do this. But like you said, this isn't a life-or-death battle, so it doesn't matter. Well, do as you like then. Riezel shrugged casually. Just don't regret not using a proper weapon if you lose. Don't worry. Albert replied with a relaxed expression. If I do lose, it'll be because of my own lack of skill, not because of the weapon. Although he said this, his easygoing demeanor made it clear he didn't actually think he would lose. Needless to say, this wasn't arrogance or conceit but natural confidence. He had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and, after becoming a sword master, immediately began challenging stronger opponents. He had now defeated 982 sword masters in a row, including some highly experienced and famous sword masters, which had given him plenty of confidence. He trusted his own skill, trusted the sword in his hand, and believed he would win just as he had in the past. Compared to the formidable opponents he had faced before, Riezel, though recognized as a powerful sword master, was still very young. Albert didn't think he was any more challenging than the true experts he had faced before. For this reason, Albert didn't believe he would lose, and even less did he think he would regret it afterward. For a moment, he even considered whether he should go easy on his opponent. After all, his opponent was young, while he was a full 10 years older. If someone could become a sword master at such a young age, they must possess great talent and potential and might become a sword saint in the future. If he inflicted too much damage and caused his opponent to lose confidence, it would be a serious matter. However, in the next second, Albert quickly dismissed this idea. A battle between swordsmen is sacred. Even if this isn't a life-and-death battle, a swordsman should give their opponent the respect they deserve. Believe in the sword in your hand, and vow to live up to it. Even without a sword in hand, you must live up to the sword in your heart. Albert recalled the education and family upbringing he had received since childhood and immediately corrected his mindset. Since it was a battle between swordsmen, he should give it his all. If his opponent was defeated by him and couldn't get past this hurdle, they would surely never become a sword saint in the future. If he falls and can't move forward, it just proves he isn't suited for the path of a swordsman. It's as simple as that. With this thought in mind, Albert put away his relaxed demeanor and became serious and resolute. Interesting. You're better than I expected. Riezel complimented as he observed Albert's behavior and expression. Thank you for the compliment. Let's begin. Albert responded modestly. Sure. Riezel replied with a slight smile. In the next moment, Riezel calmly stepped one foot forward, pushed the other foot back, bent his body down, and placed one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. If the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were here, they would instantly recognize that what he did at this moment was an IAI stance. Albert's eyes narrowed as if he sensed an unusual atmosphere emanating from Riezel. Ha. Ha. Riezel closed his eyes and changed his breathing rhythm. Albert's grip on his sword tightened slightly, unconsciously falling into a state of intense focus. One was closing his eyes and adjusting his breath, while the other was fully focused. For a moment, they fell into an eerie calm. Begin. As soon as the high voice shouted from the spectator seats, in that instant. Boom. A violent lightning burst from Riezel's body. What followed was a scene that everyone present would remember for a lifetime. When the wild lightning erupted from Riezel's body, the crowd saw a flash of lightning. A lightning bolt that seemed to cut through the entire arena. Even though the lightning bolt flashed only once, the thunderous roar and the sound of the explosion stirred up a storm that swept across the entire arena. When the lightning bolt faded and the thunder disappeared, everyone could finally see Riezel. With lightning flickering around his body, Riezel now stood behind Albert, his back facing him. On the other hand, while Riezel's sword, wrapped in electricity, had unknowingly unsheathed itself, its scabbard shattered completely, breaking into scattered pieces. Albert stood in place, completely unmoved, with a dazed expression and trembling eyes. Thunder breathing, first form. Riezel's voice slowly reached everyone's ears. Thunderclap and flash. As his words fell, Riezel calmly turned and walked away, leaving the arena without a word. Only Albert remained, standing there in a daze, unable to react for a long while. Crack. Before long, Albert's sword shattered. Surprisingly, the sword's blade broke as if it had been cut in half, with a portion falling to the ground, making a crisp sound. Poochie. At the same time, Albert's clothes suddenly ripped at the neck and chest area. At this moment, everyone present was left speechless, either with wide eyes or wide mouths. Including Hendrik. Including Yuri. Even though Riezel had already left, they were still stunned, frozen in place. In their minds, only that flash of lightning remained, refusing to fade. Chapter 237, Unfathomable Figure. Today's meeting with the King of Genas ended abruptly due to an unexpected match and its equally surprising outcome. After the match, Riezel immediately turned and left, disappearing from sight and leaving a group of high-ranking officials, including the king, in shock. Still in shock from the unexpected outcome, Albert was eventually taken away by members of the Royal Knightly Order. Meanwhile, once Yuri snapped out of her daze, she quickly apologized to the king and hurried off, seemingly in search of Riezel. As for Hendrik, upon returning to the throne room, he dismissed everyone, sending the officials away while they were still reeling from the shock. It was easy to imagine that these officials and knights would soon discuss this match, and by then, the name Riezel Brynhart would carry a weight many times greater than before, sparking heated discussions throughout the royal capital and the kingdom. Hendrik could already see such a future unfolding, yet he still found it hard to believe. Albert. Hendrik muttered as he recalled the match. Needless to say, it was a thorough and complete defeat. Albert Borley, hailed as the best swordsman just under Sword Saint, had his sword broken and was defeated in less than the blink of an eye, without even having the chance to react. What kind of swordsman could instantly defeat the best swordsman just under Sword Saint? Sword Saint? It could only be a Sword Saint. Even so, this fact was just too unbelievable and ridiculous. Rome. Hendrik suddenly spoke out into the empty throne room. Have you ever seen a 17-year-old Sword Saint? At this question, a hazy figure flickered briefly behind Hendrik. Soon afterward, a gloomy and cold voice echoed. Not only have I not seen one, but I haven't even heard of one. How could anyone have heard of such a thing? In a world where becoming a Sword Saint before the age of 30 was already an extremely rare feat, how could anyone have heard of a 17-year-old Sword Saint? Let alone someone who was 17, even Sword Saints under 30 were among the few in all of human history who could be counted on one hand. Are you saying that everything we saw today was fake? Hendrik didn't turn to look behind him but spoke as if he were talking to himself. Upon hearing Hendrik's words, the person called Rome fell silent. In this situation, Hendrik rubbed his temples in exhaustion. Has the information on Riezel Brynhart really been completely investigated? Hendrik asked in a deep voice. It's been investigated. Rome replied softly, explaining what he had found. We've checked it many times and confirmed it at least 20 times, but there's still no evidence that he has practiced swordsmanship. According to the information, he only began practicing swordsmanship after he was attacked and his gate was damaged. Before that, there were no signs that he had ever been involved with swordsmanship. Hendrik had heard this information many times already, but precisely because of this, he couldn't help but confirm it over and over again. If he hadn't shown any signs of practicing swordsmanship before, why did he suddenly become a sword master? Hendrik muttered in wonder. No, he's no longer just a sword master. Defeating Albert in one strike, such skill, such swordsmanship, is far beyond what a sword master should possess. As he recalled that flash of lightning once more, a deep sense of dread involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. In his eyes, Riezel had become an extremely unfathomable figure, and he even suspected that the past Riezel was merely a disguise, hiding his true self all along. Forget about anything else, just the swordsmanship alone, there was no way someone who just started practicing swordsmanship could develop that level of skill. Swordsmanship that would take ordinary people decades to master, how could Riezel have developed it to that level in such a short time? Riezel must have been practicing swordsmanship for a long time, but he simply never showed it or even hid it. As Hendrik pondered further, he remembered that even his true skill in magic was hidden. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly become a tactical class magician? From the past information, when Riezel first enrolled in Spriller Academy, he was known to have barely mastered combat class magic. Given this, how could he suddenly use tactical class magic in the incident between the Frenzel and Basolo families? Why is he hiding so deeply? Is he plotting something? Hendrik couldn't figure this out, but there was one thing he did understand: trying to win Riezel over or bind him to Genas was almost impossible now. Since Riezel Brynhart is a sword saint, we absolutely cannot use forceful methods on him. Hendrik muttered with a frown. Since he's so resistant to becoming a noble, this route is probably closed. After hearing this, Rome was silent for a moment before speaking up. Do you need me to take action, Your Majesty? At this point, Rome's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. Can you handle that strike? Instead of answering, Hendrik asked a question. Obviously, he was referring to the terrifying lightning bolt that seemed to cut through the entire arena. I can. Rome paused, then continued in a flat voice. But it won't be easy. Then it won't work. Hendrik directly rejected the idea without hesitation. Without absolute certainty, we cannot act against a sword saint. You should know that better than I do. In that case, what does Your Majesty wish to do? Rome asked solemnly, having put away his murderous intent. He doesn't seem very willing to pledge loyalty to the kingdom. If left unchecked, he might be tempted by foreign forces. Hendrik had nothing to say to Rome's statement, as this was also his concern. After all, the better Riezel performed, the more shocked and unsettled he felt. Perhaps this was a common characteristic of every ruler, too much suspicion and worry. If there's truly no other way, then we must try to build a good relationship with him. Hendrik said in a deep voice. Even if he doesn't become a noble or contribute to the kingdom, we need to ensure that he won't be an enemy. Your Majesty means. Rome began to understand the implication. Obviously, the best approach for him would be a marriage alliance. Hendrik continued with a slight gleam in his eyes. However, given his attitude, he probably wouldn't accept such an obvious attempt. Fortunately, aside from being a swordsman, he is also a magician. Since he is a magician, we'll use the old method. Our first step is to ensure that he doesn't become an enemy. Hendrik's words prompted a question from Rome. If that's the case, who does your Majesty plan to send to Riezel Brynhart? Rome's question led Hendrik into deep thought once more. After a while, Hendrik made a decision. Ordinary ones probably won't be able to sway the youngest sword saint in history. Hendrik said decisively, gritting his teeth. I will send Lisbeth. What? No, your Majesty. Rome's tone changed sharply. Hendrik clearly understood his objection. Princess Lisbeth's talents are on par with those of Prince Sorin, even comparable to Albert and Sergius. Given time, she might even become a sword saint. How can we send her? Rome strongly opposed Hendrik's decision. Who else, then? Hendrik asked coldly. Among my daughters, who else besides Lisbeth could possibly catch Riezel Brynhart's eye? What about Princess Petra? She won't do. Not only is she much older than him, but her abilities are also lacking. What about Princess Anna? She hasn't even earned the Sword Master medal yet. How could she catch his eye? What about Princess Celine? She already has an engagement. Then. Princess Shay. Hendrik finally turned his head, looking behind him, and then spoke through gritted teeth. Rome, she's only 9 years old. With that, Rome fell silent. It's decided. I will send Lisbeth. Hendrik sighed and waved his hand wearily. Becoming a sword saint isn't easy. Even Sorin might not make it, let alone Lisbeth. Instead of hoping for a sword saint who might never come, it's better to focus on the sword saint we already have. At this point, he fell silent and, after a moment of thought, spoke again. Make an announcement stating that Riezel Brynhart has qualified to become a sword saint. Soon, the royal family will award him the Sword Saint medal and officially recognize him as a sword saint. You will act as his recommender. Upon hearing this, Rome knew that his king was starting to make moves to build a relationship with Riezel Brynhart. Understood. Rome accepted the order and immediately disappeared from the throne room. Meanwhile, while Hendrik was deep in thought and making decisions in the throne room, Yuri was hurrying down the royal palace corridor toward the direction of the Riezel family's carriage. My lady. Marilyn, still unaware of what was going on, looked at Yuri, who was rushing by, with a puzzled expression. Yuri ignored Marilyn and went straight to the empty space where the carriage was parked. In that spot, she finally saw the troublemaker who had suddenly left earlier. Looks like my surprise was quite something, making even you hurry. Saying this, Riezel leaned against the carriage with his arms crossed, waiting for Yuri to come over with a smile on his face. Yuri slowed her pace, staring at the young man before her who was both familiar and oddly unfamiliar, unsure of what to say. Why aren't you speaking? Riezel asked with raised eyebrows as he approached Yuri. Seeing this, Yuri briefly wanted to roll her eyes at him. Why didn't you tell me? Yuri asked with a confused look. Tell you what? Riezel seemed not to understand. Upon hearing this, Yuri glared at him. Playing dumb, huh? Yuri said with an annoyed expression. Since you already have the strength of a sword saint, you should have said so earlier. You had me worried for nothing. Although her words didn't seem to affect Riezel, Marilyn, who stood behind her, looked shocked. Sword saint. Marilyn looked at Riezel with wide eyes. He is a sword saint. Chapter 238, Special Fondness for Thunder Breathing. Marilyn's shock didn't catch Riezel's attention. At this moment, Riezel simply watched Yuri, who looked quite upset, before suddenly reaching out to pat her on the head. What do you want me to say? Riezel asked with a faint smile. Should I brag about how amazing I am? His reasoning was somewhat similar to what he had said in front of Yuri when he first revealed his swordsmanship abilities after defeating the Shadow Knights with Ein and Ian. Yuri's frustration immediately vanished as she stared at Riezel, who smiled and patted her head without warning. It took her a moment to react. Don't treat me like a kid. Yuri quickly swatted Riezel's hand away with an annoyed look, but if one looked closely, one would notice a hint of red on her cheeks. However, his playful gesture seemed to make her lose her mood to confront him. I really want to know how many secrets you're still hiding. Yuri sighed tiredly. If I'd known you had this level of power, I wouldn't have worried so much. Not responding to her words, Riezel merely smiled faintly. What Yuri didn't know was that Riezel was actually still holding back. After all, in his match against Albert, he had used thunder breathing, not sun breathing. Regarding this, there was a world of difference between the two. Sun breathing had evolved into a completely different realm, giving Riezel a stable combat power that crossed a level, making him nearly invincible even against level 7 opponents. Thunder breathing, though unique, couldn't compare to the evolved sun breathing. However, if that was the case, why did Riezel choose to use thunder breathing and not other breathing styles? Simple. It was simply because Riezel had a special fondness for thunder breathing. In truth, not only had he mastered the 5 fundamental breathing styles with the help of the Ubuyashiki family, but he had also mastered the derivative breathing styles from the Hashira during their 2 months of training together. Whether it was sound breathing, mist breathing, serpent breathing, insect breathing, or even love breathing, he had mastered these derivative styles during his training with the Hashira. For Riezel, who had managed to grasp flame breathing by merely observing Kyujira's breathing during their first meeting in the Mugen train, this wasn't particularly difficult. He even mastered moon breathing just by observing it during his battle with Kokuzubu. If this fact were known to everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, it would surely drop a lot of jaws. Ultimately, Riezel had nearly mastered all the breathing styles from the world of Demon Slayer, except for flower breathing and beast breathing, which he had not yet seen in person. Among all these breathing styles, sun breathing was undoubtedly the most useful for him, closely followed by wind breathing, which could be used in fast attack mode with aerial. While the other breathing styles didn't have as much impact because they couldn't be applied to any attack modes, thunder breathing was undoubtedly his favorite. Thunder breathing was, after all, the second most challenging breathing style after sun breathing and had the strongest speed and explosive power of all breathing styles, making it a preferred choice for both killing and quick strikes. It was evident from how he developed Blooming Radiance, a new 13th form of sun breathing. Much like thunder breathing's first form, thunderclap and flash, Blooming Radiance was also an IAI technique, though they were not identical. For this reason, he even attempted to evolve thunder breathing just as he had evolved sun breathing. Unfortunately, he failed. He realized that thunder breathing and sun breathing were completely different. One should know that the main reason sun breathing could evolve and transform was its incredible versatility and adaptability. As the origin and ancestor of all breathing styles, the 5 fundamental breathing styles derived from sun breathing, while the remaining derivative breathing styles further evolved from these breathing styles, all ultimately traceable back to sun breathing. Even moon breathing was a derivative of sun breathing, proving that sun breathing was all-encompassing and had extremely high versatility and adaptability. Unlike other breathing styles, which focused on enhancing specific aspects, sun breathing offered a comprehensive boost to overall abilities. Needless to say, such versatility, adaptability, and comprehensive nature allowed sun breathing to evolve into a divine swordsmanship capable of strengthening the human body in every aspect. Other breathing styles, however, fall short. For example, since thunder breathing emphasized speed and explosive power, with other aspects being less important, it couldn't integrate with the Akasha continent's breathing technique like sun breathing, which achieved an all-around enhancement effect. Coupled with its lack of versatility and adaptability, it made improvement or reshaping difficult. As a result, among the breathing styles he mastered, only sun breathing could evolve and transform as he envisioned, while the other breathing styles could not. Understanding this, Riezel felt regret more than once. Regardless, in his current situation and needs, thunder breathing still proved useful. Indeed, demonstrating strength is the best way to deter petty threats, but if you show all your strength and don't keep any cards up your sleeve, you'll eventually suffer. Riezel's heart was as clear as a mirror as he thought this. Facing his current situation, where countless people were eyeing him, he knew he needed to show enough power to make them wary but also not reveal his full capabilities to avoid being targeted. Because of this, Riezel kept a few tricks up his sleeve, hiding his true power. For him, even without using sun breathing in strong attack mode or wind breathing in fast attack mode, he could easily handle someone claiming to be the best swordsman just under Sword Saint. Under normal circumstances, he could already dominate level 6 opponents, so even against Albert, who had reached the limit of level 6 and could be considered a half step to level 7, he would still have the upper hand. For this reason, when he used a breathing style to enhance his power, even a standard breathing style without evolution could help him reach the power of level 7 and effortlessly defeat Albert. Level 7, even if just barely, was the genuine realm of Sword Saint, enough to deal with an ordinary Sword Saint, let alone someone who was still a step away. Moreover, with Riezel using thunder breathing, the strongest in speed and explosive power among all breathing styles, merely using its first form, which was the same as the Blooming Radiance, the strike he unleashed at that moment would be hard for ordinary Sword Saints to block. In this way, the result was as expected. Albert Borley, the so-called best swordsman just under Sword Saint, faced a devastating defeat. If it had been a life-and-death battle, he would have been killed in an instant without even realizing it. Demonstrating such a level of power was enough to intimidate petty threats. Riezel had already planned this thoroughly. In the future, I'll use thunder breathing in front of others and hide my true power. If someone thinks that's all I have and targets me, I'll give them a big surprise. With this thought, Riezel suddenly remembered Zenitsu. As a swordsman who only knew the first form of thunder breathing, Zenitsu appeared to be a hopeless case but was, in truth, a master practitioner of thunder breathing. In the original work, Zenitsu perfected the first form and developed even stronger techniques based on it. They were, first form, Thunderclap and Flash, Godspeed, and, seventh form, Flaming Thunder God, the two techniques Zenitsu created based on his understanding of thunder breathing's first form. Godspeed was the ultimate move of Thunderclap and Flash, the fastest strike, the fastest slash. Flaming Thunder God, on the other hand, could achieve speeds even upper ranks couldn't catch, allowing Zenitsu, who wasn't even a Hashira and had none of the three abilities, the Demon Slayer mark, the bright red Nichiren sword, and the transparent world, to decapitate his senior brother, who had become an upper rank. Riezel thought these two techniques had a lot of potential and were similar in essence to his Blooming Radiance. Maybe if I developed them further, I might find some inspiration to improve Blooming Radiance. Indeed, Riezel was thinking about improving Blooming Radiance. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was unaware of all this, was still in awe of the stunning lightning bolt Riezel had created, not realizing that it wasn't even his true strength. However, there was one thing she did know. Is the swordsmanship you used a special swordsmanship? Yuri asked seriously. So, you already know and have learned a special swordsmanship. She had been trying every possible way to give this troublemaker access to her family library, only to find out he didn't need it at all. Special swordsmanship was, after all, something even the Riezel family didn't possess. Well, I guess so. With such a casual answer, Riezel didn't explain much further. In the eyes of the people of this world, thunder breathing could indeed be considered a type of special swordsmanship. Special swordsmanship was a form of swordsmanship that allowed a swordsman to develop unique abilities. Some could summon wind, while others could control fire, performing feats similar to magic. Since thunder breathing used the power of lightning, it was seen as a type of special swordsmanship. However, unlike the genuine special swordsmanship of this world, thunder breathing didn't permanently enhance the body and only provided temporary effects. For this complicated reason, Riezel didn't intend to clarify further. Anyway, with this, things are settled. Riezel said calmly. Although I can't say I'm completely safe, it should help prevent some underhanded tricks, right? At his words, Yuri paused for a moment before suddenly smiling. I can't guarantee there won't be any underhanded tricks, but I can guarantee that you'll have something to do next. What? Riezel asked with a confused expression. Perhaps out of spite, she kept him in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Yuri turned and got into the carriage. Marilyn, still shocked, gave Riezel a peculiar look before following her master into the carriage. Still standing in place, Riezel was lost in thought. What did she mean by that? Not understanding Yuri's meaning, Riezel shook his head before getting into the carriage as well. It wasn't until later that he realized he indeed had something to do next. However, whether it was a good or bad thing was up to everyone's interpretation. Chapter 239, 17-year-old Sword Saint. Riezel Brynhard is confirmed to possess the ability befitting a Sword Saint and will be recommended by the Shadow Sword Saint to receive the Sword Saint medal from the royal family, officially recognizing him as one of the esteemed Sword Saints of the current generation. When this announcement from the royal palace spread throughout the royal capital, it came as no surprise that the entire capital was shaken senseless. Riezel Brynhard is a Sword Saint. He actually has the strength of a Sword Saint. Impossible. Needless to say, the most informed nobles were the first to react with shock and disbelief. Whether they were supporters of the royal family, the duke, or even the very few neutrals, everyone was stunned by this sudden, earth-shattering announcement that came out of nowhere. No choice. He's only 17 years old, right? Isn't he a magician? How could he possibly be a Sword Saint? Many people thought the announcement must be wrong or that they had misheard. Unfortunately, with the explanations from the civil officials and knights present when Riezel was summoned to the royal palace, everyone learned the details. Riezel Brynhard had defeated Albert Borley. Moreover, it was a swift, instant victory. Albert Borley, considered the best swordsman just under Sword Saint and known as the soon-to-be 8th-generation Sword Saint of the Borley family, had been defeated in an instant without even having the chance to react. If this fact didn't count as being a Sword Saint, then what did? Incredible. A 17-year-old young man actually defeated Captain Albert with a single move. It's just unbelievable. No matter what, this is a 17-year-old Sword Saint we're talking about. How is this even possible? Some were stunned, some sighed in disbelief, others took a while to snap out of it, and some simply couldn't accept it at all. As they said, a 17-year-old Sword Saint was too astounding, even unbelievable. At 17, being a sword master would already make someone an exceptional genius, yet Riezel had directly become a Sword Saint. Even if one searched the entire Akasha continent or its entire history, they wouldn't find anyone like him. Forget about the Akasha continent, even in the other worlds Riezel had visited, Who else reached the combat power of level 7, the strength of a sword saint, at 17? Ace was indeed talented and 1 year younger than Riezel, but she was just about to level up to level 6. Yuriichi was indeed extraordinary, but he only reached level 7 after his death, inspired by Riezel's evolved sun breathing. In life, he was at most at the limit of level 6, the same as Albert, only halfway to level 7. Even the ultimate weapon of Orario, Otter, reached level 7 only at 25 and was still level 6 at 17. Compared to them, the Akasha continent had many level 7 sword saints throughout its history, and there were quite a few in the current generation. Gina's alone had 6, but none achieved the status of sword saint before the age of 30. It was like someone still in high school at 17, struggling with college entrance exams, while another at 17 had already skipped grades, graduated from university, completed graduate studies, and become a doctor. Naturally, this caused a huge stir, making it hard for others to imagine and accept. Especially for those who were already paying attention to Riezel or even knew him personally, this news hit them like a ton of bricks. For example, Archie. For example, Carrera. Even a certain prince who had just warned Riezel and was acting arrogant beyond measure was almost stunned into disbelief by the announcement. How could he be a sword saint? How the fuck could this happen? Soren jumped out of his bed, shocked and angry. When this announcement spread to the general public, among the commoners, and even throughout the continent, a massive uproar was inevitable. I can't believe a 17-year-old magician just popped up as a sword saint out of nowhere. Are you fucking kidding me? So you're saying this 17-year-old kid, who's still just a Magic Academy student, just reached the heights I've been chasing for my whole life? Bullshit. Many angry swordsmen were on the move, driven by this announcement. Of course, their destination was only one, the Riezel family's secondary residence in the royal capital, where Riezel resided. On this day, the Riezel residence was particularly bustling. A succession of swordsmen, each exuding an extraordinary aura, arrived at the entrance of the residence and made their declarations to the gatekeepers. Surprisingly, their declarations were strikingly consistent. I want to challenge Riezel Brynhart. Such was the situation. Indeed, they were all challengers, here to challenge the youngest sword saint in history. Among them were some well-known expert sword masters, fully armed, their eyes cold as they made their challenge declarations loudly. Clearly, such a commotion could not possibly go unnoticed by the various factions in the royal capital. As a result, these factions naturally sent their people with only one purpose in mind, to verify. Verify what? Of course, to verify if Riezel Brynhart truly possessed the strength of a sword saint. Such a stir, of course, did not escape Riezel's notice. So many people are coming to challenge me. When he heard the news, Riezel was genuinely surprised, especially when he saw the huge crowd outside. He had a moment of disbelief, finding it hard to believe that all these people had come to find him. On the other hand, Yuri, as if she had anticipated this situation, was nonchalantly sipping tea. What do you think the status of sword saint is? Yuri asked with a hint of schadenfreude. It's one of the highest honors on the continent. In a way, those who pursue this status are even more fanatic than those who seek the status of strategic class magician. Sword Saint and Strategic Class Magician, these were the two supreme titles and status on the Akasha continent, the two highest honors. Sword Saint was the pinnacle for swordsmen. Strategic Class Magician was the pinnacle for magicians. Moreover, since this world was one of swords and magic, it had only two paths to transcendence, either a swordsman or a magician, with clearly no third path. However, becoming a magician required talent, a natural gift. Only those who meet the requirements in both magical energy and magic compatibility could tread this path. Otherwise, one could never become a competent magician. As a result, magicians were rare talents, a rare breed, hard to come by. From this reasoning, this was obviously one of the fundamental causes why magicians were so highly respected. Meanwhile, swordsmen were different. While one's talent was also important for swordsmen, theoretically, anyone without disabilities could practice swordsmanship and become a swordsman. Consequently, in this world, 90% of those who walked the path of transcendence were swordsmen. Since they couldn't become magicians, they could only tread this path until the end. Given this, their greatest pursuit in life was obviously to become a sword saint. Moreover, a swordsman's growth path, unlike a magician's, couldn't be achieved solely through talent. It required constant training, practice, and the honing of skills through blood and sweat. Needless to say, those who worked so tirelessly were often the most unwilling to concede defeat. You know, the path of a swordsman is half about challenging the strong. Yuri put down her teacup and looked at Riezel. Some people challenge the strong to hone their skills. Some people challenge the strong to become the best. Some people challenge the strong for glory and fame. Unlike magicians, where as long as you have the talent, you can hide away, study magic without disturbance, and then unleash the magic of the corresponding class to gain the honor and status of that class. In such a situation, it was even more evident that no matter which way one chose to become a sword saint, they were still required to challenge the strong. For example, the second way, after becoming a sword master, was to challenge a sword saint of the current generation. If one could defeat them, one would receive the kingdom's honor, be awarded the sword saint medal, and become a sword saint themselves. I can assure you, more than half of those shouting outside are after those. Yuri continued with a casual tone. A young, 17-year-old sword saint, to those swordsmen who want to defeat a sword saint, you must seem like an easy target, right? What she said wasn't wrong. Since they wanted to challenge a sword saint, why not pick the easiest one? Other sword saints were, after all, already well known and had built up enough fame even before becoming sword saints, so their reputation and strength were unquestioned. However, a 17-year-old sword saint who had suddenly emerged out of nowhere and was known as a Magic Academy student couldn't help but arouse suspicion about his true abilities. Considering this, Yuri was probably right. At least half of the swordsmen outside clamoring to challenge Riezel were likely looking to make a name for themselves and saw him as their stepping stone. I see. Riezel frowned. Seeing him like this, Yuri let out a sigh of relief and then snorted softly. Now you understand why I said you'd have things to do next. Yuri said with a shrug. In the future, you'll probably be constantly challenged like this. Riezel remained silent. All right, don't worry. Seeing that Riezel seemed distressed, Yuri's heart softened. No matter what, this is the Riezel residence. They wouldn't dare enter a marquis's home without permission. Just ignore them, and they'll leave sooner or later. However, upon hearing this, Riezel suddenly spoke something surprising. No, I'm going to face them. What? Yuri was taken aback. Face them. Marilyn, who stood silently to the side, was also surprised. In contrast, Riezel, who had seemed so troubled to them moments ago, was now smiling happily. Since they've come to me voluntarily, how can I not face them? Riezel was indeed happy. It was not without reason. One should know that Riezel possessed Falna, blessing, which allowed him to gain Excelia from defeating others to improve himself. Since returning from the world of Danmachi to the Akasha continent, or traveling from the Akasha continent to the world of Demon Slayer, he had been troubled by how to find enough opponents to fight and defeat. Without enough opponents, his growth had slowed, no longer leveling up every few weeks as before. Now, however, there were surprisingly many free Excelia delivered right to his doorstep. Chapter 240, Is there anyone else? At this moment, the area outside the Riezel residence was truly teeming with people, packed so tightly that it was almost impossible to move. Even ordinary people seemed to have shown up, drawn by the commotion. As a result, the space around the Riezel residence was so crowded that it could have easily led to a stampede if there hadn't been a main road left open. Quiet. Don't push. Ein and Ian shouted loudly to maintain a minimal level of order. They had been alerted and had brought many knights with them, but this apparently still didn't deter the crowd of swordsmen. I want to challenge Riezel Brynhart. I also want to challenge Riezel Brynhart. Let Riezel Brynhart come out. Several young and vigorous swordsmen were on the verge of drawing their swords, their faces twisted in fierce determination, clearly would not back down. It was clear that if Riezel didn't show up today, there would have been a lot of chaos. Until... Someone's coming out. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, causing the entire noisy scene to fall into silence. People quickly turned their heads and saw a figure walking toward them from inside the Riezel residence's gate. It was none other than Riezel. That's Riezel Brynhart. Someone instantly recognized Riezel and shouted his name, causing countless eyes to fixate on him like sharp swords. Mr. Riezel. Ein and Ian both turned and saw Riezel, promptly calling out to him. At the same time, the surrounding knights bowed and saluted Riezel, their demeanor more respectful than ever before. Ah, thank you for your trouble. Riezel came up to Ein and Ian and thanked them. No. Upon hearing his words, the two female knights hastily shook their heads. They were about to speak but were unfortunately interrupted. Riezel Brynhart. A swordsman seized the opportunity and shouted at Riezel. Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? At this, the others quickly reacted. Me too. I want to challenge you as well. Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? I don't believe you're a sword saint. If you really have the capability, then accept my challenge. That's right. Let us see your true strength. Come on. One by one, the swordsmen spoke up, some with excitement, some with hostility, some with fighting intent, and others with disdain. It was clear that although all these swordsmen wanted to challenge Riezel, their motivations varied. Some wanted to climb the ranks by stepping over him. Some genuinely doubted his strength. Some came to challenge a renowned opponent out of admiration. Some were simply envious, jealous, or self-assured, believing that he was just putting on a show and couldn't possibly be a sword saint. As Riezel observed all the swordsmen who challenged him, he also understood this. In the next moment, under Ein and Ian's watchful eyes, Riezel stepped forward. Want to challenge me, you say? Riezel asked calmly, his expression one of nonchalance. All right, who's up first? His straightforwardness left many people at a loss for words. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Is it really okay? Is he really going to accept their challenge? Ayn and Ian exchanged glances and whispered to each other, one furrowing her brows while the other wore a look of worry. Both had witnessed Riezel's abilities firsthand, not just once but twice. Once, when the shadow ambushed them, Riezel personally took down the leading sword master. The other time was during the war festival when Riezel personally killed Jill Dardis, the demon swordsman. On both occasions, Riezel demonstrated extraordinary abilities, earning Ayn and Ian's deep respect. However, it was precisely because they had seen him in action that they couldn't help but be more concerned. However, despite Riezel's impressive display of swordsmanship and abilities on those occasions, Ayn and Ian still felt it wasn't quite at the level of a sword saint. Let alone Albert, Riezel had clearly struggled to defeat Jill in the war festival. With such abilities, while Riezel would definitely qualify as a sword master, Ayn and Ian felt that it just wasn't enough to be considered a sword saint. Even though they had heard about Albert's instant defeat at Riezel's hands, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, after all. With their preconceived notions, they genuinely worried that there might be something off about this information and that Riezel's status as a sword saint might actually be for other reasons. Because of this, they feared that Riezel would be exposed and defeated here, tarnishing his reputation. Meanwhile, Riezel, who had already stepped forward, did not notice Ayn and Ian's concerns. Nevertheless, even if he had noticed, he probably wouldn't have cared anyway. Who's up first? Riezel repeated his question as he observed the swordsman before him. Finally, someone stepped forward. I'll go. A burly man jumped in front of Riezel. He was armored, carried a greatsword, and had a body taller and more robust than Soren's. When such a heavily armored swordsman with a heavy greatsword jumped in front of Riezel, the ground even trembled slightly, drawing attention from many. I'm Marco Nugolin. Folding his hands across his chest, the burly man introduced himself. Surprisingly, the name caused a stir among the crowd. Marco Nugolin. He's the tyrant, isn't he? I didn't expect him to show up too. Everyone on the scene buzzed with excitement. It's him. Ayn and Ian exclaimed while exchanging serious looks. What's wrong? Do you know him? Riezel turned to the two female knights. Upon hearing the question, Ian, always blunt in her personality, immediately answered. He's a swordsman who became famous a long time ago, from the Nugolin territory, and is the son of the local lord. Ian began to explain in detail. Although the Nugolin territory is just a remote rural area and the lord there is an ordinary baron, not very prominent in noble circles, his son, Marco Nugolin, is a sword master. He left home in childhood to hone his swordsmanship and aims to become a sword saint. However, because he often has a tendency to be excessively violent, causing many of his opponents to be severely injured or even die from his blows, many people call him the tyrant. Ian's explanation was thorough and made it clear to Riezel what kind of man the burly figure in front of him was. In contrast, Ayn was more concise. Mr. Riezel, he's really strong, so be careful. Ayn reminded in a serious tone. Ian and I probably aren't his match. Even without her saying this, Riezel could tell that much. After all, the moment he used the transparent world, he noticed that the muscles of this burly man were not just for show. In terms of pure strength alone, he was probably stronger than Albert, which meant he was at least level 6. Riezel Brynhart, right? As Riezel learned about Marco's information, Marco spoke up with a wide grin, and his expression was quite vicious. I heard you defeated Albert Borley with a single move. Humph, I don't believe it. Marco said bluntly. About 4 years ago, I lost to him and had my sword master medal taken away. It was only recently that I got the medal back. In fact, there was a rule for this. When someone challenged 1,000 sword masters on their way to becoming a sword saint, if the challenger defeated the challenged, they could take the challenged sword master medal as proof of their victory. If the defeated sword master lost their medal, they couldn't reclaim it for 3 years, nor could they claim the status of sword master during that time. Clearly, this rule exists to prevent anyone from using underhanded methods to become a sword saint, or, more specifically, to avoid situations where matches were manipulated. Because of this rule, every sword master who was challenged must fight with full effort and couldn't give up the battle. Otherwise, they would lose their sword master medal for 3 years, which was like walking around with a mark of defeat. For swordsmen, this was undoubtedly a significant disgrace and a blow to their self-esteem. Marco had obviously gone through this, yet he spoke of it without any reservations. It's precisely because I've fought Albert Borley that I know how strong he is. Someone as weak and fragile as you could never defeat him, let alone do it with a single move. What bullshit. Marco's words were met with angry glares from Ayn and Ian, but his words clearly failed to stir any reaction from Riezel. So, are you here to prove that I'm not as capable as I claim to be? Riezel asked with a half-smile. That's right. I don't believe in that bullshit. Marco shouted before drawing his greatsword. Boom. As the tip of the greatsword slammed into the ground, it caused a deafening explosion, creating a crater. Many people who watched this scene quietly swallowed their saliva. Be careful not to get yourself killed, kid. Marco grinned. I'm not good at holding back, you know. It's fine. Riezel tightened his grip, using the structure system magic to create a sword, which he held casually along with its scabbard, standing nonchalantly in front of Marco. I'm good at it, so it's fine. No need to hold back. Seeing Riezel's nonchalance, Marco grew angry. You arrogant bastard. Marco roared in anger, lifting his great sword and charging at Riezel like a war chariot. However, at the same moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the area. Boom. A flash of lightning appeared without warning before everyone's eyes, instantly dominating their vision and becoming the only thing in the world they could see. Even though the lightning was just a flash, it immediately stirred the wind around, making Riezel's figure appear as though it had passed through space itself. In a flash of thunder and lightning, Riezel, surrounded by crackling lightning, abruptly arrived behind Marco. Click. With a clicking sound, the sword that had somehow been unsheathed was now sheathed by Riezel. Splurt. Still in the middle of his charge, blood suddenly burst forth in front of Marco. Without realizing what had happened, Marco collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Silence. A deathly silence. Is there anyone else? Soon, Riezel's voice rang out again, calm and composed. Chapter 241, next. Is there anyone else? When this seemingly bland question echoed outside the Riezel residence, amidst the crowd surging with anticipation, no one responded. Whether it was the ordinary people there to witness the spectacle or the swordsmen who had been shouting earlier, they seemed to have had their breath taken away, frozen in shock. Even the Riezel family's knights, led by Ein and Ian, stood there dumbfounded, staring at Riezel, surrounded by crackling lightning, losing their voices. Shock. Awe. Horror. Fear. A whirlwind of emotion surged through everyone present. Am I dreaming? Someone murmured. No way. Someone shuddered. One strike. Someone's eyes widened. Marco, just lost. Someone couldn't believe it. At this moment, they doubted their own eyes and questioned what had just happened. Ugh. Ack. Only Marco, lying unconscious on the ground and groaning in pain, confirmed to everyone that what had just occurred was indeed real. Marco was truly defeated thoroughly. With just one strike, the heavily armored and long-renowned tyrant was incapacitated, his armor shattered and blood gushing out in large quantities, leaving him unconscious. People could only stand there, staring at the scene and looking at Riezel, unable to speak. Soon, at a certain moment, a huge uproar broke out. Sword Saint. Such strength has to be a Sword Saint, right? All those rumors were true. We really have a 17-year-old Sword Saint. Heavens, it's all real. It was the ordinary people who reacted first, erupting in noisy excitement. Soon after, the swordsmen and the people sent by various factions, who had been standing silently in shock, were awakened by the commotion. All their eyes reflected unprecedented awe and fear as they looked at Riezel. Like them, Ein and Ian were in shock as well. Sword Saint. Mr. Riezel is really a Sword Saint. The two of them were both surprised and thrilled, feeling as if they were dreaming. As for the Riezel family's knights, their gazes toward Riezel were now purely filled with reverence. Did you see that? Elder Sister Modeste. At the same time, a small figure hiding around the corner of the mansion, excitedly peeking over, began shouting. He is so amazing. So even a swordsman can be this powerful. Clearly, the small figure was none other than Isaac. With all the commotion, he naturally noticed it and became curious, so he sneakily crept over and caught the impressive scene of Riezel instantly defeating Marco. Modeste was right beside Isaac, having witnessed everything just like him, and her eyes sparkled as she watched Riezel standing there. Everyone was making a racket, turning the entire Riezel residence into a chaotic bazaar. Riezel, the source of all this chaos, frowned. Quiet. Riezel's voice was cold and wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. In that instant, everyone fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Next. Riezel's voice regained its earlier calm. In truth, he wasn't concerned nor did he care about the reactions of these people. He was only interested in who would be next for his Exelia source. Unfortunately, this time, no one stepped forward. Those who had questioned him or looked down on him, and even those who were envious and jealous of him, all lowered their heads in unison. At the same time, the people sent by various factions to gather information wished they could hide, looking as if they were afraid of being discovered by Riezel. It was clear how much they felt toward Riezel at this moment. Of course, not everyone felt this way. Some swordsmen who originally came seeking to challenge strong opponents looked at Riezel with eyes that sparkled and shone. However, the next person to step forward wasn't one of them. A bunch of cowards, if you all won't go, then I will. A gloomy and cold figure emerged from the crowd. He wasn't as burly as Marco and was even somewhat thin, but his long arms and the long sword at his waist, at least 1.9 meters in length, gave him a unique look. Seeing him, many immediately recognized his identity. It's Alder Bray. Seriously. Even the long arms Alder is here. He's kinda like the tyrant, right? Got wrecked by Albert Borley a while back. Yeah, he lost like a year ago and still hasn't reclaimed the Swordmaster medal. Many swordsmen began chattering, exposing the background of this menacing swordsman. Lost to Albert Borley a year ago. Riezel glanced at the newcomer. Although Alder had indeed lost to Albert, he was clearly more powerful than Marco. After all, Albert, who had grown stronger with age, would continue to improve. Marco had lost 4 years ago when Albert was still 23 years old, while Alder had lost a year ago when Albert was 26. At 23, when Albert defeated Marco, he was probably just a slightly stronger swordmaster, not the invincible swordmaster he was now. Meanwhile, by 26, when Albert defeated Alder, he was likely close to his current strength. Needless to say, Alder's ability to fight against such an Albert indicated that his strength surpassed Marco's. In fact, the transparent world revealed that Alder's strength was indeed greater than Marco's. I'm Alder Bray. Alder looked coldly at Riezel as he introduced himself. You're strong, I admit that. Alder continued. But to say you defeated Albert Borley in one strike? I still don't believe it. He wasn't trying to praise Albert, but he simply couldn't accept that the heir of the famous family of sword saints, whom he had dreamed of defeating to clear his own shame, had been taken down so easily by a 17-year-old. Since his defeat by Albert and losing the Swordmaster medal, he had seen Albert as his rival. Over the past year, he had endured humiliation and hardship, constantly honing his swordsmanship and pushing himself to become stronger, all in hopes of one day defeating Albert and crushing him underfoot. Now, to learn that the formidable rival he had long sought to defeat had been instantly taken down by a random young man who had been unknown until recently. He obviously couldn't accept it. Riezel, however, didn't say much in response. In that case, let's see your real skill in action. Riezel said calmly, his expression unchanged. Draw your sword. Upon hearing this, Alder quickly drew his sword, its blade glowing with magical energy. He stared intently at Riezel as his mind sneered coldly. Come on, attack me. Alder said with confidence. Let's see how I break your swordsmanship. Even though he wasn't sure if he could defeat Riezel, he was confident that Riezel wouldn't be able to breach his defenses. It wasn't without reason he thought this way. After all, the swordsmanship he practiced specifically focused on enhancing defense and excelling in counterattacks. He could even confidently say that his defensive ability far exceeded that of an average swordsman at his level. Even Albert couldn't breach his defenses within 100 moves, being repeatedly forced back. If it hadn't been for his defense weakening over time, Albert wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Over the past year, he had learned from this and had intensely trained to extend his endurance in prolonged battles. Now, he was no longer the same person he had been a year ago. He was confident that if he faced Albert again, he would not suffer the same defeat as last time. Riezel's earlier attack on Marco was indeed astonishing, even changing his expression, as he couldn't see it or react in time. However, it didn't matter since he didn't need to react to the attack in the first place. He only needed to set up a defensive perimeter around himself to block the incoming attack. In his eyes, Riezel's astonishing attack was as unsustainable as his own defenses had once been. Once the attack faltered, he would be able to counter and secure victory. Hey, if you can't even block a single strike from this boy, and I manage to block it and defeat him, your face will definitely be a sight to behold, Albert. As Alder thought of Albert, the knight who had defeated him a year ago and ruthlessly taken his Swordmaster medal despite his furious glare, a surge of hatred welled up within him. He was already looking forward to seeing Albert's expression when they met again. Unfortunately, what Alder didn't know was that, in Riezel's eyes, his swordsmanship, defenses, and counters were practically nothing. Boom. A thunder-like sound suddenly erupted from Riezel's body, bathing him in crackling lightning once more. Alder finally snapped out of his daze, his face turning pale. He wanted to swing his sword, to set up the defense he was so proud of, but regrettably, the defense he had high hopes for couldn't even keep up with Riezel's afterimage, much less block his attack. Boom. A lightning bolt flashed by with a thunderous roar, streaking past Alder. Whoosh. Poochie. Before Alder could lift his sword, he was hit in the chest by a lightning-fast slash, a burst of blood erupting from his front. Riezel's slash was so fast that the intense pain was only felt by Alder a few seconds later. No. No. Thud. Alder wanted to scream and shout, but unfortunately, he lost all his strength and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious like Marco. Click. Just like before, Riezel calmly sheathed his sword. Even though the sound of the blade sliding into the scabbard was very faint, it echoed clearly in everyone's ears during that moment, like the drop of a pin in a quiet room. Gulp. Someone in the crowd swallowed loudly, the sound distinctly audible. Riezel didn't spare a glance at the defeated swordsman behind him, his eyes, blazing like torches, swept over everyone present. Next. He was already anticipating who would come forward next and become his Exelia. Unfortunately, this time, the crowd of swordsmen looked at each other in silence, completely at a loss for words. Yes. Unlike before, no one dared to step up this time. Even those who had originally been full of fighting intent now showed signs of hesitation. Chapter 242, Triplet Swordsman. Marco Nugalin was defeated in one strike. Alder Bray was defeated in one strike. As the two renowned sword masters, famous within Genas, could not withstand a single move from Riezel, those present began to believe that he truly had the ability to defeat Albert Borley with just one strike. Needless to say, this was more than enough proof that Riezel indeed possessed the ability of a sword saint. At the very least, someone who could easily defeat two long-established sword masters and someone reputed to be the best swordsman just under sword saint could not possibly be at the same level as them. Only a sword saint could easily defeat such highly regarded sword masters. Only a sword saint could possess such a level of strength. As they witnessed the flash of lightning that crushed all the opponents, every swordsman's desire to challenge Riezel cooled rapidly, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them. As a result, no one dared to step forward or make any challenge declarations. Riezel, with his strength, had effectively silenced all doubts and objections, making everyone quiet at this moment. Ein, Ian, Isaac, Modeste, and other members of the Frenzel family cast admiring looks at Riezel. However, Riezel, upon seeing this scene, secretly panicked. Damn it, this isn't good. I'm coming off too strong and scaring them away. Clearly, such a thing couldn't happen since these challengers were his free Exelia, so he couldn't afford to scare them away. It seemed he would need to ease up a bit and soften his approach. What's wrong? Afraid to come up? Riezel, having made up his mind, gave a slight smile to the swordsman before him. If that's the case, I allow you to team up. Anyone who wants to challenge me can come forward together. Upon hearing this, the swordsmen were shocked. Team up? All together? No way. A flurry of murmurs spread through the crowd, and some felt insulted by the suggestion. What does he mean? Is he looking down on us? Seriously? Teaming up? How arrogant. Evidently, many swordsmen were enraged by Riezel's words. Mr. Riezel. Ian quickly stepped forward. I think this is enough. No one will question you anymore. Yes. I nodded in agreement. You are indeed a sword saint. I believe no one will doubt it further. Apparently, these two female knights were worried that Riezel's display of arrogance might offend too many swordsmen. Nah, it's fine. Riezel said calmly, seeing the swordsman look angry. Let's have another fight and see. Anyone present understood that his words were clearly a provocation. Sure enough, someone was eventually provoked. In the next moment, three swordsmen emerged from the crowd. They were three young men who looked exactly alike as if they had been carved from the same mold. Seeing them, the crowd was instantly stunned. Leto brothers. Aren't they the Leto brothers? Triplet swordsmen, three identical-looking guys. No doubt about it. They're definitely the Leto brothers. As the swordsmen buzzed with excitement, their previous energy returned. Leto brothers. Riezel clearly didn't know these three triplets, so he turned to Ein and Ian, wanting an explanation. Seeing him turn to them, the two female knights immediately understood, so Ian began to explain. Like the Tyrant and the Long Arms Alder, the Leto brothers are also really famous sword masters in Genas. They're triplets who grew up as orphans in a slum on the kingdom's border and depended on each other for everything until they got a chance to learn special swordsmanship known as the Harmony Sword Style, a unique form of swordsmanship that focuses on combined attacks and cooperation. It was from that moment that they started making a name for themselves. Any one of these brothers alone might not be a match for renowned sword masters like the Tyrant or the Long Arms Alder in terms of skill, but their swordsmanship is one of the few that requires cooperation with other practitioners to unleash its true power. With each additional brother in the mix, their strength multiplied, and when all three worked together, even a sword saint would have a hard time defeating them in a short time. They are highly sought after by many nobles because not only are the three of them sword masters, but they can even fight a sword saint when they team up. In fact, the royal family and the Cordelian family have even extended offers to them. At this point, Ian paused for a moment before continuing. In the end, they joined the Cordelian family and are now attendants for Miss Serena Cordelian. Upon hearing this, Riezel's eyebrows lifted. Serena Cordelian. Isn't she Sergius's younger sister, the young lady who became a tactical class magician at a young age and is friends with Carrera? So, these three are her attendants, huh? As this thought crossed Riezel's mind, the identical triplets finally spoke up. That's right. We are Leto brothers. As they spoke, the Leto brothers finished each other's sentences in perfect sync, with no pauses between them. I'm the first brother. I'm the second brother. I'm the third brother. They took turns stating their order among the brothers. I'm the youngest, MMP. From the corner, a voice seemingly joined in randomly, but it sounded like the person was quickly dragged away right after speaking. Did you say we could team up? Right. The Leto brothers continued their unique speaking style as if they were passing the conversation back and forth. In that case, let us three brothers challenge you. As soon as they finished speaking, they drew their swords. Seeing this, everyone present immediately became excited. Oh, the Leto brothers are teaming up. If the three of them were together, they could even give a sword saint a run for their money, at least for a bit. Facing those three, even an experienced sword saint might struggle. Of course, since Riezel Brynhard is a new sword saint, he's gonna have an even tougher time winning now. Finally, we're about to see some real action. Countless people began to discuss loudly, filling the air with chatter and excitement. Mr. Riezel, Ein, Ian, and Modeste, who had just pinned down her troublemaker brother in the corner, showed worried expressions. Not only them, but even Yuri, who had been quietly watching from a distance, furrowed her brows. Leto brothers, they actually came too. Yuri, looking out the window from the office on the top floor of the mansion, furrowed her brows tightly. Is this Serena's order, or did they come on their own? Yuri was unsure about the situation. However, since the Leto brothers were Serena's attendants, she wondered if their arrival was at the behest of Serena herself or the Cordelian family. Cordelian. A cold glint appeared in Yuri's eyes as muttered to herself. I hope you're not up to any tricks. While Yuri was muttering, Riezel had already accepted the Leto brothers' challenge. All right, come on. Riezel waved his hand, signaling Ein and Ian to step back, and then turned his interested gaze toward the Leto brothers. A special swordsmanship that could make these guys briefly contend with a sword saint must be pretty strong, right? Riezel thought with anticipation before speaking up to the Leto brothers. However, this time, you can go first. Riezel clearly conceded the first move. Upon hearing this, the Leto brothers narrowed their eyes but did not refuse. They understood that if they let Riezel make the first move, the situation could quickly become unfavorable. No choice. Riezel's lightning-fast speed was just too terrifying. They were genuinely worried that if he went first, they might immediately suffer a defeat like the previous two challengers. Moreover, the essence of their swordsmanship lay in the fact that the more people worked together, the stronger their power became. If one of them was lost and they had one person fewer, their displayed power would be drastically reduced. At that point, not only would they be unable to contend with a sword saint, but whether they could even last a minute against him was uncertain. For this reason, they took the first move without hesitation. Harmony. With the Leto brothers shouting in unison, a surge of magical energy erupted from their bodies. Even though their magical energy wasn't massive and was noticeably weaker than Alder's previous burst, the magical energy flowing from them as they displayed their swordsmanship was surprisingly uniform. Whether in speed or scale, the magical energy blazing around the Leto brothers was exactly the same. Soon, this magical energy intertwined like air currents, causing their combined presence to rise steadily, eventually climbing to an astonishing level. Riezel narrowed his eyes. It was because, at this moment, the Leto brothers were not only impressive in their auras, but their strength had also significantly increased. Through the transparent world, he could see that as the magical energy flowed through their bodies, it also moved along invisible channels toward each other, merging the three streams of magical energy. He was sure that the Leto brothers were now stronger than Albert. Attack. Boom. In the next moment, the Leto brothers roared in unison, shattering the ground beneath them as they charged forward. One attacked head-on, another flanked from the left, and the third from the right, surrounding Riezel in a coordinated assault. Riezel immediately reached for his sword, instinctively wanting to draw it, but he restrained himself and remained still, waiting for the Leto brothers to close in. Boom. In the next second, coating their swords with magical energy, the Leto brothers swung them down with force, creating a rumbling sound. Instantly, the ground where Riezel stood shattered, generating a whirlwind that blew everyone around into startled cries, forcing them to move back. Bzzz. Amid the storm, a lightning bolt flashed, and Riezel, wrapped in lightning, darted through it. Seeing this, the Leto brothers immediately charged forward, attacking Riezel once more. Chapter 243, Fast Attack. Ding. Amidst the crisp clash of metal, a sword collided heavily with a sheathed sword, sending sparks flying like fireworks. One of the Leto brothers had struck down with his sword toward the lightning-charged Riezel, but it hit his steadily raised scabbard and failed to land a blow. Swish. Swish. At the same time, the other two Leto brothers attacked from both sides, slipping to Riezel's flanks. With a faint sky-splitting sound, they swung their swords, one aimed at Riezel's left side and the other at his right, their angles almost perfectly symmetrical, creating two parallel lines of cold, glinting slashes. Seeing this, Riezel flashed and darted backward like a true lightning bolt without hesitation, evading the incoming symmetrical slashes. However, one of the Leto brothers who had initially attacked Riezel was not idle, as he quickly leaped into the air and brought his sword down once more toward Riezel. Facing such fierce and unrelenting attacks, Riezel retreated repeatedly, momentarily appearing as if he had lost his ability to counter. Boom. With an explosive sound, the three brothers simultaneously struck the ground where Riezel had been a second ago, shattering it. Dust and debris were blown away by the blast, causing the nearby crowd to gasp in surprise and scramble, suffering immensely from the oncoming dust storm. Fall back. Quick, fall back. Seeing the situation worsen, Ein and Ian began evacuating the crowd with the Frenzel family's knights, urging them to retreat like a tide away from the center of the battle. Elder sister. Get down. Isaac and Modeste, hiding in a corner close to the battle's epicenter, were unfortunately caught in the dust storm. Isaac was shouting in panic while Modeste quickly pressed him down and sheltered behind a wall to shield themselves from the dust storm. Meanwhile, Riezel and the Leto brothers continued their intense fight amidst the swirling dust. One side flashed back and forth like lightning, while the other pursued relentlessly like three meteors. Boom. Ding. Boom. Clang. At this moment, the clash and roaring sounds constantly erupted from the dust, gradually evolving into a full-blown sandstorm. Is this what the battle of powerful swordsmen looks like? It's terrifying. As the ordinary people who were neither swordsmen nor magicians witnessed the sandstorm-like chaos, they were awestruck and visibly shaken. However, the swordsmen, after retreating a distance, watched intently, trying to discern the details of the ongoing fight, especially the people sent by various factions. Their eyes were shining brightly. Finally, it's not a one-hit move anymore. The Leto brothers are indeed impressive. Now we can see Riezel Brynhardt's strength properly. Quick. Record the battle with the magic crystal. Hidden among the crowd, these people were secretly thrilled. Previously, Riezel had ended his challengers instantly, causing frustration among the people who were unsure how to complete their tasks. However, now they could finally get a good look at his performance and see what kind of strength this youngest ever sword saint could demonstrate. Meanwhile, many swordsmen had already noticed that, under the Leto brothers' relentless assaults, Riezel seemed to be at a disadvantage, continuously evading their attacks, which pleased the swordsmen. Being arrogant, huh? Now you've really hit a tough opponent, haven't you? Go for it. Leto brothers. Smash that youngest sword saint to bits. Let's fucking go. Shouting these words, the swordsmen who had originally looked down on Riezel with jealousy and negative emotions suddenly became as excited as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline upon seeing him being suppressed. Their demeanor was as if they were letting the Leto brothers take their frustrations out on Riezel, completely forgetting their previous submissive behavior. Of course, some also watched the battle with serious expressions. From the observer's perspective, this battle was highly engaging, featuring a newly promoted sword saint on one side and three users of unique swordsmanship on the other, who could barely match a sword saint, resulting in a clash between four sword saint-level swordsmen. Such a high-level battle was rare to witness, so they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, the three Leto brothers suddenly leaped high into the air simultaneously, descending from the same height and striking with the same angle and force. Their three sharp swords slashed down toward Riezel with an ear-piercing sound. Ding! Riezel still held up his still-sheathed sword to block, deflecting the simultaneous strikes of the three swords and turning the clash into a sound wave that blew away the surrounding dust. Bang! With a muffled sound, Riezel was knocked back. Clearly, the combined attack of the Leto brothers amplified their strengths, creating a terrifying force that sent Riezel flying a considerable distance. Feeling the recoil, Riezel couldn't help but sigh. So this is the power of your swordsmanship's combination attack. It really has some tricks up its sleeve. What was originally the strength of 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3, had more than doubled under the Harmony sword style, which impressed Riezel. However, the Leto brothers ignored Riezel's amazement, acting like cold, merciless killing machines. From the moment the battle began, they entered a mysterious state. In this state, it was as if the three resonated with each other, their minds merging into one, fighting without needing to communicate and instinctively knowing what each was thinking. As a result, while Riezel marveled at their swordsmanship, the Leto brothers attacked once again, their speed and aggression now even fiercer than before. In an instant, their sword lights wove together into an impenetrable net, closing in on Riezel. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel once again fell into a defensive stance, retreating like lightning bolts while continuously swinging his sheathed sword to deflect the incoming sword lights one by one. At first glance, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the Leto brothers, but in reality, his expression remained calm throughout, occasionally showing a relaxed demeanor, completely at ease. Currently, he had utilized the transparent world to its fullest, his eyes gleamed with a translucent light as he observed the incoming Leto brothers, making every movement of their bodies clearly visible to him. Whether it was the direction and method of muscle movements, the rhythm of their breathing, or even the flow of magical energy and blood, the transparent world provided him with detailed information, feeding it into his mind. Because of this, Riezel easily saw through every move the Leto brothers made. He perceived the strength and angle of their slashes, their movement trajectories and speeds, and the frequency and direction of their steps. Everything was laid bare before Riezel's eyes. As a result, despite the fierce and strong attacks of the Leto brothers, none of their attacks reached him, as he consistently dodged or blocked their swords. Feels so relaxed. Riezel found himself feeling this way without even realizing it. He knew it was due to his new development ability, Fast Attack. After acquiring Fast Attack, his reflexes had accelerated, allowing him to react calmly to attacks that seemed incredibly fast to others, dodging and blocking with ease. Compared to the increase in attack speed, the enhancement of reflexes seemed even more useful in combat. It seems like Fast Attack has more potential than I imagined. Riezel pondered while blocking a slash from behind. Well, if it were only used to increase attack speed, it would be a bit of a waste. Needless to say, his ability to calmly ponder this amidst such an intense and fast-paced combat proved just how relaxed he was. Regardless, Fast Attack was also very useful for enhancing attack speed. Riezel's ability to easily take down one sword master after another using thunder breathing was not only due to the speed and explosive power of Thunderclap and Flash but also because the enhancement from Fast Attack played a crucial role. Amid his pondering, Riezel suddenly sidestepped another incoming slash, leaped into the air as if he had eyes in the back of his head to dodge a strike from behind, and then, almost as if he could predict the future, swung his sheath sword to deflect a stab from a sharp blade that had stealthily approached him. Bzzz. As the sound of lightning crackling around Riezel resounded, he appeared as if he had transformed into a god of thunder. Heya! Seeing this, the Leto brothers roared in frustration, unleashing an impressive aura as they struck at Riezel again. Boom! With an explosive sound, 3 sword lights burst forth simultaneously, like beams of light carving 3 massive gashes into the ground. Knowing he was surrounded by these 3 sword lights, Riezel stayed calm. Good strike, but now it's my turn to attack. Boom. As soon as the words left Riezel's mouth, a thunderous roar erupted. In the next second, the lightning that had been crackling around his body suddenly surged dozens of times, with each bolt becoming extremely thick and transforming into countless snake-like lightning bolts darting in all directions. Boom. In an instant, the lightning bolts collided with the 3 sword lights, causing an explosive sound as they neutralized each other. Seeing this, the expressions of the Leto brothers changed drastically. Thunder breathing, first form. Riezel's voice rang out clearly, blending with the roaring thunder and filling the entire area. Thunderclap and Flash. Riezel's figure instantly turned into a lightning bolt, slicing through the air. Splurt. One of the Leto brothers was instantly struck, blood spraying through the air as he flew away. Chapter 244, Sixfold. At this moment, the situation changed abruptly. As one of the Leto brothers was struck by the lightning bolt, blood scattering through the air and him being thrown backward, the spectators let out a series of gasps. Just a second ago, Riezel had been overwhelmed, clearly at a disadvantage, but now he suddenly struck back, taking down one of the Leto brothers in an instant. Needless to say, this sudden turn of events had many people wide-eyed in astonishment. However, before their astonishment could settle, the situation shifted again. Now, as Riezel took down one of the Leto brothers, the other 2 ignored their fallen brother and quickly surged forward. Boom. They poured all their magical energy into their swords, unleashing a sonic boom even louder than Riezel's thunder and lightning. It was as if they had been anticipating Riezel's move, ready and prepared for this moment. Indeed, their anticipation had been accurate. From the beginning, the Leto brothers had already deduced that if they faced Riezel, they wouldn't be able to withstand his lightning bolt-like slash. After observing the previous 2 battles, the Leto brothers noticed something. When Riezel performed his lightning bolt-like slash, the explosive force and incredible speed meant he could only execute a straight-line attack without any deviation or change in his movements. Realizing this, the Leto brothers had already devised a strategy before challenging Riezel, not to distance themselves too much and to stay close to one another. In this way, when Riezel unleashed his lightning bolt-like slash, no matter who was struck, the other 2 could deduce the trajectory of the slash based on their struck brother and Riezel's positions before the strike, allowing them to counterattack at that same moment. Since Riezel had just taken down one person, with his strength spent and new strength yet to be built up, and with his inability to change direction or move mid-strike, he would undoubtedly struggle against their 2-pronged attack. At that point, victory was theirs. As it turned out, the Leto brothers' judgment was indeed spot on, proving their impressive insight. Even though Thunderclap and Flash was indeed a supreme strike, the fastest and most explosive among the 6 sword forms of thunder breathing, its drawback was its inability to change direction or moves once executed. If its nature and trajectory were seen through, it became easy to counter. Regarding this, Blooming Radiance had a similar weakness since it was also a straight-line slash, just like Thunderclap and Flash. However, since Blooming Radiance's power far surpassed that of Thunderclap and Flash, as it could enhance the user's strength multiple times before conducting the attack, even if its nature was revealed, opponents would still find it difficult to react in time. Additionally, the flickering sun flame from Blooming Radiance also disoriented opponents' vision and senses, making it extremely hard to decipher its trajectory and respond effectively. Yoriichi was an example. Even though he had awakened and mastered the transparent world from a young age, he still couldn't see the trajectory of Blooming Radiance. In contrast, Thunderclap and Flash was too straightforward and direct, with a higher chance of being seen through. After observing Riezel's battle twice, the Leto brothers successfully identified this weakness. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. They had indeed seen through Riezel's weakness, but Riezel, using the transparent world, had also seen through their next move. In other words, Riezel knew exactly what the Leto brothers were planning. As a result, Riezel once again prepared a surprise for his challengers. Boom. As the two Leto brothers swung their strongest and final strikes, it seemed that Riezel, who had become a lightning bolt, was about to be hit by them. However, as Riezel darted away with unrelenting force, crashing into a piece of flying debris and creating a thunderous sound, he seemed to ricochet and change direction. Yes. Riezel had changed direction. What? Seeing this unexpected scene, the Leto brothers turned pale. Boom, 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 boom. While the Leto brothers were stunned, Riezel, who had become a lightning bolt, streaked around like a ray of lightning, striking one piece of debris after another. Each hit produced a booming thunder sound and altered his direction. If Zenitsu were here, he would instantly recognize it. Clearly, this was an enhanced version of Thunderclap and Flash, capable of multiple directional changes using the surrounding terrain. It was created by Zenitsu to compensate for the vulnerability of Thunderclap and Flash when its nature and trajectory were exposed to opponents. Its name was Thunderclap and Flash, sixfold. With 6 changes in direction, the lightning bolt returned to the Leto brothers, darting past them. Whoosh! In an instant, Riezel's slash cut through the two bodies of the shocked brothers, causing them to fall like their already fallen brother, blood staining the sky. Thud, thud. Soon after, the two brothers fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a muffled sound and swirling dust. At the same time, the lightning bolt, now at rest, landed among the 3 brothers, revealing Riezel's true form. Crack, boom. Suddenly, Riezel's sword cracked and then exploded into fragments, demonstrating that the immense power he had unleashed was so great that even the sword couldn't withstand it. Silence fell over the scene again, leaving everyone speechless. Cough, cough, cough. With their hands stained red with blood and looking as tragic as one could imagine, the Leto brothers lay on the ground, coughing and covering their wounds. It's all right. They've just got minor injuries. I didn't hit them too hard, after all. After the lightning and thunder phenomena around Riezel disappeared, he reassured everyone, causing many to breathe a sigh of relief. It was only then that everyone noticed the swordsmen who challenged Riezel, though they looked quite beaten and gruesome, didn't seem to have any serious injuries. Before, Marco and Alder, who had been unconscious, were taken aside by the Frenzel family's knights for treatment. Now, they had woken up but appeared somewhat pale. After a while, the Leto brothers managed to prop themselves up and shakily stand. Seeing that the challengers were all mostly unharmed, the fearful gazes directed at Riezel lessened significantly. After standing up, the Leto brothers looked at each other, and upon confirming that they were okay, they finally relaxed and looked toward Riezel. We lost. We concede. Saying these words, the Leto brothers bowed slightly to Riezel, then helped each other up, preparing to leave. Seeing them leaving, Riezel suddenly spoke up. Your swordsmanship seems to let the magical energy between you merge and even lets you communicate mentally, right? Riezel's sudden words caused everyone present to pause in surprise, including the Leto brothers, who also stopped in their tracks. That's right. The essence of our swordsmanship lies in this. It lets us exchange and balance each other's strength. Surprisingly, the Leto brothers were open about their swordsmanship and responded accordingly. According to the Leto brothers, the Harmony sword style was a unique swordsmanship that enabled its practitioners to exchange magical energy and strength with each other, making them indistinguishable from one another. Not only did this allow for abilities like mental communication, spiritual resonance, mutual support, and extreme synergy, but the more participants in the combined attack, the greater the power it could unleash. It was a special swordsmanship, rare and precious. However, the requirements for practicing this swordsmanship were high and extremely difficult. Practitioners must have a certain level of mutual understanding and connection, such as blood ties or spiritual bonds, and they must be completely open with each other. Even a slight gap in trust could prevent them from practicing this swordsmanship together. However, since the Leto brothers were born triplets, their connection was undoubtedly very strong. Having relied on each other since childhood, they naturally had the trust and understanding required to master this swordsmanship. Riezel nodded and then shared his thoughts. Since magical energy and strength can be exchanged and merged, why do you split them evenly to achieve this so-called balance? Riezel's question caused the Leto brothers to pause in thought. Wasn't balance a good thing? After balancing, their strengths became perfectly aligned, which should make their coordination and combined attacks even more effective. Pondering seriously, the Leto brothers considered their approach and saw no problems. Seeing their confusion, Riezel gave a suggestion. What I mean is, you could concentrate all the magical energy and strength on just one of you, combining the strength of all three to achieve a great enhancement. In this way, the one with all three combined powers might truly attain the strength of a sword saint. Riezel's suggestion made the Leto brothers' hearts tremble. It was truly a possibility they hadn't even considered. After all, they were used to sharing everything and acting together. Even a single loaf of bread was divided into 3 pieces, and even a single sentence was completed by all 3 of them. Because of this, they had never once thought of concentrating everything on just one of them. Riezel's suggestion had truly enlightened them. Thank you for your guidance. Saying these words, the Leto brothers respectfully bowed to Riezel. Riezel didn't respond but turned to the other swordsmen present, watching as their initial reluctance turned into surprise and then into eager anticipation. Seeing this, Riezel couldn't help but smile. In truth, the reason he had given the Leto brothers guidance was precisely to achieve this outcome. If these swordsmen knew that good performance could earn them the advice of a sword saint, they would surely be thrilled and feel a renewed desire to challenge him. Especially after he fully showcased his capability, no one doubted his status as a sword saint anymore. In this way, perhaps more people would seek him out in the future, becoming his farm for Excelia. Alright. Riezel created another sheath sword using the structure system magic and, like a farmer about to harvest a bountiful crop, smiled at the swordsmen present. Next. Chapter 245, Brother and Sister. In the royal capital, Elovia, stood a luxurious manor. It was situated in the heart of the royal capital, but for some unknown reason, it lay in the opposite direction of the royal palace, standing in contrast to it. Apart from that, the manor was vast, even larger than the Riezel family's main residence in their territory, and it was likely that few places in the entire royal capital could compare to its grandeur, showcasing the nobility of its master. Meanwhile, in the backyard of this manor, a young man was sweating profusely as he vigorously practiced with his sword. He had striking golden hair, a robust body, and an exceptionally handsome appearance, resembling the athletic, sunny boys often found in youthful fantasy novels, handsome and strong. Swish. 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 The sword he wielded was heavy, and each swing created a gust of wind, causing his arm to bulge with muscle and veins to stand out. 1305, 1306. 1307, 1308. He continued swinging the sword like lifting weights, counting as he went, with sweat pouring down continuously. At a certain moment, a figure walked in from the outside. "I'm back, elder brother." With a voice as clear as a nightingale, a teenage girl entered the backyard. She resembled the young man somewhat, with long golden hair cascading down to her waist, looking silky and beautiful. Her figure was graceful, her skin pale, her features well-defined, and her demeanor outstanding, looking like a princess who had stepped out of a painting, with sparkling eyes that were truly charming. If any noble of Gina's were here, they would instantly recognize this pair of siblings. Indeed, they were none other than the famous siblings in Gina's, Sergius Cordelian and Serena Cordelian. "You're back. How did it go?" While speaking, Sergius did not look at his younger sister but continued to swing his sword. "Lost." Serena answered with a sigh as she looked at her elder brother. Although it's hard to believe, the Leto brothers really lost to Riezel Brynhart, and what's more, they came back praising him highly. "Oh. Really?" Sergius's movements paused slightly before resuming. "If even the Leto brothers lost, it proves that Riezel Brynhart is the real deal, so he really is a sword saint, huh?" As he spoke, his swings grew heavier. "You know, I still can't believe it." Serena wrinkled her brows. A 17-year-old sword saint is unimaginable. Not to mention, Riezel Brynhart was just an ignorant and incompetent country bumpkin at Spriller Academy 2 months ago. Now, not only has he become a tactical class magician, but he's also a sword master, no, a sword saint now. It feels so unreal. Everyone thought the same thing, but the facts are right there. Sergius said calmly. "When he entered the royal palace for an audience with our uncle and didn't become a noble or get recruited by the royal family, but walked out like nothing had happened, we should have guessed it already. If he wasn't a sword saint, there's no way our uncle would have let such a talent slip away so easily." Upon hearing this, Serena wore an unhappy expression. "Yuri Frenzel is so lucky to have picked up such a treasure by chance. Why couldn't I encounter something like that?" She couldn't help but feel a bit envious and jealous. "Isn't this what they mean when they say talented people are always drawn to each other?" Sergius remarked casually. "You know, when Marquis Frenzel became a strategic class magician at just 15, it made waves across the continent. In the history of the Akasha continent, only 2 people are reported to have ever become strategic class magicians around that age, and none in Genus's history. Nevertheless, not only did she become the 3rd, but she also got to know the youngest sword saint in history. Fitting, right? Maybe the saying that talented people are always drawn to each other is true. After hearing her elder brother's lengthy speech, Serena felt quite displeased. I don't think I would lose to her, Serena said defiantly. If it weren't for the difference in magic compatibility, I could also be a strategic class magician now. Just that difference is like a heavenly ridge, though. Sergius retorted, stopping his sword swing. Well, since we've confirmed that Riezel Brynhard is a genuine sword saint, tell the people we sent out to retreat so we don't upset those 2. What? Serena raised her autumn-like eyes. Elder brother, do you want to recruit him? Sergius didn't answer immediately but first set down his sword. Thud. After the sword fell to the ground with a heavy noise, creating a small dent that showed its astonishing weight, he picked up a towel from a nearby rack and wiped the sweat from his brow. If it were possible, of course, I would want to recruit him, Sergius said in a serious tone. But I don't think it will be successful. Why? If Yuri Frenzel can succeed, why can't we? Serena grumbled in disapproval. Hey, it's precisely because Marquis Frenzel succeeded that we won't. Sergius chuckled as he watched his younger sister's stubborn attitude. From the information we have so far, Marquis Frenzel's relationship with him is undoubtedly good. Yuri Frenzel, who was indifferent to everyone else, regarded him with special attention and even brought him back to the main residence. Who else received such treatment in the past? No one. No one had ever been as close to Yuri as Riezel, and no one had received such treatment from her. Just think about it, the fact that she regards him so highly and that the royal family's attempt to recruit him failed, failing even to bestow him the title of honorary noble, indicates that he doesn't intend to go to anyone else. Sergius carefully analyzed the situation for his younger sister. In other words, we should just build a good relationship with him and avoid doing anything extra to not annoy these 2 outstanding youngsters. Although Sergius's thorough analysis made Serena fall silent, her expression clearly showed her dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Sergius sighed. First of all, why do you always have that expression whenever Marquis Frenzel is mentioned? Sergius asked, feeling genuinely helpless. In response, Serena snorted lightly. Ask those people who always compare me to her. Serena replied, her tone annoyed. No matter who it is, they always say stuff like, as expected of Miss Serena, almost catching up to Marquis Frenzel, who can stand that? Even so, it's not like Marquis Frenzel is at fault here, you know. Sergius remarked, either intentionally or unintentionally. She doesn't know anything about this, hasn't even met you, yet you hold a grudge against her. I don't care. Serena lifted her chin defiantly. Her existence makes me unhappy, so I want to compete with her. Just don't cause trouble. No matter what, our status is much lower. Sergius reminded his younger sister. She's a legitimate noble, a marquis, while we haven't inherited any titles yet and are only members of a noble family. So what? Serena disagreed, clearly not listening. I'm still a tactical class magician. If I hadn't rejected the royal family's offer, I'd also be a legitimate noble with a title. But you would be a viscount, not a marquis. Sergius silently retorted in his mind and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, his stubborn younger sister, who was determined to compete with Marquis Frenzel, would definitely not let him off the hook. Anyway, just don't mess things up. Sergius warned seriously. Last time, our father got involved with the Basolo family, so if Marquis Frenzel finds out, she'll absolutely be unhappy. If you mess things up again and push her to our opposition, the ones who'll be pleased will be the royal family. I know. Serena replied somewhat wonderingly. I'll just instruct our people to befriend Riezel Brynhard and ignore Yuri Frenzel. It should be fine, right? Yeah. Sergius nodded in satisfaction. I'll also look for a chance to meet this youngest sword saint who's about to make a name for himself and see if we can win him over to our side. What? Serena was taken aback. Didn't you say recruiting him wouldn't be successful? I'm not recruiting him, but that doesn't affect our cooperation, does it? Sergius dropped his towel and smiled at his younger sister. He's been attacked twice by the people from the shadow and almost died once. Our involvement made the Mad Dog Prince target him, so their relationship must have been pretty bad. Given that, we can definitely team up to handle that mad dog. I see. Serena nodded in understanding. When do you plan to meet him? Not at a time like this. Sergius shook his head. Since he's a big shot in the royal capital right now, the royal family and the other nobles are keeping a close eye on him. If I approach him now, some people will definitely overreact. You could have Carrera contact him first. It would be best to build a good relationship, gauge his attitude, and see how he feels about us. I'll wait until the timing is right to meet him. With that, Sergius left the backyard and went back to the manor to take a shower. All right. Looking at her elder brother's back, Serena shrugged. Such a pity. I wanted to meet him myself. She muttered to herself, looking somewhat deep in thought. But with Carrera around, he shouldn't be hostile toward me, right? It'd be great if I could get him to be my attendant and piss that woman off. After muttering to herself for a while, she suddenly smiled, and her eyes twinkled. How about using the old method? Not knowing what happy thought had crossed her mind, Serena skipped away. Chapter 246, Lightning Sword Saint. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Euluvia was as bustling as ever, with people coming and going, truly living up to its name as the royal capital of Genas, truly looked like a big metropolis. However, the hot topic on the streets these days was almost entirely related to the youngest sword saint. For example, looks like they've set up a challenge arena outside the Riezel residence again today. Still got plenty of swordsmen trying to take on the lightning sword saint. What can they do? If they manage to catch his eye, they might get some pointers. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you know. Yeah, those swordsmen must be over the moon. It's usually tough to even see a sword saint, but now there's one who's open to challenges all the time and gives advice every so often. For a sword master, it's pretty awesome. Especially for those self-taught swordsmen who've never had any guidance before. Now they've finally got a chance at getting guidance from a sword saint. They're probably more pumped than anyone. On the streets, people walked and chatted about this topic with great enthusiasm. Next to them, groups of swordsmen dressed for battle were heading in the same direction. Their expressions were full of excitement as well. I'm definitely getting pointers from Lord Sword Saint today. Doesn't everyone have the same goal in mind? But the real question is, can you even get his attention? Didn't a bunch of swordsmen get pointers yesterday? Yeah, but most of them were sword masters. If you're not at least at that level and don't have some exceptional skills, you'll probably get taken out in one move. In that case, there's no way you're getting his guidance. Hey, how many sword masters got taken out right away? Dude, you think the title Lightning Sword Saint just came out of nowhere? It's because every one of his challengers only has time to see a flash of lightning before they're done for, which is why he earned the title Lightning Sword Saint. If you want to get Lord Sword Saint's guidance, you better figure out how to survive his one-hit move first. Just like that, the swordsmen had these conversations as they gathered in front of the Riezel residence. In this place, as the people passing by had discussed, an arena had indeed been set up. However, the arena was quite simple, just a spacious piece of land outside the residence enclosed by iron poles. Despite its simplicity, this makeshift arena had been packed with an overwhelming number of people every day recently. Some were there to watch, while others came as challengers. Unlike 3 days ago, the challengers' faces now showed no signs of doubt or disdain, only excitement and anticipation. It had been like this every day recently, with the place constantly crowded. Riezel Brynhart, the newly appointed sword saint, has set up a challenge arena outside the Riezel residence, declaring that he would accept any challengers without exception. Evidently, this topic quickly became the hottest one in the entire royal capital, especially since there were claims that if one performed well in the arena, Riezel would offer guidance. Naturally, this led to even more swordsmen coming to challenge him, hoping to make a good impression. Of course, they weren't looking to defeat him but simply wanted to perform well in front of him. As long as they could achieve that, not only would they receive personal guidance from a sword saint, but they might also gain fame throughout the royal capital. In the past 3 days, all swordsmen recognized and guided by Riezel had become well known, after all. Everyone knew that these swordsmen, even when facing a sword saint, had performed exceptionally well to receive his personal guidance, making them famous throughout the streets and alleys. Some of these swordsmen, who had been obscure and unnoticed, gained sudden fame and even attracted the attention of some nobles, who recruited them and offered generous rewards. With such rumors circulating, it was inevitable that things around Riezel became increasingly lively. As a result, Riezel successfully fulfilled his previous goal. Every day, free sparring sessions came to him, allowing him to defeat opponents, gain excelia, experiment with sword moves, and develop new sword forms, making the past 3 days quite enjoyable. Thanks to this, the arena outside the Riezel residence became famous throughout the royal capital. Additionally, since Riezel almost always defeated his challengers instantaneously, with everyone catching only a glimpse of a flash of lightning, a feat that spread throughout the entire kingdom, he earned the universally recognized title of Lightning Sword Saint. A flash of lightning means defeat. Such a phrase became synonymous with Riezel's existence, the first impression everyone received when seeking information about him. Today, Riezel continued to welcome challengers. Boom. When the sound of thunder roared, the lightning bolt that had become Riezel's symbol suddenly appeared, slicing through the air and placing him right behind his opponent. Click. Riezel skillfully sheathed his sword and calmly turned around, causing his opponent to fall almost at the same time. Even though the opponent slumped to the ground, panting heavily, he had no injuries. Even so, his sword was broken, and a lock of hair from his forehead had singed, still emitting a burnt smell. Needless to say, this was the result of being struck by Riezel's lightning. You lost. Riezel spoke calmly to the swordsman lying on the ground. Your basics are solid, but they're too rigid. Remember, battles don't always go as you imagine. You can't just rely on the swordsmanship you've practiced, you need to think on your feet, adapt quickly to the ever-changing battle, and come up with solutions. Okay, you can leave. As soon as Riezel finished speaking, the swordsman struggled to his feet and bowed. Thank you for the guidance, Lord Sword Saint. After saying this with excitement, the swordsman left cheerfully, completely unfazed by his defeat. Next. Riezel was used to it and didn't pay much attention, making his announcement directly. However, upon hearing his announcement, the swordsman around did not rush forward but looked to the side. Over there, Ian was maintaining order with the Riezel family's knights while holding a piece of parchment and scribbling with a quill. You're the next one. Ian pointed to a swordsman in the crowd who had just signed up to challenge Riezel. Yahoo, finally, it's my turn. Saying this as cheerfully as a 200-pound jolly fellow, the swordsman quickly jumped into the arena. And so, the new round began. Boom. A lightning bolt flashed again, making the thunderous roar echo once more, reverberating through the air and lasting endlessly. Meanwhile, Yuri, who seemed to have just finished her work, walked out of her office to get some fresh air and clear her mind. How many matches have there been today? Yuri sighed softly before asking Marilyn as she watched the lightning bolts flashing and the bustle outside the gate. It's the 108th match. Marilyn, at Yuri's side, answered emotionlessly. So, he's already taken on 108 challengers today. Yuri raised her eyebrows, feeling speechless. I really don't understand where he gets the energy and interest to keep accepting so many challenges every day. I mean, what's the point? She couldn't comprehend why Riezel insisted on facing these challengers every day and even guiding them, attracting more and more challengers. In her eyes, these challenges seemed meaningless for someone who was already a sword saint. Did he do this as a form of training? However, he always ended each match in an instant. Did he do this as a deterrent? Yet he offered his challengers some guidance, which not only didn't reduce their numbers but also made them come in a steady stream. Yuri was truly puzzled about the purpose of Riezel's actions. Maybe this is a special way of training. Marilyn speculated, her tone uncertain. Seriously? Yuri muttered, sounding a bit frustrated. If every day is like this, won't we ever have time to have tea together? So, you're unhappy because he doesn't have time to keep you company. Marilyn felt she had discovered an extraordinary truth. By the way, where are Modeste and Isaac? Yuri suddenly remembered her younger siblings. Where did they go? I rarely saw them. Marilyn didn't answer but simply pointed silently toward the gate. Yuri followed her finger and immediately saw something surprising. Go for it. Knock his ass down. Isaac was actually blending in with the crowd, acting like a rowdy supporter, waving his little fists and mimicking punching and kicking, all while shouting excitedly. Go, Mr. Riezel. Even Modeste was stealthily mixing in, sending out encouraging words unknown to others, watching Riezel unleash his prowess in the arena with a pair of pretty eyes filled with stars. Yuri, seeing her younger siblings transformed into little fans cheering for Riezel after not seeing them for a few days, was almost stupefied. Is that Isaac, who used to complain every day about being a swordsman, didn't want to practice swordsmanship, and wanted to be a great magician? Is that Modeste, who's always polite, sensible, calm, and handles things well without anyone having to worry about her? Are they really my younger siblings? Yuri was truly speechless. Actually, they've been like this for the past 3 days. Marilyn casually added a killer line. Upon hearing this, Yuri fell completely silent, remaining silent for a long time. Meanwhile, while everyone's focus was on Riezel's arena, someone arrived at the Riezel residence without anyone noticing. Is this the place? A somewhat childish voice echoed, gradually fading away after a while. Chapter 247, A Princess's Visit. Ha! Yuri, who had already returned to her office, seemed to be disinterested in working. At this moment, she sat at her desk, continually sighing. Even Marilyn couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable watching her master like this. How about I go fetch young Master Isaac and young Lady Modeste? Marilyn suggested, planning to bring the younger siblings back to their senses. Never mind. Yuri shook her head. They don't have much entertainment at the main residence and rarely get a chance to play around like this, so let them enjoy themselves. Marilyn wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment of serious pondering, she decided against it. Let's forget about them for now and handle other matters. Yuri said, patting her cheeks to force herself to focus. Have you given Riezel all the letters and meeting invitations addressed to him? I've handed them over to one of the servants to give to him. Marilyn replied, noticing that her master seemed to perk up. However, he didn't look at them himself and passed them all back to the servant, who didn't dare deal with them casually, so now they're all with me. Yeah, that's so like him. Yuri nodded with a wry smile. Anyone still sending letters to Riezel or requesting meetings must be of high status, not just minor nobles. At the very least, they'd have to be major nobles or even higher than our family, like dukes, for example. I took a quick look through it, and indeed, most of it was sent by marquises, with quite a few from dukes. Marilyn said in a completely flat tone. As for counts, there were fewer, probably because they feel their status isn't high enough to have a relationship with a sword saint, but among them, Mr. Riesel's two friends still sent invitations for a meeting, as usual. She was clearly referring to Archie and Carrera. Seriously, those two are really persistent. Yuri said with a hint of annoyance. Carrera Elliot might just be acting as a go-between, but Archie Rhine is being a bit shameless. Reports indicate that this Rhine family's second son has been eager to meet Mr. Riezel ever since he became a sword saint. Marilyn explained. Apparently, after Count Rhine drastically changed his attitude and claimed that if his second son could invite Mr. Riezel to their residence, he would make him the heir, which has made the second son a bit impatient. She didn't mention that Archie had actually come to the Frenzel residence several times over the past few days. Since Riezel was always engaged in challenges, the arena was packed with spectators, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Ein and Ian were rotating shifts to maintain order with the knights, which meant Archie couldn't get in. Each time, Archie came with high hopes but left disappointed. Let alone stepping into the residence gate, he couldn't even step into the arena's perimeter. However, there was nothing he could do since this wasn't just any family but the Frenzel family. As a mere son of a count, he couldn't afford to pull any strings or ask anyone to make way for him to enter. Not to mention Archie, many nobles also came hoping to see Riezel and establish connections during his battles in the arena, but he didn't pay them any mind. In the first place, these battles were for Riezel to gain free exilia daily, not to entertain these so-called nobles with idle chit-chat, so he truly had no interest in interacting with them. As a result, Riezel instructed Ein and Ian to allow only those coming to challenge him near the arena, keeping everyone else at a distance. Moreover, since there might be some family members from Count, Marquis, or even Duke families among the spectators, Archie definitely didn't dare to act recklessly, so he ended up leaving peacefully each time. Marilyn chose not to mention these details to Yuri, finding them unnecessary. First of all, for Yuri and the current Riezel, anyone from Count families wasn't even worth their attention. Even if the Count himself came personally and requested a meeting, they could easily decline, let alone a mere son of a Count. Even if it was someone from Marquis families, there was no need for Riezel and Yuri to personally greet them unless it was the Marquis themselves who arrived in person. However, it was a different matter when it came to Duke families. Since they were the royal family's relatives and held significant influence in the kingdom, it made it difficult to refuse them. If the Duke came personally, even Yuri would have to greet them herself, and she couldn't just dismiss the meeting invitation they sent. How about this? You bring all the letters from Dukes to me, and I'll review and respond to them personally. Yuri said after thinking for a moment. As for the rest, just send a polite refusal. She did this because she knew Riezel had no interest in these matters. Even if the letters were from Dukes, he would probably just toss them aside without a second thought and definitely wouldn't respond to them or agree to any meeting invitations. Knowing this, Yuri could only help him by declining politely. Since they were still high-ranking officials of the kingdom, ignoring them would undoubtedly offend them. So, even if Riezel wasn't interested, it was best to refuse politely and respectfully, giving them some courtesy. Besides, there was no need to make enemies over such trivial matters. If they held a grudge, it could become a great deal of trouble. She was quite familiar with handling such situations and knew the best way to deal with them. After all, when she became a strategic-class magician and was promoted to Marquis, her popularity was certainly on par with, if not greater than, Riezel's current popularity. Understood. Answering calmly, Marilyn naturally had no objections. However, just then, Ein suddenly knocked on the door and entered the room. My lady. As soon as she entered, the usually calm and collected female knight appeared somewhat flustered. What's wrong? Yuri furrowed her brow. Someone is here to visit. Ein spoke briefly as usual, but there was an unprecedented hint of anxiety on her face and voice. Visit? Who? Yuri asked instinctively. A moment later, Ein gave a response that made both Yuri's and Marilyn's expressions change slightly. It's the 9th princess. Ein took a deep breath before uttering the name. Princess Lisbeth Ginas. At this moment, Riezel was still in the arena, facing his 199th challenge, with the number of defeated challengers soon reaching 200. It sounded quite intimidating, but compared to the number of challenges he had faced in the past few days, it wasn't that much. Additionally, the arena was almost continuously in operation from morning to evening, only pausing for a meal and stopping just at sunset. Given his lightning-fast speed in defeating his challengers, handling 1,000 challenges in a single day was not impossible. In other words, the current number was really nothing to him. While Riezel enjoyed his relentless win streak, Ian, who was meticulously registering the challengers' names and their order, was suddenly approached by a knight who hurriedly whispered something in her ear. What? Ian's hand movement momentarily faltered as she showed a look of surprise. Boom. A thunder-like roar sounded at the same moment, followed by a lightning bolt striking down a challenger who had just stepped onto the arena. Next. Riezel sheathed his sword and stood still, this time not offering any guidance but simply announcing the next challenger. However, Ian did not call out the next challenger's name. Wait a moment, Mr. Riezel. She approached with a serious expression, moving to Riezel's side. What's up? Riezel looked slightly taken aback, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Ian's serious expression. Does she want to challenge me again? In recent days, apart from external challengers, there had also been challengers from the Riezel family, namely, Ein and Ian. Seeing that Riezel truly had the strength and abilities of a sword saint and was willing to accept any challenge while offering guidance, Ein and Ian were interested, just like the other swordsmen. A sword saint's guidance was immensely valuable, and even special cases like the Leto brothers gained much from it. For swordsmen like Ein and Ian, it was clearly even more enticing. Although both of them were sword masters, they were relatively inexperienced. It was understandable, as they had only recently become sword masters, not even 2 years into it, making them novices compared to experienced and expert sword masters like the Leto brothers, Marco, and Alder, who all had at least the power of level 6. Ein and Ian, on the other hand, were not only at the lower end of level 5, but their swordsmanship wasn't even special swordsmanship, making the chance to receive guidance from a sword saint a rare opportunity. Because of this, like the other swordsmen, they had also challenged Riezel and received guidance from him. Riezel, with the transparent world and his long experience as an instructor in the Demon Slayer Corps, found it quite easy to offer valuable advice. As a result, his guidance was very useful, greatly benefiting Ein and Ian, who closely followed him and humbly accepted his advice. Riezel thought Ian was simply eager to challenge him again and learn more, but he was clearly mistaken this time. Mr. Riezel, an important guest is here for you. Ian whispered in Riezel's ear, bringing with her a sweet aroma. A guest for me? Riezel felt uncomfortable and frowned at the mention of a guest. Who? Someone important enough for Ian to interrupt him must be special. Sure enough. It's a princess of Genas. Ian said with pursed lips. Her Highness specifically requested to see you. Riezel fell silent immediately. Chapter 248, Lisbeth Genas. Lisbeth Genas. Walking toward the reception room, Riezel tilted his head slightly as he listened to Ian's introduction of the guest. I think I've heard Yuri mention that name before. Riezel tried to recall. It was indeed a topic Yuri had brought up while they were on their way back to the royal capital. At that time, Ian was driving the carriage and probably overheard the conversation between Riezel and Yuri, so she nodded and reminded him. Didn't the lady say? Among the many descendants of the current king, there are 4 who are relatively well known. Of these 4 descendants, 3 were princes with various problems mentioned before, and 1 was a princess. Among them, 1 is a princess named Lisbeth Genas. Ian followed behind Riezel, providing the necessary explanation. Princess Lisbeth is the 9th princess of Genas who just turned 15 this year, making her 2 years younger than Mr. Riezel and the lady. She's even among the youngest 3 in the royal family, with only 2 younger sisters behind her. Upon hearing this, Riezel couldn't help but marvel. Seriously, this king sure knows how to produce children. Being the 9th princess meant that there were 8 older siblings before Lisbeth. Adding her 2 younger sisters and herself, Hendrik had a total of 11 children. Riezel had to admit that was quite impressive. As Hendrik's brother, Duke Cordelian had only 1 pair of children, yet Hendrik had 11. In this regard, Hendrik could be considered a real winner in life. However, having many children wasn't necessarily a good thing. Among his numerous children, only 4 were outstanding, and 3 of them were problem children, falling short compared to Duke Cordelian's single pair of children. It was quite a twist of fate. And then? How did this princess become famous? Riezel asked. Ian's response was straightforward. Because of her talent. Ian replied briefly. Princess Lisbeth earned the Swordmaster medal earlier this year, becoming a sword master. You mean, she became a sword master at the age of 15? Riezel raised his eyebrows. What this princess did certainly made her notable. It was worth noting that the son of Duke Cordelian, Sergius Cordelian, became a sword master at 13 and was considered the youngest sword master in Genas. Meanwhile, the 3rd prince, Soren, known for having the highest talent and abilities among the current children of the royal family, became a sword master at 15. Lisbeth achieved this at 15 as well, but as a female, this was enough to make her famous throughout the royal capital and the entire kingdom. Yes. Ian nodded firmly. Many people believe that Princess Lisbeth's swordsmanship talent rivals that of Prince Soren. If she hadn't received the Sword Master medal a month later than the prince, she might have been considered the most talented member of this generation of the royal family. I see. Riezel responded noncommittally. So, what scandal does this princess have? And why did she specifically request to see me? No, Princess Lisbeth has no scandals whatsoever. Ian shook her head. Rumors about her are surprisingly few, which makes her presence among the royal family quite low profile. If she hadn't suddenly become a sword master and received the Sword Master medal, people might not have paid any attention to her at all. As for why Princess Lisbeth wants to see you, I'm not sure. Ian paused for a moment and then continued. It seems the lady and elder sister Marilyn have some idea. I heard from some knights that when they learned Princess Lisbeth was coming to visit and wanted to meet with you, the lady and elder sister Marilyn's expressions weren't too pleasant. Oh. Honestly, that's kinda intriguing. Riezel thought, raising his eyebrows. Does this princess have bad intentions or something? But what could a 15-year-old princess possibly do? Since he wasn't quite sure, he decided not to dwell on it. Whatever. No matter what this princess wants, I'll find out once I meet her. With this thought in mind, Riezel approached the reception room. Upon seeing him, the two knights stationed at the door immediately opened it, allowing him to step inside. Meanwhile, Ian stopped and remained at the door, not accompanying him further. Needless to say, when Riezel entered the reception room, only 3 people besides him were inside. Riezel. Yuri, who was sitting on a sofa, stood up upon seeing Riezel. Marilyn stood behind Yuri, silent and with her eyes lowered, emitting an oppressive silence that seemed somewhat unusual. In front of Yuri and Marilyn, on another sofa, a girl came into Riezel's field of vision. However, as soon as Riezel saw the girl, he paused. Why? Simple. What he saw was a girl with a quite eye-catching appearance. She was petite, about 155 centimeters tall, but had a surprisingly voluptuous body for her size. Her appearance was exquisitely beautiful and delicate, almost as if sculpted with care, resembling a cute porcelain doll, with skin as white as pearls and a hint of rosy flush. Her hair was very long, almost reaching her knees, so only her lower legs were visible while the rest of her body was covered by her long hair. Her hair color was a slightly lustrous light gray, matching her eyes. Such a girl, if she sat there perfectly still, would likely be mistaken for a human-sized doll. Her appearance was so dreamlike, with a hint of unreality, as if she might shatter at any moment, exuding a delicate and pitiable aura. Additionally, she held a sword in her arms, its brilliant golden hilt and scabbard doing nothing to diminish her frail and delicate impression. Is she Lisbeth Gina's? Awe flickered in Riezel's eyes for a moment before it was quickly replaced by a determined stride as he walked forward. Ah. It seemed Lisbeth only noticed someone approaching at this moment, and she hurriedly stood up, flustered. Hello. She seemed both anxious and nervous. As Riezel drew near, Lisbeth quickly bowed with exaggerated movements, causing her unexpectedly voluptuous body to become the center of attention in the room, especially Riezel's. When Lisbeth greeted Riezel with an exaggerated bow, as if drawn by some mysterious power, his gaze was instantly diverted to her large, soft, white mounds. Humph. Just as Riezel was about to freeze, a faint cold snort broke his trance, snapping him back to reality. Without needing to turn around, he knew exactly who had made that snort. He cleared his throat and tightened his expression. You must be the 9th princess, right? Riezel bowed his head slightly. It's an honor to meet you, your highness. And no need to be so formal. Lisbeth's face grew even more flustered and nervous at Riezel's gesture, shaking her head vigorously. It should be me paying my respects to Lord Sword Saint. As Lisbeth spoke, she bowed deeply once more, showing intense fear and respect in front of Riezel. If anyone unfamiliar saw this scene, they might think he was the one from the royal family. Riezel could only struggle to control himself, avoiding distraction from those 2 evil mounds, and tried to remain calm. I heard that you've come specifically to find me. Riezel asked calmly. Excuse me, is there something important you need me for? Unfortunately, his question seemed to fluster the princess even more. I. Lisbeth's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. She held her golden sword tightly, visibly trembling and nervous as she clutched it close to her chest. Seeing her demeanor, Riezel was puzzled. In the end, Riezel turned his gaze toward Yuri, silently asking for help on what to do next. Yuri rolled her eyes at him, looking rather displeased, but she still decided to help him out. Let's sit down first. Yuri chimed in calmly, breaking the tense and awkward atmosphere. There's no need to rush, your highness. Just take your time. Oh, okay. Lisbeth's face turned red as if she were embarrassed by her own actions. Truthfully, her demeanor was somewhat cute, making Riezel glance over, only to immediately receive a sharp pinch to his waist from a certain young lady, causing his eye to twitch in pain. Marilyn, tea. Yuri gestured for Riezel and Lisbeth to sit down and gave Marilyn an order. Marilyn remained silent, preparing tea for everyone from the nearby cart and placing a cup in front of Lisbeth. Lisbeth didn't look at the teacup but stared sheepishly at Marilyn. Thank you. Lisbeth curled up like a little animal on the sofa, murmuring her thanks to Marilyn. However, for some reason, Lisbeth's voice was less anxious and tense, as if Marilyn were the one making her feel at ease and relaxed. No need. Marilyn replied calmly with her usual stoic expression, but if one knew her well, they would notice that for a brief second, the usually reserved maid's face relaxed. Riezel, however, didn't notice these details and simply picked up his teacup, taking a small sip as if to calm himself. At the same moment, however, Lisbeth spoke again. She seemed to muster some courage to speak to Riezel, but what she said next was definitely not what he expected. See, can I become your slave? Spurt. And just like that, Riezel spat out his tea. Chapter 249, Slave. Attendant. Cough, cough. Riezel coughed furiously, choking on the tea that had just been sprayed out. Are you okay? Yuri was startled by this and quickly patted Riezel's back, trying to make him feel a bit better. Meanwhile, Marilyn frowned, looking at Lisbeth with a slightly exasperated expression. Are you okay? Seeing Riezel's reaction, Lisbeth was instantly flustered, looking like she had no idea what had happened but felt like she must have done something wrong. Despite her earlier bold statement, she was now frightened, leaving everyone unsure whether to call her brave or timid. What did you just say? Did I hear you wrong, or did you say something wrong? Riezel finally caught his breath and, looking at the pitiful princess, couldn't help but ask. However, Lisbeth appeared a bit anxious at Riezel's perplexing question. Did I say something wrong? Lisbeth seemed to have lost confidence. Seeing this, Marilyn couldn't stand it any longer and decided to break the silence. You meant to say you want to be an attendant, not a slave, right? Marilyn's tone was a bit cold, making it seem like she was angry at Lisbeth. Surprisingly, Lisbeth hurriedly shook her head. No, I mean to be a slave. Lisbeth tightened her grip on the sword in her arms. Someone like me, how could I propose to be an attendant? What's wrong with someone like you? Marilyn's frown deepened and her voice became colder. You're a princess, one of the most outstanding members of the royal family. Normally, even proposing to be an attendant for someone else would be considered degrading, so why speak so self-deprecatingly? Lisbeth fell silent, not appearing to agree with Marilyn's view. Nevertheless, this seemed to make Marilyn even angrier. She wanted to say more to Lisbeth, but since she understood she didn't have the standing to do so, she emitted a frustrated aura. Okay, wait a sec, let me sort this out first. Riezel raised his hand, stopping the conversation between the two. Whether it's being an attendant or a slave, to me, it's honestly an absurd situation, okay. First of all, what's going on? Why the sudden proposal to be my slave, attendant? Riezel paused momentarily and finally changed slave to attendant in his wording. He couldn't help but worry that he might be misunderstanding something. A princess, especially one as beautiful, talented, and with such a nice figure, actually said she wanted to be his slave. To prevent his thoughts from falling to the dark side, he could only change his wording, forcing himself not to think wrongly. However, as soon as Riezel finished speaking, Lisbeth suddenly seemed on the verge of tears. Am I not worthy? Lisbeth stood up and bowed deeply to Riezel. I'm sorry. It seems I got carried away. Someone like me really doesn't even deserve to be a slave. Please forgive my overstepping. Her eyes were not only filled with tears as she spoke, but she also wore a pitiful expression. Or, you could just think of me as a pesky parasitic worm that accidentally stuck to you or like some dogtail grass you picked up by mistake. Just don't throw me away, please. I'll do whatever you ask. Upon hearing Lisbeth's ridiculous words, Riezel's mouth twitched slightly. Even Yuri and Marilyn were left speechless, staring at Lisbeth with strange looks. Is that still not okay? Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Lisbeth immediately burst into tears again and bowed repeatedly. Please forgive me. Someone like me, like a parasitic worm or dogtail grass, must be very disgusting. If I dirty Lord Sword Saint's hands, it would be truly unforgivable. Just think of me as a speck of dust or a small, insignificant stone that you can carry around with you. At this point, Lisbeth carefully raised her head, looking at Riezel. Is that still not okay? She looked as pitiful as one could imagine, so much so that, despite Riezel not doing anything, he suddenly felt like a terrible rascal, overwhelmed with a strong sense of guilt. Even Yuri and Marilyn seemed to share the same sentiment, looking at Riezel as if it was his fault. Lord Sword Saint. Seeing that everyone, especially Riezel, remained silent, Lisbeth grew desperate, continuing to bow and apologize. Okay, stop. Riezel quickly reached out to stop Lisbeth. Lisbeth froze immediately, her tearful eyes fixed on him, looking like a child being scolded and too scared to move. Riezel was silent for a moment, then spoke with a deadpan expression. Okay, sit down first and wait here for a moment since I have something to take care of. I'll come back and talk to you in a bit. Riezel quickly stood up and grabbed Yuri's hand. Let's go outside. Riezel didn't give Yuri a chance to respond, quickly pulling her out with a sense of urgency. Only Marilyn and Lisbeth remained in the reception room, looking silently at each other, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn tense. Outside the reception room, at the corner of the hallway, Riezel had brought Yuri directly here. What's up with that princess? Riezel, usually composed, looked unusually bewildered. I almost thought she was being bullied or something. Do you know something? I do. Yuri made a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the 9th princess, who has just started making waves this year and has been all the buzz in the royal capital recently, would have such a unique personality. You know, this isn't just a personality, it's a whole different thing. Riezel sighed, calming himself. So, what the heck is going on? Unable to continue his conversation with Lisbeth, he had to turn to Yuri for answers. Since Ian mentioned that Yuri and Marilyn seemed to know why Lisbeth was visiting, he had no choice but to consult Yuri. Yuri's bitter smile instantly vanished, replaced by an unhappy expression. I think the royal family must have sent her here to be your attendant. When Yuri said this, her expression looked like she was recalling something unpleasant, clearly upset. What? Why did they send her to be my attendant? Riezel asked reflexively, his state of mind finally returning to normal. Why else? It's obviously the royal family's usual trick. Yuri replied with a cold expression and voice. You know, right? For a magician to form an attendant contract with a swordsman, the primary condition is to grant the attendant a wish. Needless to say, this was common knowledge, as not only did magicians and swordsmen know it, but regular people did too. An attendant contract was a fairly equal agreement that benefited both parties involved. A magician needed a strong attendant to protect them and buy time to use magic during battles, while the attendant made a wish as a condition and pledged loyalty to the magician. If the attendant didn't make a wish or if the magician couldn't fulfill the attendant's wish, the attendant contract wouldn't take effect. Even if an agreement was made in advance but not fulfilled later, the attendant could always nullify the contract at any time and leave the magician they pledged to serve. In such cases, some people devised ways to exploit the attendant contract. In truth, there are quite a few high-ranking individuals who cultivate valuable, powerful, or specialized talented swordsmen around them. Yuri explained, revealing the truth of the attendant contract. However, all of those swordsmen aren't meant for their own use but are given to those they believe have greater value. Apparently, these high-ranking individuals instructed their cultivated swordsmen to form attendant contracts with their targets and made wishes that benefited them, thus achieving some undisclosed objectives. For example, the royal family would send some of their talented swordsmen to the side of influential, high-status nobles, ordering those swordsmen to make a wish for the nobles, who are magicians, to never betray the kingdom. In this way, they can restrain the nobles and prevent them from doing anything harmful to the kingdom. At this point, Yuri's expression and voice grew colder. As long as the nobles have no intentions of harming the country and are genuinely interested in those swordsmen, they will agree to that wish. In short, with the contract in place, the nobles would be unable to do anything detrimental to the kingdom, and at that point, the royal family could fully trust them and be at ease. Clearly, this was a common tactic used by the royal family and many nobles to control their outstanding subordinates, which was not just prevalent here in Genas but also widely used in other countries on the Akasha continent. Many high-ranking individuals even used this method to test their subordinates to see if they were willing to establish such contracts. If they agreed, it showed they had no intentions of betrayal. If they refused, it meant they were disloyal and had ulterior motives. Now, Riezel found himself in such a situation. I think they believe that even if they can't bind you to this kingdom, they need to make sure you won't act against it, which is why they sent someone to be your attendant, making their wish something like, you can't harm the kingdom, or the like. Yuri turned to Riezel, looking seriously at him. However, I didn't expect them to actually send the 9th princess to you. It seems they value you so much that they're worried the person they sent wouldn't be enough to sway you. After hearing Yuri's explanation, Riezel frowned and became lost in thought. Chapter 250, Spar. In truth, sending your own people to serve under someone else wasn't all that unusual. Even in Riezel's previous life, where human life and rights were highly valued, such practices were common, with those in power often resorting to them. However, the only difference was that they weren't as blatant, and the people sent to others weren't called attendants but called spies or moles. Compared to that, the royal family's act of sending someone as an attendant seemed more above board. Even so, with a contract binding them, the execution and feasibility were actually much higher. Understanding this, Riezel wasn't surprised by the royal family's move, but there was one thing that made him frown. They'd send even a princess to be someone's attendant for something like this. Riezel whispered. Hearing his whisper, Yuri's response was blunt. What could be more appealing than delivering a princess? Yuri shook her head. Of course, not just anyone can make the royal family send out their princess. In all of Genas, only 2 people would qualify. It wasn't too hard to guess who these two people were. Since only magicians could form an attendant contract, the two people who qualified to have a princess as their attendant were obviously the two strategic-class magicians of genus. Given that they were the most terrifying weapons on the battlefield, the royal family might send a princess to become their attendant and bind them with the attendant contract to prevent any rebellion. You. Seeming to realize something, Riezel's gaze at Yuri turned to one of surprise, filled with astonishment. However, Yuri acted as if she didn't notice his expression, gently shifting her posture. You might be a sword saint, but you're also a tactical class magician. Given your young age, the royal family sees your potential and values your future achievements. Sending you a princess to be your attendant is pretty much how they operate. Princess Lisbeth might still be young, but as an attendant, she's more than qualified since she's undoubtedly one of the most outstanding members of this generation of the royal family. As for whether to accept her, that's up to you. Yuri didn't offer any advice but helped Riezel sort through everything, leaving the decision to him. Riezel quickly suppressed the random thoughts running through his mind. Was there really any need to think about whether to accept Lisbeth? Let's go back. Riezel spoke calmly before walking back to the reception room. Yuri silently watched him leave and, after a moment, followed. In the reception room, Lisbeth and Marilyn were still staring at each other silently, which caused the atmosphere to become increasingly tense. One of them was curled up on the sofa, while the other stood there like a statue, forming a stark contrast. Thankfully, the return of Riezel and Yuri helped break the uncomfortable atmosphere, and Lisbeth's expression noticeably improved. Before Riezel and Yuri could speak, however, Lisbeth took the initiative to stand up and address them. I'm sorry. Just like before, Lisbeth apologized and bowed, but this time she wasn't as flustered. I was too nervous earlier and accidentally got confused, saying some nonsense. Please forgive me. It seemed that she had calmed down, though her expression was still a bit tense and hadn't fully relaxed. Seeing that Lisbeth was finally able to have a normal conversation, Riezel couldn't help but feel a little relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about her making any more shocking statements, which was good. Yuri sat down, quietly watching Riezel and Lisbeth, clearly indicating that she didn't plan to intervene and was leaving the floor to them. Riezel glanced at Yuri for a moment, then sat down in front of Lisbeth. I already know your intentions, Your Highness. Riezel gestured for Lisbeth to sit back down as he spoke. Honestly, I'm not really into it. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth's body immediately stiffened. Of course, I'm not saying you're unqualified or anything. Riezel quickly clarified to avoid further confusion for the princess. It's just that, first, I've never considered taking on any attendant, and second, I don't like being bound by anything unnecessary. So, I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse this offer. After hearing this, Lisbeth looked like she wanted to say something but didn't know how to express it, looking pitiful. It was clear that this little princess rarely interacted with others, and her nervousness and shyness had almost become a kind of ailment. Seeing her like this, Riezel could only continue the conversation by himself. If you came here under orders from the royal family, go back and tell them I don't plan on doing anything. Riezel suddenly smiled. Of course, that is, unless they're planning to do something to me. Needless to say, his words were more or less a warning. Well then, that's how it is. As soon as Riezel finished saying this, he stood up and turned to leave. Yuri and Marilyn exchanged glances, both seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. Even so, neither of them said or did anything, simply watching the scene silently. Lisbeth also silently watched Riezel, her light gray eyes revealing emotions that others couldn't understand. Just as Riezel was about to leave the reception room, however, Lisbeth suddenly spoke up. I have a request. Lisbeth's words made Riezel stop in his tracks and turn around. However, when he did, he saw a seriousness in her light gray eyes that hadn't been there before. Could you spar with me? Lisbeth had actually made such a surprising request. Spar. Yuri and Marilyn both froze. Oh. Riezel raised his eyebrows slightly. Lisbeth took a deep breath and stood up. I'm timid, not good with words, don't know how to speak properly, and don't know how to win people over. I'm really sorry. Holding the very conspicuous sword in her arms, Lisbeth stared at Riezel seriously. But throughout my life so far, there's only one thing I've done from start to finish, and it's the only thing I have confidence in, the only thing I trust. What could that be? It was simple. Wielding a sword. Lisbeth's voice sounded completely different from before. When I can't figure something out, I wield a sword. When I can't accomplish something, I wield a sword. I only know how to wield a sword, and that's all I can do. Lisbeth's gaze locked onto Riezel's eyes, and surprisingly, a fighting spirit emerged in her eyes. That's why, could you spar with me first before you decide? Lisbeth's words not only made Yuri look at her in a new light but also made Marilyn stare at her as if she were seeing her for the first time. Riezel, on the other hand, calmly met Lisbeth's gaze, saw the determination and fighting spirit in her eyes, and then smiled. Interesting. Riezel turned around, his back now facing Lisbeth. Just when Lisbeth thought Riezel was going to refuse, he spoke with a serene voice. In that case, let me see what your sword can do. About 5 minutes later, Riezel and the others moved to a corner of the Riezel residence's courtyard. Alright, this spot should do. Just like in countless previous challenges, Riezel used the structure system magic to create a sword with a scabbard, placed it by his side, and then looked across at his opponent with a calm smile. I'll give you the first move, Your Highness. If Riezel were to take the first move, there was a 90% chance it would result in instant defeat. Hence, ever since Marco and Alder's challenges, he had always done this, letting others make the first move and giving them a chance to strike him first. Lisbeth didn't respond but released the sword she had been holding in her arms. As soon as she let the sword go, everyone present realized just how large it was. The blade alone was about 112 centimeters long and roughly 7 centimeters wide. If the hilt was included, the entire sword was nearly 130 centimeters long. Compared to Lisbeth's stature, it was definitely on the larger side. That sword. Yuri seriously examined Lisbeth's sword for the first time, and as she looked carefully, she immediately noticed something was off about it. Nearby, Marilyn was also staring at the sword in silence. From that sword, everyone present could feel an incredibly subtle yet overwhelming magical energy, especially Riezel, who was the first to notice it. That sword, it's probably stronger than the magic weapon Albert used last time, and it seems to be way stronger. As expected of a princess, casually bringing out something that powerful. Albert's magic weapon was already considered first-class special equipment, so it was clear that the sword in Lisbeth's hands was no less and might have even surpassed the category of first-class special equipment. Moreover, when Lisbeth drew the sword, this feeling only intensified. As the blade was exposed, it gleamed as if made of pure gold, exuding an aura of luxury and nobility. Clearly, even if it wasn't a magic weapon and was just an ordinary weapon, its appearance alone could fetch a sky-high price. I'm starting. Once Lisbeth gripped her sword, her entire demeanor changed, becoming like that of a veteran swordsman with a sharp edge, her gaze incredibly fierce. Bring it on. Riezel found himself actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was watching from the sidelines, felt a bit uneasy. She didn't believe Lisbeth's sword was something the royal family had prepared for her. Why? It was simply because when she had accepted a princess as her attendant in the past, the latter hadn't brought such an exceptional item with her. Her intuition told her that there was definitely something hidden about Lisbeth. What do you know about this 9th princess? Yuri couldn't help but turn her head and ask Marilyn. I know very little. Marilyn was silent for a moment before responding with a stoic expression. She rarely appears in public, and even less so in front of her own siblings. His Majesty has never allowed her to show herself in public, so her presence is very low. Many princes and princesses might not even remember they have such a younger sister or elder sister. However, there was one incident that caused quite a stir in the royal palace. What incident? Yuri asked without hesitation. In response, Marilyn closed her eyes and began to reveal a secret. She wasn't born in the royal palace, nor was she raised there as a princess. She was brought back by His Majesty at the age of 7 from outside. From what I know, she is an illegitimate child. Chapter 251, Riezel vs. Lisbeth. Yuri and Marilyn's conversation was something Riezel didn't hear. At this moment, he was being oppressed by some unknown force, like an invisible mountain weighing down on him, making his whole body feel heavy. However, one thing was sure, this force started acting on him when Lisbeth drew her sword. What is this? As Riezel felt the force, he was surprised at first, but quickly realized what it was. Could it be spiritual power? Indeed, the force pressing down on him was the spiritual power coming from Lisbeth. Riezel remembered that the royal family of Ginas had its own special swordsmanship. He had read about it in a swordsmanship book from Yuri's library when he first started learning this world swordsmanship. According to the book, the royal family swordsmanship was a special swordsmanship that could cultivate spiritual power. Once mastered, even without using their sword, one could unleash spiritual power to intimidate their opponents or even knock them out. Ordinary opponents facing royal family members would often be suppressed by this invisible spiritual power before even touching them. Even if they didn't lose consciousness on the spot, their strength would be reduced to a tenth, barely able to perform. It was the special swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation in the royal family, known as the War King's sword style. Clearly, Lisbeth had used the special ability of this special swordsmanship on Riezel. At this moment, the invisible spiritual power surged like a tide, weighing down on Riezel and making him feel increasingly heavy. If he hadn't been immune to mental interference, he might have suffered a mental shock, his senses thrown into disorder, as he could feel that the spiritual power could even strike a person's subconscious, making them see illusions. Riezel silently endured the spiritual power, gripping his sword tighter. At the same time, Lisbeth finally moved. Whoosh! With a faint sound of air splitting, Lisbeth, without any warning, lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her whole body shooting toward Riezel like an arrow launched from a bow. Boom. At the same moment, a terrifying spiritual power erupted from Lisbeth, shaking the atmosphere and causing the pressure on Riezel to increase more than tenfold. Ha! Lisbeth let out a loud shout, flashing in front of Riezel as the heavy golden sword in her hand swung down at a speed invisible to the naked eye, creating a powerful sonic boom. Riezel's eyes reflected a clear light as he saw through the incoming strike and prepared to dodge. Unfortunately, the heaviness of his body surpassed his expectations, making his movements sluggish. Swish. Riezel's eyes narrowed, and without thinking, he raised his still-sheathed sword to block in front of him. Ding! A loud clash echoed, and a wave of force exploded on the spot. As Lisbeth's heavy slash landed on Riezel's hastily raised, still-sheathed sword, producing a sound like a bell ringing, it sent him flying along with the burst of force. Riezel's feet skidded backward with a series of thudding sounds, leaving small craters on the ground. Good grief. Riezel looked at Lisbeth, his gaze on her changed. Truthfully, he hadn't expected this princess's strength to be so great that she could send him flying with just one strike. Ha! Shouting again, Lisbeth seemed like a completely different person now. She was no longer as tense or flustered as before, her voice turned aggressive, and after shouting loudly, she charged forward like a gust of wind, closing in on Riezel once again. Swish, swish, swish. Lisbeth slashed out one golden sword light after another, each one slicing through the air as they flew toward Riezel. Bzzz. Seeing this, Riezel didn't hold back anymore. His breathing pattern changed, causing lightning to crackle and dance across his body, wrapping him in a cloak of lightning. With thunder breathing in effect, his body became much lighter. In the next second, Riezel's figure blurred like a lightning bolt, dodging the incoming sword lights. Seeing this, Lisbeth was surprised. He actually dodged that. Her slashes just now might have seemed ordinary and simple, but in reality, they were infused with her spiritual power. Anyone facing these spiritually charged slashes would feel as though they were omnipresent, creating the illusion that they were impossible to block, defend against, or dodge, leading to their demise. Even if someone could react, the interference from the spiritual power would cause confusion, leading to mistakes in judgment. When someone thought her slashes were coming straight at them, they were actually coming from the side. Or, when they believed they were raising their sword to block from the front, they were actually blocking from the back. Under the influence of the War King sword style, one's senses were scrambled, their mind disoriented, and their body and mind placed under intense pressure. Not only was their strength reduced to a mere fraction, but they were also completely at the mercy of the War King sword style's practitioners, unable to mount an effective resistance. In fact, the terrifying aspect of the War King sword style was that resisting it required not physical strength but strong willpower and mental strength. If one possessed the willpower and mental strength capable of withstanding the oppression and interference from spiritual power, the effects would be significantly diminished. Conversely, without strong willpower and mental strength, even a sword saint would be toyed with by the practitioners of the War King sword style. For this reason, Riezel's ability to dodge an attack imbued with spiritual power deeply surprised Lisbeth. Unaware of the existence of self-redemption, Lisbeth assumed that the sword saint before her had used his immense mental strength and unbelievably strong willpower to resist her spiritual power, enabling him to react successfully. No wonder he can become a sword saint at such a young age. Even though he's only 2 years older than me, his mental strength and willpower are way beyond mine. Lisbeth felt a sense of admiration for Riezel. Even so, she had no intention of stopping and intensified her attack. Lisbeth, gripping her golden sword, focused all her attention on Riezel as if her gaze held nothing but him. Swish, 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 swish. In the next second, Lisbeth unleashed countless golden sword lights once again, all aimed at Riezel. Lisbeth's attack speed increased, and the golden sword lights became more relentless, too many to count. Even the spiritual power enhancing her slashes grew stronger, making Riezel feel like he was about to be swallowed by a massive wave. Faced with the countless relentless slashes, Riezel's lips curled into a slight smile as more intense lightning burst from his body. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Boom. Riezel charged forward at lightning speed, not retreating but advancing. He swiftly swung his still-sheathed sword, striking the incoming sword lights with blinding speed. In an instant, his slashes turned into countless lightning bolts, clashing with the incoming golden sword lights. Boom. As one of the golden sword lights clashed with one of the lightning bolts, they created a loud rumbling sound, canceling each other out. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed continuously as the remaining lightning bolts and golden sword lights collided repeatedly, nullifying each other and disappearing without a trace. Ha! Seeing her attack fail again, Lisbeth didn't show any sign of retreat but let out a loud shout and unleashed more golden sword lights. However, they became faster, stronger, and more powerful than the previous ones, causing the intensity of the battle to escalate. Distant thunder. Riezel's slight smile suddenly became a grin and, like Lisbeth, unleashed even faster, stronger, and more powerful lightning bolts. Boom, 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 boom. With that, the rumbling sounds rang out again, becoming almost incessant. Riezel and Lisbeth stood facing each other, endlessly slashing at one another, turning their swords into lightning bolts and sword lights that constantly clashed between them. Each collision triggered a rumbling sound and stirred up a fierce wind. Each slash tore through the atmosphere, ripping through space, becoming faster, stronger, and more powerful. Eventually, the extreme collisions and intense exchanges caused the lightning bolts and golden sword lights to dance violently, tearing the ground apart and leaving deep, shocking grooves. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of the knights and guards within the entire Riezel residence, alarming them into rushing over. My lady. Ein and Ian immediately led a group of fully armed knights toward the scene. Don't come any closer. After Yuri retreated to a distance under Marilyn's protection, avoiding the most intense area of the battle, she shouted at Ein, Ian, and the others, preventing them from approaching. Seeing that Yuri was unharmed, Ein and Ian were relieved before turning their gazes to the battle between Riezel and Lisbeth, where lightning bolts and golden sword lights clashed and raged, their expressions filled with disbelief and shock. Needless to say, the intensity of the battle had surpassed what these people could handle, even leaving Ein and Ian, both sword masters, feeling shaken. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, causing all the lightning bolts and golden sword lights to vanish simultaneously. Riezel and Lisbeth were thrown apart, one stepping back 2 to 3 steps, while the other was forced back a much longer distance. Until this point, Riezel still hadn't unsheathed his sword and remained completely unharmed, not even a drop of sweat on him. Thunder breathing, 5th form, heat lightning. Riezel slashed directly at the retreating Lisbeth with his still-sheathed sword, sending out a lightning-shaped slash infused with intense heat. Lisbeth, unlike Riezel, wasn't so composed. Fortunately, even though she was panting heavily and seemingly out of energy, she still managed to react just in time upon seeing the lightning-shaped slash coming at her. Boom. Lisbeth swung her golden sword with all her might, making it flash as she deflected the incoming lightning-shaped slash. Thunder breathing, 2nd form, rice spirit. At the same moment, Riezel closed the distance, moving like lightning and appearing right in front of Lisbeth. Swish, 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 swish. Just as Lisbeth deflected his lightning-shaped slash, Riezel quickly unleashed 5 continuous slashes shaped like lightning toward her, each one striking her body like a real lightning bolt. Oh! As Lisbeth let out a pained scream and was sent flying, in that instant. Boom! A lightning bolt erupted, accompanied by the sudden roar of thunder, transforming Riezel into a streak of lightning as he darted toward the airborne Lisbeth. Thunder breathing, 1st form, thunderclap and flash. As Riezel's voice echoed, he finally unsheathed his sword. All Lisbeth could see as she flew through the air was a flash of lightning right before her eyes. Ding! In the next second, with a loud metallic sound, her sword flew from her hand. Chapter 252, Go Back. Bzzz. Gradually, the lightning in the surroundings faded, and the crackling lightning surrounding Riezel's body slowly disappeared as well. Pang! With a sound like shattering glass, the sword in Riezel's hand broke the moment he sheathed it. He watched its fragments fall to the ground before turning his gaze behind him. Over there, Lisbeth slumped on the ground in a duck-like sitting position, her chest rising and falling slightly as she stared blankly at her empty hands and then at her sword lying a short distance away. Clearly, she hadn't yet processed what had just happened. It seems the outcome is decided. In the distance, Marilyn, who had been protecting Yuri, lowered her hand and announced the sparring result. Yuri let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief before glancing at the golden sword Riezel had knocked away, which made her uneasy. Ein, Ian, and the others looked at the courtyard covered in terrifying slash marks, their faces showing dumbfounded expressions. In such a situation, Riezel approached Lisbeth. Are you okay? Riezel asked calmly. Upon hearing his voice, Lisbeth snapped back to reality. I am fine. Lisbeth shook her head vigorously in panic, but upon realizing her defeat, she couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. In her mind, the final sight of that lightning was deeply etched in her memory, leaving her with endless afterthoughts. A flash of lightning means defeat. Lisbeth remembered the rumor that had been spreading wildly in the royal palace over the past few days and now understood its significance. Can you get up? Riezel extended a hand toward Lisbeth. I can. As Lisbeth looked at the hand reaching out to her, her charming face turned slightly red, showing a hint of hesitation and struggle. Eventually, she shyly extended her hand, placing it in Riezel's palm, allowing him to help her up. I'll be honest, you're impressive. Riezel remarked as he released Lisbeth's delicate, almost boneless hand, which felt smooth, unlike one accustomed to wielding a sword. You know, I can't believe you just became a sword master. Riezel was genuinely surprised. From his perspective, Lisbeth's strength was clearly beyond that of a newly appointed sword master. Her swordsmanship and strength evidently far surpassed those of an ordinary sword master. He roughly guessed that this princess was equivalent to an upper level 5, not far from the limit of level 5 like Ace and Marilyn. Given her swordsmanship, which could utilize spiritual power, she would likely surpass even a level 6 sword master if her opponent wasn't mentally strong. Needless to say, this meant that she could essentially challenge higher-level opponents, just like him or Ace, but under restricted conditions. A swordsman as skilled as her had only just become a sword master this year. Were all members of the royal family really this impressive, needing to reach at least level 5 power and possess the sword master medal? Moreover, your sword. Riezel's gaze flicked toward the golden sword he had knocked away and then back to Lisbeth. You didn't use its true power, did you? Truthfully, he had a feeling that her sword was more than it seemed, so he had mentally prepared himself to switch to his true weapon after his casually made sword was destroyed. However, she hadn't actually used the sword's true power from beginning to end and had just swung it normally like an ordinary sword. I'm sorry. As Riezel brought it up, Lisbeth immediately bowed deeply in apology. I still can't use Maslow's power, so it's not that I didn't want to, but I just couldn't. At this, Riezel relaxed a bit and expressed his curiosity. Maslow. Riezel raised his eyebrows. Is that the name of your sword? Lisbeth nodded gently and reached out toward the golden sword. In the next moment, something magical happened. Whoosh. Suddenly, the golden sword that had been knocked away began to vibrate, levitate into the air, and fly toward Lisbeth. As it approached, she opened her palm and caught the sword. At the same time, the scabbard, which she had set aside at the start, flew over and landed in her other palm. Cling. A faint metallic sound was heard as Lisbeth sheathed the sword before cradling it again. Riezel and Yuri, who had just witnessed everything, exchanged surprised looks. Just then, Lisbeth spoke again. I lost. Lisbeth lowered her gaze, sounding quite disheartened. Even though I knew someone like me couldn't possibly win against Lord Sword Saint, I didn't expect to lose so easily. It seemed to be a significant blow to her. Apparently, she must have never lost so decisively before. You're already very strong. Riezel shifted his focus from the golden sword in Lisbeth's arms to her. Having such skillful swordsmanship at your age, there is only one person I know who can rival you. Of course, Riezel was referring to Ace. Ace was 16 years old and the strongest level 5 swordswoman in Orario. On the other hand, Lisbeth was 15, a year younger than Ace, but she already had the power of level 5, with swordsmanship almost on par with Ace. In fact, due to the War King sword style special ability, Lisbeth even had a slight advantage over Ace. Given this, Lisbeth's performance was already impressive, without any flaws. At least, Riezel greatly admired the seemingly timid yet extraordinarily skilled little princess. Lisbeth's eyes shined, looking at Riezel with hopeful anticipation. Her expression was truly pitiful, making one feel an overwhelming urge to shower her with affection. Unfortunately. I admit, you're very impressive, there's no doubt about that. Riezel spoke calmly as he looked straight into Lisbeth's eyes. But as I've said before, I have no intention of taking on any attendant, and I don't want to be bound by any nonsensical restraints. His meaning was clear as day. Lisbeth, holding her sword, subconsciously tightened her grip and lowered her head, looking somewhat dejected. Yuri and Marilyn, who had come closer, looked at Lisbeth with unexpectedly complex expressions. Seeing this, even though Riezel was somewhat uncomfortable, he wasn't planning to change his mind. Go back. Riezel continued, patting Lisbeth on the shoulder. Just be a proper princess. There's no need to heed the unreasonable demand to become my attendant. With that, Riezel turned and walked away. You should go back, Your Highness. Yuri chimed in, her mouth opening to say something more but ultimately managing to come up with only these words. As for Marilyn, she seemed unwilling to say anything, her gaze at Lisbeth filled with a hint of subtle pity. Soon, the servants began to gather and started repairing the damaged courtyard from the battle. Lisbeth stood silently among the servants, receiving many astonished and infatuated looks from them. However, since no one recognized her as the 9th princess of Genas, no one approached her, making her seem somewhat pitiful and lonely. After a long while, Lisbeth finally left the Riezel residence with her head down. Yuri and Marilyn personally saw the princess out, watching her leave without saying a word. Due to the sudden visit of the 9th princess, today's challenge arena was unexpectedly cancelled. As a result, the swordsmen and the crowd gathered outside the Riezel residence had no choice but to leave in great disappointment, causing the residence, which had been bustling for the past few days, to become instantly desolate. As Lisbeth walked a considerable distance from the Riezel residence, a luxurious carriage arrived and stopped right beside her. Get in, Your Highness. A cold voice sounded, causing Lisbeth to pause and stand in place for a moment before finally boarding the carriage. Inside the carriage, it was completely empty. Lisbeth hunched her shoulders and then took a seat with her head down. Once the carriage started moving, the cold voice spoke again inside the carriage. Failed. Accompanied by this voice, a vague shadow swayed in front of Lisbeth. It was none other than the Shadow Sword Saint, Rome. Why yes, I'm sorry. Lisbeth didn't look up, hunching her shoulders even more and apologizing with her head bowed lower. No, there's no need for you to apologize, Your Highness. Rome said emotionlessly. It's just that we didn't expect Riezel Brynhart to have the courage to reject someone as talented as you, who is also a princess. Honestly, this was really unexpected. His Majesty will surely be surprised as well. What should I do? Lisbeth asked in a helpless, almost mosquito-like voice. Should I go back to the royal palace? No. Rome fell silent for a moment before replying in an emotionless tone. Riezel Brynhart's existence is too important for us. If someone like him becomes an enemy, it would pose a significant threat. Please make another effort, Your Highness. But, he doesn't like me. Lisbeth said, feeling very dejected. Someone like me really can't seem to be liked by others. Upon hearing this, Rome frowned but then recalled Lisbeth's treatment in the royal palace and could not bring himself to say a word in rebuttal. No matter what, please make another effort. Rome said decisively, suppressing his emotions. After all, this is His Majesty's will. Lisbeth bit her lower lip and remained silent. Rome also stopped speaking, and soon, his figure vanished in a flicker, whether he left or simply concealed himself was unclear. And so, the luxurious carriage drove out of the Riezel residence perimeter, heading in the opposite direction from the royal palace. The next morning. As Riezel stepped out of the mansion as usual, heading toward the arena outside the Riezel residence's gate to face his challengers, an unexpected situation arose. Hey! Who's that beauty? Am I dreaming? She's so beautiful. Is there really a swordswoman this beautiful in the royal capital? Her boobs are so damn huge. Surrounding the arena, both swordsmen and regular people erupted in genuine awe and discussion, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they stared intently at a young swordswoman in the arena. Please, give me your guidance. Clearly, the swordswoman was none other than Lisbeth, her face filled with nervousness as she shouted to Riezel with her eyes closed. Riezel stood in the arena, silently watching the little princess across from him, lost in thought. Chapter 253, Lisbeth's Determination and Persistence. From this day on, Lisbeth began appearing frequently at the arena outside the Riezel residence, challenging Riezel daily. Even though Riezel no longer gave up the first move and no longer showed mercy like before, starting with Thunderclap and Flash to defeat Lisbeth instantly, this little princess would still return the next day, attacking him with determination and persistence. Unknowingly, this led Lisbeth to amass a significant amount of popularity. Originally, as a princess who kept a low profile, she had gained fame after becoming a sword master, but very few people had seen her, so only a handful knew she even existed. Even her siblings rarely saw her, let alone outsiders. Because of this, her bold appearance didn't reveal her true identity as a princess. Aside from some well-informed nobles who learned through various channels that this young swordswoman was Genus's ninth princess, most people simply saw her as a beautiful swordswoman who wanted Riezel's guidance. However, her performances in the arena made many people reconsider their opinions of this seemingly delicate young swordswoman. Her swordsmanship, which was more outstanding than that of an ordinary swordmaster, her dreamlike beauty, and her well-proportioned figure that belied her appearance made many swordsmen and even regular people become her staunch supporters and fans. In just a few days, her popularity and reputation rivaled those of Riezel, attracting countless people eager to see her in person and indirectly making his arena 2 to 3 times more crowded than before. Truthfully, this was an unexpected development for Riezel and likely for Lisbeth as well. Sometimes, when she was about to leave dejected after a failed challenge, she would be surrounded by a crowd as soon as she stepped off the arena, which scared her quite a bit. Even some noble children, upon seeing her, had their eyes light up with lust, not hiding their intentions at all. Whenever she left the arena, they followed her, making their motives quite obvious. However, these people disappeared the next day, and their families faced inexplicable downfalls. Some had their noble titles demoted, some paid a hefty price, and others were even falsely accused of crimes they didn't commit and thrown into prison overnight, causing a great stir in the royal capital. Some nobles who had not realized her true identity began to suspect that this young swordswoman was not ordinary, so they strictly restrained their unruly relatives, forbidding them from offending her. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with Riezel. What he felt at this moment was only a headache. Lisbeth's daily persistent challenges, her dejected departure after each defeat, and her strong comeback the next day clearly indicated her intentions. He knew well what she was after. Obviously, this little princess had not given up, or rather, the royal family had not revoked their command for her to become his attendant. Still, he also assumed that she was probably missing his point. Regardless, she neither harassed him nor begged him but challenged him silently, leaving quietly after each defeat, her expression determined and delicate when she arrived, and dejected and disappointed when she left. In all honesty, the fact that she persisted twice or thrice was still bearable for him, but as her challenges continued, he began to feel quite sympathetic. Once, he even noticed that she had blood blisters on her hands as if she had been undergoing exceptionally rigorous swordsmanship training. Needless to say, she must have practiced intensely after each failed challenge. Naturally, this made him furrow his brow, feeling even more troubled by her relentless persistence. After half a month of this, he could no longer tolerate it and called her over after defeating her in one of her challenges. "Why do you keep doing this?" Inside the reception room, Riezel asked Lisbeth with a serious voice and expression. Upon hearing his question, Lisbeth held her sword tighter, lowered her head, and replied in a very soft voice. "I only know how to wield a sword, and that's all I can do." With just this sentence, Riezel had no more words to say. Undoubtedly, the royal family hadn't revoked their command, which meant Lisbeth would continue striving to become his attendant. Moreover, she didn't know what else she could do to succeed since she wasn't good with words. Feeling lost and helpless, she could only choose to work hard in the way she was most skilled and familiar with. Since she only knew how to wield a sword, and that was all she could do, she could only persist in challenging him every day. If she lost, she would go back, continue honing her swordsmanship, and then return to challenge him again the next day, repeating this cycle endlessly with relentless determination and stubborn persistence. He even believed that as long as he didn't accept her as his attendant, she would persist, even if it took her entire life. Without a doubt, it was clumsy. Without a doubt, it was foolishly straightforward. Even so, it was the only way she could think of doing things. Riezel couldn't describe his feelings at this moment and could only sigh, ending today's challenge directly. After returning to the mansion, he walked down the corridor, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he bumped into someone around the corner of the hallway. Mr. Riezel. Marilyn appeared around the corner, pushing a tea cart and giving Riezel a slight bow. Marilyn. Seeing Marilyn, Riezel came back to his senses and nodded. "You've come out of Yuri's office?" "Yes." Marilyn replied expressionlessly. "Since the lady is focused on her work, I thought I'd wash the tea sets and come out." Upon hearing this, Riezel simply nodded. However, just when he thought the conversation was over and they should part ways, she suddenly spoke again. "Do you have time right now?" Marilyn's unexpected question made Riezel slightly taken aback. "There is, actually." Riezel replied in confusion. "Why? Is there something you need me for?" "No." Marilyn shook her head. "I just wanted to ask if you'd like to spend some time with me if you have the chance." Riezel's expression turned strange. What does she mean? Does this woman want to tease me? Riezel couldn't help but wonder. Although he didn't know the reason, he sensed that this maid didn't seem to think highly of him, as proved by how she often glared at him behind Yuri's back. While not exactly a look of deep resentment, the displeasure in her eyes was evident. Needless to say, she usually kept to herself, cold and unapproachable except toward Yuri, behaving like an ice block to everyone else. Now, with her suddenly saying such a thing, Riezel couldn't help but overthink. Perhaps Marilyn was aware of this as she gave him another glare after seeing his odd expression. "I just want to talk to you about Princess Lisbeth." Marilyn revealed her reason. Her. Riezel's expression turned to one of realization, and his gaze toward Marilyn became more meaningful. "Just as I thought, this maid really is. Are you still not considering accepting Princess Lisbeth as your attendant?" As Riezel confirmed something in his mind, Marilyn asked him a question. He glanced at her face, noting her expressionless demeanor as if she were discussing a stranger. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up. "I've already said I have no plans to take on any attendant, and I certainly don't want to be bound by some nonsensical restrictions." Riezel had always said this, and he had always felt this way. However, the main reason was, in fact, the latter. "I don't like the feeling of having a contract dictate what I could or couldn't do." Riezel continued calmly, shaking his head. "That's why I have no intention of signing an attendant contract with her." Originally, he had resolved in the second life to live freely, following his chosen path rather than being forced to adhere to someone else's established rules. Given this, the royal family's attempt to bind him with a contract, restricting what he could or couldn't do, instinctively made him resist. However, Marilyn didn't quite understand his viewpoint. "Why?" "From my understanding, the royal family probably just wants you to commit to something like, cannot be detrimental to the kingdom, which shouldn't be too harsh a condition, right?" Marilyn asked in a confused tone. "Does Mr. Riezel think you will become Gina's enemy in the future?" "Who knows?" Surprisingly, Riezel didn't deny it. "At least none of the so-called royal family or nobles have done anything I like so far. Who knows what kind of stupid moves they might make in the future?" At that point, Riezel might indeed end up opposing Gina's. Moreover, if they thought that the existence of the contract would prevent him from being detrimental to the kingdom, allowing them to test his limits and do things they shouldn't, he couldn't tolerate that. For him, such a contract was merely a restriction on personal freedom, permitting others to act recklessly toward him. For this reason, he certainly wouldn't agree to such a contract, especially not with a clumsy and pitiful princess as a bargaining chip. They might think they had made a great sacrifice by offering their own princess as an attendant for him, showing enough sincerity, but had they ever considered Lisbeth's feelings? They were obviously selling her freedom, selling someone else, not themselves. Of course, this approach of treating others as property to be bought and sold, which reminded him of his fate in his previous life, would never make him like them. As a result, although Riezel felt pity for Lisbeth's persistence and hard work, he still hadn't considered, and probably would never consider, taking her in as his attendant. He was only contemplating whether he should warn the royal family in person to have them give up. Upon hearing Riezel's answer, Marilyn seemed at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Riezel felt curious and asked a question. "Do you think this is acceptable?" Riezel looked seriously at Marilyn. "If you were in her shoes, and the royal family wanted you to become someone else's attendant to achieve their goals, would you be up for it?" Marilyn remained silent. However, after a while, she answered with a flat expression and tone. "If it were me, I would be more than willing." "What?" Marilyn's answer left Riezel standing there in blank surprise. Chapter 254, Marilyn's Persuasion. "What?" Marilyn's response left Riezel standing there in blank surprise. In the next moment, Marilyn spoke again, not giving him any time to recover from his shock. "Honestly, there was no need to ask that question, especially not from you, Mr. Riezel." Marilyn spoke calmly, her gaze fixed on Riezel's eyes. "Weren't you also willing to give up the chance to become a noble?" Upon hearing this, Riezel eventually understood what Marilyn was trying to convey. "I know that in your eyes, being a princess is definitely better than being an attendant, but to most people, being a noble is certainly better than being a commoner. Given that you voluntarily gave up the chance to become a noble, why do you think a princess choosing to be an attendant is a bad thing?" Marilyn's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Do you even know what a princess is?" "In my eyes, a princess is someone who usually has to stay confined in the royal palace, and no matter where she goes, there are always people following her. She can only stay in places deemed safe by others or dress beautifully to show off the royal family's dignity and status when necessary. If I'm being honest, a princess is just a decorative piece for a kingdom. Even if she's unwilling to accept this and works hard to train in swordsmanship or magic to make a name for herself, it only adds one or two more flattering comments to her role as a decorative piece. And then, when the time comes for the kingdom to need her, she'll be arranged to meet some noble for marriage negotiations or even have the marriage arranged without any negotiation at all." As Marilyn spoke, her tone grew more scornful. "A so-called princess actually has no freedom at all, living within a framework set by others, following other people's wishes. Compared to this, being an attendant is nothing. As an attendant, you only need to follow your master's orders, but as a princess, you must obey many people's orders, where even a mere knight could tell you something like, 'No, it's too dangerous, you can't go out.'" After saying this, Marilyn lowered her eyes. "You might not believe it, but many princesses who are swordsmen actually look forward to becoming someone's attendant. For those used to seeing various struggles, rather than unrealistically hoping for a prince on a white horse to rescue them from their cage or wishing their future spouse would be a noble who'd treat them well, they would prefer to form an attendant contract with a kind and gentle magician. At least that way, they wouldn't have to marry someone they don't like." Marilyn's words clearly revealed a deep dislike for the concept of noble. Of course, this was something Riezel could relate to. You couldn't expect every high-ranking individual to be like Kagaya, treating even the lowest-ranking subordinate like their own child, with kindness and warmth. Being born a noble inevitably involved various schemes and temptations. In such an environment, you couldn't say there weren't any good nobles, but those who were purely good were probably as rare as phoenix feathers. Rather than hoping for a noble to be a good person, it was better to place faith in a magician who had achieved great success through their own efforts and had even forced a kingdom to recognize them as someone worth pledging loyalty to. That way, even if you were just serving them tea and water, it would probably be better than living with chains. Marilyn wanted to convey this idea. Of course, there have been princesses in history who ended up with the wrong master and became tragic victims. Marilyn's voice grew indifferent. However, compared to those, princesses who become depressed and never find happiness after marrying a noble are overwhelmingly more common. Upon hearing this, Riezel fell silent. At this point, Marilyn returned to the original topic. "As far as I'm concerned, I really hope that child can find a worthy master to serve." When Marilyn said that child and worthy master, she naturally meant Lisbeth and Riezel. Due to her background, that child's treatment and environment in the royal palace were far worse than those of an ordinary princess. You know, not only did His Majesty nearly forget about her existence before she became a sword master, but he also deliberately cut off her interactions with other members of the royal family. Whether His Majesty's decision was made out of kindness, not wanting to see that child be excluded and bullied by his other children, or if there's another reason, no one really knows. However, if she continues to stay in the royal palace, sooner or later, that child will face misfortune. Needless to say, this was actually what Marilyn wanted to say by keeping Riezel around. I understand your point about not wanting to accept constraints, especially those from the royal family. Marilyn paused for a moment, then continued, but you don't need to resist so much. It's not something that can't be changed. What do you mean? Riezel looked at Marilyn in surprise. It means that it's not you who is in a hurry, but the people from the royal family, especially His Majesty. Marilyn replied flatly. He's the one who most wants you to enter into this contract. At these words, Riezel's heart stirred. So you're saying I have room to negotiate? Indeed, this was something that could be negotiated. If the current terms of the contract were unacceptable, it was entirely possible to make adjustments until an acceptable compromise was reached. You are the youngest sword saint in history, only 17 years old, unprecedented, and probably unmatched in the future. No one can imagine how far you will grow. Marilyn continued, her voice still flat. Moreover, since you're also a tactical class magician, the royal family definitely doesn't want to offend you easily, lest they drive you to their opposing side. They just want to ensure that you won't be detrimental to them or this kingdom. In that case, as long as this goal can be achieved, they will definitely be willing to compromise and accept any conditions you propose that they can agree to. Marilyn then concluded with a final remark. If you really think it's feasible, I hope you'll seriously consider it. After all, having an outstanding attendant isn't a bad thing for you, right? With that, Marilyn bowed to Riezel. I've said all I need to say, and the rest is up to you, Mr. Riezel. After saying this, Marilyn continued pushing the tea cart, past Riezel, and left the hallway. Riezel watched the maid's disappearing figure, lost in thought. Consider it, huh? Riezel murmured to himself before leaving the hallway. Frenzel residence, Riezel's room. It was the room Riezel had used for his recovery, where he had lain for a full month. Although this room, along with the rest of the mansion, had once been completely destroyed by his Ray Levatine, it was restored by the court magician and now looked exactly like the room he had stayed in before. Seeing its perfect appearance, it was hard to believe this room was no longer the original. Once Riezel returned to this room and closed the door, he sat down on the bed. At this moment, he was contemplating whether he should really take Lisbeth as his attendant. Previously, he felt he didn't need any attendant, but now he began to hesitate. One should know that the purpose of attendants was to protect their magician master, allowing them to cast magic smoothly during intense battles without interruption from enemies. However, Riezel didn't need such a thing. As a swordsman and magician who also knew the technique of concurrent chanting, he could remain calm and composed even in intense battles, casting magic without worrying about interruptions or needing protection. Moreover, he wasn't an important figure or the like who needed to be accompanied and protected everywhere, so he preferred the freedom of being alone. For this reason, he had never considered taking on an attendant. Now, however, after listening to Marilyn's advice, he began to think seriously about it. He realized that there might be times when he actually needed an attendant to protect him. Dimensional travel. Riezel muttered to himself, recalling dimensional travel. Every time he performed dimensional travel, only his consciousness entered the dimensional channel, traveling to another world while his physical body remained in this world. Although it was only for a day, his body left in this world was undoubtedly unprotected and could be vulnerable to attacks at any moment. Even though he could use magic to protect himself before conducting dimensional travel, the protective effect of magic was ultimately limited. For instance, the veil breath he used last time was said to resist all attacks, but its duration and defensive effects were still limited. If someone attacked him, could this defensive magic continuously protect him for a whole day? Definitely not. In other words, during dimensional travel, his body that was left on the Akasha continent still had a risk of encountering danger. Even if the risk wasn't high, it was better to be safe than sorry, right? What if something unexpected did happen? After all, it wasn't unheard of for someone to sneak into his room and attempt an assassination. Moreover, knowing that he had now become a prominent figure, with his reputation spreading across the continent, he expected that some people might plot to target him. For instance, countries hostile to Genas would certainly consider assassinating a promising 17-year-old sword saint and tactical class magician to prevent him from appearing in Genas's army or at their borders in the future. If they knew he would be sleeping in his room for an entire day periodically, it would be a perfect opportunity for them to plan an assassination. In such a case, a reliable attendant who could protect him at all times would be extremely important. Should I give it a try? Riezel muttered in a hesitant tone, a frown on his face. As he recalled Lisbeth's beautiful face, which often looked pitiful, the frown on his forehead finally eased. All right, let's give it a try. Chapter 255, Do You Really Want to Be My Attendant? The next day. As soon as the day broke, Lisbeth, as usual, held her sword and rode in a carriage to the main road leading to the Frenzel residence, where she got off. Perhaps to keep her true identity hidden or for some other reason, the carriage never drove directly into the Frenzel residence but would stop a distance away, let her get out, and she would walk the rest of the way. She walked along the road that had gradually become familiar to her and arrived at the bustling gate of the Riezel residence. Her arrival was immediately noticed by keen observers. She's here. She's here. It's Miss Lisbeth. Miss Lisbeth is back to challenge again today. Ah, awesome, we get to see Miss Lisbeth shaking in the arena again, bravely taking on the unbeatable opponent in the arena again. Yeah, that's the one. I hear ya, buddy. In the crowd, the excited voices of the people sounded almost animalistic, though they spoke human words, there was something oddly dehumanizing about it. Miss Lisbeth. Miss Lisbeth. Many others shouted Lisbeth's name as if they were fervent fans. Hello, everyone. Although Lisbeth was a bit scared by the unusual enthusiasm and felt like she might want to run away, she had somewhat gotten used to it by now. She pushed down her nervousness and bewilderment, bowing to the cheering crowd as a gesture of politeness. However, she might never know just how much her bowing was appreciated by some of these overly enthusiastic fans. Ooh. Yes. Miss Lisbeth bowed again today. Wow, she's so polite. Keep it up, but maybe bow a bit deeper and hold it a little longer. Seriously, do we really need to make a big deal about this? It's kinda embarrassing to point it out. Anyway, Miss Lisbeth is truly wonderful. At this moment, the crowd's howls were so intense that it almost felt like a throwback to some primal instinct. Some people even looked blissful, as if they had no regrets left in their lives even if they died now, causing nearby women to scowl and distance themselves. Lisbeth didn't know if she had done something wrong again but only knew that every time she greeted these enthusiastic people, by bowing, they got especially excited, which left her puzzled. However, seeing their happy faces, it didn't seem like a bad thing, right? Apparently, this was somewhat touching for Lisbeth, who often felt neglected at the royal palace. Everyone here is a good person. Lisbeth thought with a warm expression. Since everyone is so nice to me, I have to perform even better today. Following this, she showed a determined look on her face. As the cheers from the enthusiastic crowd gave her a lot of strength, the little princess, clenching her small fists, walked up to the arena. However, since Riezel hadn't arrived yet, she needed to sign up first. Due to the constant flow of challengers and to avoid conflicts and arguments, anyone wanting to challenge Riezel had to sign up with Ein or Ian, who rotated in shifts. They had to wait until their names were called before they could enter the arena and fight him. Lisbeth clearly hadn't arrived too early. Although she had come here just after dawn, some people, eager to challenge Riezel and receive his guidance, arrived even before dawn to secure a spot. If they waited until dawn, they often had to wait through dozens of people before their turn came. When she first arrived, it had been like this too. Even though she came as soon as it was dawn, she still had to queue up, ending up far behind among dozens of others. All this made her admire Riezel even more. Indeed, Lord Sword Saint is highly respected. Lisbeth truly felt genuine admiration for Riezel. However, after coming here a few times, she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have to wait in line anymore. It was simply because there were so many warm-hearted people around. Miss Lisbeth, you go ahead. Yeah, let her go first. Come on, we're talking about Miss Lisbeth. She should go first. See her early, enjoy it early. A group of male swordsmen, who were signing up in front of the arena, immediately showed friendly expressions and made way for Lisbeth when they saw her coming. See her early, enjoy it early. Lisbeth sometimes didn't quite understand these warm-hearted people's strange remarks, but she still thanked them sincerely. Well, I'm really sorry for always making you let me go first. Upon hearing her words, the group of male swordsmen smiled refreshingly. No, not at all. We should be the ones apologizing. Yeah, thanks to you, we get to come here every day. Without you, I might have given up a while ago. Totally. We haven't gotten pointers from Lord Riezel yet, and it kinda makes us lose confidence, you know. For us, the reason to keep coming here every day is seeing Miss Lisbeth jumping around in the arena, your hard work in the arena. Exactly. Upon hearing their words and seeing their smiles, Lisbeth almost cried with emotion. Did I really make such a positive impact on others too? Saying this, she couldn't believe it, and her eyes almost filled with tears. In response, the group of male swordsmen gave her a thumbs up. Yeah, Miss Lisbeth is everything we've hoped for. Every time I hit the bed and think about Miss Lisbeth, I'm instantly recharged. Exactly. You always give it your all in the arena. Your hard work is the best motivation for us. We want to see you sweating and giving it your all in the future. Don't ever give up, no matter what. All of these passionate encouragements from each of the male swordsmen filled Lisbeth's once timid heart with a stronger determination. Yes. I'll do my best. With a determined look in her eyes, Lisbeth approached the arena and registered her name. Of course, she only gave the name Lisbeth and left out her surname. Otherwise, her true identity might be revealed immediately. Today, Ein was in charge of maintaining order during the challenge. Holding a sheaf of parchment and a quill, Ein looked coldly at the friendly and enthusiastic male swordsman, as if they were nothing more than a pile of trash. Thank you for your hard work. After registering, Lisbeth politely thanked Ein. No, it's nothing. Ein quickly returned the courtesy. She knew well who this young swordswoman really was, and she was not brave enough to accept this young swordswoman's thanks casually. Please wait a moment. Mr. Riezel should be here soon. Ein said respectfully. All right. Lisbeth replied quickly and stood in place, waiting quietly. At this moment, the people around her chattered excitedly and looked at her with eager eyes as if they couldn't wait for her to get into the arena. Before long, the main event finally arrived. Riezel, empty-handed, walked out from the mansion and arrived at the front gate of the Riezel residence. Lord Sword Saint. Sir. Everyone, including Lisbeth, immediately bowed their heads and greeted Riezel respectfully, showing their utmost respect for the undeniably esteemed Sword Saint. Hello everyone. Riezel gave a nod to everyone present before turning his gaze toward Lisbeth. Huff. Just as Lisbeth took a deep breath, readying herself to fight Riezel, he suddenly turned his gaze back to everyone. Today's challenge is postponed for now. I have some important matters to attend to. Riezel announced calmly before turning his gaze back to Lisbeth. Come with me. I'd like to talk to you. With that, Riezel turned and walked away. Lisbeth was left stunned, her expression one of confusion. Your Highness, hurry up and catch up. Ein whispered softly. Lisbeth snapped out of her daze. Could it be? Realizing a possible reason, Lisbeth's eyes lit up before she quickly jogged to catch up with Riezel. However, as she moved away from the arena, she faintly heard wails of despair behind her. No. My daily dose of spiritual nourishment. Why? Just let us see one match, please. I can't live without Miss Lisbeth's lively presence in the arena. Oh, God. Why are you being so cruel? Seeing the departing Lisbeth, the male swordsman and the other men who weren't swordsmen broke down in tears, their anguished cries almost as if they were shedding blood. Unfortunately, they were soon ruthlessly expelled by a group of women led by Ein, with some even receiving harsh beatings, causing pained cries to ring out. Lisbeth wanted to look back, but seeing Riezel's unyielding figure, she could only silently apologize in her heart. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll find a way to make it up to you all in the future. With this thought, Lisbeth followed Riezel into the mansion. Riezel residence, reception room. Today, only Riezel and Lisbeth were present and no one else was around. Sorry, Your Highness, Marilyn isn't here, and I'm not very good at making tea, so you'll have to put up with me. Riezel invited Lisbeth to sit down and apologized to her. It's okay. Lisbeth quickly shook her head, looking extremely nervous. I don't really like tea anyway, so this is fine. All right. Riezel nodded calmly. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Your Highness, may I ask you a question? Lisbeth nodded heavily, her hand instinctively gripping her sword tighter as she watched him. Under such circumstances, Riezel continued. What do you think about being my attendant? Riezel looked directly into Lisbeth's eyes as he asked. Don't think about the royal family, nor the person who instructed you to do this. I want to know your own thoughts. Do you really want to be my attendant? Chapter 256, Lisbeth's Past and Wish. What do you think about being my attendant? Riezel looked directly into Lisbeth's eyes as he asked. Don't think about the royal family, nor the person who instructed you to do this. I want to know your own thoughts. Do you really want to be my attendant? After being silent for a moment, Lisbeth opened her mouth but only managed to utter a single word. At this moment, her face was full of confusion, like she had reached a fork in the road of life and was a lost child without anyone to guide her. She had no idea which way to go, and she didn't know if she would get lost if she kept walking. Riezel, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all by her reaction. Anyone could see that this little princess was an inexperienced, sheltered young lady. Added to her young age of only 15, how could she possibly make such an important decision that would shape her future? Moreover, she clearly wasn't good with words. Riezel's direct question, aimed at uncovering her true thoughts, left her unable to come up with an answer. All right, let me put it this way. Do you still want to go back and continue being a princess? Riezel asked straightforwardly. As soon as she heard the question, Lisbeth immediately reacted. I don't want to. Lisbeth responded in a very soft voice, but her face was full of fear and resistance. I don't want to be a princess at all. Indeed, she truly didn't want to be a princess. Ever since she was taken into the royal palace at the age of 7, her life had been completely changed. She wasn't allowed to interact with or talk to others. She couldn't go outside and make public appearances. She couldn't disobey her father or the orders of certain important figures. She couldn't say whatever she wanted to say or do whatever she wanted to do and had to follow countless rules and learn all sorts of etiquette. Except for practicing swordsmanship, every other activity made her feel extremely tired and exhausted. Compared to that, her life before the age of 7 was tough and full of hardships, having to avoid all sorts of dangerous creatures just to survive. Still, at least back then, she had someone by her side and wasn't locked in a cold, empty room where she couldn't do anything. In a way, the life and environment in the royal palace were probably 90% responsible for shaping Lisbeth into the person she was now. She didn't understand too many complicated things, she only knew that since she was 7 years old, the thing she had been thinking about was that she didn't want to be this so-called princess. Being a princess was just too hard for her, much harder than practicing swordsmanship. I see. Seeing Lisbeth like this, Riezel finally fully understood what Marilyn meant. Indeed, almost every girl dreamed of becoming royalty, a princess, but the real princess might not have actually wanted to be one. I think I get what you mean. Riezel nodded calmly to Lisbeth. However, I have to tell you up front that if you become my attendant, no one will take care of you anymore. You know, I'm also living under someone else's roof right now. If I leave the Riezel residence, I probably won't settle down and might end up living a nomadic life. I'm not the type to stay idle, since what I love most is seeking thrills. Once my business in the royal capital is done, I might set off on a journey. When that time comes, you'll have to wander around with me. In other words, not only will you need to take care of yourself, but you'll need to take care of me too. Knowing this, are you really okay with that? Riezel explained his situation as clearly as possible so Lisbeth could understand his point. Lisbeth was, after all, still a princess who had lived a life of luxury and privilege. It was hard to imagine her being able to endure a life of constant travel and instability. Not to mention that Riezel also had a restless nature. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Once he got out there, he would definitely seek out the most thrilling and dangerous places to explore. In his previous life, he had been like that. Even though he couldn't break free from his family's constraints, he still went to extreme lengths, trying wilderness survival, overseas adventures, and even extreme sports. Each time, he scared the people around him half to death. In this life, since he was determined to break free from all constraints and live freely, it would only make him even more extreme. In truth, he was really looking forward to it, looking forward to what kind of excitement and adventure awaited him on this Akasha continent. Surely, it would be more interesting than those so-called extreme sports from his previous life, right? However, precisely because of this, he had to admit that the possibility of encountering danger would greatly increase. Considering this, finding an attendant to look out for each other seemed like a necessary thing to do. Of course, whether this attendant would be Lisbeth was still up for discussion. Even though Marilyn's persuasion had made him consider it more carefully, he still wanted to respect Lisbeth's wishes. Becoming an attendant might be something this princess would look forward to, but whether he was someone worthy of her trust and loyalty was something she herself had to decide. In short, everything depended on what she chose, and only then would he respond accordingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily go along with something that was forced by someone else's interference. As Riezel thought about this, he was surprised to find that Lisbeth, instead of backing off at his words, actually had her eyes light up more and more. I am fine with it. Lisbeth leaned forward slightly, her rare excitement showing. I used to wander around a lot. Grandma Mia taught me how to take care of myself and survive in the wilderness. What? Riezel was instantly surprised, his face full of astonishment. You used to wander around a lot. Lisbeth nodded, then made an embarrassed expression. I was brought into the royal palace when I was 7. Before that, I was always running around outside with Grandma Mia. Riezel didn't know this, and perhaps even Marilyn didn't know either. However, he had already learned from Yuri that Lisbeth was the illegitimate daughter of the current king, Hendrik, born outside the royal palace. Because of this, she had lived outside and hadn't grown up in the royal palace before she was 7. As for what kind of life Lisbeth had before entering the royal palace, probably only Hendrik and his close confidants knew. It was only now that Riezel was learning a bit about Lisbeth's past life from Lisbeth herself. Grandma Mia, huh? Riezel murmured thoughtfully. So, she was the one who raised you? Yes. Lisbeth showed a somewhat nostalgic expression. From the moment I became aware, Grandma Mia and Maslow were the only ones by my side. Every day, I would wander around with Grandma Mia. Upon hearing this, Riezel glanced at the golden sword in Lisbeth's arms. It turned out this sword, which felt incredibly unusual to him, wasn't something given to her by the royal family, but rather a personal item she had carried with her since childhood. And what about Grandma Mia? Riezel asked again. She's no longer with you. Lisbeth's expression turned a bit sad. When I was 7, Grandma Mia, who was already 88, finally couldn't continue the journey and passed away. Passed away from old age, huh? Riezel sighed. Although it was unfortunate, at least it wasn't due to some kind of accident. Otherwise, this princess would probably be more than just sad. What about your mother? Riezel continued to ask. Weirdly, Lisbeth looked confused when she heard this question. I've never seen my mother. Lisbeth shook her head. Grandma Mia told me that my mother passed away after giving birth to me. She took care of me because of my mother's dying wish, and when I was 7, Grandma Mia somehow managed to contact father and had him take me away. Apparently, this was her complete life story as she remembered it. When she was born, she not only lost her mother, but her father wasn't around either. She only had a grandmother and a sword to accompany her as they wandered everywhere. A grandmother and a little girl not even 10 years old, wandering around like that, it was easy to imagine how tough and difficult their life must have been. However, when Lisbeth brought up the matter, there was surprisingly no hint of resentment in her eyes. Instead, she looked nostalgic and even happy. It seemed the hardships of those days had now become cherished memories in her mind. At the very least, compared to being confined within the royal palace, she preferred that kind of life. Even if it was tough, even if it was difficult, she didn't think it was something unbearable. In fact, when Riezel mentioned that they might live like that again in the future, she looked both eager and delighted. He could easily imagine that there were many things this little princess held dear before she turned 7. Needless to say, that journey wasn't just filled with hardships but also had beautiful moments. Lisbeth knew of that beauty, and naturally, Riezel did as well. Understanding this, Riezel let out a genuine smile and spoke up. Well, since you put it that way, I won't say more. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth's expression became one of anticipation. Then, Lisbeth's face was filled with nervousness and anxiety. Before this, she had only tried to become Riezel's attendant because of the royal family's command, or rather, because of her father's command. However, after hearing Riezel talk about his future plans, she was already leaning toward doing it willingly. In her life so far, she had experienced only 2 phases. One was the time before she turned 7, while the other was the time after she turned 7. The time before she was 7 was full of hardships, but it also filled her with happiness. The time after she turned 7 was more comfortable, but it was filled with suffocation. If becoming Riezel's attendant meant leaving the royal palace and wandering as she had before, then for her, it would be like regaining her previous freedom. However, the person beside her this time wouldn't be Grandma Mia, who had raised her from childhood, but instead a handsome, kind, and powerful young man. With such belief, Lisbeth couldn't help but want to be Riezel's attendant with all her heart. However, Riezel didn't agree immediately because he knew very well that what he needed to do wasn't finished yet. Why don't you go back for now and wait for my news, okay? Riezel said with a smile. Oh okay. Lisbeth felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly stood up, gave Riezel a deep, respectful bow, and left the Riezel residence. Riezel watched the princess's back as she left, his eyes flickering before his figure disappeared from sight a moment later. Chapter 257, Lightning Sword Saint vs Shadow Sword Saint, I. Outside the Riezel residence, on the main road, Lisbeth jogged over and soon spotted the carriage that picked her up every day. After seeing the carriage, she slowed down and immediately boarded when it arrived beside her. At the same time, the flickering shadow that had appeared behind her last time reappeared. So, did he agree? Rome asked as soon as he appeared. Apparently, the news that Riezel had taken Lisbeth into the mansion for a talk had already reached his ears. Since Riezel hadn't hidden it either, the fact that he brought Lisbeth into the mansion in front of so many people meant that those with sharp ears had surely heard about it through various channels. Aside from discussing the attendant contract, he couldn't think of anything else the two of them could talk about, so he asked Lisbeth directly, causing her to shrink her shoulders slightly. Nevertheless, Lisbeth still answered honestly. He asked me to go back and wait for the news. Lisbeth informed Rome of the situation. Wait for the news. Rome mused to himself. Seems like he's already considering it. Even though Riezel didn't agree right away, this was undoubtedly a very good sign. Your Highness, you. As Rome was about to tell Lisbeth to push a bit harder to seal the deal, he suddenly fell silent before he could finish his words. In the next second, the flickering shadow behind Lisbeth began emitting a gloomy, cold aura. What's wrong? Lisbeth was startled by the sudden gloomy and cold aura. It's nothing. After a moment of silence, Rome replied and withdrew his gloomy and cold aura. Since he asked Your Highness to go back and wait for the news, let's just wait for now. After saying this, the flickering shadow behind Lisbeth quickly disappeared. Only Lisbeth was left in the carriage, her face still showing signs of doubt and confusion. At this moment, instead of returning to the royal palace, Rome left the carriage and headed toward the outskirts of the royal capital. Even though it was still broad daylight, his form seemed to blend into the darkness as if it were night. Only a faint shadow remained, silently gliding toward the outskirts of the royal capital, crossing the city walls, and leaving behind the city called Eulovia. After a long while, he finally came to a stop in the middle of a desolate wilderness. Come out. Rome exclaimed to the desolate wilderness, his voice cold and clearly echoed. I know you've been following me. No need to keep hiding. A few seconds later, a faint voice responded. I completely sealed off my aura, yet you still noticed me. Looks like I'm not that good at this whole hiding thing, huh? With these words, a figure suddenly appeared behind Rome like a ghost. Who else could it be but Riezel? Rome was silent for a moment before speaking unemotionally. You did well, completely sealing off your aura, lowering your presence to the minimum, almost turning yourself invisible. If it were any other sword saint, they might not have noticed you. Unfortunately, when it comes to hiding, I'm confident no one in this world can surpass me, not even Genus's so-called strongest, old sword saint, can compare. In short, what Riezel had done was like showing off in front of a true master in this field, so being detected was inevitable. Riezel gave a faint smile. As expected of the leader of the royal family's assassination unit, Shadow, the rumored Shadow Sword Saint. You're quite impressive, huh? As Riezel casually revealed Rome's identity, Rome turned around and looked at him. I'm a bit curious. Rome said in a deep voice. Judging by your demeanor, it seems like you knew about my presence from the start. How did you discover me? He believed that his concealment abilities were unmatched in the world and was confident that even a sword saint of the same caliber would have a hard time seeing through his concealment. Up until now, he had hidden himself well from the other sword saints, and of all the sword saints in Genus, only one had ever noticed his presence while he was still in concealment. Now, knowing that Riezel had seen through his concealment, he was naturally puzzled and surprised. In response to Rome's question, Riezel simply raised his eyelids slightly. Nothing special. It's just that the world I see is different from the one others see. As Riezel said this, a thick, transparent light gleamed in his eyes. Seeing those suddenly transparent pupils, Rome realized that this young man possessed some kind of very special ability, one that could see through all deceptions. For Rome, whose main combat methods relied on assassination and stealth, this ability was nothing short of a natural enemy. I see, so you had already noticed my presence when you met His Majesty in the throne room? Rome asked pensively. Pretty much. Riezel replied with a half-smile. At least, I clearly saw and felt the murderous intent you showed when I flat-out refused your king's offer. Rome fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke in a low voice. So, you secretly followed Princess Lisbeth, led me here on purpose after I noticed you. Was it all to get back at me for that murderous intent? Upon hearing this, Riezel scoffed, his lips curling into a smirk. Getting back at you? Nah. Riezel clenched his hand, and a sword instantly appeared in his grip. I'm just curious to see what the Shadow Sword Saint can do. Think you can show me? Bzzz. In the next second, his body crackled with lightning and thunder. A surge of energy locked onto Rome, making it clear that Riezel wasn't planning to let him leave. Seeing this, Rome's gaze turned cold. Do you really think you're invincible just because no one could handle your strike in that arena of yours these past few days? Rome sneered. Kid, don't get too cocky. In the circle of sword saints, you're still a rookie. What he said made sense. In many people's eyes, Riezel was indeed a new sword saint and had no problem crushing ordinary swordsmen or even sword masters, but when it came to facing other sword saints, no one believed he could take them on easily. A flash of lightning means defeat. Sure, that kind of rumor might scare some people, but you shouldn't try that in front of experienced sword saints, or you might end up ruining the reputation you just built. Rome's words weren't exactly malicious, but they definitely stung. It was clear that Rome had been provoked by Riezel's attitude. Riezel, still wearing a calm expression, looked at Rome indifferently. Boom. Without warning, a lightning bolt exploded, like a thunderclap tearing through space, shooting toward Rome at incredible speed and crackling through the air as it went. Rome's eyes narrowed, and the moment the lightning bolt surged, he instinctively transformed into a shadow as dark as black water and darted to the side. Swish. As the lightning bolt grazed the shadow, it triggered a lightning-encased slash that struck empty space, slicing through the air with a high-pitched sound. Needless to say, Rome had clearly dodged thunderclap and flash. Since Riezel returned to the Akasha continent, Rome was undoubtedly the first to dodge his thunderclap and flash perfectly. Do you really think this move will work on me? Rome's gloomy, cold voice reached Riezel's ears. For so many days, I've seen you use this move 1,000 times, so it definitely won't work on me. If it had been Rome's first time seeing thunderclap and flash, he would have found it a bit tricky to handle, but after seeing it repeatedly, he could easily counter this superfast IAI slash. Since even sword masters like the Leto brothers had identified the flaw of thunderclap and flash and developed countermeasures after seeing it twice, it was even less of a challenge for a sword saint like Rome. During this period, Riezel had used thunderclap and flash countless times against many challengers in the arena, so it was no surprise that Rome had completely seen through it. Whenever you use this move, there's always a thunderous roar first, and once you perform it, you can't change direction or alter your move. In other words, as long as I dodge the attack path the moment the thunder roars, there's no way this move will hit me. Saying this, Rome drew his sword. Like a formless black liquid swaying, the sword in his hand looked as if it were made entirely of shadows, its blade as black and ethereal as the darkness itself. Let me show you, even though you've become a sword saint, you're still just a rookie and no match for an experienced one. As soon as Rome finished speaking, his figure vanished, and all that was left was the shadow sword, seemingly floating in midair. In the next moment, as if manipulated by an invisible force, the shadow sword suddenly slashed toward Riezel. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed around Riezel's body again as he shot toward the shadow sword. However, Rome's shadow sword was like a ghost, first vanishing and then reappearing suddenly in another position, this time, right in front of Riezel. Black sword, shadow slash. Rome's gloomy and cold voice echoed. In an instant, black light seeped from the shadow sword and slashed toward Riezel from midair. Boom. For the third time, a thunderous roar rang out, but this time, the sound wasn't from thunder but from the ground being sliced open. A black light, like a sword beam, cut through the earth and wilderness, leaving a massive, deep chasm in the ground. Rubble flew into the air, a sandstorm stirred up, and the shockwave exploded outward, blowing away rocks, rock plates, and everything else in the surrounding area. With just one sword slash, it felt as if the world was shaking. Chapter 258, Lightning Sword Saint vs. Shadow Sword Saint, 2. Crackle. A lightning bolt flashed, revealing Riezel's figure amidst the world-shaking destruction. Staring at the earth split by a single slash, Riezel braved the sandstorm and dodged the flying debris. With all this commotion, how is he supposed to be the best in hiding? Riezel muttered speechlessly. However, he would soon realize why Rome's concealment ability was indeed the best. Whoosh! Rome's shadow sword, glowing with a dark light, suddenly appeared in front of Riezel, slashing down at him again and releasing a black sword light. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered once more as the black sword light carved a deep trench and ravaged the earth. Seeing this, Riezel steadied his breathing, pushing the speed and power of his thunder breathing to the limit. Like lightning, he flashed and darted several hundred meters away. Nevertheless, even with his incredible speed, the shadow sword kept appearing out of nowhere, relentlessly slashing at him, each time sending out a wave of black sword light. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions echoed as the ground, torn by the black sword light, erupted again and again, kicking up waves of sand and transforming the area into a battlefield. If not for the fact that this place was far from the royal capital, the city would have been in an uproar from the sheer destruction and noise. Riezel flickered back and forth among the roaring black sword light as if he were being chased by an invisible ghost, not daring to stop for even a moment. In fact, it wasn't far from the truth. He had to admit that the shadow sword, glowing with dark light, was like a true ghost, always vanishing after a strike, only to reappear silently right in front of him next, making it impossible to defend against. If it weren't for his ability to perceive through the transparent world and the aid of fast attack, which boosted his reflexes, he wouldn't have been able to dodge all these terrifying attacks. Soon, as Riezel dodged another oncoming slash of the shadow sword while using his transparent, glowing eyes to scan the surroundings, the glow in his eyes suddenly flared up. Found you. Riezel suddenly dashed in a certain direction, his form turning into a lightning bolt as he shot toward a corner of the wilderness. Thunderclap and flash. Boom. Riezel's lightning slash burst forth, generating intense heat around his sword blade as it clashed violently with the air. Unfortunately. Useless. Rome, in the form of a shadow as dark as the void, flickered to the side of where Riezel had just struck as if teleporting. I told you, I've already seen through this move. As Rome spoke, he gestured, causing the floating shadow sword to tear through the void and aim at Riezel. Riezel, still in his lightning bolt form, didn't slow down but instead sped up. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. With thunderous sounds echoing, the lightning bolt ricocheted off the ground and rocked several times. Thunderclap and flash, sixfold. 6 lightning bolts merged together, surrounding Rome, before darting toward him, aiming straight for his head. I've seen this move too. Saying this calmly, Rome adjusted his stance and positioned the shadow sword in front of himself, perfectly intercepting the incoming lightning bolt. Ding! Amid the metallic collision, the lightning slash struck the shadow sword, sending it flying. However, Riezel's slash missed Rome and merely grazed past him. Boom, boom. In the next second, the lightning bolt ricocheted twice, shooting back once more. Thunderclap and flash, eightfold. What Riezel used was the enhanced version of Thunderclap and Flash, sixfold, a move originally developed by Zenitsu in the original work of Demon Slayer. Riezel had successfully recreated it, along with sixfold. Although Rome hadn't seen this move before, he didn't panic. Even though I haven't seen this move before, whether it's 6 or 8, they're basically the same. Rome called back his shadow sword, which had been knocked away, making it appear before him as if by teleportation. Ding. Just like before, Riezel's slash was once again blocked by the elusive shadow sword. Although the shadow sword was knocked away, the slash was still deflected by the block, merely grazing past Rome's side again. In that case. Seeing this, Riezel's expression hardened. Let's see how long you can keep blocking. Instead of stopping, Riezel accelerated further. Thunderclap and flash, tenfold. Yes. Tenfold. It was a move that didn't even appear in the original work. Zenitsu had only developed Thunderclap and Flash up to sixfold and eightfold, with eightfold being the limit. However, as Rome had said, whether it was 6 or 8, they were essentially the same, just different versions of Thunderclap and Flash, with the only difference being how many times it could change direction. Sixfold was 6 directional changes. Eightfold was 8 directional changes. Theoretically, as long as it could keep changing direction, Thunderclap and Flash could continue endlessly. Zenitsu had stopped at eightfold because, first, he developed an even stronger technique, and second, his physical limitations prevented him from continuing further, as his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Riezel, however, didn't have these worries. Having reached level 6, his body far surpassed Zenitsu's, making eightfold nowhere near his limit. In fact, tenfold wasn't even his limit. Boom, boom. As the sound of thunder echoed across the wilderness, Riezel, in the form of a lightning bolt, ricocheted off the ground and rocks like a laser hitting mirrors, continuously bouncing around. Each time the lightning bolt bounced, it would end up in front of Rome, slashing at him, sending chills down his spine. Rome could only hold his breath, fully concentrating on tracking the lightning bolt's path, repeatedly summoning his shadow sword to block Riezel's lightning slashes. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. While the crisp sound of blades clashing echoed constantly, the shadow sword, glowing with dark light, was knocked away repeatedly, causing Riezel's lightning slashes to graze past Rome each time, never landing a direct hit. Even so, with Riezel's sword edge scraping his side repeatedly, Rome was starting to get irritated. I told you. It's useless. Rome snapped and controlled his shadow sword, releasing a black sword light from above toward his own position. Boom. Instantly, the black sword light shattered the ground, blowing away both the lightning bolt and shadows in the shockwave. Heh. Riezel finally stopped and emerged from the lightning bolt with a chuckle. Bang. With an explosive sound, the sword in Riezel's hand could no longer withstand the repeated use of Thunderclap and Flash, shattering into pieces. Perfect chance. Seeing this, Rome's eyes shined, and he quickly controlled his shadow sword, slashing fiercely at Riezel. Swish. With a sharp sound, the shadow sword tore through the air and appeared in front of Riezel in the blink of an eye, like the scythe of a grim reaper. However, just as the shadow sword was about to hit Riezel, his entire body began to glow with crimson waves. What is that? Seeing the translucent crimson waves, Rome's pupils shrank, and he hastily recalled his shadow sword, making it disappear from in front of Riezel and reappear by his side. Gripping his shadow sword, Rome finally halted his attack, landing on the ground and glaring at Riezel with a dark expression. Oh. Riezel landed on the ground as well, raising his eyebrows while looking at Rome with a half-smile. Seems like you recognize the magic I'm using right now. Marquis Frenzel's decomposition magic. Rome said with a cold expression. I see, so she even taught you that. Why's that so surprising? Riezel replied casually. I'm a magician too, you know. It'd be a real problem if the esteemed Shadow Sword Saint forgot that. No doubt, if anyone remembers you only as the youngest Sword Saint in history and forgets you're also a tactical class magician, they'd end up in a really bad spot. Rome admitted honestly, and his expression became calm. Since we've come this far, you should be satisfied, right? Let's end it here. Seeing Riezel use Yuri's decomposition magic, Rome knew his plan to give Riezel a scare, or at least a lesson, was probably doomed. Yuri's decomposition magic was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if most people didn't know it, the higher-ups in most countries definitely did. It was an incredibly fearsome magic that could decompose and destroy anything material upon contact, even reducing it to nothingness, a truly terrifying power. Since Riezel could use this magic, continuing the fight would probably mean losing his shadow sword. It couldn't be helped, as the shadow sword he used was an extremely valuable magic weapon. Losing it would strip him of 20 to 30% of his combat power, or even more. No choice. Since he was more of an assassin, specializing in stealth and assassination, and his swordsmanship also focused on these areas, he was a bit lacking in direct combat. It was precisely for this reason that the royal family had spent a fortune on this magic weapon for him, to compensate for his shortcomings in direct combat. Without it, he wouldn't be able to unleash those ground-shattering slashes. Because of this, as soon as he became aware that Riezel was using Yuri's decomposition magic, he didn't hesitate to recall his shadow sword to prevent it from being destroyed. With that kind of magic in play, recklessly attacking Riezel was out of the question, so he decided to back down. However, Nope, it's way too early to call it quits. Riezel stared directly at Rome, calmly stating his intent. Wait until you see this next move of mine. After saying this, a sword appeared in Riezel's hand, a sword radiating intense heat. Chapter 259, Godspeed. That sword. Rome muttered with astonishment. He stared at the sword that suddenly appeared in Riezel's hand, feeling a faint yet scorching heat radiating from it, and immediately became alert. All along, Riezel had been using swords created casually by the structure system magic, disposable weapons that suggested he didn't have a trusty weapon at hand. However, the sword he took out now was definitely not some disposable, ordinary weapon, but a bona fide magic weapon. So, that's his true weapon. Clearly, Riezel didn't lack a trusty weapon, he simply hadn't encountered an opponent worthy of making him use it until now. What did this mean? Could he have been hiding his true strength all along? Rome found it hard to believe, yet it seemed to be the truth. Why? It was simply because when Riezel gripped the sword, held it by his side, and assumed a familiar stance, the threat emanating from him this time triggered his sense of danger. Soon, lightning bolts erupted from Riezel's body, forming thick strands of electricity that flickered and gradually expanded. Danger. At this moment, Rome very clearly felt an extraordinary sense of danger emanating from Riezel. Since the swordsmanship Rome practiced could be summarized as highly advanced assassination swordsmanship, its practitioners excelled not only in stealth but also in shadow manipulation. By mastering this swordsmanship, he could hide himself within shadows, completely concealing his appearance so that others could only see a flickering silhouette. He could also blend into the surrounding environment with the shadows, avoiding detection by most detection magic and infiltrating any place. It was the special swordsmanship in which he excelled, called the Shadow Strike Sword style. In truth, the royal family's assassination unit, Shadow, used a simplified version of the Shadow Strike Sword style, called the Hazy Strike Sword style. While this simplified version was only advanced swordsmanship, the original version, the Shadow Strike Sword style, was considered rare and precious even among other special swordsmanships. Although the Shadow Strike Sword style wasn't as widely known as the War King Sword style, within the royal family, it was regarded as the second most valuable swordsmanship, granted only to the king's most loyal followers. Rome was the only one who had mastered this swordsmanship to its pinnacle, reaching the realm of Sword Saint. Consequently, his use of this swordsmanship had attained a level nearly unattainable by others. For example, he could not only hide himself in shadows but also conceal his weapons, making them completely disappear in front of his enemies, allowing him to execute a silent kill. Additionally, he could manipulate the shadow of his weapon, indirectly controlling the weapon itself, enabling it to slash at his enemies even when it wasn't in his hand. He could also accelerate the movement of shadows, dramatically increasing the speed of both himself and the weapons he controlled. Just like when facing Riezel's lightning slash, which had terrifying speed and explosive power, he could swiftly dodge as long as he reacted in time. Likewise, the reason his shadow sword seemed to appear and disappear unpredictably, almost like teleporting, was the same. It would suddenly vanish and reappear, darting around without any obstacles, clearly because it was hidden within the shadows and accelerated to a speed that mimicked teleportation. When hidden in the shadows, he could even avoid most attacks this way, and ordinary physical attacks couldn't really hurt him, since he had turned into a shadow. Because of this, he dared to control his shadow sword to slash at his own position earlier, knowing he wouldn't get hurt. Since his shadow sword was a magic weapon that converted magical energy directly into destructive power, relying purely on physical force, as long as he hid in the shadows and dodged in time, he wouldn't be injured. Nonetheless, the ever-growing lightning surrounding Riezel this time gave him a sense of imminent danger. Thanks to this sense of danger, he instinctively understood that Riezel's next strike would definitely cut through his shadow, and its power would far surpass any of Riezel's previous strikes. No. A cold gleam erupted from Rome's pupils, which had shrunk to the size of a pinhead. I can't just stay still and wait to die. As this thought crossed his mind, Rome quickly moved. Whoosh! Along with a sharp, sky-splitting sound, Rome completely merged with the shadow of his shadow sword, propelling himself and the sword toward Riezel. At this moment, not only was the power of his shadow sword pushed to its limit, making the black light on its blade shine exceptionally bright and its power surge, but he also exerted all his strength, accelerating the shadow of his shadow sword to an alarming speed, which enhanced its speed to a terrifying level. Apparently, this was Rome's killing move, with a name as simple and brutal as one-hit kill. When executing this move, his shadow sword seemed to transform into a beam of black light, piercing through space and time, as if it could instantly leave this world and enter the realm of light speed. Seeing the beam of black light shoot toward him, Riezel moved as well. Thunder breathing, first form. *BZZZ. Thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Boom. In the next second, the lightning surrounding Riezel's body surged, turning him into a ray of lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder as he leaped through space. At this moment, the ultimate and fastest technique of thunderclap and flash finally appeared in this world. Riezel's speed and explosive power instantly reached a level normally unattainable, and in this fleeting moment, the slash he was about to unleash could even match the full force strikes of both his attack modes combined. Even though it lasted only a moment, a flash, a single slash, it was more than enough. Soon, the roaring ray of lightning and the rushing beam of black light clashed fiercely above the desolate wilderness. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In an instant, a world-shaking sound resounded, sending shockwaves that created a terrifying impact, spreading outward in a semicircle and crushing everything around it like a nuclear explosion. The earth shattered. The wilderness collapsed. Rumble. Amid the explosion, thick lightning and pitch-black light burst from the shockwave, smashing rocks, breaking boulders, plowing through the ground, and shattering debris, making the area seem as though it had faced a natural disaster. At the center of the shockwave, where the ray of lightning and the beam of black light collided violently, the scales of victory began to tip toward one side. Eventually, the ray of lightning gradually overpowered the beam of black light, splitting it apart as if tearing heaven and earth apart. Poochie! With a tearing sound, the ray of lightning cut through the beam of black light, ejecting Rome, who had merged with his shadow sword, from within. In the next instant, the ray of lightning swallowed everything, surging out from the explosive shockwave, cutting through the devastated wilderness, and heading toward the other side. Time passed, minute by minute. It was unclear how long it had been, but the disaster-like explosion that had ravaged the wilderness finally subsided. The lightning vanished. The black light disappeared. The shockwaves also seemed to vanish as if they had never been, like a breeze that had occasionally swept through this place, leaving no trace. All that remained was a wasteland, a scene of desolation and ruin. Cough, cough. On the other side of the wasteland, a figure pushed away the rubble that had buried him, clutching his bleeding chest, coughing, and struggling to get out. It was none other than Rome. At this moment, he was no longer in the form of a flickering shadow, revealing his true figure. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with an ordinary look and a medium build, and aside from his somewhat unusual black attire, everything else seemed completely normal. If he were dressed differently and thrown into a crowd, no one would recognize him as the renowned shadow sword saint of Genas and would instead see him as an inconspicuous passerby. Currently, he not only had blood seeping from his chest but also had traces of it at the corners of his mouth, indicating he was clearly injured. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Why? It was simple. I purposely missed your vital points, so it shouldn't be enough to keep you from standing, right? Riezel, his body surrounded by crackling lightning, stood before Rome. In his hand was a sword emitting intense heat, its blade marked with cracks and a red pattern forming a divine spirit design near the hilt, showcasing an incredible sense of power. Swing, click. As Riezel sheathed the sword, its temperature was high enough to distort the air. Seeing this, Rome remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. A flash of lightning means defeat. I thought that was just an exaggeration, but is it really like that? What those people saw was just a disguise, they have no idea there's an even deadlier lightning above it. So, that's your real killing move? Rome's question was met with Riezel's indifferent reply. No, there's another move beyond this one, but I haven't finished developing it. Rome fell completely silent. Just think of this fight as settling the score between us. Riezel continued, his eyes squinting slightly as he gazed at Rome. Your underlings attacked me twice, even sneaking into the Riezel residence to assassinate me. Even if it wasn't your order, you're still their leader, so you must have known about it and chosen to turn a blind eye. In other words, you're an accomplice, and this is your fate. As for Princess Lisbeth, I can accept her as my attendant, but it depends on the royal family's decision. I'm not someone who likes restraints, so it's up to you whether you want to take it seriously. With that, Riezel turned and, in a flash of lightning, disappeared, leaving the place behind. Only Rome remained, staring blankly at the lightning as it faded. After a while, Rome sighed in exhaustion. Looks like this matter needs to be quickly decided by His Majesty. Chapter 260, Attendant for Life, Lisbeth Riezel. On this day, in the throne room of the royal palace, Hendrik and Rome had set aside all their work and engaged in an overnight discussion. As a result of this discussion, Lisbeth visited the Riezel residence again the next day and brought an agreement for Riezel. The agreement stated that Lisbeth Genas's ninth princess, was willing to become the attendant of the newly appointed sword saint Riezel Brynhart and enter into a contract with him. However, there were two conditions. First, unless Genas provoked him first, Riezel was not allowed to take any action that could fundamentally shake its existence. In other words, as long as the kingdom didn't do anything to harm or disadvantage him, Riezel could not do anything that would harm or threaten its stability. Meanwhile, matters that did not involve the kingdom's fundamental existence were not subject to this restriction, so he was free to act as he wished in such cases. Evidently, this was the royal family's greatest concession, the most significant compromise they had ever made, and it was considered unprecedented in history. After learning about this, Yuri told Riezel that her own contract with the royal family was, no matter the circumstances, you can't harm or betray Genas on your own initiative, and the same also applied to another strategic class magician of Genas. Needless to say, this showed just how lenient Riezel's first condition was. As for the second condition, Riezel was not to ask or request the practice methods of the War King sword style from Lisbeth. Of course, this was a condition for everyone who entered into an attendant contract with the members of the royal family, without exception. Since the War King sword style was an inherited swordsmanship of Genas's royal family, it was both a symbol of the royal family and the kingdom, and thus could not be disclosed to outsiders under any circumstances. In this respect, the royal family did not make any compromises, as this was a matter of heritage, and they could not afford to be lenient. Fortunately, Riezel was not particularly interested in the War King sword style, so this condition was of little concern to him. Both of these conditions were to be presented by Lisbeth as her wish when entering into the attendant contract with Riezel, and they would remain valid for life. In other words, Lisbeth would also be Riezel's attendant for life. Since the attendant contract differed from the slavery contract, being essentially a transaction based on equality, there were several powerful mechanisms within the contract. One such mechanism was that the duration of the contract varied depending on the wish presented by the attendant. If the wish were relatively easy to fulfill, the contract's duration was generally short, typically lasting 2 to 3 years. In this way, the attendant would need to remain loyal to their master only for that duration, and once the time was up, the contract would end, allowing the attendant to regain their freedom. Conversely, if the wish were difficult to fulfill, the contract's duration would be much longer. If the difficulty of the wish were so high that the master could not fulfill it, the contract might even fail to be established. Given this, the wish proposed by Lisbeth on behalf of the royal family was not particularly difficult, but since it was valid for life, the contract's duration was lifelong as well. Good. After seeing the agreement, Riezel finally nodded. I didn't waste my time fighting the Shadow Sword Saint just for fun. Clearly, Riezel fighting Rome wasn't solely because of past events. He was using Rome's mouth to convey his strong and uncompromising intention to the royal family. For this reason, Riezel showcased his strength in front of Rome, forcing the royal family to relent willingly. As expected, the outcome was favorable. If the conditions were only at this degree, Riezel could agree to them. Of course, even if he agreed, the contract's binding effect on him was, in truth, practically non-existent. After all, the royal family didn't know he was a magician with compatibility to the imaginary system, where his decomposition magic was effective not only on material objects but also on immaterial ones like magic. In other words, as long as he wished, he could use his decomposition magic to dissolve the attendant contract at any time. As for why he hadn't agreed earlier, it wasn't because he truly thought he would be bound by the attendant contract, but because he didn't see the need for it and didn't want some stranger dictating what he should or shouldn't do, so he outright resisted it. Others who didn't know this might think he was genuinely resisting the contract's constraints, but in reality, its binding force was practically non-existent for him. In the end, Riezel finally agreed to the attendant contract and prepared to accept Lisbeth as his attendant. Of course, this news only reached the royal family and was known to a few high-ranking nobles through their own channels. As for the rest of the people, including the commoners, they had no inkling of it. No one knew that, during this time, a princess of Genas had become Riezel's attendant. However, another piece of news quickly spread throughout the kingdom that, in 2 days, Riezel would officially be awarded the Sword Saint medal by the king. Meanwhile, at the Riezel residence, an attendant contract ceremony was about to begin. Are you ready? In the reception room, Riezel asked Lisbeth, who was standing across from him. Why yes. Lisbeth replied nervously, tightly holding her sword, Maslow. In that case, let's begin. Riezel nodded and turned to the side. Over there, Yuri and Marilyn were present, along with a flickering black shadow. Here, this is the contract document prepared personally by His Majesty. From the shadows, Rome's voice came through as he tossed a parchment to Riezel. The parchment was a document used exclusively for the attendant contract ceremony, made with unique magic materials. As for the contract's contents, they were written with ink made from a powder mixed with magic crystals, detailing the 2 conditions from the royal family to Riezel. Once this contract document was used in the attendant contract ceremony, the contents written on it would be enforced as the attendant's wish once the contract took effect. You can verify it. Rome added. Riezel took the contract document, unfolded it, and checked the contract's contents. As he read it carefully, everything was in order with no traps or hidden clauses, just the 2 conditions written plainly. Marilyn. Seeing that Riezel's expression remained unchanged, Yuri understood there were no issues with the contract and called for Marilyn. Marilyn immediately stepped forward, holding a knife. Riezel took the knife from her hand, made a cut on his finger, and let a drop of his blood fall onto the contract document. Lisbeth hurried over, took the knife from Riezel, cut her finger as well, and let a drop of her blood fall onto the contract document. After doing this, magical energy began to surge from the contract document in Riezel's hand. Contract. A brief chant echoed before the magical energy in Riezel's hand turned into flames, igniting the contract. PSSS. In the magical flames, the contract document quickly burned to ashes. As the ashes fell, a magic circle formed beneath Riezel and Lisbeth, emitting a faint glow before turning into particles that split into two streams, one merging into Riezel's body and the other into Lisbeth's. Before long, the magic circle vanished, and all the phenomena disappeared, returning to calm. Contract established. Yuri announced this in a voice that showed no particular emotion. Ha! Rome and Marilyn both let out a sigh of relief at the same time, as if they had just completed a major, difficult task. Riezel and Lisbeth exchanged glances, feeling a subtle connection between them, which proved that the attendant contract had taken effect. With this contract, Lisbeth would no longer be able to act against Riezel's interests. She would have to protect him wholeheartedly and, to some extent, would be unable to disobey his orders, though not as absolute as a slavery contract where every order had to be followed unconditionally. Riezel also had to adhere to the contract, avoiding any actions that would violate it. Otherwise, depending on the situation, the contract could either become void or trigger its punishment mechanism. At this moment, a direct link was established between them, meaning they were no longer unrelated. Riezel smiled at Lisbeth, causing her cheeks to flush and making her shy. In other eyes, this scene might be misunderstood. Although it was an attendant contract ceremony, the atmosphere between Riezel and Lisbeth resembled a wedding ceremony, causing Yuri, who was standing by, to squint her eyes and feel irritated. On the other hand, Marilyn looked at Lisbeth with a look of relief and tenderness. Now that this is done, this child will have it much easier in the future, won't she? As Marilyn thought this, Rome, who also seemed relieved, suddenly spoke up. Since the attendant contract is finalized, please change your surname, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Riezel immediately looked at Rome. Change her surname? Riezel asked with a puzzled tone. It's the custom. Rome replied calmly. A royal family member who becomes an attendant must no longer bear the surname Gina's. Gina's was, after all, the national and royal surname. Since Lisbeth was no longer considered a princess, she naturally could not use this surname anymore. Hey, what's up? Afraid the royal family's plan to use their princess as a bargaining chip might get exposed. Riezel remarked with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Rome remained silent. Yuri and Marilyn, on the other hand, showed no surprise, having experienced something similar before. What kind of surname do you prefer? After sarcastically remarking to Rome, Riezel didn't dwell too much on the issue and turned to Lisbeth. How about using Impesh like Marilyn? Upon hearing this, Marilyn glanced at Riezel but did not voice any objections. Lisbeth hesitated for a moment before weakly asking something. Can I use my old surname? Before being brought back to the royal palace by Hendrik, her surname was naturally not Gina's. What was your old surname? Riezel asked, showing no objections, just curious. Lisbeth's face turned slightly red before she smiled, which was quite rare. Rainnail. Lisbeth Rainnail was my original name. With that, Lisbeth reclaimed her original name. However, unbeknownst to her, the sword she had been holding in her arms, sheathed in its scabbard, began to emit a faint glow. Chapter 261, Award Ceremony and Sword Saint Medal. 2 days quickly passed by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the award ceremony had arrived. Today, many nobles traveled to the royal palace in their carriages. Luxurious carriages, bearing the crests of major noble families, arrived one after another from all directions of the royal capital, converging at the gate of the royal palace. At this moment, the area in front of the royal palace bustled with activity as nobles, dressed neatly and luxuriously, greeted each other, made connections, or engaged in sharp, confrontational conversations. After a while, they slowly made their way to the venue of the award ceremony, the audience room. Since this was a formal award ceremony for the 7th Sword Saint of Gina's, it was a significant event for a major country like Gina's. Naturally, the nobles in the royal capital attended in full force to make their presence known. In this scenario, the Riezel family's carriage finally arrived, pulling up in front of the royal palace gate. Ein and Ian were still the coachmen as always, both dressed in formal attire today and looking like the epitome of refined female knights. Upon arriving at the gate of the royal palace, they dismounted and knelt on one knee, as true knights would, to welcome their master out of the carriage. Soon, 4 people got out of the carriage. First were naturally Riezel and Yuri. Both wore formal attire today, including ceremonial robes, which surprisingly suited them quite well. Following them was Marilyn, still in her usual maid outfit. She trailed behind Yuri as always, but in others' eyes, she looked less like an attendant and more like a personal maid. Finally, there was Lisbeth. Now Riezel's attendant, this little princess still held her golden sword as before, but her outfit had changed to a plain, inconspicuous one. She seemed to like the outfit quite a bit, as her expression was brighter than usual, showing she was in a good mood. Half an hour ago, Riezel gave a straightforward assessment after seeing Lisbeth's new outfit. You know what? No matter what outfit she wears, this girl always stands out. In response, Yuri, Marilyn, Ein, and Ian, upon seeing Lisbeth, couldn't help but shift their gazes from her face to her chest, falling into silence as a sign of agreement. With such a tight fit, it was impossible for Lisbeth not to stand out. And so, after the group of four had exited the carriage, they took in the bustling scene around them. So many people. Lisbeth, who had been in a good mood before, now shrank back slightly upon seeing so many carriages, nobles, and night guards, looking a bit intimidated. Riezel frowned as well, unable to help but wonder. Is it really necessary to attend this so-called award ceremony? Honestly, he didn't really want to attend this award ceremony. Since he had already distanced himself from the royal family, they shouldn't cause him trouble anymore. Attending the award ceremony at the royal palace seemed completely unnecessary. In the first place, he didn't care about honor or reputation, so whether he had the Sword Saint medal or not was of no concern to him. However, Yuri, who had persuaded him to attend, wore a disapproving expression. You should attend since the Sword Saint medal is an important item. Its very existence is not only a deterrent, a symbol, and an honor, but also a means of showcasing one's status. With this medal, wherever you go, you'll be treated as an esteemed guest, even in other countries. Not only will it save you from a lot of unnecessary trouble, but if you happen to enter places with restricted entry, they'll generally let you pass as long as you show the Sword Saint medal. So, if you plan to travel in the future, it's best to get it. You'll find it more useful than you might think. Yuri advised Riezel, leaving him with no choice but to attend the award ceremony to receive the medal. If this medal was going to be so useful for his future travels, he might as well get it. Let's go, we'll head straight to the audience room. Yuri spoke, then turned to Ein and Ian. You two stay here and wait for us to come back. Yes. Ein and Ian immediately acknowledged the order. Should we also stay behind? Lisbeth timidly asked Marilyn in a whisper. No. Marilyn responded flatly as always. Since we are the first attendants under our master's command, wherever they go, we should follow and protect them closely. Even on occasions like this, we must stay with them. Once we get to the audience room, we can wait outside. Marilyn patiently taught Lisbeth the duties of an attendant, giving the impression of a veteran guiding a novice. It couldn't be helped. Compared to Marilyn, Lisbeth was undeniably a novice as an attendant. Coupled with her reserved nature, she was completely at a loss about how to perform her duties well. As a senior, Marilyn had been providing Lisbeth with guidance over the past few days, teaching her how to be a proper attendant. Okay, I understand. Lisbeth accepted the guidance humbly and behaved obediently. In fact, Lisbeth even seemed to enjoy being guided by Marilyn, like a younger sister finally receiving attention from an elder sister after a lack of care in the past. Seeing this, Riezel was more than happy to let Lisbeth communicate with Marilyn. Whether it was for practical reasons or otherwise, there was no need to stop it. As more people gathered around, some recognized them and approached to greet them. Noticing the troublesome situation approaching, Riezel spoke up. Let's get inside quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head home. Riezel took the lead and stepped into the royal palace. Yuri smiled and followed. Marilyn and Lisbeth quickly followed, one closely behind Yuri and the other closely behind Riezel, not a step apart. Royal Palace, Audience Room. It was an extremely vast room, resembling a cathedral hall, surrounded by exquisite stone pillars reaching up to the ceiling, with murals carved on the walls and pillars, as if narrating a grand history, creating an atmosphere of solemnity, sanctity, and authority. By the time the award ceremony officially began, the place was already filled with nobles in magnificent attire, with fully armed knights stationed around. Even so, it was not noisy despite the bustle. Hendrik sat on the throne at the farthest end, high above, exuding elegance and looking down over the entire assembly. Sword Saint Riezel Brynhart. Step forward. A civil official standing beside Hendrik, who seemed to be the person in charge of the award ceremony, dressed similarly to a priest, made a loud announcement to the whole room. Step. In the solemn room, a clear footstep echoed. Everyone present turned their gaze, focusing on the master of the footsteps. Over there, Riezel, under the full attention of the crowd, walked calmly toward the throne, his expression tranquil as if he were not participating in a serious event. Hendrik also watched the young man approaching his position slowly, feeling deeply moved. Although his interactions with Riezel had not been very pleasant, and the royal family's efforts to recruit and control him had not met expectations, the presence of a 17-year-old sword saint, who might be unprecedented and perhaps unparalleled, appearing in his kingdom, made him quite emotional. Especially since Riezel was also a tactical-class magician with the ability to dominate the battlefield and crush thousands of soldiers at once, combining these two identities made him one of the most exceptional people on the continent. Moreover, Riezel formed an extremely close relationship with one of the only two strategic-class magicians of Gina's also indicated that he had substantial support behind him. From Rome's reports, he learned that Riezel had already mastered Yuri's decomposition magic, which further elevated his evaluation of Riezel. Although intelligence indicated that Riezel's compatibility with the control system was only second grade, which theoretically should not have allowed him to learn such advanced magic from the control system, decomposition magic was not particularly high-class magic. Hendrik was unsure how Yuri had developed this magic to such a terrifying degree, so without knowing the specifics, he could only accept this reality and make compromises for Riezel. Not to mention, knowing Riezel had defeated Rome, he could not afford to treat him lightly. If he could not win Riezel over, he certainly could not afford to offend the young man, lest he bring trouble to the royal family and the kingdom. For this reason, when Riezel walked calmly in front of the throne amidst the high-ranking nobles of the kingdom, Hendrik wore a friendly smile. A 17-year-old sword saint, such an amazingly talented character, born in Arginas, is our honor and the honor of this kingdom. Hendrik stood up and picked up a medal from a nearby tray. It was a medal with a sword pattern, just like the Sword Master medal, but unlike the Silver Sword Master medal, this medal was entirely brilliant gold, gleaming like a gold coin, and extremely luxurious. Hereby, as the 21st King of Ginas, I award Riezel Brynhart the Sword Saint medal. Hendrik stepped down from the throne and pinned the medal onto Riezel. From today onward, you are the 7th Sword Saint of Ginas. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. As soon as the declaration was spoken, thunderous applause erupted throughout the audience room. Everyone applauded, watching Riezel, whether out of genuine joy or just going through the motions, clap at this moment. Amidst the applause, Riezel's gaze was directed toward Yuri, standing in a prominent position, meeting her eyes for a moment before smiling. With that, the award ceremony came to an end. From now on, the name, Lightning Sword Saint, was destined to resonate throughout the Akasha continent. Chapter 262, Come to My Side. On the Akasha continent, the award ceremony was a very formal occasion, with everything arranged according to a strict schedule. As a result, during the award ceremony, except for the main character, Riezel, everyone else was just there to serve as a backdrop, with no role other than to witness the ceremony. Even so, with so many high-ranking officials and nobles present, it was naturally impossible for them to just show up and then leave right after. For them, the award ceremony was indeed Riezel's moment, but once it ended, it was their time to shine, especially those who had long had their eyes on him. After the ceremony ended, they finally got their chance to make some connections with him. However, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Even before Riezel revealed his sword saint strength, many nobles had tried to get close to him, but all they faced were closed doors. Whether they were major or minor nobles, even from duke families, none of them had managed to meet him, not even once. Most of the letters they sent disappeared into the void, and the replies they received were nothing but perfunctory responses, clearly not written by Riezel himself but by someone else on his behalf. Because of this, many nobles who wanted to interact with the youngest and newly appointed sword saint were disappointed, including a certain young lady who tried to secretly meet Riezel with Carrera's help. To make things worse, after Riezel revealed his true strength and was acknowledged as a sword saint, he set up an arena right outside the Frenzel residence, where he accepted challengers from morning until dusk, spending all day there without leaving once. As a result, the nobles had no chance to talk to Riezel at all, leaving them quite frustrated. However, today, the opportunity had finally arrived. After the award ceremony ended and Hendrik, surrounded by civil officials and knights, exited the audience room, many high-ranking nobles gathered around Riezel. Greetings, Sir Brynhart. Greetings, Sir Sword Saint. I've heard so much about you, Sir Brynhart. They greeted Riezel one after another, their faces full of friendly smiles, with some even showing fawning expressions. Ah, greetings to you as well. Riezel knew he couldn't escape socializing at an event like this, so he nodded to the nobles and responded to their greetings. At this moment, Riezel became the center of attention, surrounded by nobles dressed in luxurious attire and engaging in conversation. Surprisingly, Yuri joined in, holding Riezel's hand and standing by his side so naturally, helping him deal with the nobles. However, as everyone in the audience room saw this scene, they had many wild thoughts running through their minds, especially those who had never seen Riezel before or witnessed the interaction between him and Yuri. They were quite shocked. Although they already knew that the relationship between Riezel and Yuri wasn't simple, seeing how close they were right now made it seem like their relationship was even better than they had imagined. At the very least, they had never seen the famous Marquis Frenzel stand this close to anyone in public, let alone hold someone's hand, an opposite sex at that. Ultimately, this inevitably led to all kinds of speculation. Could these two be a couple? Judging by Marquis Frenzel's demeanor, she's clearly very close to the Lightning Sword Saint. If these two are a couple, that would be something big. If their relationship gets out, the entire continent would be shaken. Seeing the closeness between Riezel and Yuri, the nobles began whispering among themselves. If the relationship between Riezel and Yuri was really what they imagined, the notion that it would shake the entire continent was not an exaggeration at all. One was an unprecedented 17-year-old sword saint and tactical class magician with limitless potential and a promising future, while the other was a 17-year-old strategic class magician with boundless potential. If these two, seen as juniors by others but already having achieved the highest honors and accomplishments on the continent, were to come together, it would certainly cause countless countries to tremble. Everyone present, just by thinking a little about such a future and the impact and developments that would come from these two joining forces, couldn't help but be secretly amazed. It seems like I can't ignore them anymore. Even if I can't build a good relationship, I can't afford to offend them. Offending one might as well mean offending the other, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Better to keep things friendly. If I actually managed to get on their good side, it'd be like getting two allies for the price of one. Not a bad deal. With these thoughts, the nobles who were still watching from the sidelines couldn't hold back any longer. One by one, they approached, heading over to Riezel and Yuri's side. Unfortunately, not everyone was so wise. At that exact moment, a particular unwelcome guest decided to make his move, even though he clearly wasn't invited. Well, quite the lively crowd here, mind if I join? When this overbearing voice cut through the chatter, everyone in the audience room, including Riezel and Yuri, fell silent. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Riezel remained silent, his expression calm, while Yuri frowned slightly. In this tense moment, a young man dressed in dazzling attire with a luxurious sword at his waist, which looked more like a work of art, made his entrance. He was none other than the third prince, Soren Ginas. Your Highness. Your Highness. Seeing the third prince, everyone in the room quickly lowered their heads, instinctively making way while respectfully greeting Soren. It's him. What's he doing here? Some of the nobles visibly frowned, clearly supporters of the Duke faction, uneasy about the arrival of this mad dog prince. For such a formal ceremony, only titled nobles, civil officials, and knights were typically expected to attend, while noble heirs who had not yet inherited their titles and members of the royal family usually did not participate. During the award ceremony earlier, no prince or princess from the royal family, including Soren, had been present. Yet, after the ceremony ended, he suddenly chose to show up on his own, making the nobles feel uneasy. Soren, on the other hand, didn't care about the reactions around him, calmly walking in without care and going straight to Riezel and Yuri, smiling at them. However, his smile, true to his nature, had a mocking, disdainful vibe as if he was looking down on everyone. Long time no see, you two. Soren wasn't just focused on Yuri this time, he also included Riezel in his gaze, looking at the pair holding hands with a smirk on his face. You two have been causing quite a stir lately. Even I, who's been grounded, hear people in the palace talking about you every day. Seems like you've been having a lot of fun out there, huh? For some reason, Soren said this with a tone that seemed to carry hidden meanings. You're joking, Your Highness. Yuri replied calmly, though her face clearly showed a frown. We haven't done anything special. Ha ha ha. You're the one joking, right? Soren laughed out loud before turning his head to Riezel. Seriously, the youngest sword saint in history is right by your side. Not only did he defeat a descendant of the Borley family with one strike, but he also set up an arena and fought 1,000 matches every day, earning the title of the Lightning Sword Saint. A flash of lightning means defeat. Now that's a phrase that really packs a punch. As these words came out of Soren's mouth, they didn't sound like praise at all but more like insults. At the same time, the surrounding nobles frowned, some displeased with Soren's attitude, while others looked fearful. Yuri, on the other hand, stayed silent and coldly watched Soren. However, Soren didn't glance at her anymore but stared at Riezel, who wore a calm expression, his mouth twisted into a grin and his eyes flickering. In truth, Soren still couldn't fully accept it. After all, the man in front of him, the one he had never taken seriously and had even warned once, had actually become a sword saint. He had even doubted the rumor about Riezel being a sword master and a tactical class magician before, so the idea that Riezel was a sword saint was even harder to believe. A 17-year-old sword saint. If someone had told him this before, he would have laughed in their face and thought it was the biggest joke, not worth listening to. However, the rumors that Riezel had instantly defeated Albert, the best swordsman just under sword saint, and had fought 1,000 matches daily without a single loss, were now completely confirmed. If he kept doubting it, he would just look like a clueless fool. Because of this, he had no choice but to take Riezel seriously and view him as a threat, which was why he came to the audience room to meet Riezel today. Since he was grounded, this was probably his only chance to meet Riezel. Riezel Brynhart. Soren's eyes met Riezel's directly. I admit, I underestimated you before. Truthfully, getting Soren to admit something like this was a miracle. With his violent and jealous nature, he never acknowledged that anyone could be better than him. In Soren's eyes, even Albert, who was praised as the best swordsman just under sword saint, only had the advantage of age. If he had been Albert's age, he would never have lost to him. Soren also looked down on his other siblings, looked down on any so-called prodigies his age, and was so arrogant that he thought the throne was already in his grasp. For this reason, when Sergius, who was close to his age, was seen as the best successor to the throne and considered more talented than him, Soren reacted so strongly, attacking Sergius like a mad dog. He refused to admit that he was inferior to Sergius. He refused to believe that anyone his age deserved his attention. However, Riezel's appearance shattered his pride more straightforwardly and brutally than Sergius ever could. Not only was Riezel younger than him, but he was also far stronger, becoming the first person in history to achieve the status of Sword Saint before turning 20, leaving no room for denial. When the gap became this wide, it left everyone speechless, just as Soren felt at this moment. Luckily, Riezel wasn't part of the royal family and wasn't competing with him for the throne. In that case, come to my side. Soren bluntly threw this offer at Riezel. Serve me, and you'll be the greatest figure in this kingdom, second only to me. Chapter 263, Resurfacing Madness. Come to my side. Soren bluntly threw this offer at Riezel. Serve me, and you'll be the greatest figure in this kingdom, second only to me. As soon as Soren finished speaking, the audience room suddenly fell silent. One by one, the nobles turned to look at Soren, some held their breath, while others wore expressions of utter discomfort. Soren had just made such a bold and arrogant statement right in front of everyone, especially the nobles from the Duke faction. Needless to say, his attitude, treating the throne as if it were already his and viewing himself as the inevitable next king, made many nobles from the Duke faction visibly angry. Even Yuri's face turned cold as she stared at Soren. Riezel, on the other hand, calmly smiled after hearing Soren's statement. Hey, Your Highness, did you forget something? Riezel said with a half-smile. Not too long ago, I almost lost my life because of the Shadow Knights you sent. Upon hearing this, Soren showed nothing but disdain. Are you seriously saying that? Soren didn't believe for a second that Riezel had almost died from that, nor did he think much of the incident at all. He was convinced there was something fishy about it. It was important to know that Riezel's first assassination attempt by the Shadow Knights, where he was severely injured and almost died, had only happened in the past 2 months in this world. Considering this, who would believe that 2 months ago, Riezel was just a helpless magic student who could be seriously injured by the Shadow Knights? Let alone seriously injuring Riezel, it would be amazing if they could even touch his clothes. It wasn't just Soren who didn't buy it, as no one who knew the details clearly believed it either. In their minds, considering Riezel's strength, the only possible outcome of that assassination attempt would have been the immediate annihilation of the Shadow Knights. Yet, he was said to be seriously injured by a group of Shadow Knights far weaker than him. No one believed there wasn't something more going on. Many thought his so-called injury was just a pretext for some ulterior motives. For example, he might have used his injury as a pretext to infiltrate the Riezel family and get close to Yuri. Although not everyone thought this way, the fact remained that he only got involved with the Riezel family after this so-called injury. It was unavoidable. With many unsolved mysteries surrounding Riezel, some couldn't help but think along those lines. Soren was obviously one of these people. Even Hendrik and Rome suspected Riezel had ulterior motives, which was why they never thought that incident would make him hold a grudge against the royal family or Soren. If anything, Riezel should be thanking the royal family and Soren for giving him a chance to achieve his unknown goal. In everyone's minds, it was Riezel who had taken advantage of the Shadow Knights, not the royal family. Evidently, this was the perspective shared by Soren and everyone in the royal family. Because of this, when Riezel claimed he was going to hold Rome accountable for being an accomplice in this incident, Rome didn't pay it any mind. It couldn't be helped. Rome thought Riezel was just using it as an excuse to show off his strength in front of him, trying to force the royal family into a compromise, not because Riezel genuinely wanted to settle a score with him. Even the eldest son of the Cordelian family, Sergius, had treated the whole thing as a joke when he heard it. All of this demonstrated how much the perception of Riezel's incident with the Shadow had shifted in the eyes of those who were informed. However, they had no idea that 2 months ago, Riezel had indeed been just a mere magic student and had been on the brink of death because of the Shadow Knights, facing a true life and death situation. As for his current strength, it was simply due to his hard work and relentless effort to gain power during these 2 months, or rather, if adding the time he had spent in other worlds, he had spent almost a year to achieve his current strength. As a result, while Riezel smiled, his eyes showed no trace of amusement. I have no idea where you got the confidence to think that saying something like that would impress me. Saying this, Riezel stepped forward lightly and moved to stand beside Soren. However, I can tell you one thing. You'll never be the greatest figure in this kingdom, and I have absolutely no interest in serving under someone like you. Riezel didn't say this out loud for everyone to hear but whispered it quietly in Soren's ear, making sure only he could hear. Meanwhile, upon hearing Riezel's words, the mocking smile plastered on Soren's face vanished, and veins popped on his forehead. Although Riezel's tone was terrifyingly calm and indifferent, without a hint of emotion, it was precisely because of this that Soren could clearly sense the sheer contempt laced in his words. It reminded Soren of one thing. Before this, he had never paid Riezel any mind, yet now it was Riezel who no longer saw him as worth noticing. In fact, in Riezel's eyes, he wasn't even as valuable as the swordsman who challenged him daily. Soren picked up on this from Riezel's tone and attitude, which deeply stung him. As a result, he found himself recalling a moment of unforgettable humiliation, the memory of the men he regarded as his greatest enemy, Sergius Coeur-Delion. He remembered clearly that Sergius had looked at him with the same contempt, as though gazing at a stray dog on the street. Recalling this memory, along with Riezel's words earlier, hatred began to brew in Soren's heart. "You'll regret this." Soren managed to squeeze these words from his throat, the same ones he had once spoken in front of Sergius. At that time, after he spoke these words, he went mad, lashing out in revenge against the Coeur-Delion family like a mad dog, destroying everything connected to them and plunging the royal capital into chaos. Now, as he said the familiar words again, everyone around him felt a chill, sensing his growing madness. Riezel, on the other hand, turned his head slightly to glance at Soren, a glance that made Soren's heart tighten. "Regret? You can try." Riezel's voice and expression were so calm, making Soren suddenly feel as though an invisible murderous intent had locked onto him, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. Realizing how he had reacted, Soren's face twisted with anger and humiliation. In the next second, Soren turned and walked away. Knowing that staying any longer would only bring him further humiliation, Soren left without uttering a single word, his entire body radiating cold fury and madness. As everyone in the audience room watched Soren's retreating figure, they began whispering to one another. "Great, just look at Prince Soren's face. He is probably about to start causing trouble again. Yes, this is going to be a big problem. We need to warn our families to be careful and act cautiously for a while. Seriously, things just started calming down, and now we're facing another chaos. I hope His Majesty keeps Prince Soren under house arrest in the palace so he doesn't go out and make a mess." Saying all this, many nobles looked worried. While the nobles of the Duke faction exchanged glances, silently making their own calculations, the nobles around Riezel were quick to make their excuses and leave. It was clear that after Soren stirred things up, no one was in the mood to cozy up to Riezel anymore. However, thanks to this, Riezel and Yuri's side finally quieted down, no longer buzzing with noise. "Is everything okay?" Yuri leaned closer to Riezel, her voice full of concern. "You know, that guy can be really scary when he goes crazy. If he doesn't care about the consequences and comes after you, things could get really serious." Upon hearing this, Riezel didn't look at Yuri, nor did he glance at Soren, who had just left, but simply stared at the empty throne in the audience room. "And if I go crazy, how serious do you think things will get?" Riezel asked calmly, his eyes narrowing. "Let's hope he's brave enough to try." At this moment, Soren wasn't far from the audience room. After stepping through the doors of the audience room, he turned into a nearby empty corner and came to a stop. Bang! Soren slammed his fist hard against the wall, causing cracks to spread across its surface. "Riezel. Brynhart." Soren's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with hatred. Naturally hot-tempered and resentful, being humiliated so openly by Riezel triggered a rage he couldn't suppress. Initially, he had no intention of provoking Riezel again. Knowing that Riezel was now a sword saint, offending him could backfire and push him into the arms of that despicable Sergius, which would be disastrous. If he didn't need the support of a sword saint so badly, he wouldn't have bothered approaching Riezel again, hoping he would forget the warnings he had given him before. As for why he wanted a sword saint so badly, it was simply because Sergius had a sword saint under his command. Just thinking about it made him desperate to have someone of equal power under his command, someone who could counterbalance Sergius. Who would have thought that not only would he fail to achieve his goal this time, but Riezel would also humiliate him in the process. As a result, Soren lost control of his temper and immediately left the audience room. "I'm the most brilliant member of the royal family. I have the purest royal blood. What gives you the right to look down on me? What gives you the right to despise me? You two damn bastards." Fury flashed in Soren's bloodshot eyes. He had always believed that he was the most dazzling prince of his generation, with the most talent and his father's greatest attention. His father's favor and the fact that he was the most outstanding member of the royal family filled him with pride and arrogance, fostering his reckless behavior. Back then, no one dared oppose him, and no one, not even his father, the king, stopped him. In fact, his father had even turned a blind eye to many of his actions and had given him partial control over the shadow. Since none of the other royal children enjoyed such privileges, it only fueled his arrogance, making him more unrestrained, until Sergius, the eldest son of the Coeur-Delion family, appeared. Everything changed after that. People who had once believed he would be the next king began to see a better option and started distancing themselves from him. Even his father felt threatened and became dissatisfied with his achievements. He gradually lost everything that should have been his, and that was when his inner madness began to grow. Naturally, the chaos he unleashed last time was the result of this madness. Now, the same madness was surfacing once again, causing Soren to decide to stop holding back. You all brought this on yourselves. In the empty corner, a gloomy whisper echoed, like a storm looming on the horizon. Chapter 264, Lightning Sword Saint's Attendant. Becoming the 7th Sword Saint of Genas didn't change Riezel's life much. He was only awarded a medal, not a title of nobility, so aside from gaining the honor and the title of Sword Saint, nothing else in his life really changed. After the award ceremony finished, Riezel immediately returned to the Riezel residence, continuing to accept challenges from many swordsmen as always. Naturally, the arena outside the Riezel residence remained as lively as ever, with crowds gathering daily. However, the only difference was that, from this day forward, there was no longer a young swordswoman challenging Riezel daily. Lisbeth no longer arrived early every morning to challenge Riezel but stayed by his side, following him wherever he went. Seeing this, the other swordsmen quickly noticed. Watching Lisbeth, who now stayed close to Riezel, never leaving his side and patiently waiting while he accepted challenges in the arena without stepping up to fight herself, they exchanged confused looks. Soon after, they learned a shocking piece of news from one of the Riezel family's knights. Lisbeth had become Riezel's attendant after forming an attendant contract with him, which meant she would no longer challenge him in the arena. No, Miss Lisbeth. Why? Why you? Why did you become someone else's attendant? If she's not gonna challenge anymore, does that mean we won't get to see Miss Lisbeth's awesome performances in the arena again? Damn it. My youth is over. Several male swordsmen, upon hearing the news, wailed on the spot, with some even bursting into tears. After all, their dream girl was not only no longer stepping into the arena to showcase her skills but had also become someone else's attendant. To make things worse, this someone else was a young, handsome, and powerful man. Did that mean he could make her do whatever he wanted, any way he wanted? A group of male swordsmen immediately felt as though their dreams were shattered, their souls crushed, causing them to drop to their knees, unable to get up, looking like devoted fans who had just discovered their favorite idol was married. Of course, some swordsmen, whether male or female, reacted differently. After learning the news, they looked at Lisbeth with envy and jealousy. Becoming the attendant of a sword saint. It was an opportunity most swordsmen would kill for. It couldn't be helped. Becoming a sword saint's attendant was only possible with Riezel, after all. Other sword saints were, in the end, just swordsmen, not magicians, so they couldn't use the magic required for an attendant contract. Riezel, on the other hand, was both a sword saint and a tactical class magician, so he could easily perform the attendant contract, something other sword saints couldn't do. Given this, Lisbeth becoming Riezel's attendant meant she had a sword saint to guide her whenever she needed it. Wasn't that the kind of opportunity any swordsman would dream of? At least, many of the more serious swordsmen present couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy, causing their minds to race. If Miss Lisbeth can become Sir Riezel's attendant, do we stand a chance too? Such a thought eventually crept into the minds of several swordsmen. From their perspective, Lisbeth had likely earned Riezel's attention by challenging him persistently every day and showing exceptional skill and willpower, which led him to choose her as his attendant. If that was the case, then didn't it mean that if they also continued to challenge Riezel with determination and impressive performances every day, they might have a chance at becoming his attendant and receiving his guidance at any time? With such a thought, the swordsmen's hearts began to burn with excitement. As a result, Riezel's arena became even more crowded and lively than before. As long as you perform well enough, there's a chance to become the Lightning Sword Saint's attendant. Such news spread quickly, attracting more and more swordsmen to the Riezel residence to challenge Riezel. Riezel was, of course, more than happy with this outcome since the more challengers there were, the better it was for him. He was already looking forward to it, curious about how much his status would improve after battling thousands of challengers daily for more than half a month. Lisbeth, on the other hand, felt bad as she looked at the male swordsmen kneeling on the ground, crying their eyes out, seemingly heartbroken. Everyone is expecting me to fight, but I let them down. I feel so bad. Lisbeth thought, feeling guilty. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it. Marilyn had already told her that, as an attendant, the biggest taboo was going against their master's sword, especially in public. Drawing their sword against their own master would be a great disrespect, something that would damage their master's dignity, an absolute no-go. In the end, she had to muster the courage to face the crowd of heartbroken swordsmen. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. Lisbeth bowed deeply, a graceful motion that caused the sobbing to stop suddenly. At this moment, all the men's eyes almost instinctively landed on her chest as she apologized. Actually, there are some things I can't do with my master during the day, so I have to save them for the night. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Lisbeth explained and apologized again. What she said wasn't wrong. During the day, Riezel had to accept challenges from others in front of everyone, and as his attendant, she couldn't draw her sword against him at that time. Fortunately, once the challenges were over and night fell, Riezel would give her guidance in swordsmanship. At that point, they could spar a bit, which was why Lisbeth had said something like that. However, upon hearing her words, the male swordsman froze on the spot, seemingly misunderstanding something. Things you can't do during the day. Save them for the night. Muttering these words with dumbfounded expressions, the male swordsmen glanced at each other before suddenly bursting into tears again. Even worse, their cries were louder and more heart-wrenching than before, scaring Lisbeth. "See, could you please stop crying?" Lisbeth said with a panicked tone. "I know you're really upset, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. I promise I'll do my best tonight. I won't let you down." As soon as she said this, the male swordsman cried even louder. Seeing this, Lisbeth was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do, so she shot a pleading look at Ian, who was standing nearby. "Just ignore them." Ian spoke coldly and quickly dragged Lisbeth away, leaving the heartbroken men behind. However, ever since then, Riezel noticed that among the swordsmen who came to challenge him each day, some of them, for some reason, would give him hateful glares as soon as they stepped into the arena. Some would even say absurd things. "Hey, Lord Sword Saint, could you go easy on Miss Lisbeth? She's still young and doesn't really get a lot of things. Don't make her deal with stuff she shouldn't. Yeah, Miss Lisbeth is still young. I mean, she might look big in some areas, but that doesn't mean she's ready for everything. So, please, don't make her do weird stuff. Seriously, I'm asking you, Lord Sword Saint." They would say these nonsensical things to Riezel, completely out of nowhere. What the heck are they talking about? Riezel could only stand in place, utterly confused. Thunderclap and flash. Ayaha. At the arena outside the Riezel residence, this scene played out from time to time, always accompanied by laughter. Night quietly fell. In one of the hallways of the Riezel residence, Riezel and Lisbeth, having finished the day's challenges, were heading in the direction of their rooms. Riezel was empty-handed, while Lisbeth held a small box full of items in her arms. "By the way, what's that?" While walking, Riezel glanced at the box in Lisbeth's arms and asked curiously. He knew the box was something that hadn't been there before, and he had no idea where Lisbeth had gotten it. Thankfully, it didn't seem like anything weird or dangerous. This was sent over from the palace. Lisbeth, still hugging the box tightly, took small steps by Riezel's side and replied obediently. "It's the personal items I left behind at the palace. Fath, His Majesty had someone pack them up for me and send them over here. I just picked them up from the servant." "I see." Riezel nodded in understanding. "Still, you sure don't have a lot of stuff, huh?" Such a small box couldn't possibly hold more than a few pieces of clothing, yet Lisbeth clutched it as if it contained something incredibly precious. "Well, these are things I had before I was taken to the palace. They're all from Grandma Mia," Lisbeth said softly, a small smile forming on her face. "Other than these, nothing else really matters to me." In fact, along with the box, the royal palace had also sent over many valuable clothes and jewelry, luxurious items she had accumulated during her time as a princess. However, those things didn't hold much significance to her. Compared to the fancy dresses that screamed high-end, she preferred the casual clothes she was wearing now. As for the priceless jewelry, she felt no attachment to it at all. Only the box, filled with her personal items from before she was taken to the royal palace at the age of 7, held any true value in her heart. Riezel was quiet for a moment, then smiled at Lisbeth. "Well, let me help you organize everything." Since Lisbeth was now living in the Riezel residence as Riezel's attendant, her room was right next to his. However, since her room was still a bit disorganized, even though it was suitable for living, it needed some tidying up if she wanted to unpack and set up her personal items. For this reason, Riezel offered to help. "And no, that's okay. I'll be all right by myself." Lisbeth hurriedly refused. Never let your master handle chores was a rule Marilyn, her mentor, had taught her as an attendant. Nevertheless, even without Marilyn's teachings, she was someone who didn't like to trouble anyone, especially not the person she served. Unfortunately for her, Riezel wasn't taking no for an answer. "All right, there's no need to be so strict with the rules here," Riezel said lightly. "Besides, you've been carrying that sword and now this box, it's gotta be hard to handle them both, right? Let me give you a hand." Without waiting for Lisbeth to protest further, Riezel took the box from her. Pa. Just then, a scroll slipped out of the box and rolled to Riezel's feet. Chapter 265, Hidden Land and Dimensional Magic Cube. What's this? Riezel's attention was instantly drawn to the scroll that had rolled to his feet. As he saw it, the material of the scroll seemed unusual and he could feel faint waves of magical energy emanating from it. Lisbeth also glanced at the scroll and immediately picked it up. This is a piece of animal skin," Lisbeth said, recalling the animal skin's origin. "Grandma Mia mentioned before that it was originally wrapped around Maslow, so we always carry it with us. Before His Majesty brought me into the palace, Grandma Mia reminded me that I must never lose it, no matter what." Upon hearing this, Riezel stared at the animal skin in Lisbeth's hand, confirming the faint magical energy emanating from it. For some strange reason, Riezel felt a strange throb of excitement as he gazed at the animal skin, as if something invisible were pulling him in and causing his gaze to gradually focus on it. "Can I take a look at it?" Riezel asked, gazing intensely at the animal skin. Unexpectedly, Lisbeth showed a troubled expression. "Is it inconvenient?" Seeing Lisbeth's reaction, Riezel suppressed the throbbing sensation in his heart. "If it's a problem, forget it then." "No, it's not that." Lisbeth quickly shook her head, looking conflicted. "It's not that I don't want to show it to you, master, but it's just, this thing is somewhat weird." "Weird? How?" Riezel's interest was piqued. Lisbeth hesitated for a moment before cautiously explaining. "When I look at this animal skin, there is always a strange drawing on it, but when I told Grandma Mia or others about it, they all said there was nothing there. I once asked Grandma Mia why only I could see the drawing, and she told me it's something only chosen people can see, and that I must never reveal what's on it or lose it. That's why I've always been scared to show it to anyone." If Riezel weren't Lisbeth's master, perhaps she wouldn't have told him about this at all. She had once shown the animal skin to her father, but he only thought she was playing around, so after that, she didn't dare show it to anyone else anymore. "Really?" After hearing Lisbeth's explanation, Riezel's gaze at the animal skin became more intense. "Well, can I see it?" "Don't worry, I won't think you're making stuff up." "Oh, okay." Seeing that Riezel was very eager, Lisbeth reluctantly handed the animal skin over to him, albeit cautiously. Riezel took the scroll-shaped animal skin and unrolled it right on the spot. In an instant, the throbbing sensation he felt grew even stronger. As he spread the scroll, opening the animal skin, his vision blurred for a second, as though he saw something, or maybe saw nothing at all. When he came back to his senses, the animal skin in front of him had undergone a shocking transformation. Originally, the animal skin had been completely blank, with nothing on it, but as he stared at it, lines slowly started to form, bit by bit, gradually creating a picture. In just a few seconds, the picture fully took shape. However, when the picture finally became clear and complete, Riezel's pupils contracted sharply, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Master." Lisbeth, who had been watching Riezel's expression, felt quite nervous. In the past, when she mentioned the animal skin as she had just now, people would initially show curiosity and interest, just like Riezel had. Eventually, when they found out there was nothing on it, they would start doubting her, thinking she was making it up to gain attention. Even her father would think she was just trying to get his attention by acting mysterious. Because of this, no one ever believed her words anymore. Over time, she stopped talking about it, afraid people would think she was a liar and that she was just messing with them. For this reason, she was incredibly anxious now, worried that her new master would think she was a liar too. Nevertheless, Riezel just stared intently at the animal skin, gazing at the picture on it for a long, long time before finally raising his head. "Don't worry." Seeing Lisbeth's nervous face, Riezel reached out and patted her head gently. "I can see what's on it. I know you're not lying." Lisbeth's cheeks turned red from Riezel's casual head pat, but in the next second, she froze, stunned by his words. "Ah, really?" Lisbeth asked, her eyes lighting up. Really?" Riezel nodded with a smile before asking further. "By the way, do you know where this animal skin came from?" "Where?" "I don't know." Lisbeth gently shook her head. "Grandma Mia told me it was wrapped around Maslow when I was born, placed beside me. Like Maslow, it's something that's been with me ever since the day I was born." "Did she ever say anything else?" Riezel asked again. "You two were together for a long time, so she must have mentioned one or two things about this animal skin, right?" Lisbeth furrowed her pretty brows, looking troubled. "No need to rush, just take your time." Seeing Lisbeth's troubled expression, Riezel knew she was trying to recall something from the past. It couldn't be helped since it was a long time ago, after all. Lisbeth had been only 7 when she entered the royal palace, and now 8 years had passed. Because she had been so young back then, it wasn't easy to suddenly remember things from her childhood. Moreover, since he also wasn't in a hurry, he comforted Lisbeth, encouraging her to take her time to think. As a result, Lisbeth relaxed her furrowed brow and, under Riezel's encouraging gaze, began recalling the past carefully. Ah. Before long, Lisbeth let out a small gasp. "I remember now. When I was very little, Grandma Mia once said something to me." Lisbeth said hurriedly. "What is it?" Riezel asked immediately. "Maybe someday, you should consider taking this animal skin to the hidden land." Lisbeth repeated what her grandmother had said to her softly and slowly. Upon hearing this, Riezel frowned. "Hidden land? What kind of place is that?" Riezel asked with a confused expression. "I'm not sure." Lisbeth shook her head, also looking confused. "Grandma Mia only mentioned it once when I was very young and never brought it up again." I always felt like she wasn't too keen on me doing that. Even though it had been a long time ago, she still had a vivid memory of her grandmother's expression from back then. It was an incredibly complex and melancholic expression, like she was remembering some sorrowful past. Because of that expression, she had a lasting impression on her young mind, which was why she remembered that moment well. Now that she remembered it, it suddenly made her wonder. Did Grandma not want me to go to this hidden land? Is that why she sent me to my father right before she passed away? Lisbeth couldn't help but think this. Hidden land, huh? Riezel mumbled before asking Lisbeth again. Did she say anything else about this animal skin? Upon hearing the question, Lisbeth stopped obsessing over unanswered speculations. She quickly racked her brain again, trying to recall, and after a while, she looked a bit embarrassed. I can't remember. Clearly, apart from the more memorable moment, the rest of the details were hard for her to recall. All right. Riezel sighed, seeing her struggle. By the way, can I keep this animal skin for now? Do you want it, master? Lisbeth asked, feeling slightly taken aback. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Really? Riezel was somewhat surprised. It's something that's always been with you, right? Are you sure you want to give it to me just like this? Upon hearing this, Lisbeth's cheeks turned slightly red again. Because it's master. Lisbeth murmured very softly. In her mind, although the animal skin had always been with her, the one who would be by her side from now on was this powerful and handsome master. Giving away something that had accompanied her before to the one who would accompany her forever felt like a special ceremony to her. Since her master had not been part of her life before, giving him something from her past meant she was completely entrusting her life to him. Needless to say, Lisbeth had clearly developed romantic feelings in her heart, truly a girlish heart, full of emotion. Unfortunately, Riezel's transparent world could see through the human body but not the human heart, so he naturally didn't know Lisbeth's inner thoughts and feelings. All right, thanks for that. Riezel patted Lisbeth's head again, causing her to blush and appear both shy and happy. Seeing the little princess's bashful smile, Riezel admired it for a moment before turning his attention back to the animal skin in his hands. At this moment, the drawing on the animal skin, invisible to others, was now clearly visible to his eyes. It depicted a scene straight out of a myth. Figures, rendered in fine lines, surrounded an altar, kneeling in reverence as if worshipping a god. At the forefront of these line-drawn figures was a queen, distinguished by her royal crown, royal robe, and gleaming golden sword, with a body full of feminine features. Under the queen's leadership, these figures worshipped the altar and offered their prayers. On the altar, there was a floating object. It was a square, or rather, a cube, which surprisingly resembled his dimensional magic cube. Riezel examined the cube on the altar repeatedly, then glanced at the one in his mind, lost in silence and motionless for a long time. Chapter 266, Carrera's Letter. Riezel residence, top floor, Yuri's office. When the night was quiet, the office was still lit by a magic lamp, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire room. Yuri sat alone at her desk, writing on a piece of parchment with a quill, seemingly lost in her work. Strangely, Marilyn was nowhere to be found. Perhaps even she didn't know that her master was still working at this hour. Knock knock. In this quietness, the door to the office was suddenly knocked on. Come in. Yuri paused her writing, stopped working, and looked up, speaking toward the door. Click. As the door to the office was pushed open, someone familiar to her walked in. Seeing the visitor, a light smile appeared on her delicate face. I knew it was you. Needless to say, only Riezel could make Yuri smile like this the moment he arrived. I saw the light still on and figured you were still up, so I came. Riezel said with a smile. By the way, how did you know it was me? From the knock, of course. Yuri replied, putting down her quill while still keeping her smile. After all this time, I can pretty much recognize what your knocking sounds like. Riezel was momentarily stunned by her answer. You can tell who it is just by the knocking sound alone. He had to admit, it was impressive to identify someone just from their knocking. Have a seat. Yuri said, her smile faded. It's not often we get a chance to sit down and chat, is it? Upon hearing this, Riezel's expression turned apologetic. He knew Yuri was upset because he had been so engrossed in the arena. Since he had begun immersing himself in daily challenges, he had not made time to sit down and have a proper chat with her or enjoy tea together as they always had. Well, there's no helping it. Riezel remarked as he sat down across from Yuri. Since this is a rare opportunity for me, I naturally need to seize it as much as I can. Because opportunities to gain Excelia were scarce in this world, daily challenges from strong swordsmen were like a heaven-sent gift for him. Moreover, he could use these challenges to develop a new sword form for thunder breathing or gain insights to improve blooming radiance, which made him even more excited and engrossed in it. Given this, he truly couldn't help it. I really don't know what you're trying to accomplish, honestly. Yuri muttered, rolling her eyes. Being all mysterious and secretive, I don't even know how you suddenly became a sword saint. And you? Why are you still up so late? Riezel shrugged and changed the subject. After helping Lisbeth organize her room, he noticed the light was still on in Yuri's office, so he came by to check. However, when he brought it up, Yuri gave him a half-smiling, half-serious look. I'm handling some letters that need timely responses. Yuri replied, tapping a stack of already opened letters on the desk with a hint of meaning. These are all from various Duke and Marquis families after the award ceremony. Oh. Riezel instantly lost interest. Is this just more of the same, trying to build relationships and connections? I guess so, but some of them are also testing our relationship. Yuri replied with a half-smile. Testing our relationship, you say? Hold on, what do you mean by that? Riezel looked puzzled. In response to his question, Yuri answered in an oddly calm tone. Simply put, we were too close during the award ceremony, and many nobles suspect we've become a pair of lovers. So, they deliberately sent these letters to probe the truth. As soon as she finished saying this, the entire office fell silent. She continued to gaze at Riezel with a half-smile, while Riezel, speechless, felt slightly awkward under her gaze. Seriously, do those nobles have nothing better to do? In the end, Riezel could only say this. Not really. Yuri said nonchalantly. You know, to those upper-class individuals who value social status and personal influence, if we were to unite, it would be an extremely powerful combination, one that's beyond impressive. Knowing this, it's not strange for them to want to confirm our relationship as soon as possible. Is that so? So, how did you respond? After hearing Yuri's serious explanation, Riezel asked in a somewhat annoyed tone. Do I even need to say? Of course, I just admitted it directly. Yuri answered in an overly calm voice. What? Riezel's expression turned stunned. Foo-foo, just kidding. Seeing his stunned face, Yuri giggled. I don't have the time to explain my personal life and private relationships to those so-called nobles. If their noble titles weren't so high, I wouldn't even bother responding. Anyway, for these kinds of questions, I haven't given them a straightforward answer. I've covered it all up with vague and evasive answers. As for what they think and what they'll do, that's their own business. Yuri's cheerful words nearly left Riezel breathless. Seriously, you're really playing with my nerves with that joke. He felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Well, let me ask you this then. Yuri looked directly at him. If it were you, how would you respond? Riezel was completely speechless. Yuri's intense gaze seemed to convey some other kind of emotion, making him feel a bit awkward. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was always strong, so no matter what he was thinking, his face remained as calm as ever. Of course, I'd do the same as you. I wouldn't have the time to explain my personal life and private relationships to those so-called nobles. Riezel answered casually, seeming quite natural. However, his answer made Yuri fall silent, and the unusual emotion in her gaze toward him began to change, giving him a sense of silent displeasure. Ahem, by the way. Unable to bear Yuri's gaze, Riezel coughed and chose to change the subject again. Do you know a place called the Hidden Land? Yuri gave him another glance but followed along with the topic. Hidden Land. Is there such a place? Yuri thought for a moment and then asked with confusion. Isn't there? Haven't you heard of it? Riezel asked again. Nope, at least, there's definitely no place called the Hidden Land within Genas. Yuri thought again and then confirmed. Although Yuri was young, she was, after all, a prodigy who could graduate early from Spriller Academy. Not only did she excel in magic, but she also had substantial knowledge in various other fields. In all the geographical knowledge she possessed, there was no place called the Hidden Land. Especially within Genas, she could confidently tell Riezel that there was no place or area by that name. As for other countries, she couldn't remember every single place, so she couldn't be certain about them. Why are you suddenly asking about such an obscure place anyway? Yuri asked, her tone confused. Because something is going on. Riezel said without giving much detail. If possible, I'd like you to check if there's a place called the Hidden Land on the Akasha continent. Well, that's no problem. Just let me know, and I'll handle it. Yuri nodded, giving a promise. By the way, is this really important to you? Her expression grew serious as she sensed something in Riezel's demeanor. Yeah, it's very important. Riezel replied after a moment of silence, nodding heavily. Obviously, this was related to his biggest secret, and nothing could be more important than this. Got it. I'll look into it thoroughly. Yuri nodded, grasping the situation. Thanks. Oh, and could you also check on the sword called Maslow that Lisbeth owns? Riezel added. He recalled the sword held by the queen in the picture on the animal skin, which, in both appearance and aura, resembled Maslow in Lisbeth's possession. If they couldn't find the hidden land, perhaps there would be clues in Maslow. Sure. Yuri, who didn't know Riesel's thoughts, simply nodded, as she was also curious about Maslow, given how unsettling it felt. Speaking of which, since you're here, there's something else I need to tell you. Seemingly remembering something, Yuri pulled out a letter and handed it to Riezel. You better take a look at this. Riezel took the letter and looked at the signature. Carrera Elliott. Seeing the familiar name, he frowned immediately. Her again. Riezel casually tossed the letter aside. Is there any point in reading this? Carrera had sent him letters before, but he had only read the first one and hadn't looked at the others since. Needless to say, he didn't see the point in reading her letter. Actually, this time it's different. Yuri shook her head. She mentioned the third prince in the letter and said she has something important to talk about that involves him and you. Riesel's eyes narrowed slightly as soon as he heard the third prince. Mad Dog Prince. Remembering Soren, Riezel thought it might be worth listening. Talking to someone who also has to deal with that mad dog isn't a bad idea, right? Yuri continued with a nod. So, what do you think? Would you go? Upon hearing this question, Riezel smiled slightly and only said one word. Go. Chapter 267, Cordelian Family's Talented Daughter, Serena Cordelian. Royal Capital Ulovia, City Center. In the northwest part of the royal capital, there was a restaurant named Hydromel. It stood directly across from the royal market, in completely opposite directions, but it seemed that the owner of both places was actually the same person. Both the royal market and Hydromel were exclusive venues for nobles and wealthy merchants, strictly off-limits to commoners. For this reason, at the entrance of this restaurant, not only were carriages from numerous noble families parked, but there were also exquisitely dressed young nobles coming and going, chatting and laughing, creating a scene of high society. In this situation, a carriage bearing the Frenzel family's crest slowly approached and stopped in front of the restaurant. Sir Riezel, we have arrived. Speaking respectfully toward the carriage, the coachman this time was neither I nor Ian but a knight from the Frenzel family's knightly order. Soon, the two occupants stepped out of the carriage. Is this the place? Riezel whispered as he looked at the restaurant before him. It resembled a small palace, not only shining in gold but also guarded by people dressed as knights. Just like at the royal market, these people were responsible for maintaining order and checking the identities of those entering, allowing only people with high status inside. In truth, Riezel wasn't particularly fond of places like this. He felt that such practices, which clearly categorized people into different social classes, were snobbish and merely served to highlight the superiority of the privileged and the inferiority of commoners. However, he also understood that this was, after all, a medieval world. In such a world, human rights were indeed less valued. If it had been any other day, he wouldn't have had the desire to dine at such a place, but after learning the content of Carrera's letter, and with the meeting spot being here, he had no choice but to come. However, since this wasn't a formal event like the previous award ceremony, he dressed quite casually and looked nothing like a noble or wealthy merchant, causing the guards at the restaurant entrance to cast curious glances his way. In some generic novels, he might have faced disdain or obstruction due to his attire, leading to a cliché scene of face-slapping. Fortunately, he wasn't a character from those novels. As the newly appointed seventh sword saint of Genas, he was in the spotlight. Coupled with frequent challenges from various powerful and famous swordsmen, his appearance had become well known throughout the royal capital. As a result, it's the Lightning Sword Saint. Whoa, it's Sword Saint Riezel Brynhart. He's that famous youngest sword saint, right? Yeah, it's gotta be him. Check out the crest on that carriage, it's the Frenzel family's. Any swordsman showing up in a Frenzel carriage can only be the Lightning Sword Saint. As expected, the crowd began to murmur and buzz with excitement. Let's go in, Lisbeth. Riezel said calmly and took a step forward. Yes. Lisbeth, holding Maslow and dressed quite casually, still drew the attention of many men and women around, visibly impressed by her appearance and figure. With that, the two of them walked into Hydromel under the crowd's gaze, and as they wanted to enter, the two guards stationed at the entrance hurriedly bowed to Riezel, showing no sign of trying to stop them. Although Riezel had received only the Sword Saint medal and the title of Sword Saint, without holding any noble title and remaining a commoner rather than a noble, no one treated a Sword Saint as merely a commoner. Even without special privileges or noble titles, the title of Sword Saint alone granted him status and influence that surpassed most nobles, compelling even dukes and marquises to treat him with respect. Moreover, one should remember that he was also a tactical class magician who could obtain a noble title whenever he wished. Given his current fame, he could receive treatment that most nobles would never experience simply by showing his face. Naturally, the two guards also didn't dare to stop Lisbeth, who was known as Riezel's attendant. Unless they wanted to be thrown into the river to feed the fish by the restaurant owner tomorrow, they had no choice but to let her pass. Welcome to Hydromel, Sword Saint Brynhart. Apparently having received word, the restaurant manager rushed out as Riezel entered, greeting him personally. I have a reservation. Where is Carrera Elliott? Riezel asked without wasting time. Oh, the young lady from the Elliott family, is it? The restaurant manager responded quickly. She is in a private room on the 3rd floor. Let me show you the way, this way, please. With that, he respectfully led the way, taking Riezel up to the 3rd floor. As a restaurant open only to high society, Hydromel had its own set of rules. In this restaurant, there were no public areas, only private rooms. In other words, there were only private dining rooms, with no areas for a large group of guests to gather and eat together. However, there were exceptions, such as venues designed specifically for hosting special events like banquets or balls, while everything else consisted of private rooms, ensuring that no one would disturb the guests while they dined. The 1st floor was a series of venues specifically designed for hosting banquets, balls, and other special events. The 2nd floor featured private rooms that could be reserved by minor nobles, like viscounts and barons. The 3rd floor was reserved for major nobles, such as counts, marquises, and dukes. If members of the royal family came here to dine, they would also be on the 3rd floor. Although the Elliott family was neither a marquis family nor a duke family, they were still a count family, meaning they were considered a major noble. Given this, Carrera's reservation was, of course, for a private room on the 3rd floor. Before long, Riezel and Lisbeth, with the restaurant manager's guidance, made their way to the 3rd floor and arrived at a magnificent golden door. Knock knock. Miss Carrera, Sword Saint Bernhard has arrived. After knocking politely, the restaurant manager called into the room. Soon after, a familiar voice to Riezel called out from within. Let Sir Sword Saint come in. As soon as these words resounded, the golden door was opened. Inside was a room akin to a presidential suite, complete with partitions, a tea room, a lounge, and, surprisingly, a bedroom. In the lounge, an expensive dining table was set, with 3 girls in formal dresses seated around it. As the door opened, the 3 girls rose to their feet. 2 of these girls were ones Riezel had met after arriving in this world. One had strikingly bright red hair, while the other had an innocent, childlike face. Needless to say, they were none other than Carrera and Sylvanie, who had previously accompanied Riezel to the royal market and had met him after his transformation. Now dressed in elegant formal wear, they no longer appeared as the carefree girls they had once been but as true-born noble young ladies. Long time no see. Carrera gazed at Riezel, who had just walked in with an exceptionally beautiful attendant by his side, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. Ah, long time no see. Riezel nodded and responded calmly to Carrera's greeting. It was as if there was an invisible distance between them, making it hard to believe that not long ago, they had been part of the same group, students at Spriller Academy. Sylvanie, on the other hand, cast a timid glance at Riezel, her large eyes reflecting curiosity and a sense of reverence for a sword saint. As the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed with new respect after 3 days apart. Meeting again here, Riezel was no longer the same person Carrera and Sylvanie had known. Clearly, they were now just strangers to Riezel, and their past friendship was no longer relevant. Especially for Carrera, who had never expected that the once insignificant magic student, who had shown a bit of talent, been flaunted by Archie, and occasionally sought to please her, would transform into a tactical class magician and the highest-ranked swordsman on the continent, a sword saint. After all, the name, Lightning Sword Saint, was now well known throughout the kingdom and the continent, and his popularity was soaring. As a result, encountering Riezel again, Carrera found herself feeling a bit nervous in his presence. Thank you for coming today. After taking a deep breath, Carrera managed to mask her nervousness and, with a polite gesture of lifting the hem of her skirt, greeted Riezel with formal courtesy. You brought out the mad dog prince in the letter, so how could I not come? Riezel responded with a calm smile. Surely, that shouldn't be an excuse, right? If that had just been an excuse to lure him out and meet him, he would have turned around and left immediately. In his eyes, Carrera was just a stranger, and the original Riezel's feelings toward her were irrelevant to him, so he would not give her any special treatment. Fortunately, she wasn't that foolish. Of course, it's not an excuse. Carrera gently shook her head. However, before mentioning that prince, let me introduce you to someone. Her words didn't surprise Riezel. You mean the person next to you? Riezel asked calmly, glancing at the 3rd girl in the room beside Carrera and Sylvanie. She had long golden hair that reached her waist, a delicate and beautiful face, a graceful figure, and a very distinguished presence, especially her pair of sparkling, enchanting eyes, which made her even more attractive than Carrera. Noticing Riezel's gaze, the golden-haired girl immediately flashed a beautiful smile. Greetings, I'm Serena Cordelian. Nice to meet you, Sword Saint Riezel Brinhart. With this introduction, the famous, talented daughter of the Cordelian family finally made her appearance. Chapter 268, Your Highness. Serena Cordelian. Riezel was not at all surprised by the arrival of this renowned talented young lady. Carrera was known as Serena's friend, and the Elliott family was a vassal of the Cordelian family. Given that Carrera had gone to such lengths to arrange this meeting, he didn't believe it was without the Cordelian family's influence. As a result, before arriving here, he had already guessed that people from the Cordelian family might also show up. Now it was just confirming that his guess had come true. "Nice to meet you, Miss Serena." Riezel gave a slight nod to the famous daughter of the Cordelian family. Lisbeth, standing nearby, immediately followed Riezel's lead and gave a deep bow to Serena. Serena naturally noticed Lisbeth, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. It was clear that Serena was aware of Lisbeth's identity, but she did not mention it. Now that Lisbeth was Riezel's attendant, having given up her princess status, Serena saw no need to bring up Lisbeth's past in this context. She simply watched Riezel with curiosity and a faint air of scrutiny. "First of all, thank you for guiding the Leto brothers," Serena said with a smile, bowing her head slightly. "After receiving your guidance, they have felt they've gained something precious and often express their gratitude to you." Upon hearing this, Riezel recalled the triplet swordsman. Since the Leto brothers were Serena's attendants and had left a profound impression on him among all the challengers he had faced, her choice of topic to begin the conversation with him was truly appropriate. Of course, Riezel did not claim any credit. "No, it wasn't really guidance. I just pointed out some blind spots they hadn't noticed before." Riezel shook his head calmly. "Even if I hadn't pointed them out, they would have noticed them eventually. Even so, having them pointed out in advance saved them countless hours of hard work and time." Serena also shook her head. "As their master, I should thank you on their behalf. Please don't be modest." "All right then." Riezel shrugged, moving on from the point. "I hope they can make good use of it. I'm always here if they want to come for revenge." If the Leto brothers could achieve what he had suggested and focus their combined strength on one of them during battle, that one person might be able to match the strength of a sword saint for a short time. He was quite interested in fighting another sword saint after fighting the shadow sword saint. Given their strength and the excelia he would gain, his interest was understandably piqued. Needless to say, his anticipation was genuine, and everyone present could feel it. He really changed completely. Carrera and Silvani exchanged a quiet glance and silently marveled. They still remembered clearly that the past Riezel had once been a young man intoxicated by success, prone to arrogance, lacking insight, and generally a country bumpkin. In contrast, the current Riezel maintained a calm demeanor at all times, with a detached attitude and a mysterious air in every movement. Even when facing renowned figures and powerful challengers, he appeared nonchalant and fearless, a stark contrast to the Riezel of the past. Carrera and Silvani even found themselves questioning whether the young man before them was truly Riezel or if his past self had been the true Riezel. For the people in this world, such a drastic change in Riezel had occurred only within the past 2 months, making the transformation so sudden and striking, especially for those who had known him before. Such a transformation was difficult to understand and hard to fathom. Could it be that the way he was before was all just an act? Carrera and Silvani, like others, had started to harbor such doubts. Previously, they had thought that Riezel's drastic change was due to his life and death situation, leading to a complete shift in his mindset. However, now they felt it was all nonsense. How could the shadow create a life-threatening situation for someone who was not only a sword saint but also a tactical class magician? It was simply impossible. Because of this, Carrera and Silvani gradually aligned their thoughts with Soren and the others, believing that Riezel had been pretending to hide his true strength and that his so-called injury was just a cover-up. As for why he would do this, it remained unknown. Surely, it couldn't be just to get close to Marquis Frenzel. At least, Carrera and Silvani didn't think so. Even Serena thought the same. However, unlike Carrera and Silvani, who felt that someone like Riezel did not need such pretense, Serena simply couldn't believe that someone as amazing as him would go to such lengths just for a woman like Yuri Frenzel. "By the way, would you like to find a time to visit my home?" Serena asked, hinting at something. "My elder brother would also like to meet you." Clearly, this was a straightforward attempt to win Riezel over. "Let's skip it." Riezel refused straightforwardly, shaking his head. "We're neither relatives nor friends, there's no need to meet for no reason. Plus, I'm not interested in these so-called noble exchanges. It's just a casual chat and some tea, nothing as serious as you're thinking." Serena chuckled. "My brother and I aren't fans of all the complicated etiquette and the back and forth that comes with noble exchanges either. Especially my brother. If you met him, you'd probably get along as sword friends rather than tea friends." What she said piqued Riezel's interest a bit, making him look at the daughter of the Cordelian family with a deeper gaze. He could feel that Serena, who seemed to be of a similar age to Yuri, might actually excel in communication and social skills even more than the rather reserved Yuri. On 2 previous occasions, she had managed to bring up topics that perfectly matched his interests, which was not something an average person could achieve. It could only be said that a talented person was indeed talented. No wonder Yuri spoke so highly of the sibling pair. The high popularity they enjoyed in the kingdom was not without reason. Yuri had also mentioned more than once that this pair was not only exceptionally talented but also outstanding in character and other qualities. Now, Riezel was beginning to feel this firsthand. If it had been another situation, he might have agreed to Serena's invitation on the spot. As for Sergius Cordelian, who was considered the best candidate for the next king and had managed to put Sorin in his place, Riezel was also quite interested. Moreover, Sergius had practiced swordsmanship diligently since childhood, showing both talent and hard work. At just 13 years old, he had already received the Sword Master medal, becoming the youngest sword master in the kingdom. Now, at 22, having been a sword master for nearly 10 years, even though he hadn't yet become a sword saint, he was undoubtedly an expert sword master. Yuri had once mentioned this man to Riezel. According to rumors, Albert Borley once claimed in public that he hoped Sergius Cordelian would be his final opponent after he had challenged 999 sword masters. It seems that the two have met more than once in private. Captain Albert even has publicly praised Sergius several times, saying he's strong, talented, and hard-working, a worthy opponent to go all out against. On top of that, since Sergius could easily defeat the third prince, many people believe that his strength might be nearly on par with Captain Albert's. In other words, Sergius might also be one of the best swordsmen just under Sword Saint, and even if he were to fall short of Albert, it likely wouldn't be by much. If Riezel could have a match with Sergius, it would definitely be worth the trip. Unfortunately, Sergius's identity was too sensitive. If someone like Riezel were to make a move to approach him, it would undoubtedly trigger a series of chain reactions. Understanding this, Riezel gave Serena a calm smile. If your brother really wants to be my so-called sword friend, then let him come to my arena. Needless to say, this was essentially a rejection. Serena saw Riezel's attitude and realized that the discussion probably couldn't continue any further. All right then. I'll take this message back to my brother. Serena replied while puffing her cheeks. Ignoring her acting cute behavior, Riezel nodded calmly, and only then did both sides finally get a chance to sit down. Seeing this, Carrera seized the moment to clap her hands, causing the door of the private room to open, letting in servers who carried dishes from outside and continuously brought food to the table. Surprisingly, there were many dishes, enough to cover the entire table, and there were at least 80 dishes, possibly even 100, each one looking and smelling wonderful, befitting a restaurant only open to high society. Sylvanie, with her innocent and pure look, had her eyes shining with excitement, clearly very interested in the dishes. If not for Riezel and Serena not having started eating yet, she would have definitely dived in already. Even Lisbeth, who stood behind Riezel, frequently glanced at the dishes, showing a mix of craving and shy embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Riezel pulled out a chair next to him. "Why don't you sit down and eat with us, Lisbeth?" Riezel invited Lisbeth to sit. How can I?" Lisbeth quickly shook her head. "I'm just an attendant. I can't sit at the same table as my master. Like I said, no need to stick to the rules with me." Riezel insisted. "Plus, this isn't a public setting, just a private meal, so sit down." Lisbeth was about to refuse again, but before she could, Serena chimed in. "Please, sit down and eat with us, Your Highness." Serena smiled gently. As Sir Riezel mentioned, this is just a private meal, so there are no strict rules. Even though her words didn't make Lisbeth react, they surprised Carrera and Sylvanie. "Your Highness." Muttering in unison, Carrera and Sylvanie looked at Lisbeth with blank expressions. Chapter 269, Barony of Carfield and Sorin's Plan. At this moment, Serena realized she might have accidentally revealed Lisbeth's true identity just now. Seeing Carrera and Sylvanie staring blankly at Lisbeth, Serena decided to continue speaking. "Get an extra set of tableware for Her Highness." Serena glanced at Carrera and gave her an order. "Yes." Carrera finally snapped out of it, clapped her hands, and signaled a server to bring another set of tableware. "But..." Lisbeth seemed hesitant, muttering while shrinking back timidly. Seeing her act like this, Riezel ordered directly. "Sit." He gave her a commanding order. Thanks to the stern tone of his voice, the vague connection between Riezel and Lisbeth, created by the attendant contract, took effect. Before Lisbeth realized it, she had already sat down instinctively. Clearly, the attendant contract caused Lisbeth to obey Riezel's orders subconsciously. "Ah." Lisbeth, who came to her senses, hunched her shoulders and clutched her sword with a deeply embarrassed look as she sat. Seeing Lisbeth like this, Serena couldn't help but sigh. She's so cute. Even she couldn't resist being captivated by Lisbeth's stunning appearance and her shy, nervous, little animal-like demeanor. Even Sylvanie cast eager glances at Lisbeth, clearly wanting to cozy up to her and befriend her. It was understandable. Sylvanie was only 15 years old, the same age as Lisbeth, and though she was a special student at Spriller Academy just like Riezel, Carrera, and the others, having been admitted early, she and Lisbeth should have had plenty in common. Unfortunately, Sylvanie's choice of side was too obvious. Like Carrera, Sylvanie supported the Cordelian family, while Lisbeth was royalty. If they got close, it might have caused friction between the royal faction and the duke faction. Understanding this, Riezel didn't let Lisbeth interact with Sylvanie and quickly turned to Serena, getting straight to the point. I think it's time to talk, right? What did that mad dog prince do? Riezel finally asked the question. As for why he didn't ask Carrera, it was clear the information she had obtained was from Serena. After all, the Elliot family was only a count family. If they could gather information on Soren, then the Riezel family, which was a marquis family, should be able to as well. However, since Yuri didn't know anything, how could the Elliot family know more than the Riezel family? It was obvious that the source of the information wasn't from the Elliot family but from a duke family like the Cordelian family. As the nemesis of the royal faction, the Cordelian family must constantly monitor the royal family's movements, so it would be normal for them to obtain information that others didn't know. Riezel had figured it out during this meeting. Serena was the real instigator, while Carrera was just helping set things up. Needless to say, the one who really wanted to meet him, talk to him, and discuss Soren's matters was not Carrera, but this beautiful daughter of the Cordelian family, Serena. Because of this, Riezel directed the conversation directly toward Serena. Serena didn't think there was anything strange about this, while Carrera stood quietly aside, looking satisfied as if her job was done, watching Riezel and Serena converse. My family has indeed discovered some of his movements. Serena pressed her lips together and smiled faintly. Based on these movements, both my brother and I think that this time, he's coming for you, Sir Riezel. I know. Riezel said, his expression unchanged. Ever since I kicked away his offer at the award ceremony, I knew there was a good chance he'd try to get back at me. Well, that guy's got a screw loose. Serena said bluntly, without any restraint. Who goes after a sword saint over a simple verbal disagreement? Does he really think being a prince lets him do whatever he wants? Such blunt words shocked both Carrera and Sylvanie, who immediately averted their eyes and acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. Meanwhile, Lisbeth listened silently, her expression complicated. No choice. Like Soren, she was, after all, also part of the royal family, children of the current king. Strictly speaking, as the third prince, Soren was her older half-brother, but sadly, she didn't have much of an impression of him. Because of her birth, she had always sensed subtle exclusion from the legitimate royal family members. She was practically semi-imprisoned by her own father, rarely interacting with her other siblings. As for Soren, his nasty personality meant he looked down on even his full-blooded relatives, let alone her, an illegitimate child. Consequently, she had never really spoken to him, and the two had only seen each other a few times at mandatory family gatherings. As a result, even though Soren was being insulted by Serena, Lisbeth didn't say anything and only felt conflicted. In the first place, if her half-brother really wanted to target Riezel, who was her master, he was her enemy as far as she was concerned. At least, this was how Lisbeth saw it. And what did he do? Riezel looked directly into Serena's eyes and asked the crucial question, but his question brought an unexpected answer that he had never seen coming. He sent his men to the barony of Carfield. Serena answered calmly. Barony of Carfield. From the name alone, one could tell it was a territory under a baron. A baron was the lowest rank of nobility, unquestionably a minor noble. No matter the country, the lands given to barons were always remote, poor, and rural, so naturally, the barony of Carfield was clearly one of these rural places. Nevertheless, the name triggered Riezel's memory. It was for a simple reason. At first, we were confused about why that mad dog suddenly sent his men to such a backwater place, so we did some digging. Serena continued, observing Riezel's expression. After some digging, we found out that, it's your hometown, right? Sir Riezel. Yes, the barony of Carfield was Riezel's hometown, or rather, the original Riezel's hometown where he had been born and raised. After discovering his magical energy was extraordinary, the original Riezel ran away to avoid being sold off by his family to his grandfather's master, who was a slave owner. As he escaped, he eventually made his way to the royal capital, Yaluvia. In other words, the original Riezel's family and all of his past acquaintances were in the barony of Carfield. We suspect that he plans to go after your family. Serena moved on with her explanation. From what we found, his order to his men was to capture alive your parents, your grandfather, and even Baron Carfield himself, and bring them to the royal capital. Well, that's the information my family finally uncovered after a lot of effort. It was obvious what Soren intended to do with them, anyone could figure that out without even thinking hard. If nothing unexpected happens, he's probably planning to use your family to threaten you, forcing you to submit to him. Serena speculated, her tone filled with disgust. Typical of him, his methods are just as despicable and low as always. Upon hearing this, both Carrera and Sylvanie nodded in agreement. As nobles, they had seen even more despicable and lowly tactics than this, but it still depended on who was doing it. However, for a prince, who also happened to be the most outstanding prince among the current princes and was supposed to be a role model for his people, using such a cheap tactic, there was truly nothing praiseworthy about it. Master. Lisbeth muttered while casting a worried look at Riezel. Surprisingly, Riezel's current expression and gaze were unusually calm. It wasn't feigned calmness, nor was it a forced calm that suppressed any feelings, it was truly the calm of a heart that was utterly unmoved and unshaken, as if it wasn't his own family that was about to be captured and harmed. In truth, this was indeed the case. At this moment, Riezel was observing the whole situation from the perspective of a bystander, coldly watching it unfold. So, has he succeeded already? Riezel asked lightly. Serena was a bit surprised by his calmness but still replied honestly. Judging by the timing, he should have by now. Although the barony of Carfield is pretty remote, it's linked by the Grand Canal, so it would only take a day or so to get there by water. At this point, Serena raised 3 of her fingers. In other words, a round trip would take about 3 days and, by the way, that mad dog sent his men over 5 days ago. At this time, it was highly likely that Sorin's men had already completed their task and even brought the captives to the royal capital. It only took 3 days for the trip, so in the remaining 2 days, his men, no matter how incompetent, should have finished the task by now. A baron's territory? Forget a sword master, even having a proper swordsman there might be too much to ask. In such a backwater place, Sorin could do anything he wanted without the slightest difficulty. Our people are keeping a close watch on him, trying to find where he's hiding the captives. Serena continued. After all, there's no way he could bring them into the royal capital in broad daylight, so once his men show up with a group of captives, they're bound to slip up, and we'll find them. All right. Riezel immediately nodded. If you find them, just let me know. I'll owe you a favor. Perhaps this was the whole point of Serena inviting him here to discuss Sorin's matters. Evidently, the Cordelian family wanted to do him a favor and form some sort of alliance with him. In this case, Riezel had no issue accepting their favor. By the way, can I ask what you plan to do? Serena asked with a curious smile. If you're thinking of impeaching that mad dog in front of His Majesty, maybe we can help you out a bit. Her words were met with nothing but a calm reply. No need. Riezel's calm voice echoed slowly. I'll deal with him in my own way, and he'll soon find out what kind of end awaits him. Chapter 270, Mystery of Riezel. More than an hour passed before the dinner ended. After more than an hour, not a single one of the more than 80 dishes served was left uneaten, everything had been completely polished off. All of this made everyone present cast strange looks at one particular person as they finished eating. Ah. Lisbeth lowered her little head so far down that it was almost buried in her chest, her ears turning bright red, clearly embarrassed to the extreme. Of the more than 80 dishes, about 60 had ended up in this little princess's stomach. Aside from Riezel, there was no way the rest of the group, who were only filled with delicate and pretty girls, could have possibly finished so much food if not for Lisbeth. In fact, the extravagant spread wasn't meant for everyone to finish but rather to show off, to display a sense of grandeur. When someone from a duke family invited a sword saint to dine, such an event, even if it meant serving over 100 dishes, with each dish only being tasted once, would still be worth it. Such was how nobles socialized, inviting important guests for a meal wasn't just about excellence but also about appearance. In other words, although the food didn't have to be finished, there had to be a lot of it, and it had to be top-notch. Hydromel hosted many nobles every day, and at the end of each day, they couldn't even count how much leftover food there was. It was truly extravagance and waste pushed to the extreme. However, today, there were unusually no leftovers. Everyone could only stare at the extremely shy little princess and her petite body, their minds filled with questions. Where did all that food even go? As soon as this thought popped into their heads, they all glanced toward Lisbeth's chest, and their doubts were immediately answered. In an attempt to save his attendant from the embarrassment of not being able to raise her head, Riezel had no choice but to take Lisbeth away, bidding farewell to Serena and the others. Serena and the other two immediately stood up. Sir Riezel, you should have a communication magic crystal, right? Serena asked with a smile. How about we exchange crystal wavelengths? Riezel did indeed have a magic crystal, given to him by Yuri when he had just returned from the world of Danmachi, so they could stay in touch easily. However, in the past 2 months, he hadn't used it even once. No choice. Since the only people in this world who had his crystal's wavelength were Yuri and Marilyn, and the fact that they all lived together, there was no need to use the communication magic crystal. Me too. Carrera chimed in, pulling out a magic crystal from her chest. Exchange with me as well. Not agreeing immediately, Riezel thought for a moment. Although he didn't want to get too close to these important figures from the Duke faction, nor did he want to get involved in noble affairs, after what happened between him and Sorin, and the favor he owed to the Cordelian family, it wasn't easy to refuse. Besides, everything had its pros and cons. Nevertheless, one thing was sure, maintaining contact with the Cordelian family might prove useful in the future. With this thought in mind, Riezel agreed, then exchanged crystal wavelengths with Serena and Carrera before saying his farewells and leaving with Lisbeth. Serena and the others walked Riezel and Lisbeth to the door of the private room, watching as they left, not turning back until their figures disappeared down the staircase. I must admit, he is way more interesting than I expected. As soon as she returned to the private room, Serena dropped her young ladylike act and acted like a lively girl with a cheerful smile on her face. Carrera and Sylvanie, on the other hand, acted completely differently. They no longer sat or stood alongside Serena like before but stood respectfully behind her, like two subordinates. "Miss, how do you think he compares to Sir Hart?" Carrera asked tentatively. "No idea." Serena shook her head. "I haven't seen the Lightning Sword Saint fight with all his strength, so it's hard to judge, but Sir Hart did mention that, in terms of speed and explosiveness, he's no match for the Lightning Sword Saint." Carrera stayed silent for a moment before sighing. "Honestly, that's already a pretty high evaluation." "What's up?" Feeling conflicted, Serena teased while glancing at her friend, who had been sent by a vassal family to study and play with her. "Yes," Carrera replied with a sigh. "I still find myself wondering if I'm dreaming. Riezel Brynhart suddenly became a sword saint, someone we have to look up to. Even the kingdom itself highly values him now. It's complicated. It feels like a joke, doesn't it?" Sylvanie, standing nearby, muttered. "Out of nowhere, that country bumpkin who used to follow elder sister Carrera around has become this. It's hard to believe." Upon hearing this, Serena's curiosity was piqued, and she felt a bit confused. "Hey, Silva, did he really have a thing for Carrera back then?" Serena asked, genuinely confused. "You know, I just can't see it." "I wasn't lying." Sylvanie immediately reacted. "You could totally tell he had feelings for elder sister Carrera if you saw the past him. Even Archie and the others knew it and used to make fun of him behind his back more than once, calling him a clueless and naive country bumpkin dreaming above his league." From the perspectives of Archie and the other members of their small group, Riezel originally had nothing but talent going for him. In the first place, whether Riezel could even become a tactical class magician at that time was still up in the air, yet he dared to dream of being with the daughter of a count. It was akin to a toad trying to eat swan meat. Archie and the others did mock Riezel behind his back more than once, sometimes even in front of Carrera, which was definitely true. Serena had gathered information on Riezel before, so she knew about this. However, the problem was, even if you say that, I really can't see that he had any interest in Carrera. Serena frowned, stroking her chin. Since he arrived here, he hasn't even glanced at Carrera properly. Even when he talked to Carrera, his gaze was calm, clear, almost transparent, like someone with no desires, almost like a saint. In this area, Serena was qualified to judge. With her looks, her accomplishments, her talents, and her family background, countless people had pursued her, including many talented noblemen who had put on some truly impressive performances just to win her favor. She had watched enough of these shows to see through them, and she prided herself on being able to tell when someone was interacting with the one they liked. However, from what she observed, Riezel gave her a completely different vibe. She could clearly tell that Riezel had no interest in Carrera at all, and, if anything, she felt that Carrera wasn't even a friend to him, just a familiar stranger. Such a situation left her both surprised and confused. "Well, I don't know why he was like that," Sylvanie said with a frown. "Maybe he's just pretending not to care." "No, you can't fake that kind of calm." Serena shook her head in disagreement before turning to Carrera. "What do you think, Carrera?" "Ah." Carrera's face showed a hint of awkwardness, as she didn't really want to get involved in this conversation. However, if she were to be honest, she believed that Serena was right. She could also see that she was no longer the same in Riezel's eyes. In the past, when Riezel looked at her, his eyes were always filled with a certain fascination and admiration that made her want to frown, but now he looked at her with nothing but calm and indifference. There wasn't a trace of fascination or admiration left, not even a shred of warmth. All of this told her that she was no longer the object of this young man's affection. Oddly enough, the more she thought about this and the achievements he had pulled off recently, a mix of disappointment and regret welled up inside her. Most people were vain. If they knew that someone exceptionally outstanding had feelings for them, they would likely feel a sense of pride. On the other hand, if someone ordinary who had once liked them became successful and no longer had feelings for them, anyone would feel a bit down seeing how far they had come without them. Such was the way Carrera felt right now. People were really complicated creatures who didn't care when they had something, but when it was gone, they started to regret it, truly contradictory and foolish. As a result, Carrera could only reply half-heartedly. Maybe him liking me was just pretending all along, and the one he really likes is Marquis Frenzel. As soon as Carrera said this, she regretted it. It couldn't be helped. She knew very well what bringing up that name in front of Serena would lead to. Humph. Sure enough, Serena's cheerful expression instantly disappeared, her charming face darkening and her mood visibly soured. Yuri Frenzel, again. Serena grumbled, clearly annoyed. Why is that woman's name everywhere? What makes her so special that someone as young and outstanding as him would like her? Pretending. Humph, I bet that woman did something to seduce Sir Riezel, which is why he lost interest in you. Yeah, that's definitely it. Serena pouted and kept ranting like this, showing none of the grace or intelligence she had displayed when dining with Riezel earlier. Ha! Carrera could only watch helplessly as Serena puffed up and ranted about Yuri, letting out a long, exasperated sigh. It seemed like there was going to be some trouble ahead. Chapter 271, A Perfect Night. Riezel had no idea that, in the eyes of Serena and the others, he had already become Yuri's admirer. He directly returned to the Frenzel residence, waiting for news from Serena while making a few preparations. Luckily, she didn't keep him waiting for long. The very next day, the communication magic crystal, which had been sitting unused, suddenly emitted a faint glow and a series of pleasant sounds. Riezel picked up the magic crystal and channeled his magical energy into it as per the instructions, and soon enough, Serena's voice came through. Can you hear me, Sir Riezel? Serena's voice, crisp and clear like a nightingale, resonated from the crystal. Loud and clear. Riezel responded calmly before getting straight to the point. So. What's the news? Did you find anything? Yes. Serena replied, sounding pretty happy to hear his voice. We've already tracked down the people that Mad Dog sent out. They really did bring back Baron Carfield and the others, and are currently holed up in an abandoned mansion near the royal capital's wall. Following this, she quickly relayed the exact location to him. Riezel pulled out a map of Uluvia and pinpointed the spot she had described. It was in a relatively remote, desolate area that had originally been the residence of a high-ranking court noble, but after he left the royal court to become a territory lord, the place had been left to decay, untouched for years. Normally, a noble's property, especially one of such high rank, would be sold off for a hefty sum if they weren't using it, but strangely, there's never been any word of this place going up for sale, so it just gradually fell into ruin. Serena explained the place's situation. I thought maybe this noble had some personal reason for not selling it, but now it seems like he probably handed it over to that Mad Dog, or maybe even gifted it to him. According to her, the noble had been a traditional royalist, always currying favor with several royal family members while he was still in the royal capital. In particular, he was rumored to have had a very close relationship with Soren. In other words, it wasn't far-fetched to think that when the noble left the royal capital, he might have given his property as a gift to Soren. If we're right, that place could very well be where that Mad Dog hides his private troops. Serena added. Private troops. Serena's words took Riezel aback. He has his own troops. He does. Serena confirmed confidently. Even though it's technically not allowed, do you really think a guy like him cares about that? Gina's had strict laws, one of which was that no one outside the nobility was allowed to have a private force, such as a knightly order or anything similar. Even nobles faced strict limits on the size of their knightly orders. Under a duke's governance, a knightly order could have no more than 1,000 members. For a marquis, the limit was 700, with only special cases like Yuri allowed to exceed this and expand her knightly order to 800. For a count, the limit was 500. For a viscount, it was 300. For a baron, it was 100. Such were Gina's strict regulations, and even a duke could face punishment if they exceeded this limit. Anyone outside of the nobility who dared raise their own forces would be subject to the kingdom's wrath. Of course, this was how the law was written, but in practice, there were plenty of loopholes to exploit. For example, some wealthy merchants, for safety reasons, had to hire a bunch of guards to protect themselves and their property. Otherwise, they could get robbed at any moment. Similarly, some noble children who hadn't yet earned a noble title always needed guards or attendants with them when traveling, or else they could be maliciously attacked at any time. As a result, many people hired or employed guards and attendants under various pretenses, and some even bought slaves with combat abilities to protect themselves. Unfortunately, the kingdom couldn't bend this practice, as it would cause significant chaos and make governing the land much more difficult. As long as they didn't recruit combatants under the guise of forming a private force or exceeding a certain limit on the number of combatants, the kingdom usually turned a blind eye to it. Needless to say, this led many opportunists to exploit the situation. On the surface, they would hire guards or attendants, or buy slaves for their protection, but secretly, they would train them as combatants, turning them into their own soldiers. With enough effort and discretion, they could privately train a sizable force with considerable combat power. Such an approach was essentially walking a fine line with the law. In this regard, what about Soren? Knowing his personality, he clearly wouldn't hesitate to dance on this line like a madman, testing everyone's limits. In his eyes, he was, after all, a prince, royalty, so even if he got caught, would the kingdom really execute him? As long as he didn't push too far, he would keep testing the limits, which was why people called him the Mad Dog Prince. Regardless, in Riesel's eyes, even if someone wasn't royalty but had the kind of privilege, they would act just as recklessly. Why else were so many noble children acting so arrogantly and overbearingly? It was because, no matter what trouble they caused, no one dared to touch them. Furthermore, knowing there were no real consequences, they naturally acted even more unrestrained. Soren was just one of them. I understand. Riezel expressed his understanding to Serena. In that case, I'll be here waiting for good news from you, Sir Riezel. After the conversation ended, Serena didn't ask Riezel how he planned to proceed but simply giggled and left him with this remark. All right. Riezel complied and then disconnected the magical energy link, dimming the light on the communication magic crystal. Shortly afterward, he turned his head and glanced out the window. He saw the sky gradually darkening, signaling that night was approaching. However, since there appeared to be few clouds, it seemed that tonight would bring a beautiful moon. Not bad. Riesel's voice slowly echoed. What a perfect night for murder and arson. Night gradually enveloped the entire royal capital, Illuvia. Despite this, the royal capital was still brightly lit everywhere, with the glow of magic lamps spilling out from every household window and illuminating the streets. In an era similar to medieval times in Riesel's original world, turning an entire medieval city into a modern, sleepless metropolis like this was truly a testament to the convenience of magic. Magic lamps, created from just a thumb-sized piece of magic crystal, had given humanity the ability to move freely even at night, especially in the royal palace, where countless magic lamps lit the place, even deep into the night. Under the moonlight, the royal palace looked like a grand, chalk-white castle, standing like a mighty general guarding the royal capital and overlooking its vast landscape. At this late hour, however, a carriage quietly rolled out of the royal palace. Seeing the carriage, two knights on duty intended to stop it, but upon seeing the crest engraved on it, they immediately acted as though they hadn't seen anything. And just like that, the carriage traveled out of the royal palace unhindered, following a secluded path and eventually stopping in front of an abandoned mansion near the royal capital's wall. Soon, Soren stepped down from the carriage. At this moment, the renowned Mad Dog Prince, who should have been grounded, had snuck out of the royal palace, blatantly defying the king's orders. Your Highness. Several figures silently emerged from the mansion, landing in front of Soren and kneeling on one knee. Where are they? Soren asked coldly. Inside. With head bowed, one of the kneeling figures replied in a low voice. Take me to them. Soren didn't waste any time, giving a direct order. Yes. Without delay, the figures hurriedly stood up and led Soren toward the abandoned mansion. Upon closer inspection, hidden in the shadows around the mansion, several figures dressed in black kept watch. When Soren entered the mansion, the interior was far from the rundown state it appeared to be in from the outside, surprisingly well maintained, showing no signs of abandonment. Soren made his way to a spacious room that had been cleared of all furniture. In the room, not only were there many fully armed knights, but a few people had been thrown onto the floor, trembling in fear. Your Highness. As soon as they saw Soren, the surrounding knights immediately dropped to one knee, bowing their heads to him. At the same time, the people on the floor began trembling even more, hurriedly kneeling in the same manner as the knights. Your Highness. One of the trembling figures on the floor, a middle-aged man dressed noticeably differently from the others, crawled toward Soren. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me, Your Highness. Shouting fearfully, the middle-aged man was clearly a noble. He sported a pair of little mustaches, had a big belly, and dressed luxuriously, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. Don't kill us. Spare us. I don't want to die. A few others, dressed in tattered clothes like peasants, desperately knelt and begged for mercy. There were 3 of them in total, an old man and a middle-aged couple. By their looks and features, it was easy to tell they were family. Soren looked at the 3 like they were something filthy, then turned his gaze toward the noble in front of him. Are you Baron Carfield? Soren asked coldly. Why yes, that's me, Your Highness. Baron Carfield quickly flashed a flattering smile. Good, that's what I thought. Soren smiled as well, but something was menacing about his smile. Bang. In the next second, Soren suddenly kicked Baron Carfield in the chest, sending him flying. K.E.O.K. Baron Carfield hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. Chapter 272, Brynhart Family. Hee. Seeing Baron Carfield get kicked by Soren so hard that he coughed up blood, the nearby peasants let out cries of fear and despair. At this moment, their faces twisted, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they looked at the Baron on the ground, coughing blood, their eyes full of fear. As simple commoners in a barony, when had they ever witnessed such a scene? In their eyes, Baron Carfield was a formidable and absolute figure, someone they couldn't even dream of reaching. Normally, he acted all high and mighty, strutting around the territory as if he owned the place. When had they ever seen him in such a pitiful state, coughing up blood on the ground? With their limited knowledge and narrow worldview, the greatest figure they had ever seen in their lifetime was Baron Carfield. Now, this Baron, so lofty and grand in their eyes, was being kicked like trash and coughing up blood. Needless to say, the shock this brought them was unimaginable. However, Soren still didn't seem satisfied. Even though you're just a lowly Baron, you're still a lord, right? Soren walked over to Baron Carfield, standing over him, his eyes bloodshot. If you're a lord, how can you not take care of your own territory and manage your own people? You must have been spending your days lording over them, completely neglecting your responsibilities as a lord, huh? Do you know that is unforgivable? Soren's vicious words were met with Baron Carfield's terrified screams. No. No, Your Highness. Baron Carfield cried out in panic. I've done my duties as a lord. I pay my taxes every year on time, and I submit my reports every month without fail. I've never slacked off. I'm loyal to the royal family. I support the royal faction, Your Highness. Baron Carfield thought he was being punished and abused by Soren because some of the good deeds he had done in his territory had been discovered. It was true that he was a supporter of the royal faction, but that didn't mean he hadn't also been in contact with the Duke faction. Sometimes, he even sold them information for a bit of wealth. While it was true he paid his taxes every year, that was only about 30% of what he collected from the people since he pocketed the rest. Not only did he impose heavy taxes on his territory, but if any of his people couldn't pay, he would demote them to slaves, using them as cheap labor or selling them off outright. As for the monthly territory management reports, those were written by the civil officials under his command and had nothing to do with him personally. Nevertheless, none of these were things that Baron Carfield dared to admit, let alone speak of, so all he could do was babble nonsense. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Soren didn't care about any of those. You say you've been doing your duty as a lord? Heh. Ha 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 ha. Soren laughed, but his laughter was full of fury. If you've been doing your duty, then why did you let that damn guy escape from your territory, you fucking bastard? Bang, bang, bang. Soren began kicking Baron Carfield's body, one kick after another. If you hadn't let him escape, would I be suffering like this? If you weren't so incompetent, how could that guy have stayed hidden for so long? If you had recognized his talent and potential from the start, captured him, and trained him to be a loyal dog, would he have ever had the chance to flaunt himself in front of me? It's all your fault. Everything is your fault, you fucking bastard. Bang, 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 bang. Soren ruthlessly pinned all the blame on Baron Carfield, venting his frustration as he kicked harder and harder until Baron Carfield was bruised and bloodied, his whole body covered in splatters of blood. Ack. Ugh. At first, Baron Carfield tried to hold on, crying and begging for mercy, but eventually, he could only scream in agony. Before long, he was completely unrecognizable, lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, no longer able to even raise his hands to cover his head. Still not satisfied, Soren kicked him a few more times before finally turning to the three peasants. Spare us. Please spare us. Having witnessed the torture from start to finish, the three were already terrified beyond reason. When Soren turned to them, they immediately knelt and banged their heads on the floor, crying pitifully. Soren looked at the three with the same disdain as if he were looking at filth, but now that his anger had mostly subsided, so he didn't torture them. You're Riezel Brynhardt's grandfather and parents, right? Soren asked coldly. Riezel. As soon as they heard the name, the three instantly froze in place. Clearly, there was no way they didn't recognize the name. It was a name that had once brought them great joy, only to turn to sorrow, then to anger and hatred. Riezel's family, the Brynhardt family, had always been an extremely poor family of peasants for 3 generations, living in the barony of Carfield, surviving through farming, and living as lowly as slaves. Both Riezel's grandfather and his father had dreamed of escaping poverty, of no longer being peasants, and of living a life of wealth and status. Unfortunately, not only did they never achieve that, but Riezel's grandfather had once been reduced to a slave after being unable to pay his taxes, becoming just another one of Baron Carfield's many slaves with no rights. Baron Carfield's slaves did the most work but received the least pay, barely surviving. If they weren't starving every 3 days, they were certainly starving 6 or 7 days out of 9. Such a miserable life didn't change even after Riezel was born. It wasn't until about a year ago that the Brynhardt family discovered by chance that Riezel had incredibly strong magical energy and could possibly become a magician, which caused them to be overjoyed. For people who had been peasants and even slaves their entire lives, a magician was as noble as it got. They didn't know anything about combat class, tactical class, or strategic class concepts, but in the barony of Carfield, a magician was hired by Baron Carfield with the sole job of placing slavery contracts on those who couldn't pay their taxes. Aside from that, the magician did nothing else, yet he held a position second only to Baron Carfield, admired and envied by everyone, living a life of luxury. He could cast fireballs and blast apart massive boulders that even several strong men couldn't move. He could summon gusts of wind, blowing away any number of slaves or guards who tried to surround him with ease. All of these, to people in such a rural area, power like that could only be described as a miracle. If their descendant could become someone like that, they would surely live a good life, no longer poor peasants. In their excitement, they completely ignored the fact that Riezel was present when they made decisions about his future without consulting him. Yes, they were planning to offer Riezel to Baron Carfield and have him work as a slave in exchange for wealth and fortune. Knowing what fate awaited him, Riezel escaped without hesitation, shattering the Brinhardt family's dreams. As a result, over the past year, the Brinhardt family had been filled with nothing but anger and hatred toward Riezel, believing that this ungrateful child had abandoned them, an act that defied all sense of decency. Had they not feared being beaten to death by Baron Carfield's men for leaving the territory without permission, they would have chased after Riezel, dragged him back, and given him a good beating. Until today, this was the first time they had heard Riezel's name again. Did that ungrateful brat offend you? Riezel's father stuttered, trembling as he asked fearfully. No. It has nothing to do with us. Riezel's mother cried, her voice filled with tears. Yes. He ran away from home a long time ago. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to settle the score, go find him. You can beat him to death for all I care. A heartless scum like him deserves it. Riezel's grandfather couldn't hold back, unleashing all the anger and hatred he had toward his own grandson. Eventually, the three of them started shouting one after another, making it clear that they had nothing to do with Riezel and were unaware of anything he had done. Whatever sins he committed were his alone, with no connection to them. Watching the Brinhardt family's pathetic, desperate behavior, Soren actually smiled, but this time, his smile wasn't filled with anger but was full of amusement. Ha ha ha. I see. Soren laughed, then sighed. No wonder, so, that guy grew up in a family like this, huh? Now I understand why he hid his strength and trained in secret. If you'd found out about his abilities too early, you'd have turned him into your money-making tool and sent him off to this useless baron, yeah. He felt like he had uncovered a piece of the mystery behind Riezel's life. However, that wasn't important for now. By the way, you guys probably don't know about his current situation, right? Soren sneered at Riezel's parents and grandfather. He is now the 7th Sword Saint of Genas and also a tactical class magician. Hey, just so you know, his status and power are among the highest in the kingdom now. Upon hearing this, the Brinhardt family was stunned. But of course, that's not the important part. Soren continued, shifting his tone. What's important is that your son, your grandson, has made something of himself. So, as his family, it's only natural for you to go see him, right? You want to live? Easy. Just complete a simple job. Soren placed a bottle that looked like a potion in front of the Brinhardt family. As long as you succeed in making him drink this potion, not only will I spare your lives, but I will also make sure you get the wealth and fortune you've always dreamed of. So, can you do it? As soon as Soren's question landed, the Brinhardt family exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Yes. We can do it. We swear to complete the job. Without a second's hesitation, they shouted in excitement, their minds fixated on one thing: they would finally get the wealth they had always dreamed of. As for what the potion was or what would happen to Riezel after drinking it, that wasn't something they cared to know. Good. Hearing their answers, the sneer on Soren's face deepened. He could hardly wait to see the despair on Riezel's face after drinking the potion he had prepared and realizing that he had been betrayed by his own family. However, Soren had no idea that, outside, a figure targeting him was slowly approaching. Chapter 273, Mist. Soren noticed that something was off about 3 minutes later. Why's it getting noisy outside? Soren frowned and questioned the knight beside him. Did someone come by or something? He could hear faint sounds of commotion from outside the building and even some muffled noises. Maybe someone accidentally wandered close to the area. With a hesitant tone, the knight replied while lowering his head. Even though this place is remote, it's not completely deserted. Besides, the sounds tend to get amplified because it's so quiet around here, so sometimes it can sound noisier than it actually is. Despite hearing this answer, Soren's frown didn't relax. He could feel that something was definitely off. It was already the middle of the night, so who would pass through such a remote area at this hour? Rest assured, Your Highness. Noticing Soren wasn't convinced, the knight added quickly. For concealment reasons, there aren't any magic defenses in place, but we have people on guard and keeping watch 24 hours a day. If there were any abnormalities, they'll sound the alarm immediately. In other words, everything should be fine if the alarm hadn't sounded. Evidently, the knight didn't think there was anything wrong. It couldn't be helped. Since Soren had started using this place as his hideout to train his private troops years ago, nothing noteworthy had ever happened. Most days, the area was so quiet that it was rare for anyone to even pass by, let alone launch an attack. As a result, none of the knights present reacted or sensed anything out of place. Everyone remained relaxed, except for Soren, whose eyes gradually narrowed. He couldn't help it. He had already started to hear what sounded like screams. "You pathetic fools." Bang. Soren kicked the bowing knight next to him, sending him flying, and roared at everyone present. "We're under attack, you bunch of morons. Draw your swords." Just as the words left Soren's mouth, the battle had already begun. Pang. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoed through the room. A shadowy figure smashed through a corner window and leaped inside, landing in the room. Pang, 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 pang. It was like a chain reaction, window after window shattered as more shadowy figures jumped in from all directions. In an instant, countless shadowy figures filled the room, attacking the nearest knights without a word. What the? One of the knights, the first to face the attack, paled as he hurried to draw his sword to block, but before he could, the shadowy figure before him had already swung their sword. Poochie! A sound like fabric tearing echoed as blood splattered. Eh! With a loud, painful scream, the knight was cut down on the spot, a gruesome slash running from his shoulder to his side and spilling blood in thick streams. After cutting down the knight, the shadowy figure immediately darted toward another, swinging their sword at him. At the same time, the same scene unfolded in every corner of the room. One after another, the shadowy figures who had smashed through the windows charged at the nearest knight, slashing their swords without hesitation. Some knights were cut down in an instant, while others still survived, engaging in chaotic battles. Inevitably, the room quickly turned into a battlefield, filled with the screams, roars, and frantic shouts of the knights, all echoing through the chaos. "Who the hell are all of you?" Twisting his face in rage, Soren barely managed to draw his sword in time to block the slash of one of the shadowy figures and yelled out a question with a ferocious expression. Upon closer inspection, all the shadowy figures were cloaked in black robes, their faces hidden behind masks, completely concealing their identities. Only their hands emerged from the sleeves, each holding two swords, the cold glint of steel flickering in the room's light. They moved like emotionless executioners, reapers of life, saying nothing as they attacked Soren's men with mechanical precision, their aura more like that of cold steel than living beings. Yet, despite being such cold-blooded executioners, each of them possessed exceptional swordsmanship. Although their swordsmanship was not quite at the level of sword masters, it was still formidable, just a step below. Currently, there were about 100 of these skilled swordsmen, enough to rival a small knightly order. "Speak. Who the hell are all of you?" Soren shouted with all his might, torn between shock and fury, especially upon seeing his private troops, whom he had secretly trained for years, falling one after another under the assault. Some had already been cut down, and those still standing were barely holding their ground, fighting desperately and clumsily. Seeing all of this drove Soren to the brink of madness. His vicious side emerged in full force, causing him to roar as he unleashed a brilliant, lightning-fast strike at the black-robed swordsman in front of him. His strike was so fast and powerful that even a swordmaster might not have been able to counter it. Only an extremely skilled and experienced swordmaster could avoid the inevitable fate of being disemboweled. In this situation, the black-robed swordsman seemed unable to block the strike, having no time to react. However, as Soren's strike landed on the swordsman's body, something astonishing happened. Ding! With a sharp metallic clash, Soren's sword struck the black-robed swordsman's body, but it was as if it had hit solid steel and bounced back, causing the force of the recoil to send him stumbling 2 or 3 steps backward, his expression shifting from surprise to a dark scowl. All of them aren't human. Soren finally realized what he was facing. They're dolls, being controlled by someone. The ones attacking us aren't swordsmen, but a magician. A magician skilled in the control system. Soren's guess was half right and half wrong. The right part was that the black-robed swordsmen indeed weren't human, they were dolls, or more precisely, combat mechanical dolls. The wrong part was that the one controlling them wasn't just a magician but also a genuine swordsman. As Soren was lost in thought, carefully observing the doll before him, a thin, faint mist suddenly began to fill the room, appearing swiftly and unexpectedly. What's this? Soren jumped back, dodging the mist. It was clear he was worried the mist was dangerous, suspecting it might be some kind of magic from the magician or even poisonous. However, he was overthinking it, as the mist was actually only serving as a cover. Proof? Right after the mist passed like a breeze, a figure silently appeared in front of him where nothing had been a second ago. It was a swordsman cloaked in a black robe, just like the surrounding dolls, with one arm holding a sword extending from the sleeve. Even though the swordsman didn't seem to be wearing a mask, with their head slightly lowered and a hood covering their face, he ultimately couldn't make out what they looked like. Nevertheless, he felt a deadly threat radiating from this swordsman. Damn it, this guy is strong, not just strong, but insanely strong. Soren instinctively realized this fact. He tightened his grip on his sword, his attention no longer on the surroundings but locked onto the swordsman who had appeared with the mist, his mind screamed with warning signs. However, the swordsman didn't immediately look at him but instead glanced toward the corner of the room. What happened? Somebody help us. IIVE had enough. At this moment, the three members of the Brynhart family were huddled in a corner, clutching their heads, crouching on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and crying helplessly. Seeing them, the swordsman stayed silent, watching the Brynhart family for a few moments before turning back to Soren. Suddenly, Soren's warning signs exploded in his mind, causing him to instinctively leap back. Almost simultaneously, the swordsman surged forward, cloaked in mist, sliding swiftly across the ground as he closed in on Soren. Mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow slash. A low murmur, only audible to the swordsman, echoed. Swish. In a flash, several sword lights sliced through the mist, cutting toward Soren with astonishing speed. Splurt. Blood spurted from Soren's chest. It was clear he had been hit. Although he had desperately leaped back to avoid being cut in half on the spot, he hadn't completely escaped, as a slash now marked his chest. Ugh. Stumbling backward, Soren grunted, then quickly pulled a potion from his pocket and downed it in one gulp without thinking. Before long, a faint glow spread over the wound on his chest, healing rapidly before his eyes. Oh. Seeing this, the mist-shrouded swordsman, with a slightly heavy and distorted voice, sounded a bit surprised, maybe even mocking. As expected of a prince, carrying around a magic potion that heals injury so quickly. Truly a man of wealth. Upon hearing this, Soren didn't feel the slightest bit of pride. Who the hell are you? Soren's expression darkened as he glared at the swordsman with pure rage, shouting each word venomously. It was clear from his clenched teeth and furious tone alone that he wanted nothing more than to tear the swordsman apart. It was perfectly understandable. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, he might already be dead. If not for the magic potion he carried, even if he survived, he would have been seriously injured before eventually dying from blood loss. He was convinced that this mist-shrouded swordsman was here to kill him. Understanding this, Soren's mind was filled with intense rage. Unfortunately, such a rage was meaningless to the one standing before him. Who am I? Heh. Seeing Soren's angry expression, the mist-shrouded swordsman sneered before speaking in a calm, indifferent tone. You can call me Mist. Chapter 274, Riezel vs. Soren. Mist. It was obvious that this wasn't a real name. Needless to say, the only one who could use mist breathing from the world of Demon Slayer and control numerous combat mechanical dolls of Yoriichi Type 1 in this world was obviously Riezel. At this moment, Riezel had arrived at the location provided by Serena, the abandoned mansion where Soren hid his family, or rather, the original Riezel's family. On the way, however, Riezel happened to catch Soren sneaking out of the royal palace and coming to this abandoned mansion. Riezel wasn't surprised by this, in fact, he had already expected Soren to come here. Since Soren had gone through a lot of trouble to drag Baron Carfield and the Brynhart family to the royal capital, he definitely wasn't going to just sit around and do nothing. Riezel had already anticipated that Soren would show up personally, using the people he had captured to execute some wicked plan. Riezel had come precisely for this reason. Going through so much trouble to attack this abandoned mansion, Riezel's goal was clearly not just to wipe out the hideout of Soren's private troops, as evident from the fact that as soon as he confronted Soren, he had gone straight for the killing move, showing no regard for the fact that the young man in front of him was a prince. Surely, Soren could see this too, see that the mist-shrouded swordsman in front of him wanted to kill him, to cut him down. Nevertheless, it wasn't the first time Soren had faced danger like this. As a member of the royal family, and with such a violent temperament at that, Soren had faced many assassination attempts throughout his life. Still, the attack from the swordsman just now was definitely the closest he had come to death and the most dangerous he had ever felt. As a result, despite the anger boiling inside him and his desire to tear the flesh of the swordsman in front of him and devour it, Soren understood, after that brief exchange, that he might not be a match for this swordsman. Who sent you? Soren suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth as he questioned. Was it the Cordelian family? Someone from the Duke faction? Or someone high up from a foreign country? All of these were the possibilities Soren could think of. As for Riezel, Soren didn't suspect him at all. He had already investigated everything about Riezel and knew that Riezel had always been alone, without any men under him. If not for Lisbeth's appearance, Riezel wouldn't even have had an attendant by his side. As for the Frenzel family, they didn't have a powerful swordsman like this mist-shrouded one either. Although the three attendants under Yuri were all sword masters, none of them could pose a threat to him, including Marilyn. Not to mention, there were so many powerful dolls here. Judging by their performance and abilities, they were clearly crafted by a magician highly skilled in the structure system and might even have been created using tactical class magic from the structure system, which was completely beyond the Frenzel family's capabilities. He knew that Yuri specialized in the control system, while Riezel, according to preliminary tests at Spriller Academy, had been confirmed to only have excellent magic compatibility with the interference system, while the others were average. Considering this, neither of them had the means to use tactical class magic from the structure system, nor was it possible for them to create so many high-performance dolls. Buying or acquiring them from somewhere else was also unrealistic. Transporting such a large number of dolls to the royal capital would be a huge undertaking, impossible to keep hidden from the eyes of the royal family. Even if they used summoning magic to bring them to the royal capital from somewhere else, the amount of magical energy required and the commotion caused by summoning so many dolls would not go unnoticed. Moreover, knowing that the Riezel family could be considered the most scrutinized among the noble families, it was even more impossible. Before, there were always people watching them in secret because of Yuri's achievements and their neutral stance, and now, thanks to Riezel's appearance and his extraordinary feats, spies from every major force on the continent hovered around every day. If such a large commotion had occurred, it would have definitely drawn the attention of all parties involved. Considering all of this, Soren didn't suspect Riezel's involvement and definitely didn't think the mist-shrouded swordsman in front of him was actually Riezel himself. Why? It was simple. In Soren's eyes, the swordsmanship used by the swordsman in front of him was obviously different from Riezel's. One should know that Riezel, known as the Lightning Sword Saint, was already famous throughout the continent. Everyone knew he used a swordsmanship similar to thunder and lightning, emphasizing speed and explosive power, with a strong ability to defeat his opponents instantly. However, the mist-shrouded swordsman in front of him, though their slash was indeed impressive, clearly employed a style of swordsmanship more suited to assassination and stealth. Not only was the trajectory of the swordsman's sword slash unpredictable, but their figure was also like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will, clearly a skill only a professional assassin would possess. Moreover, he didn't sense any aura or magical energy from the swordsman, which suggested that their concealment ability was also something only a professional assassin would possess. Ironically, all of this led Soren astray from the correct answer, making him the perfect example of someone who was too clever for his own good. Riezel, seeing that Soren had been successfully misled by his swordsmanship, gave a faint smile. Guess. Speaking in an indifferent voice, Riezel slowly walked towards Soren, and soon a thin mist began to spread around him, followed by a haze of light. If Mwichuru were here to witness this, he would definitely be astonished. Simply walking, yet mist billowed out like a mere breath, such mastery, such a phenomenon had far surpassed the mist-breathing Mwichuru used and understood. It was only natural. At this moment, Riezel wasn't just using mist breathing but also incorporated some of the insights he had gained in his recent fight with Rome into this breathing style. Riezel had to admit that Rome's Shadow Strike sword style was truly unmatched in stealth. It not only allowed him to hide all aura and presence like the selfless state but also let him hide within shadows, control them, and evade almost all means of detection and surveillance. If Riezel hadn't mastered the transparent world, which just happened to counter Rome's Shadow Strike sword style, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to defeat the invisible Rome using only thunder breathing. Thanks to the transparent world, Riezel understood Rome's state clearly when using the Shadow Strike sword style. Whether it was the direction and contraction of Rome's muscles, the way he used the swordsmanship, his breathing rhythm, or the activity and flow of magical energy when using it, all of this was observed by the transparent world. Adding to Riezel's exceptional memory and rapid growth, after a few days of deliberate practice, he successfully grasped part of the essence of the Shadow Strike sword style and incorporated it into his own mist breathing. Although mist breathing hadn't evolved or transformed like sun breathing, it now had some traits of the Shadow Strike sword style. While the Shadow Strike sword style could freely manipulate shadows, Riezel's mist breathing could now freely manipulate mist. While users of the Shadow Strike sword style could hide within shadows to avoid detection, Riezel's mist breathing allowed him to do the same, letting him hide within mist, unseen by any eye. Whether it was slashing or moving, Riezel could do so silently and unpredictably, toying with his enemies as he pleased. Now, Soren was getting a taste of this. Whoosh! Amid the billowing mist, Riezel's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Seeing this, Soren's heart tightened, and without thinking, he quickly turned and ran. Unfortunately for Soren, his speed was nowhere near fast enough to escape Riezel. Mist breathing, first form, low clouds, distant haze. In the surrounding mist, Riezel suddenly appeared, wavering like a mirage. Whoosh! A sword thrust forward, like a flash of light, darting out abruptly. Poochie! Soren's side was instantly pierced by the sudden stab, blood gushing out in a large spray. Arg! Soren cried out in pain, but he swiftly turned, slashing a fierce strike at Riezel beside him. Boom! With an explosive sound, Soren's sword struck the ground heavily, shattering the floor. Surprisingly, Riezel, supposedly struck by Soren's sword, merely swayed like a mirage, blurring and fading away like a ghost, disappearing into the unsteady air. Mist breathing, second form, 8-layered mist. In the next moment, 8 rapid slashes cut through the mist, turning into 8 streaks of light, all striking Soren's body. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Poochie, 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 Poochie. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh echoed continuously. 8 times in a row, each slash drew blood from Soren's shoulder, thigh, abdomen, waist, back, neck, and arm, one even cut across his cheek, leaving a gruesome wound on his face. Agag! Soren screamed in agony, his whole body ravaged as if he were being flayed alive, nearly collapsing to the ground in pain. Had Soren not, in this life-or-death moment, tapped into his potential to avoid being hit in the most fatal areas, he would probably be dead by now. Even Riezel had to admit that this mad dog prince was indeed impressive. Soren's ability to unleash such dodging skills in a desperate situation was proof enough that, despite his cruelty and nasty personality, his strength and potential were undeniable. Unfortunately. Nice dodge, but this is the end. Saying this calmly, Riezel emerged from the mist, appearing behind Soren. Allow me to grant you the kind of mercy that vanishes like mist in the wind. Behind Soren, Riezel raised his sword and mercilessly slashed at Soren's neck, but suddenly. Get lost. Soren abruptly lifted his head, veins bulging as he roared in fury. Boom. A sudden roar burst through the air as an astonishing force erupted from Soren's body, spreading in all directions. Needless to say, it was none other than the spiritual power from the inherited swordsmanship of Genus's royal family, the War King sword style. Soren had finally unleashed his spiritual power, blowing away the surrounding mist and forcing Riezel, who had been about to deliver a fatal blow, to freeze in place for a moment. Such overwhelming pressure, which Riezel had once felt from Lisbeth, now pressed down on his body once again. Die. Soren seized the opportunity and, with a savage expression, swung his sword at Riezel's neck. Chapter 275, Teleportation Magic Crystal. Die. Soren seized the opportunity and, with a savage expression, swung his sword at Riezel's neck. At this moment, Soren unleashed not only his strongest attack but also poured his spiritual power to the limit, resulting in the terrifying spiritual power pressing down on Riezel's body like a solid force, pinning him down. Evidently, this was a desperate counterattack, at least, this was Soren's intention. Soren had hidden his spiritual power until now to wait for this moment to fully ignite it and push his strength to the limit, causing the sword he swung to be fast and fierce, almost surpassing the strength of ordinary sword masters, barely touching the realm of Sword Saint. If any swordsman had been watching the current Soren, they would have seen that his sword slash, in terms of angle, trajectory, and power, had already surpassed his own limits. As for ordinary onlookers, his sword slash appeared as a brilliant flash, a slash so bright it resembled a beam of light. In such a situation, Soren's sword ultimately hit its target. Swish. Riezel, along with the surrounding mist, was cleaved by Soren's sword that flashed like lightning, his hooded head and neck were completely severed, splitting him in half, as if time had frozen at that moment. Boom. Soren's brilliant slash continued unabated, carving through the ground and slicing through the walls in its path, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Such a scene seemed both eternal and fleeting, a sight those fortunate enough to witness it would likely never forget. Yet, despite Soren's explosive power and stunning sword attack, he ultimately failed to draw even a drop of blood from Riezel. Soon, Riezel's severed head and body slowly transformed into mist under Soren's gaze. What? Soren's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately for him, by the time he tried to react, it was already too late. Poochie. A sharp sword pierced through Soren's chest, leaving a large stain of blood. Riezel appeared behind Soren without him noticing, stabbing him in the back and driving the sword through his chest. Soren froze in place, and the spiritual power around him instantly vanished. Your Highness. Your Highness. Catching sight of this scene, the knights still fighting fiercely nearby widened their eyes in disbelief, erupting in frantic cries. Riezel coldly watched Soren, who was facing away from him with a sword piercing through his chest. You thought I wouldn't be prepared for the swordsmanship of Genus's royal family? Riezel spoke coldly into Soren's ear. Everyone on the continent knows that the royal family of Genus uses the War King sword style that can control spiritual power. Do you think you could hide that ability until the last moment and catch me off guard? If so, I can only say you're even more foolish than I imagined. With that, Riezel pressed down on Soren's body and slowly pulled his sword out, causing blood to immediately pool around them. Soren, losing all his strength, immediately fell to the ground before looking up at Riezel, his eyes showing no pain or despair, only endless rage and hatred. Tell me. Ignoring the blood still gushing from his chest, Soren fixed his gaze on Riezel, squeezing out the words from his throat. Who are you? Who wants to kill me? Cough, cough. I. Coughing up blood, Soren kept pressing for answers, as if he wouldn't close his eyes until he got them. In response, Riezel tilted his head slightly. Guess. Riezel replied in a tone similar to Soren's from the past, a mocking tone in his voice. Well, you can take your time guessing in hell. Riezel turned and walked away from Soren, but suddenly. I won't let this go. Soren, barely hanging on, managed to utter these words before an unusual magical energy surged around him. Sensing something amiss, Riezel paused and spun sharply, just in time to see Soren vanish. A second earlier, when the strange magical energy surge appeared, a magic circle suddenly emerged beneath Soren, who lay in a pool of blood, causing him to instantly vanish in a burst of light. Riezel turned around just as Soren disappeared, only managing to catch the moment when the magic circle shattered. Riezel's eyes narrowed before he rushed to the pool of blood. Soren was long gone, leaving only a shattered crystal on the ground, devoid of all its brilliance. Riezel remained silent for a long time, his brows tightly knitted under the hood. After a while, he picked up the shattered crystal, took a look at it, and confirmed something. Teleportation magic crystal. As the name suggested, it was a magic crystal inscribed with space magic. It was what people commonly referred to as a teleportation item, meant to instantly transport the user to a preset location, achieving the effect of teleportation. Items like this were extremely precious. First, only tactical class magicians or higher who were proficient in the structure system could create such magic items. Second, the magician also had to be proficient in space magic, or they needed to seek help from a magician skilled in it to assist in the creation. Since space magic required compatibility with the imaginary system to practice, the difficulty of mastering this magic was very high, and the requirements were extremely stringent, making it rare to find its practitioner even within 100 years. In other words, to create a teleportation magic crystal, a tactical class magician proficient in space magic and the structure system, along with the highest grade magic crystal, was needed. Otherwise, it would not be possible to inscribe the teleportation magic, preventing the successful creation of the teleportation magic crystal. Such conditions made the creation of teleportation magic crystals incredibly difficult, resulting in their extreme scarcity, truly a special treasure. Moreover, this teleportation magic crystal was for one-time use only, meaning that using one meant there was one less. All of this illustrated just how rare and precious teleportation magic crystals were. Seriously, that mad dog has such good stuff. Riezel realized he had underestimated Soren's wealth. Whether it was the previous bottle of highly effective healing potion or the teleportation magic crystal, these were treasures that ordinary people couldn't even dream of obtaining. Let alone ordinary people, even nobles might not have them, especially the teleportation magic crystal, a rarity that even some royal families in the Akasha continent might not possess. Just the fact that Soren had one was truly surprising and unexpected. However, the teleportation magic crystal's existence undoubtedly signified to Riezel that his assassination attempt had failed. Well, whatever. Riezel stored the broken crystal in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube, and his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Forcing him to use something so valuable for his life isn't a total loss. Riezel didn't dwell on it any longer and glanced around the entire room. Inside the room, Soren's men seemed to have lost all desire to fight after their master fled, some even gave up in despair and scrambled to escape, trying to flee this slaughterhouse. Riezel scanned the room and then turned his gaze to the corner, where the Brynhart family huddled together, trembling and shouting, with their heads tucked between their arms. Memories of this family quickly flooded his mind. According to the original Riezel's memories, no one in the Brynhart family was a good person. The grandfather was always unhappy about being a peasant, dreaming daily of escaping poverty and becoming wealthy, yet the only real action he ever took was to curry favor with Baron Carfield, never once considering changing his fate through his own efforts. Instead, he relied on the hope of being recognized by so-called big shots, fantasizing about overnight success. The father mostly complained about his own parents, blaming them for his existence and believing that if they hadn't had him, he might have been born into a wealthy family, perhaps even a noble one, enjoying a life of luxury instead of struggling as a peasant in poverty. The mother wasn't any better. She once tried to marry into Baron Carfield's family to become a noble lady and even abandoned her own family for it, shamelessly presenting herself, only to be pitifully expelled by Baron Carfield. In a desperate situation, she had no choice but to marry the original Riezel's father to avoid starving on the streets. In this twisted family, the grandfather despised his daughter-in-law, who in turn despised her husband, while her husband despised his father. Like a vicious circle, the whole family was constantly at odds, always arguing and causing trouble, even resulting in a notorious reputation in the barony of Carfield. Naturally, the original Riezel had always looked down on this family, resenting their poverty, their mediocrity, and everything about them. As a result, after discovering his own talents, the original Riezel chose to leave home without hesitation. One could say that the original Riezel had no feelings for his family, and Riezel himself could never view them as his family either. As a result, after glancing at them indifferently, Riezel simply turned away and walked forward, letting mist rise up to envelop his body, vanishing like a ghost in the next second. Inside the room, several Yoriichi Type 1, having completed their slaughter task, set a fire to burn the building down. Under the moonlit night, the abandoned mansion was engulfed in flames, gradually turning into charred ruins. Chapter 276, Contradiction and Worry. Royal Palace, Courtyard. In the stillness of the night, apart from the knights on guard and patrol, almost no one wandered the royal palace at this hour. As a result, the royal palace's courtyard, once the most scenic and lively place where people often strolled to unwind, now lay in a chilling silence. A few patrolling knights happened to pass through, their strong footsteps echoing as they chatted casually. "Have you heard? Captain Albert seems to have taken a long leave." "Yeah, I heard. It seems he thinks he's not strong enough, so he wants to really focus on training. He doesn't have time to manage the knightly order, so he temporarily resigned from his captain position. No wonder the knights from the 1st Knight Division have seemed a bit restless lately. So, it's because Captain Albert quit. Can't blame him. Getting defeated in one move by a previously unknown 17-year-old must be a huge blow for someone born into a family of sword saints. Yeah, not only is that youngster now a sword saint, but I also heard he hasn't lost a single match. No matter who it is, they can't dodge his lightning bolt or escape his lightning speed slash. Captain Albert is strong, but he's not a sword saint, so losing to the famous lightning sword saint isn't that embarrassing, right? You're right, but it seems the guys in the 1st Knight Division are pretty upset about Captain Albert's situation. They've been stirring things up, wanting that Borley family sword saint to step in and regain some pride against the lightning sword saint. What? Are those guys out of their minds? Aren't they acting like sore losers? It's normal, honestly. You know, most people in the 1st Knight Division are either vassals, distant relatives, or directly related to the Borley family, meaning the whole division is basically made up of Borley family supporters. Plus, Captain Albert isn't just their knight captain, he's also the one they'll be loyal to in the future. Now that he's lost so badly, a lot of them probably feel like they can't just let it slide. If the Borley family sword saint gets involved, it'll be a big deal then. Sword saint versus sword saint, huh? Sounds a bit scary, but I kinda want to see it. Me too. As the knights chatted about this topic, they followed their designated patrol route, occasionally glancing around to show that although they were chatting, their vigilance hadn't decreased. However, just seconds later, they suddenly noticed a magic circle appearing in the air above the courtyard. What's that? A magic circle. Get ready. Something's about to happen. Saying these words, the knights quickly reacted, almost reflexively drawing their swords. However, the terrible situation they had thought about didn't occur. At this moment, the magic circle in the air didn't launch any attacks or make any movements but merely released a person to the ground before vanishing, leaving only the person, who slowly bled onto the ground, dyeing it red. Seeing this, the knights quickly surrounded the person before gasping in shock. Wait, isn't this His Highness the Third Prince? What in the world happened? What a serious injury. Quick. Go get the court magician. His Highness is in danger. In an instant, the stillness of the royal palace was shattered. On this night, many were destined to remain sleepless. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing his objective, Riezel returned to the Frenzel residence, having stored his bloodied sword and black robe in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube. A thin mist drifted in through a window, enveloping Riezel's room before revealing his figure. As soon as Riezel stepped into his room, he noticed that someone was there. Master. Lisbeth, sitting on Riezel's bed with Maslow in her arms, looked a bit uneasy, but upon seeing his return, she immediately stood up. What are you doing here? Riezel walked over to Lisbeth and asked with a surprised expression. Because I felt you left. Lisbeth answered softly, her face tinged with worry. Due to the presence of the attendant contract, a magical connection was created between Riezel and Lisbeth that not only bound them to their agreement but also allowed them to sense each other's locations. Thanks to this, when Riezel left his room in the dead of night, no one else noticed, except Lisbeth. Lisbeth had thought about following Riezel, but remembering the earlier conversation he had with Serena, she guessed he was going out for something important. As a result, Lisbeth hesitated for a long time, struggling with herself, and ultimately decided not to follow him but to stay in his room, waiting for his return instead. I see. Riezel nodded in understanding. You really didn't have to come here, you know. You could have just stayed in your own room and even gone to sleep. Lisbeth's room was, after all, right next to Riezel's, separated only by a wall, so she could easily wait there without needing to come over. But Lisbeth looked down, nervously shifting her weight from foot to foot. Seeing Lisbeth's demeanor, Riezel guessed what she wanted to say. What's up? Riezel smiled, finding her behavior amusing. Are you worried about what I did to your half-brother? I'm sorry. Lisbeth, caught in her thoughts, looked dejected. I know I shouldn't feel this way. Nah, it's okay. Riezel patted her head. No matter what, he's still your brother, so it's normal to care about his well-being. I just want to know how he's doing, that's all. I mean no harm. Lisbeth quickly explained in a hasty tone. Elder brother Soren means you harm, so it's totally normal for you to fight back. I don't think what you did was wrong either. If I were there, I would definitely help you against him. She felt somewhat worried that her master might suspect her loyalty. If he started to distrust her because of this, she feared she might burst into tears. I get it, just calm down, okay? Riezel shook his head with a gentle smile, soothing the anxious Lisbeth. I don't doubt you, and I understand how you feel. I'm grateful that you understand my circumstances, so there's no need for you to be this anxious. Logically, when Riezel went out to confront her own brother, Lisbeth should have tried to stop him, even becoming his enemy to protect her family. However, she chose to accept Riezel's actions instead, showing that when she had to choose between supporting Riezel or Soren, she decided to stand by Riezel. In truth, it wasn't just because of the attendant contract or simple loyalty, but because, compared to her cruel and violent brother, Lisbeth was more willing to trust and support Riezel, her amazing master. Moreover, Lisbeth understood that her brother was in the wrong and Riezel wasn't, so even though she knew he wanted to do something bad to her brother, she decided not to stop him. Likewise, Riezel held no ill feelings toward Lisbeth's worries about Soren and merely considered it human nature, feeling that he should apologize and thank her instead. From the moment he decided to take action against Soren, he had, after all, completely ignored her feelings, disregarding the fact that she was Soren's sister. Given this, Lisbeth didn't need to act this way, as the one in the wrong was Riezel, not her. I don't even know if I should tell you this, just to ease your mind. Riezel ultimately proceeded to briefly explain the clash between himself and Soren. In the end, he got away. Even though he's seriously injured and could die at any moment, there's a high chance he'll be saved. Needless to say, the teleportation magic crystal that Soren used was definitely set to a location he considered very safe, a place where he could escape and be safe no matter what happened. Riezel believed that this place was probably the royal palace. He knew that the royal palace was always guarded by a group of court magicians, each skilled in their own right, with high mastery of magic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been selected by the royal family and recruited to serve in the palace. Even Yuri held the position of chief court magician, showing how exceptional the court magicians in the royal palace were. Some of them were undoubtedly tactical class magicians, capable of using tactical class magic. Riezel was sure that, among this group of magicians, at least one would be proficient in healing magic. Considering this, and knowing the royal palace must have many top-tier potions and magic items, Riezel believed there was a good chance Soren would escape death this time. I don't know if I should be relieved that my brother survived or feel regret that my master couldn't finish what he wanted to do. Lisbeth muttered, feeling a conflicted mix of emotions. Hearing her mutter, Riezel continued to pat her head before offering her some advice. Even if he may not be dead, the royal family will definitely look into this matter. I'm not worried for myself, but I can't let it implicate Yuri and her family. Although I've disguised myself, so it should be alright, remember not to let this information slip. Of course, it's best if you don't mention our contact with the Cordelian family either. Got it, Lisbeth? Riezel gazed solemnly into Lisbeth's eyes. Understood, master. I absolutely won't say a word. Lisbeth understood Riezel's meaning clearly and promised him. In truth, Riezel wasn't worried at all about Lisbeth spilling anything. With the attendant contract in effect, she couldn't do anything that would harm him. Even if it was just mere words, as long as they would negatively impact him once exposed, she couldn't leak them. Riezel just reminded her for caution's sake. Done with Lisbeth, Riezel looked out the window and silently gazed at the bright moon. What a beautiful moon. Chapter 277, Shocking News. Third Prince Soren had been attacked by an unknown assailant and was found severely injured, nearly dead. By the next day, the news had already spread through the noble circle. News of Soren being found covered in blood in the royal palace's courtyard by patrolling knights clearly couldn't be hidden. In a single night, it had passed through countless mouths and reached the ears of many nobles. What? Prince Soren was attacked. What happened? Countless nobles were shocked when they woke up to this news. When a prince got attacked by someone unknown and left near death, it was undoubtedly a major event. Especially since the one attacked was Soren, not one of those overlooked, incompetent members of the royal family, but the most outstanding royal descendant of this generation, a strong contender for the throne. Needless to say, this was essentially a disaster that pierced the very heavens of Genas. Understanding this, everyone, whether they were from the royal faction or the duke faction, felt a jolt of shock and fear. They could almost envision the royal family's fury and see the king in a rage. In fact, what they imagined was close to reality. When the news reached Hendrik's ears, he was indeed furious. He quickly dispatched the royal knights, court magicians, and even the shadow to the scene of the incident to investigate and pursue the culprit. Naturally, many nobles were either suspected or implicated and were summoned to the royal palace for questioning by the royal family. Thanks to this, many residents of the royal capital who had just gotten up and stepped outside were surprised by the sight of knights running back and forth in the streets and alleys, searching house to house, along with carriages hurriedly passing by, creating a scene of urgency. What's going on? What happened? Eventually, everyone quickly fell into a state of panic, their hearts racing from the royal family's actions. Yaluvia city center, the Cordelian residence. Serena, wearing a solemn expression, hurriedly stepped into a study. Elder brother, I've brought back the intel. Serena called out to the only person in the room, holding a piece of parchment made of animal skin. Let me see. Responding to Serena was none other than the handsome young man with golden hair who had been swinging a sword in the backyard last time, Sergius Cordelian, Serena's elder brother and the famous eldest son of the Cordelian family, recognized as the best contender for the throne and holding a high-ranking position in the line of succession. Today, however, he wasn't sweating like before but sat elegantly behind a desk in the study, looking like a promising young gentleman radiating sophistication and nobility. Sergius took the parchment from Serena's hand and quickly scanned the contents. During the process, Serena couldn't help but speak in a tone filled with disbelief, whether from admiration or shock. "I can't believe that mad dog nearly got killed. He was on the brink of death, and those court magicians even struggled to save him. In the end, it was His Majesty who used treasures from the royal treasury to bring him back to life. Who caused this incident, others might not know, but these two siblings were fully aware. Even if they weren't directly involved, they were, after all, still collaborators, which was why Serena was so shocked. I knew he would take action, but I didn't expect him to be that bold." Serena murmured in disbelief. "He actually wanted to assassinate a prince in his turf. Doesn't he fear the royal family coming after him?" A sword saint was indeed powerful, but Riezel was, after all, not the only sword saint in Genus. If he truly crossed the royal family's bottom line, they could easily decide to eliminate him by sending the other sword saints. Not only was there the Shadow Sword Saint, who was loyal to the royal family, but there were also many other sword saints available for deployment, such as the Guardian Sword Saint, the Meteor Sword Saint, and the Sword Saint from the Borley family. As long as there was enough justification, the royal family could dispatch several sword saints at once to besiege Riezel and cut him down. Faced with so many sword saints, could Riezel really fight them off alone? Let alone the fact that the mysterious old sword saint was also there in the royal palace. If he got involved, it would mean serious trouble. He was hailed as Genus's strongest sword saint, having served alongside the third-generation king and guarding the royal palace for nearly a century. Amazingly, despite his old age, he showed no signs of declining strength. Not only were there many legendary tales about him in Genus, but several current sword saints had even challenged him, only to publicly admit afterward that they were no match for him. In the neighboring countries, many even felt a sense of dread toward the renowned old sword saint, as he had stirred up quite a bit of trouble in their lands in the past. In the face of such power, what resistance could a newly appointed sword saint like Riezel muster? Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to put up a decent fight. Otherwise, everyone from the Duke faction would have acted against Sorin long ago and wouldn't have left him alone until now. It was precisely because they feared the royal family's power and the many sword saints under them that the Duke faction could only bide their time, allowing Sergius to compete with Sorin for the throne in a legitimate way. Riezel, on the other hand, clearly didn't hold back at all. When Riezel decided to act, he truly went all out, showing no concern for the royal family's wrath. This only points to one thing. Sergius placed the parchment he had reviewed on the desk and spoke with a hint of meaning. Either he's fearless or, he's never considered the consequences. So, which one do you think it is? Sergius's words made Serena recall her impression of Riezel when she had met him at Hydromel. Riezel's calm, indifferent, and unwavering eyes truly had left a strong impression on her. Probably the former. But, is he really fearless? Serena said with uncertainty. Maybe. Sergius wasn't sure about it either. What we can be certain of is that, since he went ahead with this, we're likely to get pulled into it. No choice. Since the contender for the throne, supported by the royal family, had nearly been killed, the Duke faction would undoubtedly be the first to be suspected, and the royal family would certainly wonder if this was the work of the Duke faction or even suspect the Cordelian family directly. However, no matter which it was, the Cordelian siblings were definitely not getting away from this. Be prepared. We're probably going to be summoned next. Sergius's words made Serena show a frustrated expression, just thinking about what was to come, even she felt overwhelmed. What a mess he made. Serena sighed, grumbling. He's fine, hiding his identity, but we're the ones who have to take part of the blame for his actions. Yes, but this tells us that a favor from a sword saint isn't easily earned. Sergius said with a slight smile. Even if he's younger than me, around your age, he's still a sword saint. While speaking, Sergius was already thinking about how to clear any suspicions about him and Riezel regarding this incident. He understood that what was done, lamenting wouldn't help. Besides, crises could also be opportunities. If they got through this tough moment, their relationship with Riezel would grow stronger, and the royal faction would be shaken by the turmoil this incident caused. If they could seize this opportunity, maybe they could turn this bad situation into a good one. I'll cover for you this time. Sergius muttered as if he were conversing with Riezel. Don't let me down, okay? Lightning Sword Saint. At the same time, in the throne room of the royal palace, Hendrik sat heavily on the throne, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. So? How? Have you figured it out? Hendrik spoke to the empty void. Soon, a shadow began to sway and take form behind him. Your Majesty, the Shadow has compiled all the intelligence we could gather. Rome's voice reached Hendrik's ears. After the investigation, it was confirmed that His Highness had a conflict with Riezel Brynhard in the audience room, and that very night, His Highness sent some people to the barony of Carfield to kidnap Baron Carfield and the Brynhard family, bringing them to the royal capital. Last night, His Highness snuck out of the palace alone and headed to an abandoned mansion near the city walls. As we investigated the place, we found Baron Carfield and the Brynhard family, as well as many knights who weren't on the records belonging to His Highness. On there, His Highness was ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals, and their leader, who called himself Mist, used a swordsmanship that could manipulate Mist. And based on descriptions from the surviving knights, I judged that this swordsmanship might be on par with the Shadow Strike sword style and is of a similar type used for assassination. Apparently, His Highness's current condition is because his chest was pierced through by Mist's sword. As Rome finished his report, Hendrik's expression grew increasingly grim, his anger flaring even more. Bang. Finally, unable to contain himself, Hendrik slammed his hand down on the throne armrest. However, Hendrik's anger wasn't directed at anyone else but his own son. Breaking house arrest and sneaking out, even hiding private troops, that little bastard really doesn't give a damn about his own father anymore. Just last time, Hendrik had been criticized by Yuri because of the mess Soren caused, and now, with this new incident, he could already imagine how the nobles would gossip. If Soren weren't his son and the most outstanding one at that, Hendrik would have definitely turned a blind eye to this incident. Hendrik suppressed his anger and then asked the most crucial question. And then? Who's really behind this? Cordelian family? Or Riezel Brynhard?